Chapter 241. The two men leaned forward, shuttled through the lush bushes, and went around the side of the chemical plant. There was a place where several cement pipes with a diameter of 1 meter were stacked, surrounded by weeds. The two men crouched down and got into the cement pipe. Gao Yang cleared some weeds that blocked the view, installed the camera on the inside of the cement pipe above his head, and pointed the lens at the entrance of the chemical plant. After doing this, tonight's mission was over. Gao Yang did not stop and quietly evacuated with Wang Zikai. Half an hour later, Wang Zikai rode a motorcycle on the night road. Gao Yang was wearing a safety helmet, but he could still feel the strong night wind coming in from his neck. "Do you think that man is stupid?" Wang Zikai suddenly said loudly. "What?" Gao Yang did not react. "The kid who jumped into the lake," Wang Zikai said. Gao Yang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he still remembered this incident. This really didn't fit Wang Zikai's personality. "Actually, I also thought about suicide when I was a kid." Wang Zikai laughed. His laughter was a little sad. "Really?" Gao Yang didn't believe it. "Really?" Wang Zikai slowed down a little and turned a corner. "My parents were getting divorced and quarreled every day. I felt that it was all my fault and wanted to disappear from this world." Gao Yang suddenly felt a little sympathetic to Wang Zikai. Compared to him, he lived in a very happy family. "Ha ha ha, so stupid. Fortunately, I didn't commit suicide." Wang Zikai laughed. "I am the god who wants to save the world, the eternal god." "Oh!" Gao Yang immediately withdrew his sympathy. Not long after returning home to rest, Gao Yang went to school. For the next 3 days, Gao Yang concentrated on doing homework at school during the day and went back to Wang Zikai's home to sleep at night. These 3 days were very peaceful, and the organization did not contact Gao Yang. But the calmer it was, the more uneasy Gao Yang felt, and there was always a sense of crisis that a storm was coming. 3 nights later, Gao Yang and Wang Zikai rode a motorcycle to 3 lakes and quietly took back the cameras. After returning home, the two copied the video. There were a total of 5 cameras, each with 72 hours, a total of 360 hours. Even if you fast forward, it takes a long time to watch. In order to see more carefully and not miss any suspicious figures, the two stared at it together. Sometimes when they saw a suspicious target, they had to pause and repeatedly confirm and eliminate it. Unknowingly, an entire night had passed, and only 1/3 of the video had been checked. Gao Yang's eyes were sore, and his head was dizzy. "Brother, take a nap and then go to school." Wang Zikai said, "You will take the college entrance examination tomorrow. That's a big deal." Gao Yang hesitated. The exam is nothing compared to the dangers of the awakened world, but deep down, he really doesn't want to fail the exam and doesn't want to disappoint his family. "Don't worry, leave the rest to me. I will definitely look at it carefully." Wang Zikai patted his chest and promised. "Then I leave it to you." Gao Yang decided to trust Wang Zikai once, and it turned out that he was quite reliable at critical moments. Gao Yang came to school during the day. On the last day of the college entrance examination, the teacher did not recommend that students work hard on the questions, so that everyone could relax and adjust their mentality. At noon, the head teacher gave everyone a heartfelt speech, and then gave everyone a half-day holiday, so that the students could go to the examination room to check out the exam site, and then go home to have a good rest. In the afternoon, Gao Yang went to check out the spots with his classmates and returned home. Everyone in the family was very concerned about this matter, especially his mother. She even became cautious when talking to Gao Yang, fearing that she would affect his mood. In the evening, his mother made a very normal dinner. She didn't dare to make it too rich, fearing that Gao Yang would eat too much and suffer from indigestion and sleep. After dinner, Gao Yang had a brief chat with his family and went back to his room. He carefully checked his ID card, admission ticket, and various tools to be used in the exam: pens, triangles, rulers, erasers, pencils. After confirming that they were all correct, he read a few more essays. Composition was his weak point, so he used the dumbest method, memorizing a few more essays. As long as the questions were not too tricky, he could be a stitcher. He didn't expect a high score, but just a stable score. In the early morning, when Gao Yang was about to fall asleep, his cell phone rang. It was Wang Zikai who called. "Brother, I'm downstairs at your house." Gao Yang was startled, walked to the window, and looked down. Wang Zikai was riding a motorcycle and waved in the direction of Gao Yang's floor. 5 minutes later, Gao Yang changed his clothes, jumped out of the window, and landed on the ground. "What's wrong?" Gao Yang asked. "I found Guima." Wang Zikai had 2 dark circles under his eyes, and was very proud, My grandma's eyes are almost blinded by me. Gao Yang was startled. Found it? Look for yourself. Wang Zikai took out his mobile phone and opened the album, which contained 2 screenshots of the video. The location in the photo is the abandoned chemical plant in Apple Island. It was early in the morning. A tall and thin figure walked in from the side door of the chemical plant, holding a bag of things in his hand, which looked like daily necessities. The figure was wearing a cap, and the camera was a little far away, so the face could not be seen, but it was suspicious enough. Who would go to an abandoned chemical plant for no reason? Gao Yang was silent for a while, and made up his mind. Wang Zikai, go back to your house and prepare. No need. I'm ready. Wang Zikai patted a handbag on his body. Let's go directly. Let me see. Gao Yang unzipped the zipper and checked quickly, and really nothing was left behind. Gao Yang was in a complicated mood. Wang Zikai, you have really grown up. Gao Yang got on the motorcycle. Let's go. Wang Zikai did not drive immediately. He was a little hesitant. You will take the college entrance examination tomorrow, otherwise, we will go after you take the exam? No, tonight. Time waits for no one. Instead of being nervous and guarding against the ghost horse every day, it is better to take the initiative and cut the Gordian knot. Around dawn, the two came to Apple Island. Like last time, they parked on the side of the road, walked through a wasteland, and came to the cement pipe on the side of the chemical plant in secrecy. Gao Yang and Wang Zikai hid in the pipe. Gao Yang took out a telescope and began to observe the chemical plant at night. The main door, the side door, the windows of the factory, various pipes, decks, and the iron stairs on the tower. Let me see. Wang Zikai was anxious. Wait. Gao Yang's voice sank. In the telescope, a shadow appeared. He was standing on a huge blue reactor and talking on the phone to someone. Soon, he hung up the phone, jumped off the reactor, walked into a workshop, and closed the iron door. Gao Yang was happy. The mobile phone signal here was not good, so Gui Ma had to leave the house and find a high place to call. Unexpectedly, he was caught by himself. Now Gao Yang has 2 choices. First, eliminate Gui Ma with Wang Zikai. The risk is very high, and the chance of Gui Ma escaping is very high. Second, find the Qilin Union to solve this matter. It is relatively safe, and the chance of Gui Ma escaping is very small. Although his private investigation violated the regulations, if he could successfully catch Gui Ma, it would be considered a good deed. Gao Yang did not hesitate and chose the latter. Gao Yang looked at Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai, you go back. What? Wang Zikai almost shouted. Gao Yang immediately covered his mouth. Be quiet. Wang Zikai angrily broke Gao Yang's hand. You are kidding me. I finally found him. I must have a big fight tonight. Chapter 242. Wang Zikai, I know I'm sorry for you, but this time I'm begging you, okay? Gao Yang was too lazy to explain, and went straight to the path of playing the victim. Wang Zikai was no longer angry when he saw Gao Yang's attitude. Brother, you can't handle it alone. No, I asked the people from the Qilin Union to deal with it. Gao Yang said, I promise you, I will never be in trouble. I can deal with that kid. Why do I have to do this? Wang Zikai still didn't understand. If he runs away, can you catch up with him? Gao Yang asked. Wang Zikai was silent. He could definitely deal with Gui Ma, but if Gui Ma ran away, he really couldn't catch up with him, because he had teleportation. Leave it to the organization. Gao Yang said, it's guaranteed to be foolproof. Then I want to go with you. No. Gao Yang was firm. Why? Wang Zikai was a little annoyed. With my help, won't we have a better chance of winning? Your strength cannot be known to other organizations so early, not to mention that you are not the strongest yet. A tall tree attracts the wind, don't you understand? Gao Yang put his hand on Wang Zikai's shoulder, with the most devoted acting skills in his life. Wang Zikai, remember, you are the god who wants to save the world, you must not lose the big picture for the sake of small things. But, no buts. Gao Yang said, leave it to the Union, it will be easily solved, and I can rest assured to take the college entrance examination tomorrow. I know. Wang Zikai was still very annoyed, but he had been convinced. Just this time. Never again. Next time you fight, you must call me. I promise. Never again. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief, finally convinced him. Wang Zikai reluctantly climbed out of the cement pipe and looked at Gao Yang. Am I really leaving? Gao Yang also climbed out of the cement pipe. I walk with you for a while. The two soon came to the road on Apple Island. Wang Zikai got on the motorcycle and said again, then I'm really leaving. Let's go. Gao Yang patted Wang Zikai on the shoulder and took out his mobile phone. I call the Qilin Union now. Wang Zikai shook his head and drove away on the motorcycle. Gao Yang watched Wang Zikai's figure on the motorcycle disappear into the night. After a long time, he said softly, "Thank you." In less than half an hour, Xuanwu's luxury business car appeared on the side of the road and stopped beside Gao Yang. The car door was pulled back, and Xuanwu got out of the car in a black casual suit. "What are you doing?" The agent driving the car was very resentful. "Could this guy really be your illegitimate child? Don't bother yourself, wait here, don't go anywhere, I'll be back in an hour." Xuanwu didn't even look back and gave Gao Yang a look. The two left the road and walked towards the wasteland. 45 minutes. Not even a minute more. "Yin Feng, did you hear that?" The agent's bargaining voice came from behind. Gao Yang and Xuanwu walked a distance away, and Gao Yang asked, "Are you alone?" "Qilong brought a group of people here, and I happened to be recording a program here, so I arrived first." Xuanwu took the telescope from Gao Yang's hand and looked at the chemical plant in the distance. "Are you sure Guima is hiding in there?" Xuanwu asked. "It should be him." Gao Yang didn't say it for sure. Guima's talents are teleportation and sound transmission. Xuanwu frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and made a decision in his heart. "Qiang, follow me." "Just the two of us?" Gao Yang was a little surprised. Xuanwu replied calmly, "To be precise, I am enough. Just be careful of yourself." Gao Yang did not speak. The boss is the boss, very confident. Xuanwu said as he walked, "Qiang, I know you and Guima seem to have some personal grudges, which is why you are still investigating this matter privately." "Yes," Gao Yang admitted. "I will not kill him, but capture him alive." Xuanwu said, "Don't let personal grudges cloud your mind." "Understood." Gao Yang nodded. The two quickened their pace and quickly arrived at the chemical plant. The two entered from the main gate. Xuanwu walked in front with confidence, empty-handed. Gao Yang did not have this confidence. He took out a pistol and a self-defense dagger and followed Xuanwu. The two crossed an open space and walked to a workshop. Gao Yang looked up. Next to the workshop was a complex pipeline and a large blue reactor, which was exactly where Guima had been before. Gao Yang gave Xuanwu a look and gestured, hiding inside. Xuanwu also gestured to Gao Yang twice, which roughly meant, "I'm going to the workshop, you stay where you are and wait for my signal." Gao Yang nodded and gave him an okay gesture. Xuanwu is the 7th ranked boss on the strength ranking list. Gao Yang can only believe in his strength. Xuanwu walked to the door of the workshop, gently pushed it open, and went in sideways. Gao Yang held the gun in both hands, not daring to relax at all. About 30 seconds passed. The workshop was very quiet. No sound was made. Gao Yang was a little anxious. This workshop is not big, and it stands to reason that whether the person is found or not, there should be a result. Bang. Suddenly, a sound came from the direction above Gao Yang's head. Gao Yang looked up suddenly, and a black shadow appeared on the blue reactor. Chirp chirp. Gao Yang fired directly. At the moment of firing, Gao Yang saw clearly that the black shadow was just a piece of rag. Puff. At the same time, a dagger pierced Gao Yang's back and went straight through his heart. The heart-piercing pain pierced all of Gao Yang's senses. He couldn't even shout, and his pupils dilated rapidly. Why? What went wrong? 2 seconds later, Gao Yang fell to the ground. He only felt that the strength and temperature in his body were rapidly draining away. He gradually couldn't hear his heartbeat, and darkness pressed down heavily. At the end of his life, he raised his eyelids and saw the ghost horse looking down at him from above. His face was gloomy. "Dark horse, I told you that you are too young to be an agent." At this moment, Gao Yang realized that Guima had deliberately exposed himself just to lure him over. Everything was his game. Gao Yang wanted to say something, but he had no strength. This was not an illusion, a dream, or a game save. There was no second chance. I was going to die. Die from my own arrogance. Dead? Xuanwu stood on the blue reactor without knowing when. It turned out that the shadow just now was created by him. Dead. Guima answered briefly. Xuanwu jumped down lightly and walked to Gao Yang's body. Gao Yang lay in a pool of his own blood with a dagger stuck in his back. He was motionless, with his eyes wide open, his eyes full of unwillingness, and he would not close his eyes until he died. Guima stood in front of Gao Yang's body with a respectful face. "Meet the bishop." "Yeah." Xuanwu stared at Gao Yang's body expressionlessly. "Actually, you don't have to show up, bishop. I can take care of him," Guima said. "No, it's time to let you know my identity. I have a task for you later." Xuanwu said. Guima clenched his fist and put it on his chest. It is my supreme honor to be trusted by the bishop. Are you confused? Xuanwu smiled. Why don't I do it myself? Why do I have to go to so much trouble to let you kill this kid? Guima lowered his head. I dare not question the decision of the bishop. It's okay to tell you. You can also be careful in the future to avoid leaving clues. Xuanwu's eyes were heavy. Suzaku of the Qilin Union can repair and interrogate corpses, so I can't kill Qiang myself, otherwise Qiang can still tell Zhu Kei about his cause of death after his death. I can make the corpse disappear completely, Guima said. Xuanwu shook his head. This will only make it more suspicious. We can use the corpse to give false evidence, which is more beneficial to us. The bishop is wise, Guima said. Xuanwu glanced at his watch. Qinglong will be here soon. We will leave some traces of fighting at the scene. You leave immediately. Xuanwu thought for a moment and continued. Qiang found your hiding place, but it was actually a trap set by you. Qiang and I fell into the trap. Qiang was killed by your sneak attack. I injured you and let you escape. Perfect plan. Guima sneered. Yeah. Xuanwu nodded. Bishop, you misunderstood. The plan I was referring to is not your plan. Guima's eyes flashed with a dark murderous intent. Chapter 243. Xuanwu looked at Guima. What do you mean? Before he finished speaking, his ankles suddenly tightened, and a pair of hands tightly grasped his legs. It was Gao Yang who was lying in a pool of blood. Gao Yang was not dead. Not only was he not dead, he had been secretly gathering energy in his palms for this moment. Flame. In an instant, a fire ignited on Xuanwu's body. The incident happened suddenly. Xuanwu was horrified, and was about to resist. Guima had teleported in front of him, and the sharp claw knife separated his throat. In order to ensure a one-shot kill, his claw knife was coated with a deadly poison. The blood in Xuanwu's carotid artery did not even gush out, and was quickly evaporated by the flames. Guima did not miss any opportunity, and the claw knife in his other hand pierced Xuanwu's heart. Then, he picked up the silencer pistol on the ground and shot at Xuanwu in the flames, using up all the bullets in one breath. A minute later, Gao Yang let go of Xuanwu's feet. A charred corpse slowly fell down. Xuanwu was dead. The seventh-ranked awakener, a senior member of the Sangwu cult, the bishop, died just like that. Died of his own arrogance and conceit. Gao Yang was lying on the ground, panting, and Guima reached out and pulled him up. Gao Yang looked at Guima with a complicated look in his eyes. I really thought you were going to kill me just now, and I thought you had tricked me again. Guima said seriously. If you don't act realistically, you can't fool Xuanwu at all, not to mention that it happened suddenly. Where can I prepare a switchblade and a blood bag? Gao Yang nodded, and now thinking about it, there is still a chill in his spine. Guima really stabbed himself from behind, of course. His heart was not injured. When the blood had almost flowed out, Guima used the cover of checking the body to quietly inject Gao Yang with C agent. Then, there was this unexpected and seamless counterattack. Half an hour ago. Apple Island. Gao Yang confirmed that Wang Zikai had left, and did not call Xuanwu directly, but turned and ran to the abandoned chemical plant. He was not completely sure, but he had to take a gamble. Gao Yang rushed to the workshop where Guima was hiding and shouted inside, Guima! If you are not an enemy, come out immediately, time is running out. Gao Yang's voice echoed in the chemical plant. 10 seconds later, Guima walked out of the workshop with a gloomy face. The two looked at each other, and Gao Yang was ready to fight. Thank God, Guima did not take action. His voice was a little hoarse. You finally came to me. I thought you had already defected. Yes. In fact, Gao Yang had received Guima's secret signal since the first confrontation between Gao Yang and Guima. But Gao Yang still couldn't trust Guima. Long had given Gao Yang a secret mission. Long said he would know when the mission came, and wrote a forward code on his palm. The moonlight is so beautiful. To be honest, too many things have happened during this period, and Gao Yang almost forgot the code. Until that night, during the battle on the roof, Guima inadvertently said this. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Originally, I should get off work and go to the singer's shop to sit for a while, listen to jazz and drink a cup of coffee. Gao Yang immediately remembered the secret mission that Long had given him. Could it be that Guima is mission impossible? But doesn't Guima have voice transmission? Why go to so much trouble when you can just send a message to Gao Yang? Gao Yang hesitated and did not take Guima's signal, and the two inevitably had a fight. As a result, Guima did not really want to kill Gao Yang, and deliberately talked to delay time, waiting for Wang Zikai to rescue him, and acted out the whole play. After that, Gao Yang basically confirmed that Gui Ma was one of his own, and the secret mission given to him by Long should be to cooperate with Gui Ma. But Gao Yang still couldn't trust him completely. After that, Gao Yang also decided to act out the whole play, and let Wang Zikai send a message to Officer Huang, asking the 12 zodiac signs to protect his family. And he hid in Wang Zikai's house. After that, Gao Yang continued to investigate the corpse thief, but was almost killed by the corpse number 21 on the moving truck. Gao Yang had already believed that Gui Ma was one of his own, but this time, he was shaken again. Could it be that Gui Ma had already defected? Gao Yang was also undecided. It was not until 2 days later that he found a crucial clue in Sanking's diary, and figured out most of the things. However, these were just guesses, and he had to ask Gui Ma in person. Why didn't you use voice transmission to contact me? Gao Yang asked his first question. This way things wouldn't be so complicated at all? After I was resurrected, I lost my voice transmission talent. Gui Ma replied. What? Gao Yang was surprised. I don't know if this is a side effect of resurrection, or if the person who resurrected me can limit my talent. The fact is that I only have teleportation now. Gao Yang sighed. Because of this accident, the two people's secret mission almost failed. Time was urgent. Gao Yang did not delve into this. He continued to ask, what is the secret mission that Long gave us? It's a long story. I will only tell you the main points. Gui Ma looked calm. The Sangmu cult has existed for a long time, and has secretly infiltrated the 3 major organizations. Because I changed my master 3 times, and worked as an agent, I was contacted and turned by members of the Sangmu cult. I told Long about this, and since then, we have had this plan. You will be the mission impossible. Gao Yang said. Yes, but the Sangmu cult is very cautious, and did not trust me easily. Gui Ma looked guilty. It was indeed me who released the news that Hong Feng attacked you. This was a self-torture trick. Dian Shu and Tian Go almost died. Gao Yang couldn't believe it. Bai Tu and I were almost killed. I told them that we would only rob runes and not kill people, but Hong Feng lost control. I'm sorry, this is my mistake. What about Wan Cece? Gao Yang asked angrily. What did she do wrong? I'm sorry about Wan Cece, but that was not the news I released. Gui Ma said. After Hong Feng attacked you for the first time, I realized that the strategy was wrong and adjusted it. Activate lie detector. Gui Ma did not lie. Gao Yang was shocked. Could it be? There is a real traitor in the organization? It's unlikely. You know, the Zodiac is very strict in selecting members. Many people can't pass the test of not killing the lost. Gui Ma said calmly. I think that Hong Feng can find you because some members of the Sangmu cult have related talents. Gao Yang clenched his fists. Even so, Wan Cece was indirectly killed by you. Yes. Gui Ma said. I made a mistake, so I risked my life. Gao Yang has figured it out. So Long killing you is a self-torture trick you played. Gui Ma nodded. Long disagreed, but I insisted. Over the years, I have never really gained the trust of the Sangmu sect. If I want to get into their inner circle, I must surrender. I know that the Sangmu sect has some cooperation with the Ghost Group, and the Ghost Group has helped the Sangmu sect to resurrect some members. So you let Long kill you, betting that the Sangmu sect will ask the Ghost Group to help resurrect you? Gao Yang asked. Gui Ma nodded. Only in this way can I really gain the trust of the Sangmu sect. Have you ever thought that if the Sangmu sect treats you as an abandoned child, you will really die? Gao Yang was very surprised. That's right. Gui Ma said expressionlessly, but I won the bet. This lunatic. I have now been recognized by the Sangmu sect, and have mastered many clues. Gao Yang did not speak. Gui Ma realized that time was running out, and spoke faster. The headquarters of the Sangmu cult is not in Liqing, but in the Snow Country. The Sangmu cult has planted spies in the 3 major organizations. I am the 12 Zodiacs, and I don't know about the Baichuan group. I haven't connected with the line there. The Qilin Union is Xiangye, and a senior executive from Group 4. This person is very high level. He is the Archbishop, and the second in command in the Sangmu cult. Xiangye doesn't know who he is either. My recent actions are all under his command. He is very cautious, and never shows his face. Gao Yang's eyes tightened. I know who the Archbishop is. Who? Xuanwu. Are you sure? Gui Ma asked back. Just a suspicion. Gao Yang's voice was cold, but now, it's basically confirmed. Chapter 244. Gao Yang took out his cell phone, opened the album, and showed Gui Ma the last 4 diaries of San Kong. See for yourself. February 6th. Sunny. Picking up girls is really a mystery. I understand women less and less. Forget it, I don't care about women. Fishing is still the best. Salary will be paid on the 10th. Then I will change a fishing rod and equip a powerful night fishing light. Humph, fishermen will never be empty-handed. February 8th, cloudy. She ran Ronnie, and Cantus' force value is too low. They are asked to strengthen their training every day, but they are ignored every day. This quarter, our group's score is probably the lowest again. When I think of the faces of the 4 groups next door, I get angry and annoyed. I'm going to have a drink with Lao Xiong. February 11th, sunny. I met a beautiful girl while running at night in Lishan. She asked me if I was single. I thought my peach blossom luck had come, but she didn't expect it. He turned out to be a salesman. Are all salesmen so greedy now? I am really touched. I bought 2 electric toothbrushes. Let's use them tomorrow. February 13th, rain. I woke up in the morning, feeling dizzy, as if I was possessed by a ghost. Did I catch a cold? It shouldn't be. I haven't caught a cold in years. Maybe I am really old. I have to drink less and exercise more in the future. P.S. Exercise the unicorn arm does not count as exercise. Gao Yang's tip. According to the date numbers he gave, find the corresponding words in the diary, 6, 8, 11, 13. Xuanwu is a ghost. Guema read out these 4 words and frowned. This clue is not easy to find. Gao Yang's mouth showed a bitterness. Yes, no one would think in this direction at first. But once I started to suspect Xuanwu, it was not difficult to find it if I looked for it in a targeted way. Why do you suspect Xuanwu? Guema asked. Gao Yang shook his head. At first, I suspected the 4 elders together, and then I did the elimination method, and finally locked on Qinglong and Xuanwu, and then I looked for the corresponding clues in the diary, and then I got the answer. Gao Yang briefly talked about the process of his suspicion and deduction. It mainly stemmed from 2 things. The first thing, Guema stole the corpse. From the conversation heard by Chen-Ying through the spirit, Gao Yang was basically sure Guema stole the corpse not for himself, but for the high-level trader in Qilin Union. In fact, the high-level trader did use the corpse number 21 and almost blew Gao Yang and Chen-Ying to death. This shows that this high-level trader is very powerful, and he has a talent that can control corpses. According to Zhu Kei, she has not seen this talent yet. With Zhu Chua's status and qualifications in Qilin Union, she should know the talents of other elders, at least a rough idea. This point seems to exclude the suspicion of the elders. But Gao Yang and Zhu Kei both overlooked one point. Talents can be upgraded. After upgrading, the ability of talents will be enhanced and changed. The second thing is, the lost waiter Gao Yang met in the White Tiger branch. This reminds Gao Yang of the lost front desk Xiaoya, who received her when she first joined the Qilin Guild. At that time, Gao Yang discovered that the reason why Xiaoya never made mistakes was because she was controlled by some kind of talent and empowerment props. And this must be a very powerful summoning talent, which can only belong to Qilin and the 4 elders. Qilin is the president, and the possibility of being a traitor is first ruled out. Zhu Chua's talent looks like the life system, and with another top 10 talent in the summoning system, the possibility is almost 0. Therefore, the target is locked on the 3 elders Qinglong, Xuanwu and Baihu. Here, Gao Yang continues to exclude Elder Baihu. When Gao Yang came out of the rune cave in number 11, it was the 2 elders Qinglong and Xuanwu who were guarding it. They also handed over 2 runes, 1 each, to President Qilin. In other words, if one of Qinglong and Xuanwu has the strongest summoning talent, then it is very likely that their talent will be upgraded to level 4 on the night they come into contact with that summoning rune. Then, this level 4 strongest summoning talent can control corpses, and it is to accurately control corpses to use talents to fight for themselves. So, this person gave Guema an order to let Guema steal corpses, and he would find an opportunity to use these corpses to verify his upgraded talent ability. In the end, Gao Yang locked Qinglong and Xuanwu. After listening to Gao Yang's reasoning, Guema nodded. After locking Qinglong and Xuanwu, you find the 4-word Xuanwu is a ghost in Sanking's diary. Gao Yang flipped through the phone's address book. I will report this to Xuanwu now, and tell him that you are in the chemical plant. What do you think Xuanwu will react? Guema's eyes moved. He will let me kill you. Gao Yang pulled the corner of his mouth. But you may not be able to kill me. I am a person who can survive from 11 and kill Xiangjie. Yes. Guema said. His eyes were shocked, and he guessed Gao Yang's intention. Do you think he will do it himself? Very likely. Gao Yang said, dialing the number. Let's take a gamble. This is very dangerous. You must think it through. Guema reminded. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. Gao Yang made a self-deprecating joke, although the joke was not funny. Hello. A few seconds later, Xuanwu's voice rang from the other end of the phone. Gao Yang showed a very urgent tone. Elder Xuanwu, I found Guima's hiding place. It's in the chemical plant on Apple Island. Are you sure? Are you sure? I saw him with a telescope. Don't alert the enemy. I come over. I contact Elder Qilong. Yes. Gao Yang hung up the phone. The two waited quietly. A minute later, Guima's disposable phone rang. Guima's face sank. He deliberately waited for a few seconds and picked up the phone. A mechanical voice that was indistinguishable between male and female came from the other end. Your hiding place has been exposed. Yes, I leave immediately. Guima replied respectfully. No, you ambush well. I will help you deal with him. But I don't know your identity yet. Guima held the phone, but his eyes looked at Gao Yang. I will come with Chiang, just the two of us. Understood. Remember, I can't kill Chiang myself, nor can I let Chiang know my true identity. I will attract his attention, and you will be responsible for the assassination. Understood. The phone was hung up. Guima and Gao Yang stopped talking. Now it is 100% certain. Xuanwu is the high-level traitor of the Qilin Union, the Archbishop of the Sanmu Church. Gao Yang looked at Guima and smiled bitterly. Is Xuanwu powerful? Can we deal with him by then? There is no hope in a head-on confrontation, but the chances of winning are very high if we attack unexpectedly. Guima looked at Gao Yang. Dohu said that there is no need to be afraid of high-sequence awakeners. We are all mortals. Gao Yang held out his hand. The moonlight is so beautiful. Guima held Gao Yang's hand back. The moonlight is so beautiful. The secret code was matched, and the mission began. Gao Yang pulled back his hand, his voice cold. I still can't forgive you for one Cece's matter. It doesn't matter. Guima said expressionlessly. This doesn't prevent us from working together to kill Xuanwu. Yes. Gao Yang's eyes were determined. Xuanwu must be killed, and then Suzaku interrogated his body to find out the leader of Sungmu cult. Half an hour later. Abandoned chemical plant. Gao Yang and Guima looked at the charred body of Xuanwu, and fell into a brief silence. Gao Yang lowered his voice and said, Xuanwu notified Qilong, he will be here soon. Guima pondered for a moment and asked softly, Will Juchua's interrogation of Xuanwu's body expose my identity? Gao Yang shook his head. Once Xuanwu dies, you will definitely not be able to gain the trust of Sungmu's sect anymore. Guima nodded. That's right. You have completed your mission. Go back to the organization. Gao Yang said, Next, Zhu Ke will pry more clues from Xuanwu's mouth, and Songmu's sect will completely surface, and your goal will be achieved. Will you be implicated? Guima asked. We must not be able to conceal the fact that we conspired to kill Xuanwu, but I can explain it. Gao Yang said, Xuanwu didn't know my true identity before he died, and Zhu Ke had a limited time to interrogate the body, and he would mainly focus on the clues of Songmu's sect, so I should be able to pass it. That's good. Guima suddenly stopped talking and raised his head alertly. Gao Yang was startled, and he immediately noticed it. Someone was approaching them, and more than one. Chapter 245. Didn't Xuanwu die? Why are there still enemies? Could they be reinforcements from the Songmu cult? Gao Yang didn't have time to think about it. The enemy was approaching. It appeared at my 3 o'clock direction. Guima said in a deep voice. Gao Yang didn't dare to look back, because he also found that at his 10 o'clock direction, on a huge pipe, there was a figure standing against the light, like a woman. Afterwards, Gao Yang and Guima saw more and more figures. They looked lifeless and didn't look like living people. They stood in various positions of the chemical plant, forming a circle around the two of them. 5 on my side. Guima's voice was not optimistic. 5 on my side. 2. Gao Yang also confirmed it. Gao Yang had guessed the answer, a total of 10 figures, most likely 10 of the remaining 11 bodies. This shows 2 points. 1. Xuanwu is not dead. 2. The upper limit of the number of bodies that Xuanwu can control at the same time is 10. Gao Yang glanced at the charred corpse at his feet. There was no way he could be wrong. This was definitely not an illusion. He and Guima did kill Xuanwu. Could it be that there were 2 Xuanwu? Dark Horse. Guima spoke slowly and quickly. Based on your previous inference and the current situation, I conclude that Xuanwu's talent is Puppet Master. Puppet Master? Gao Yang read these 4 words. Sequence 7, the strongest summoning talent in the legend. As long as a contract is made, any living being can be controlled. Now it seems that his Puppet Master has been upgraded to level 4, and he can also control corpses. Gao Yang was shocked. Could it be that Yin Feng is not the real body of Xuanwu, but just one of his puppets? It seems so. But how could he do it? For so many years, he would not reveal any flaws. Gao Yang clenched the dagger in his hand, and stared at the black shadows on all sides. Guima was not surprised. Have you forgotten Yin Feng's identity? Gao Yang suddenly realized, Yin Feng is an actor, and he is still a living person. He is just like those controlled lost people in the Xuanwu branch, but he is just carrying out the master's mission. We still underestimated Xuanwu. Guima lowered his voice, and was very calm. Black Horse, we have no chance of winning, and we can't hold on until Qinglong comes. I will buy you time, and you find a way to escape. If you escape, your teleportation will be easier, right? My mission is over, and my life priority is not as high as yours, Guima said. Gao Yang was unable to refute for a moment. This Guima really has no human touch at all, whether to others or to himself, he is too cruel. Xuanwu did not give the two people time to discuss countermeasures. Swish. An arrow shot over. Gao Yang quickly raised his hand, swung out the dagger, and cut the arrow in half. He looked at the thin young man standing on the tower, who was holding a compound bow. That was the dead Shui. Gao Yang had no time to feel sad. He and Gui Ma had gathered countless crows at some point. Gao Yang was very surprised. Xiangya's body had been burned to charcoal by Gao Yang. Although it was later repaired by Zhu Kei, it could still be used. Puppet Master is really so terrifying. Crack, crack, crack. The crows were black and dense, swooping down on the two of them, and surrounding them. Fire! Gao Yang opened his arms, and turned into two flamethrowers, spraying them at the crows. For a moment, countless burning black feathers flew in the air, and crows that were burned kept falling to the ground, like falling miniature meteors. There were also many fish that slipped through the net. They flapped their wings and approached, attacking Gao Yang with sharp beaks and claws. But they were all cut down by Gui Ma's flexible and sharp claws. Gui Ma was concentrating on dealing with the crows, and suddenly his face became stern. He realized that the ground under his feet was rapidly freezing, spreading towards his and Gao Yang's feet. Gui Ma turned around quickly and hugged Gao Yang. Gao Yang felt a trance, and he appeared 7 meters away. The ground where the two were originally standing, I don't know when a rice pile-sized ice flower had bloomed. It's corpse number 7. Gui Ma shouted, Talent Frost. Frost, serial number 25, element system, can control ice elements to fight. Swish. 2 arrows were shot at Gao Yang and Gui Ma respectively. The two men swung their weapons at the same time and cut off the arrows. This delay caused flocks of crows to surround them again. We have to deal with the archers first. Before Gui Ma finished speaking, he felt that the airflow around him had changed, as if it was rapidly compressed. Gao Yang's face sank, and he also noticed it. Gui Ma quickly reached out and grabbed Gao Yang's arm, and escaped again by teleportation. There was a small and short sound of wind at the position where the two were originally located, and the crows that were originally planning to attack them were cut into several pieces in an instant. San Kong's body. It's gas! Gao Yang shouted. At this moment, his heart fell to the bottom of the valley. He couldn't win, absolutely couldn't win. There was not even the possibility of escaping. Because there is still corpse number 4, whose talent is phantom, he is still hiding in the dark and has not made a move yet. Gui Ma grabbed Gao Yang's arm and teleported towards the main gate of the chemical plant again. After 3 teleports, while not forgetting to dodge several hidden arrows, Gui Ma and Gao Yang have already arrived at the door. The two stopped because there was a figure blocking the door. Under the moonlight, his face was swollen and pale, his eyes flashed with a strange green light, and a net-like brand appeared on his temple. There was an obvious fracture in his neck, but it was sewn up with surgical sutures. Although the skin and flesh were connected, the neck bone was still broken, so his head was drooping in an extremely weird posture. This person was Shiran. Shiran opened his hands to the two people, and made a gurgling sound from his mouth. The strange feeling of powerlessness permeated into the bodies of the two people like a gust of wind. The talents in Gao Yang and Gui Ma's bodies misfired in an instant, and they were forgotten. It felt like you suddenly couldn't find your cell phone. You knew it must be somewhere at home, but you just couldn't find it for a while. Gao Yang knew that Shiran had activated mute. Get out of the way! Gao Yang pushed Gui Ma hard and got out of the way from the other side. The 2 arrows missed. Almost at the same time, ice crystals appeared on the ground with a crackling sound. It didn't distinguish between friend and foe, and quickly froze the legs of Shiran, Gao Yang, and Gui Ma. Gao Yang only felt a chill in his calves, and then he couldn't lift his feet anymore. Crack, crack. The ice spread quickly, and had already climbed to Gao Yang's thighs. But Gao Yang still couldn't find the talent in his body. Gao Yang gritted his teeth, grabbed the dagger in his hand, and threw it hard at Shi-Ran's body. Puff! The dagger accurately pierced Shi-Ran's mouth, blocking his throat. In an instant, the talent came back. Gao Yang raised his hands, and suddenly sprayed 2 tongues of fire at the feet of himself and Gui Ma, and quickly melted the frozen blockade at the cost of burning each other. Gao Yang did it, and in less than 2 seconds, he and Gui Ma escaped from the restraints. Swish! Gui Ma teleported over, and pushed Gao Yang out roughly. Gao Yang rolled over, and stood firm again. When he looked up at Gui Ma, he found that Gui Ma was standing there in a weird posture, motionless. Ghost Ma! Gui Ma didn't reply, his face was ashen. Gao Yang was stunned. The shadows under Gui Ma's feet were wrong. They broke away from the 2-dimensional plane, and became a 3-dimensional object with life. They quietly and strangely crawled along the ghost horse's legs to the ghost horse's whole body. Soon, these black shadows turned into countless shadow tentacles, binding the ghost horse. One of the shadow tentacles twisted the ghost horse's neck, and was tightening inch by inch with slow and irresistible force. Ah! The ghost horse's chest burst out with great pain. Gao Yang felt that the ghost horse's figure was blurred for a second, but soon became clear. He wanted to escape through teleportation, but failed. Gao Yang fell into despair. This is the gift phantom. Corpse number 4 took action. Chapter 246. Save people, impossible. I don't understand the mechanism of phantom at all. If I approach the ghost horse rashly, I will probably be bound by the shadow and buried together. Run, impossible. Shi-Ran's corpse has pulled out the dagger in his mouth. The corpse has died once, and will not die again. He opened his hands and mouth towards Gao Yang, intending to activate dumb again. The entire abandoned chemical plant is like a dark forest, and the 10 controlled corpses are hunters hiding in the forest, staring at him. Zzz. Under Gao Yang's feet, the crystal clear frost began to gather, making a crisp and small bursting sound. Swish, swish, swish. Around Gao Yang, the air flow is turbulent, which is a precursor to compression. Soon many translucent wind blades will appear, and cut Gao Yang into 8 pieces. Above Gao Yang's head is a frenzied flock of crows, circling densely and blocking. On the tower overlooking the sky, there was an archer with his bow, an arrow ready to shoot through his head or chest at any time. The conclusion drawn from reason: he will definitely die. Aya, aya, aya. A strange cry resounded throughout the chemical plant. 2 seconds later, the phantom that bound the ghost horse shrank back to the ground, and a 2-dimensional black plane left the ghost horse's shadow, and quickly drilled into the shadows in the dark. The frost under Gao Yang's feet also stopped spreading. The crows above his head suddenly woke up, and began to scatter. And Shi-Ran's mute failed to launch successfully. All this was just because of this strange cry, which made people extremely irritated. Their brains were blank, and they could not concentrate at all. Gao Yang was the same, but deep in his heart, a sense of joy rose. It was Ronnie's chaos. Ronnie's appearance meant that all the people in Group 5 were here. Sure enough, Kim was the first to show up, standing less than 10 meters away from him. Ronnie held Ken in both hands, and sang at the top of his voice. Ken was naturally unable to resist the interference of chaos, and lifted invisibility. Ken covered his ears with both hands and shouted, it's enough, stop yelling. Ronnie immediately stopped talking. After all, they were often partners, and they had a tacit understanding. The moment Ronnie stopped talking, Ken took Ronnie back into invisibility, and disappeared from everyone's sight. At this time, a figure appeared on the beams of the house, flying over the eaves and walls. He jumped high and jumped down toward Shi-Ran's body, swinging a sharp knife, and Shi-Ran's head, which was spliced together by surgical thread, flew directly out of his body. Manshi put away his knife, and a complex light flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that I would have to chop off my companion's head twice. Shi-Ran's head fell to the ground, and the headless body paused for a second, and then fell softly to the ground. Gao Yang discovered that the key to dealing with the corpse was the net-like brand. As long as it was destroyed, or the part of the brand was separated from the main body, the control corpse would stop. But he didn't have time to say this inference. 2 seconds after chaos stopped, the danger around Gao Yang appeared again. The crows above his head, the ice under his feet, and the air blades around him. Fortunately, Guima also came back to his senses from chaos. He teleported and rescued Gao Yang from danger. This time, Xioi predicted the positions of Guima and Gao Yang after teleportation, and shot 2 arrows accurately at them. Gao Yang was startled and was about to react. A huge grizzly bear fell from the sky and landed steadily in front of Gao Yang and Guima. The 2 arrows shot into the thick and hard hair of the giant bear, only hurting a little skin. The giant bear pulled out the arrows and roared around. Roar! For a moment, the whole chemical plant seemed to be shaking slightly. Gray Xiong. Gao Yang was surprised and happy. Sure enough, everyone came. Gray Xiong did not look back, but his back was so firm and reliable. Because he was completely transformed into a bear, his voice became thicker and rougher. Captain, I told you a long time ago, don't resist if something happens. We are a whole and can trust each other. Yes, I should listen to you. At this moment, Gao Yang was both moved and ashamed. But how did you know I was here? Hee. Can's playful voice came from the air. We installed a locator in the captain's phone case. Okay, you dare to monitor me. Gao Yang pretended to be angry. It was Man's idea. If the captain wants to scold him, just scold him. Can laughed. This is not the time to chat. We have to get on. Johan also appeared. He stood on a high pipe and looked at Shui, who was higher up. Shui is from Group 4. I will deal with his body. Okay. Gao Yang reminded. Find the web-like mark on his body, usually on the head or chest. That is the key to their control. Understood. I will deal with the body of number 4. Guima said. Leave body number 7 to me, said Hui Xiong. Then I deal with San Kong. Gao Yang sighed. He didn't expect that he would meet his former captain in this way. I cover you and find other enemies by the way, Manchi said. King Gao Yang spoke to the air. You and Ronnie hide well. Once the situation is unfavorable to us, launch chaos to stop the enemy's attack. Ken received the order and didn't reply again to avoid exposing himself. Swish. 2 arrows shot over, and Hui Xiong's sturdy arm swung and swept the arrows away. He ran towards the roof of a small workshop with his hands and feet, where a female corpse stood. She was petite, with long hair, against the light, and the cold air around her exposed her frost talent. A web-like brand was faintly visible on her pale collarbone. Hui Xiong was huge and seemed clumsy, but his movements were very agile and fast. He climbed to the roof of the workshop in 2 or 3 steps and pounced on the corpse number 7. The corpse number 7 dodged backwards, and Hui Xiong's arm slammed into the roof. Bang! The fragile roof collapsed immediately, and Hui Xiong fell into the workshop with the corpse number 4. While Hui Xiong rushed out, Johan also jumped and shuttled on the intricate pipes, and soon jumped onto the spiral staircase of a large tower and rushed to Xiao-Yi on the top of the tower. Xiao-Yi held a recurved bow and shot arrows at Johan. Johan dodged with his agile body. He stuck to the tower and dared not move forward. Xiao-Yi pulled 3 bows and arrows at once, aimed at the intersection of the spiral staircase under his feet, and guarded it tightly, not allowing Johan to move forward. Gao Yang first started the fire, burning most of the crows above his head until they no longer posed a threat, and then Gao Yang rushed to a corpse on a reactor. The corpse was charred, like a charcoal man, and from his body shape, it can be identified that it is an adult male. There is no mistake, he is the former Captain San Kong. Sure enough, the eyes of the charcoal-like corpse burst into a strange green light, and he opened the fingers of his right hand towards Gao Yang, if those can still be considered fingers. Gao Yang suddenly felt that the air flow around him became turbulent, and they were compressed at a very fast speed. 2 seconds later, San King's 5 half-melted brown hand bones clenched into fists. Gao Yang squatted down suddenly, and a sharp air blade cut over his head. It turned out that it was going to cut off Gao Yang's head. Gao Yang rolled forward with inertia, bent his legs, and jumped hard, jumped onto the reactor, and came in front of San Kong. The dagger in his hand stabbed San King's heart, because there, you can vaguely see a mesh-like brand, which is the contract seal of the puppet master. Unfortunately, Gao Yang's dagger failed to pierce San King's heart, and was abruptly stopped. Gao Yang saw clearly that a wavy translucent airflow appeared on the tip of the dagger. Gao Yang reacted. It was a wind shield. San Kong summoned a wind shield to block his attack. Wow! A strong wind appeared and blew Gao Yang away. Chapter 247. While his companions were fighting, Manchi relied on his sharp night vision to find the positions of He Kei, Xiang Dai, Lian, Lao Qiao, and the corpse of number 4. Lao Qiao had no direct combat power. He hid the farthest, and he was carrying a corpse with a completely zombie-like movement on his back. Needless to say, it was Xiang Dai. Lian's corpse closed his eyes, and ran and wandered around, probably looking for the positions of Kan and Ronnie. As for the corpse of number 4. 6 o'clock. Manchi shouted at Gui Ma, and at the same time threw 2 flying knives into the shadow of the corner not far away. A figure jumped out of the darkness to avoid the flying knives. It was the corpse of number 4. Gui Ma caught the target at a glance, and the figure disappeared immediately. After 2 teleportations, Guillemot approached the corpse of number 4. Corpse number 4 was a short, brown-haired middle-aged man wearing a loose blue corpse suit, with a black eye mask on his left eye, and a green light flashing on his right eye. A web-like brand could be vaguely seen on his chest. Guillemot's claw knife stabbed at the chest of corpse number 4, but failed. At some point, the living black shadow had tightly wrapped around the upper body of number 4, forming a layer of hard black armor. Guillemot was shocked, not expecting the black shadow to have such a high defense. The black shadow on number 4's body spread along the tip of the claw knife, trying to grab Guillemot's wrist. Guillemot immediately let go of the claw knife and retreated 7 meters away by teleportation. As soon as he stood firm, a figure attacked from the side. Guillemot caught the opponent's movements from the corner of his eyes, and immediately tilted his head. A sharp fist swept across Guillemot's nose, accompanied by a slightly bitter smell. A second later, Guillemot teleported again, pulling away from the opponent. At the same time, he felt a tingling sensation all over his body. Although it was extremely short, it was enough to shock him. Guillemot calmed down and looked at the corpse that attacked him again. A strong woman with a short haircut, wheat-colored skin, and a dark blood hole on her temple. She should have been shot in the head before she died. Her right hand and right forearm were dark purple, emitting a strange smell under the moonlight. Guillemot reacted and realized that this corpse should be the Black Sparrow of Group 4, with a talent drunk in boxing. Leon, who was walking quickly in the chemical plant, suddenly stopped. His body, which was bitten to pieces by the Fu corpse before he died, looked empty under the wide blue corpse suit, like a human frame. He seemed to have discovered something, and his head slowly looked towards the blank space. There was nothing there, but Leon felt the heartbeats of the 2 people suddenly accelerated. Leon rushed up quickly. A second later, Ken and Ronnie appeared. Cantu stopped her invisibility because of nervousness and fear. In fact, her invisibility was useless to Leon. "Wow! He's coming!" Cantu screamed in panic. Ronnie also stood there in a daze, not knowing whether to launch chaos for a moment. Roar! A roar broke out in the collapsed workshop. Countless broken ice cubes flew into the air from the workshop without the roof, shining crystal-like under the moonlight. Level 5 beast is more than enough to deal with level 3 frost. Gray Xiong was temporarily frozen by number 7's freezing attack. But soon, at the cost of a brief loss of control, he broke the ice crystals that froze him with amazing brute force. Then he pounced on number 7, biting her neck and destroying the web-like brand. Bang! A few seconds later, a huge gray male knocked down the iron door of the workshop, and rushed out with his hands and feet, holding number 7's body in his mouth. Gray male gradually regained his sanity, and he saw Leon in the open space in front of him, as well as Ken and Ronnie who were helpless. He shook his head hard, and threw number 7's body towards Leon. Leon noticed something flying over and dodged it. Ken and Ronnie came to their senses, hugged each other, and disappeared from sight. Leon had no time to track the 2 people, and the gray male rushed over like a tank. With a muffled sound, Leon was knocked out, and Leanne's abdomen pierced into a steel pipe in the garbage dump. He was nailed, and couldn't move for a while. Leon's body felt no pain at all, his eyes glowed green, and he twisted his body and struggled desperately. A dagger flew in front of Leon. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." The sound of Ken's guilt came from the air. Puff. The dagger pierced Leon's chest, and pierced into the net-like brand. Leon shuddered all over, and then the green light in his eyes quickly dimmed. The body finally stopped moving and returned to eternal sleep. At the top of the tower, Shioi squatted, drew his bow and arrow, and aimed at the passage of the spiral staircase below. Johan had to pass through here if he wanted to get close to him. It was a short stalemate, about 30 seconds. During these 30 seconds, Johan stuck to the wall, his voice hoarse and bitter. "Shioi, I know you can't hear it at all, but I still want to tell you that your grandma is doing well in the nursing home. I lied to her that you went abroad to study, and wrote to her every month. She can't see anymore. She laughed happily when she heard me read your letter. Old Xiao and Heike also died. Xiong Dai is a traitor planted by the Songmu cult. She is dead. I will definitely eradicate that Songmu cult and avenge all of you. Rest in peace." Perhaps it was because the dark clouds in the night sky covered the moon, and the moonlight suddenly became dim. The green light in Shioi's eyes flickered slightly, as if he really heard Johan's words. But the next second, the bow and arrow in Shioi's hand shot out. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows shot out together, but they hit a gray coat. It turned out that Johan deliberately spoke loudly just now, one to say goodbye to Shioi, and the other to cover up the sound of taking off his clothes. Shui reeled the bow, but it was too late. Johan quickly rushed to Shui on the top of the tower. He quickly punched 3 times at the place where the net-like brand was on Shui's chest. Weakness triggered. Shui's body was still for half a second. His chest suddenly sank. His back bulged exaggeratedly, like a lobster. His thin body was pushed off the ground by the punch, almost flying up. Johan quickly stretched out his other hand, grabbed Shui's arm, and pulled him back into his arms. Johan hugged Shui's body tightly, his eyes full of painful tears. Shui, I'm sorry for you. Next life, I will still be your big brother. Next life, it's my turn to die. There was only the sobbing night wind around, and no one answered. Heikei's fists rained down on Gui Ma, and Gui Ma could only dodge and maneuver. If it was a living Heikei, Gui Ma would be easy to deal with. But a dead Heikei can't feel pain, and won't stop moving because of a fatal injury. Its only weakness is the net-like brand on its forehead. Ghost Horse can attack Black Sparrow's forehead with teleportation, but Black Sparrow can also hit Ghost Horse with Drunken Fist in an instant. Once knocked down by Drunken Fist, he will enter an anesthetized state. Even if he only loses the ability to move for 2 seconds, the corpse of number 4 will have an opportunity to fall into the hands of Phantom. In fact, during the time when Ghost Horse was dealing with Black Sparrow, Phantom tried to get close to Ghost Horse several times by sneaking close to the ground, but Ghost Horse used teleportation to escape. Ghost Horse began to feel exhausted. Teleportation was not as convenient as imagined. Each time was a great test of explosive power. Frequent teleportation would quickly drain physical strength. The maximum number of times that Ghost Horse's level 3 teleportation could be used was 40 times within an hour. Now, in less than 10 minutes, he had used it 20 times. He stared at Black Sparrow with his eyes, and monitored the Phantom that could appear at any time under his feet with his peripheral vision, and fell into a stalemate. Suddenly, Ghost Horse looked up and found something. Chapter 248. Ghost Horse teleports. Half a second later, he is in front of Black Sparrow. This time, he chooses to approach Black Sparrow actively. Black Sparrow punches Ghost Horse in the face, and Ghost Horse tilts his head to dodge. Ghost Horse is very wary of Black Sparrow's right fist, but ignores that Black Sparrow has another hand. Black Sparrow's left fist hits Ghost Horse's side waist. Ghost Horse took a punch, endured the pain, and did not retreat. At this time, the black shadow on the ground swam towards Ghost Horse's heels, like a swift poisonous snake. Ghost Horse had expected this scene a long time ago. He suddenly squatted down, hugged Black Sparrow's waist, and quickly activated teleport. Swish. Ghost Horse teleported with Black Sparrow to a reactor, and Black Sparrow had no time to react. Swish. An arrow shot down from a high place, piercing Black Sparrow's skull at an angle, and also piercing the mesh brand on her forehead. Johan, standing on the top of the tower, held a recurved bow, and was making a bow-drawing gesture. 10 seconds ago, Guima saw Johan at the top of the tower giving him a signal, so he took the risk of getting close to Heikei and looking for an opportunity to bring Heikei within Johan's range. Guima had no time to thank Johan for his support, because the relentless black shadow had already climbed up along the reactor. Guima let go of Heikei's body and immediately jumped off the reactor. At the moment of landing, he immediately activated teleport and quickly approached the body of number 4. The shadow controlled by number 4's body also returned to defense very quickly. It quickly wrapped around its owner's body and armed itself. Guima did not stop, and the claw knife on his left hand stabbed number 4's heart. As expected, the claw knife was resisted by the hard shadow armor, and then part of the black shadow began to change its form and spread along the claw knife, trying to capture Guima. Guima did not escape this time. He used all his strength to continue stabbing at number 4's heart. The claw knife really went deeper by an inch, but the black shadow also climbed up Guima's arm along the claw knife. The skin on Guima's arm immediately felt cold and strange, like a cold venomous snake crawling on his skin. Soon, the black shadow turned into countless tentacles, wrapped around Guima's entire upper body, and began to strangle him. Ah! Guima endured great pain, but he still gritted his teeth and tried his best to continue stabbing the claw knife into number 4's chest. Everything was in vain. In front of the power of the black shadow, his power was too small. Yeah. At this moment, Ronnie's beautiful singing sounded, and Guima was waiting for this. For a moment, everyone fell into chaos. The same was true for corpse number 4. He could no longer concentrate on controlling Phantom, and the power of the black shadow was weakening. But Guima was not affected too much. He did not use his talent in the first place, but was just using brute force. Chaos made Guima upset, and unable to think. But he did not need to think at all. He just needed to continue to stab number 4's chest. In fact, he was upset, and had a more primitive impulse to destroy something. Swish. An arrow shot over, and hit one of the eyes of corpse number 4. This became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The black shadows on Guillemot were instantly retracted, and he could no longer organize an effective resistance. Puff. Guillemot's claw knife finally pierced into the chest of corpse number 4 as he wished, destroying the net-like brand. Ronnie's singing stopped. Guillemot panted, and pulled out his claw knife. No blood spurted out of the corpse, but it fell to the ground silently after a twitch. On the other side, Gao Yang was blown away by the strong wind controlled by San Kong, and he stopped approaching. He threw more than a dozen fireballs at San Kong in a row. San Kong opened his hands, and controlled the strong wind to rotate around him. In an instant, a small fire tornado rolled up in the chemical plant. The sky was red, and sparks flew all over the sky, like a firestorm. The competition and consumption of elemental power were meaningless, and Gao Yang quickly stopped the fireball attack. San Kong no longer felt threatened, and the tornado around him gradually disappeared. Then, several hidden air blades quietly gathered around Gao Yang. Swish swish. Sharp translucent wind blades appeared from all directions, vowing to cut Gao Yang into 8 pieces. Gao Yang relied on his own agility to run fast and shuttle between various pipes in the chemical plant. Ding 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 ding. The relentless air blades left sharp scratches on the metal pipes. Gao Yang already knew that San Kong could only control a limited amount of wind elements. After all, he was only level 3 swift wind, and could not take into account both attack and defense at the same time. Therefore, Gao Yang positioned himself as a bait, just to delay time and attract San Kong's attention. Sure enough, in less than a minute, the air blades around Gao Yang were reduced by half. Gao Yang dodged more easily, and he took the opportunity to look up, and saw that San Kong's right arm was shot by an arrow. San Kong's body could not feel the pain. He pulled out the arrow on his right arm, raised his hand again, and launched swift wind towards Gao Yang. A figure quietly appeared behind San Kong, and the claw knife pierced Sanking's heart from behind, and also destroyed the web-like brand on his chest. Sanking's body, which was burned beyond recognition, twitched, and then fell from a height and fell to the ground. The body of the former captain of Group 5 finally rested in peace. Gao Yang panted and looked at Manchi not far away. The bodies of Lao Qiao and Xiangye had fallen at his feet, and the parts with web-like brands on their bodies were pierced with several flying knives. The remaining dozens of crows circled above Manch's head for a while, and scattered. The fighting sounds of the companions stopped, and for a while, the chemical plant returned to silence. Victory? Gao Yang was not sure. Everyone moved closer to Gao Yang and gathered in the open space at the front door. Ken and Ronnie also appeared. We won! Ken shouted happily. Humph, nothing special. Hui Xiong turned back into a human body, shirtless, and said with some emotion, I just didn't expect that I would have to fight with the corpse of my former colleague. What kind of talent is it to manipulate corpses? Jiuhan asked. Xuanwu's puppet master. Gao Yang answered in a deep voice. Elder Xuanwu? Ken opened his mouth in disbelief. The other people in Group 5 were also shocked, and their faces turned pale for a while. They only knew that Gao Yang was in danger, but they never thought that the enemy they would face was Xuanwu, who ranked 7th in strength. Xuanwu is an undercover planted by Sanmu cult in the Union. I know it's hard for you to believe it for a while. Gao Yang was interrupted by Guillemot before he finished speaking. No. What's wrong? Hui Xiong looked at Guillemot. Although he didn't know this man, since he could fight side by side, he must be a companion, at least a temporary companion. The number of corpses is wrong. Gao Yang was shocked, and quickly counted in his mind. Number 4, number 7, San Kong, Shiran, Heek, Xiangye, Lao Qiao, Xiui, Lian, 9 corpses. When Guillemot and Gao Yang were surrounded, they were facing 10 figures, but 1 figure was missing. Speaking of which, Xuanwu himself has never appeared. Even if his puppets are annihilated, he may not have lost his combat effectiveness. After all, no one knows the full capabilities of the level 4 puppet master. Everyone be careful, the battle is not over yet. Gao Yang said. Pa pa pa. Not far away, there was a slow applause. A man walked in from the main entrance of the chemical plant. Chapter 249. Everyone looked at the door. Under the dim moonlight, the man was about 1.75 meters tall, with narrow shoulders, wearing a light gray casual shirt, 9-point black trousers, and brown leather shoes. He had brown hair, combed back, and wore a pair of frameless glasses. His pupils under the lenses flashed a dark green light. There was a faint smile on his thin lips, and that smile was full of arrogance and contempt. Gao Yang recognized at a glance that this man was Yin Feng's agent. It turned out that he was the real body of Xuanwu. Now, everything made sense. He almost never left Yin Feng, and even if he left, he would not be too far away from him, so he could naturally control Yin Feng accurately to play himself. It's not like the lost people who work for the awakened in the Xuanwu branch, who control, in a semi-control and semi-brainwashing way, which makes it easy for people to find out that they are being controlled. So you are the Xuanwu, Gao Yang said. Jiang, I underestimated you. Xuanwu looked at Gao Yang and Guima. You and Guima destroyed my best puppet. I can't be an undercover agent in the Qilin Union. Xuanwu put his hands in his pockets and took a step forward. Everyone subconsciously took a step back, and there was a strong sense of oppression in the air. Qinlan will be here soon. Before I leave, I have to kill you first. Xuanwu stretched out his right hand and looked at his watch. 3 minutes, enough. Gao Yang's heart sank. What confidence this is. Swish man, she didn't say anything more, and threw 2 flying knives at Xuanwu. Xuanwu's eyes tightened slightly, and the flying knives immediately stopped in front of him, blocked by a translucent corrugated wall, and then fell to the ground. What? Gao Yang was shocked and immediately shouted, Watch your step. While he was speaking, a thick layer of frost formed on the ground and quickly spread to everyone's heels. Everyone quickly jumped in different directions. Roar! Gray Xiong transformed into a giant bear again, rushed toward Xuanwu irritably, jumped up and pounced on him. Xuanwu dodged lightly. After Hui Xiong landed after his pounce, he did not move again. Because in just a moment, Hui Xiong was bound by Phantom, and countless black shadow tentacles slowly but tenaciously wrapped around Hui Xiong's body. Get out of here! Gray Xiong struggled to break free, but the black shadow changed flexibly. When Hui Xiong's body opened a little, the black shadow tentacles opened a little, and when the black bear's body retracted a little, the black shadow tentacles also retracted a little. Using softness to overcome hardness, the black bear could not move an inch. He knows all the puppet's talents. Gao Yang understood, and he can use them at the same time. A tiny sound of wind suddenly appeared in his ears. Swoosh! Before the air blade cut Gao Yang's throat, Guima teleported and brought Gao Yang to a pipe. As soon as the two of them stood firm, they jumped to both sides, and 3 sharp air blades chopped the pipe, making a crisp sound. While Xuanwu was using several talents at the same time, he was not idle either. He closed his eyes and rushed to an open space. Relying on Lian's mind's eye, he caught the traces of Qian and Ronnie. Ronnie's confusion was a problem, and had to be solved first. Yeah. Sure enough, Ronnie activated his talent. For a moment, Xuanwu's clear thoughts disappeared, and all the talents he controlled were quickly interrupted. But Xuanwu's mental strength was higher than everyone else present. After just 1 second, he regained a little bit of sanity. Although he could not use his talent, he could still move freely. He continued to run towards Qian and Ronnie, who had already appeared. Ronnie was shocked and thought that Xuanwu was immune to his chaos, so he stopped singing immediately. Xuanwu's mouth drew a smile. Everything was in his plan. Ronnie's launching chaos was a wrong strategy, because he could not stop Xuanwu's actions, but stopped his teammates from coming to rescue him. And Ronnie's immediate stopping of chaos was another mistake, because it allowed Xuanwu to use his talent quickly. Xuanwu had already felt that Guima was teleporting towards him. But even for him, it was too late. Xuanwu launched gas, and a strong airflow immediately engulfed him, and he became as slender as a swallow, and his mobility increased instantly. Ronnie and Qian only felt that in the blink of an eye, Xuanwu was already standing in front of him. Ronnie knew the danger and instinctively pushed away the Qian beside him. Xuanwu grabbed Ronnie's neck. Bang! Xuanwu lifted Ronnie with one hand and slammed him against the reactor. The solid reactor was slightly dented. Ronnie suffered multiple fractures and severe concussion in the violent collision and passed out. Xuanwu did not stop. He decided to break his neck and completely solve the hidden danger. Unfortunately, he did not have the time. An arrow shot at Xuanwu's head. Xuanwu tilted his head to avoid it. It was this half-second delay that Guima had teleported over. Xuanwu was forced to let go of Ronnie's neck and quickly dodged to the side, while summoning a translucent wind shield to block Guima's sharp claw knife. Xuanwu summoned a phantom with his other hand to catch Gao Yang, who was chasing from the side. Xuanwu pushed hard with his left hand, and the wind escape flew the ghost horse away. At the same time, the phantom, like a black snake, attacked Gao Yang along the ground. Gao Yang jumped up, dodged the black shadow, and sprayed 2 strong flames at Xuanwu in midair with both hands. Xuanwu still had a sneer on his mouth. He opened the 5 fingers of his right hand, and 3 sharp and narrow ice cones condensed in the air, pierced through the flames, and stabbed Gao Yang. Gao Yang was startled, and was forced to retract the flames. He twisted his body, and dodged 2 ice cones at the limit. Another ice cone cut his left arm. Gao Yang landed, and his left arm was already bloody. Manshi and Johan had come to support. Manshi held a short knife, jumped down from a high place, and stabbed Xuanwu's back. Johan clenched his fist, and rushed over from Xuanwu's left side. On the right side of Xuanwu, Huixiong, who had regained his mobility, also rushed over angrily. Behind Xuanwu was a wall made of countless pipes, and he had no way to retreat. Xuanwu remained calm and not panicked at all. He lowered his head slightly, clenched his fists, and crossed them on his chest. He suddenly arched his back, as if accumulating strength. Ah! Xuanwu roared in his chest. He opened his arms, and a small tornado, with countless sharp ice fragments blew around him. Not only that, there were also small, but dense black shadows connecting the ice fragments. They were like some kind of neurons, or joints, combining the wind element and the ice element to form a giant dragon in black, white and blue. The 3-color dragon circled around Xuanwu at high speed, and no one could get close to it. Gao Yang was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The 3 elemental talents of Phantom, Wind, Frost were perfectly integrated into a new move. Roar. The 3-color dragon roared, and its head rushed straight to the top of its head, rushing towards the snake climbing on the tower. The dragon was too fast, the range was too wide, and it had a strong attraction. The snake had no time to escape, and was swallowed by the dragon in an instant. Then, the 3-color dragon quickly dived to the ground and rushed towards Johan. Johan had no time to dodge, and was about to be swallowed by the dragon. Ah! The huge body of Huixiong rushed over and blocked Johan. However, in front of the 3-color dragon, Huixiong was as small as a mouse. In a flash, the 3-color dragon swallowed the grizzly bear and Johan together. In less than 20 seconds, the 3-color dragon disappeared, leaving only a mess. Manshi was covered in wounds and hung on a pipe, his life or death unknown. Johan and Huixiong were lying in the ruins of a collapsed wall, with broken ice everywhere. They were covered in blood, and their lives or deaths were unknown. Xuanwu was panting slightly. This move consumed a lot of his energy and mental strength, but he saw 3 in one breath. He locked his eyes on Guima and Gao Yang, and walked over slowly, with a faint smile on his lips. 2 more minutes. Chapter 250. Gao Yang stared at Xuanwu, who was slowly approaching him, and did not rush to attack. Although it was a very bad time, he suddenly figured out why Xuanwu insisted on taking the risk to kill Qinglong even though he knew that Qinglong was on the way. Because Xuanwu needed puppets, especially puppets with strong talents. From the current situation, Xuanwu can control at least 9 puppets at the same time. Even if the puppets were destroyed, he, as the master of the puppets, could also use 9 talents at the same time. As to whether it was temporary or permanent, Gao Yang did not know. Xuanwu's current 9 talents were strong and weak. So Xuanwu wanted to kill Gao Yang, Guima, and all the people in Group 5. Because there were many strong talents among these people, which could update Xuanwu's talent library. Gao Yang could not imagine how amazing it would be if Xuanwu took all the talents such as teleport, invisibility, flame, copy, weakness, beast, gecko into his bag. Not only that, their corpses would also become Xuanwu's puppet army. By then, even if Qinglong and Group 1 arrived, they might not be able to deal with Xuanwu. No chance of winning. Until this moment, Guima was still calm and almost cold-blooded. He stared at Xuanwu with his eyes, not daring to relax for a second, but he is alone now, we can escape. You go. Gao Yang knew that he had no chance of winning, but he couldn't run away. He couldn't watch his companions die and become Xuanwu's puppets, and then face him with his sword in the future. He decided to hold on until Elder Qinglong brought Group 1 here. He knew that this possibility was very small, but he had to take a gamble. Guima immediately understood Gao Yang's idea, and he also decided to stay. The 2 of them delayed time, and had a higher chance of success. Guima lowered his voice. He probably won't be able to use that move again in a short time, but with Swift Wind and Phantom, we can't hurt him. Let's act separately, and don't let him catch us. Guima's expression darkened before he finished speaking. The black shadows under Xian Wu's feet turned into 2 black snakes, and attacked the 2 along the ground. Guima didn't have many teleports, so he had to use them sparingly. He jumped to the side and climbed onto a pipe. Gao Yang jumped to the other side, stepped on the reactor, bounced twice, and climbed onto a wall. Xian Wu had a blank expression on his face, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. These two people wanted to delay time. Too naive. Gao Yang's feet were full of wind, trying to get rid of the pursuit of the shadow. But he didn't dare to look back, because air blades kept appearing around him, surrounding him, and could cut him into 8 pieces at any time. Gao Yang jumped back and forth on the pipeline, reactor, and workshop roof, and finally circled twice, and was forced back to the original open space. 1 second later, Guima also teleported and was forced back to Gao Yang's side. Xuanwu was still standing there without moving, but his right hand was quietly raised, and his left hand was holding a mobile phone. Gao Yang was stunned. What is he going to do? Call for help? No, it's unlikely. At this time, Xuanwu turned on the flashlight of his mobile phone. In an instant, Gao Yang was horrified. Xuanwu deliberately forced himself and Guima back together so that he could catch them all in one fell swoop. He wanted to use the hidden mechanism of Phantom. The flashlight of the mobile phone shone on Xuanwu's right hand, and the shadows of the 5 fingers instantly turned into a 5-finger mountain, covering the bodies of Gao Yang and Guima. Gao Yang and Guima reacted almost at the same time, and when they wanted to jump away, it was too late. In the shadow of the Master, Phantom has almost no speed and distance restrictions. It has captured Gao Yang and Guima, and the shadow of 5-finger mountain faded, turning into countless black shadow tentacles, entangled the two people tightly. Gao Yang and Guima struggled hard, but what they encountered was the cruel strangulation of the black shadow. Ah! Gao Yang and Guima screamed in pain. The 4th level Puppet Master has a mental power bonus of at least 1,000, which does not include the mental power bonus of other talents in Xuanwu's body. Gao Yang and Guima can't break free from the Phantom control by such a high mental power. Xuanwu walked towards the two people calmly, opened his right hand, and controlled the Phantom to embed into their bodies inch by inch, but the strangulation of the black shadow was still too slow. In order to save time, Xuanwu slowly opened his left hand, and summoned 2 air blades. I admit that you were more difficult than I thought. Xuanwu retracted the sneer of contempt on his lips for the first time, but the reward is also generous. I accept your corpses and talents. Xuanwu hooked 2 fingers, and 2 invisible air blades cut towards Gao Yang and Guima's throats. Swish. Ding ding. A tang sword made of black gold appeared in the air, destroying the 2 translucent air blades with a sharp blade. The tang sword was also shaken away and thrown into the air, but it did not fly far. It turned again, and stabbed Xuanwu's head again. Xuanwu's eyes tightened, and he quickly summoned a wind shield to block the tip of the knife. Bang bang bang. 3 bullets were fired at Xuanwu's eyebrows. The bullets hit the wind shield that had just been formed, and made obvious cracks on the wind shield. Xuanwu was secretly surprised. Ordinary bullets can't have such penetrating power, but this is not an ordinary bullet, this is a bullet fired by a level 4 gun god. Xuanwu didn't know what danger he would face next, but Lian's minds, I had already made him aware of the existence of 2 powerful enemies. Although he almost killed Gao Yang and Guima, unfortunately, he could only quickly retract Phantom into his body. Xuanwu's decision was correct, because the next second, the tang sword that stabbed him suddenly spun back into the air, and at the same time, a girl fell from the sky. The girl wore a black tight leather jacket, her long hair was flying, her expression was cold, her eyes were sharp. She caught the tang sword with both hands, and chopped it down towards Xuanwu. Gao Yang was overjoyed. It's Qingling. Under the moonlight, Qingling's tang sword carried a faint blue sword aura. Ding. The wind shield was instantly broken, and the tang sword chopped on Xuanwu's shoulder. The blade sank into the body an inch, and a small amount of blood spurted out. But it was only an inch. The black shadow on Xuanwu's body took shape little by little, slowly dragging the sharp blade of the tang sword and pushing it out of the body. Then, a small amount of black shadows, like some kind of strong adhesive, temporarily stuck to the knife wound on Xuanwu's shoulder. A cold light flashed in Xuanwu's eyes. The strong sword energy almost failed to stop the double defense of wind escape and black shadow. However, he did not simply defend, and had already quietly launched frost. Qingling was startled, and his feet were wrapped in a layer of ice without knowing when. Bang bang. 2 bullets broke the ice on Qingling's feet at a tricky and precise angle, but did not hurt Qingling. Qingling's feet were freed, and he immediately swung the sword at Xuanwu. Xuanwu was afraid of Qingling's dangerous sword energy. Even with the protection of the Phantom, he did not dare to take it head-on, and began to retreat and dodge. Qing Ling's swordsmanship was already superb. In the dazzling sword shadows, Xian Wu began to be in a tight spot. She chopped him in many places. Although it was only a superficial wound, it was still serious. Soon, Xian Wu created an ice sword with his left hand and began to resist Qing Ling's attack. But the ice sword was fragile in front of Qing Ling's tang sword and broke after a few blocks. Bang! Bang bang! In the distance, Officer Huang was still firing continuously, threatening Xian Wu. The wind shield summoned by Xian Wu did not dare to relax for a moment, and always had to spare some energy to guard against bullets. Xian Wu fought and retreated, and could not organize an effective means of resistance, but Qing Ling could not further threaten Xian Wu. The battle entered a stalemate. Officer Huang held 2 guns and walked to Gao Yang and Gui Ma while firing. Black Horse, long time no see. Officer Huang greeted him in a relaxed tone, but his sharp eyes were fixed on Xuan Wu not far away, and he fired from time to cover Qing Ling. Why are you here? Gao Yang had just escaped from the restraints of the Phantom, but he was also seriously injured. He asked Officer Huang, while remobilizing the energy in his body. Chapter 251. Officer Huang smiled helplessly. What a coincidence. The 12 Zodiacs also found Gui Ma's hiding place. Dohu asked us to gather at Apple Island tonight. We arrived 20 minutes early. At this time, Bai Tu suddenly called and said that a companion asked for help. The place was an abandoned chemical plant. Officer Huang smiled. Qing Ling and I were very surprised, but we decided to rush over. We didn't expect it to be you. Gao Yang was startled and looked at his cuffs. It turned out that the black button had been damaged during the previous battle. Gao Yang felt warm in his heart. Qing Ling, the girl, really saved his life. I'm ready. Gui Ma stretched his muscles. Me too. Gao Yang twisted his wrist. Okay, kill this guy and reminisce about the past. Officer Huang fired 2 more shots while speaking. Qing Ling and Xian Wu were still fighting hard. Gao Yang and Gui Ma didn't dare to join the battle rashly, as this would only drag down Qing Ling. Qing Ling relied on the extremely fast speed of swinging the sword, and the sword energy that cut through everything to force Xian Wu to defend himself, leaving him no time to use other talents. If Qing Ling had to consider her teammates, her sword swinging speed would slow down, which would also give Xian Wu a chance to counterattack. Gao Yang quickly glanced at Gui Ma. Look for a chance, help me move, and I kill him. Gui Ma understood, and walked to Gao Yang's side. The two were less than 10 meters away from Xian Wu, observing the situation. Xian Wu continued to be forced to retreat by Qing Ling's sword energy, and the bullets fired by Officer Huang. There was a concrete wall behind him, and he would soon have nowhere to retreat. Gao Yang knew that the opportunity had come. Qing Ling. Gao Yang shouted, gathering energy in his hands. Although Qing Ling didn't know Gao Yang's specific tactics, the tacit understanding she had developed before made her guess that Gao Yang wanted her to get out of the way. Qing Ling stopped and used a powerful straight stab to pierce Xian Wu's chest. Although protected by the Phantom, the strong momentum still forced Xian Wu to step back a few steps and hit the wall. Xian Wu quickly stood firm and tried to parry Qing Ling's next attack. He was surprised that Qing Ling still maintained the action of the previous straight stab and did not get close again. At this time, 2 figures appeared above his head. Gui Ma hugged Gao Yang from behind and teleported above his head. Flame. 2 tongues of fire burst out from Gao Yang's palm and sprayed toward Xian Wu. Xian Wu had no way to retreat, and immediately activated the Phantom to wrap his body to resist the first wave of fierce burning. However, although the Phantom can resist powerful physical attacks, it does not insulate against heat. Under the high temperature, Xian Wu was extremely painful for a while. But he was an awakener with extremely high spiritual power after all, and he quickly activated Frost. Layers of ice sprang up from under his feet like bamboo shoots after rain, growing against the flames. They continued to melt into bursts of water vapor, but new ice continued to grow, and under the bonding effect of the Phantom, gradually formed a black and white ice wall. Not only that, Gao Yang did not stop the fire attack in his hand after landing, but he gradually felt that the air around him was gathering and becoming sharp. Gao Yang was shocked. He understood that his fire did not destroy Xuan Wu's body and will in the first time. He had organized effective protection measures in just a few seconds and transformed them into attacks. Gao Yang knew that soon, Xuan Wu's 3-color dragon would appear again, and by then, all of them would be beaten to pieces by the 3-color dragon and would have no power to fight back. At this point, have they still lost? Gao Yang was unwilling to accept it, but at this moment, he had no choice but to continue to launch flames and wrestle with Xuan Wu, which was destined to lose. Roar. Suddenly, a violent roar came from behind the wall blocking Xuanwu. It was the Great Bear. Gao Yang was overjoyed. Bang! A giant bear smashed the wall behind Xuanwu. He held Gao Yang's flames, opened his arms, and hugged Xuanwu from behind. Gao Yang immediately stopped the flame attack. The two arms of the Great Bear locked Xuanwu's hands tightly, forcing him to be unable to effectively control the elements. Xuanwu was shocked. He realized the danger and mobilized the black shadow in his body to try to resist the Great Bear. Ah! Grizzly's expression was ferocious, and he shouted, "Hurry up! I can't hold on any longer." Gao Yang only felt a gust of wind blowing, and a figure passed by him. It was Johan. Gao Yang also found out later that the clever Cantu had been hiding and looking for an opportunity. When Xuanwu was not paying attention, she quietly sneaked up to Huixiong and Johan and injected them with the only 2C potions she had. Cantu's choice was for a reason. Man, she was unconscious on a high pipe, and Cantu couldn't climb up at all. And Ronnie was seriously injured, and he had no fighting power. For the overall situation, Cantu chose to save Huixiong and Johan in the ruins as soon as possible. After the two were injected with C potion, they slowly woke up from their serious injuries, and their energy was restored by half, enough for them to grit their teeth and fight again. Johan clenched his fists and rushed toward Xuanwu, who was tightly bound by Huixiong. Bang! A heavy punch hit Xuanwu's left chest. Xuanwu knew that Johan's talent was weakness. His face changed, and he shouted. Suddenly, all the black shadows on his body were wrapped around Huixiong's two arms. They were like sharp blades, trying to cut the flesh on Huixiong's arms with all their might. Even though Huixiong had thick and coarse hair and a solid skin, he could not withstand such a targeted attack, and blood flowed for a while. Ah! Huixiong wailed in pain and bit his gums, but he still did not let go. He knew that if he let go, the whole army would be wiped out. Bang! Johan's second heavy punch hit Xuanwu's left chest, 5 times the power. Xuanwu and Huixiong were blown away several meters by the punch, and they were about to fall to the ground. At the critical moment, Guillemot teleported behind the two and tried his best to hold Huixiong's huge body. Ah! 1 second later, Guillemot shouted, teleported, and pushed forward. Guillemot took Huixiong and Xuanwu's bodies and approached Johan in the opposite direction. Johan sneered. Just what I want. He clenched his fist and gathered all the energy in his body into that punch. At that moment, the smiling faces of all the companions in the 4 groups appeared in front of him. Hei Kei Xiao Yi Lao Qiao Lian, and even Xiong Dai. Bang! The third heavy punch hit Xuanwu's left chest firmly. 25 times the power. Wow! Gao Yang, who was not far away, only felt a strong air wave vibrating around, blowing him unable to open his eyes. Xuanwu and Huixiong behind Xuanwu flew out. Bang! A thick pipe was knocked down, and Huixiong's strong body was deeply trapped inside. The Xuanwu in his arms had a bloody hole on his left chest. His pupils were dilated, blood was flowing from all 7 orifices, and he did not move. This punch directly shattered his heart and punched through his chest. Help me, I can't do it anymore. Huixiong groaned in pain and pushed the body of Xuanwu in his arms away. Several people immediately rushed up and pulled Huixiong out of the sunken pipe. Huixiong could hardly stand up. He staggered a few steps and knelt on the ground. Johan walked forward with a heavy breath and sat down beside him. I feel that my ribs are all broken. It's strange that they are broken. I didn't hold back at all with this punch. Johan sneered. His face was miserable. Well done, well done. Cough, cough. Huixiong laughed a few times and coughed hard. His gums were full of blood. The two stopped talking and fell into silence. Chapter 252. Move aside, Gao Yang said. Everyone stepped back a few steps. Gao Yang was exhausted with wounds all over his body, but he still managed to walk to Xuanwu's body. Just in case, he decided to finish off the attack until Xuanwu was completely burned to charcoal. Flame! Gao Yang opened his hands and started the flames. 2 tongues of fire immediately enveloped Xuanwu's body. After burning for 7 or 8 seconds, Gao Yang suddenly felt something was wrong. The shape of the body in the flames did not seem to change at all. According to experience, the body should have begun to melt under the high temperature at this time. Warning. Gao Yang was so shocked that he didn't even have time to listen to the system's warning. Shua shua shua. 6 bone spurs rushed out of the flames, splitting into 3 directions, and stabbing at the 3 people who were still able to fight, namely Gao Yang, Qing Ling and Officer Huang. Qing Ling and Officer Huang were standing far away. When they realized that something was rushing out of Gao Yang's flames, They only had half a second to react, but it was this half second that saved their lives and made them dodge instinctively. Puff. Qing Ling dodged a bone spur, and another bone spur pierced her abdomen. Puff. Officer Huang also dodged one, and another bone spur pierced his shoulder. Originally, these 4 bone spurs were aimed at their hearts. Both of them were shocked and confused. The heart was pierced with a hole, and they didn't die. What kind of monster were they facing? At the same time, Gao Yang was not so lucky. He was closest to Xuanwu, and his hands were still sending talents, so he had no time to react. 2 bone spurs pierced his heart. However, Gao Yang did not die. Because one person sensed the danger at the same time as Gao Yang, and had time to react, and only he could react. That person was Gui Ma. He teleported in front of Gao Yang and blocked the bone spurs for him. 1 bone spur pierced his lower back, and another bone spur pierced his heart. Squeak. 6 bone spurs were pulled back from the bodies of the 3 people. Gao Yang had no time to be surprised. He hugged Gui Ma and retreated quickly. Shua shua shua. The bone spurs rushed out of the flames again and stabbed Hui Xiong and Jiu Han. Hui Xiong and Jiu Han no longer had any fighting power, but after witnessing Gao Yang, Qing Ling and Officer Huang being attacked, the 2 quickly got up and fled. This time, the bone spurs failed to pierce the vital points of the 2, but still pierced their bodies. A few seconds later, the 2 fell to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The injured police officer Huang endured the severe pain, supported Qing Ling, who was injured in the abdomen, and retreated quickly, and kept firing. Ding, ding, ding. The bullets hit Xuanwu in the flames, making a crisp sound. 3 seconds later, Xuanwu's shadow slowly walked out of the receding flames. Xuanwu's clothes had all been burned, and he was wrapped in slippery and hard purple scales. The pierced chest was slowly repairing. Gao Yang opened his eyes wide, and couldn't make a sound. He had already understood. This Xuanwu actually took over Xiangye's talent as a beast. Unexpectedly, he still had this trump card. You almost won. Xuanwu's voice was hoarse, low and painful, like a devil from hell. It's a pity that you don't know that my heart is on the right. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet hit Xuanwu's eyes, and Xuanwu raised his left hand and easily blocked it. Xuanwu dragged his heavy steps and walked towards Gao Yang not far away step by step. It's over. Although he was seriously injured, his recovery ability as a beast is amazing. The most important thing is that there is no one who can fight with him anymore. Gao Yang squatted down, still holding Gui Ma. Blood bubbles flowed from the corners of Gui Ma's mouth. He knew he was going to die. He suddenly grabbed Gao Yang's hand and said the last words of his life with the last bit of strength in his life. Go to the singer's flower shop for me and buy a bouquet of flowers. Forget-me-not. Gui Ma tilted his head and his hands fell. Gui Ma was dead, completely dead. Never to be resurrected again. Bang, bang. Officer Huang was still shooting and yelling at Gao Yang. Gao Yang. Back off quickly. But Gao Yang seemed not to hear it. He just held Gui Ma's body, lowered his head, and did not move. Xuanwu walked towards Gao Yang while defending against Officer Huang's shooting. 3 seconds later, Gao Yang was already within his attack range, and he could use his bone spurs to pierce Gao Yang's body. Xuanwu had been shrewd and calculating all his life, but he fell into a big trap with Gao Yang. He admitted that for the first time in his life, he felt angry at someone. But it was over. Xuanwu raised his right hand. Shua shua shua. 3 bone spurs quickly stabbed at Gao Yang, who was holding Gui Ma. Strangely, Gao Yang and Gui Ma disappeared together, and the bone spurs pierced into the ground. Xuanwu looked closely, and saw Gao Yang and Gui Ma sitting next to the bone spurs. What happened? It felt as if Xuanwu's attack was off target. No! Xuanwu retracted the bone spur and shot it out again. This time, the result was the same. Gao Yang and Gui Ma appeared on the side again, and the one who had just stabbed seemed to be just their shadows. Gao Yang slowly raised his head and looked at Xian Wu. The fire in his eyes was burning. That was a firm and angry killing intent. 5 seconds ago, Gui Ma died in Gao Yang's arms. This time, Gui Ma was completely dead. Gao Yang had no time to be angry and sad, but immediately remembered one thing. The last time he entered the talent temple, he paid special attention to all types of talent inventory, among which, the time and space system did not have any new talents. Enter the system. Your latest accumulated lucky points are 731 points. Comprehend talent. Choose the time and space system. The time and space system currently has a new talent. Do you want to comprehend it? Comprehend. Skip failure confirmation. Total cost 720 points. Comprehend successfully. Talent, teleport. Serial number, 19. Rune type, spacetime. Level 1 teleport. Can teleport 3 meters. Use time interval, 1 second. Level 1 teleport permanent attribute bonus. Strength plus 100, agility plus 200. Attribute value update. Physical strength, 500 endurance, 500. Strength, 600 agility, 700. Spirit, 500 charm, 116. Luck, 454. Gao Yang used the same trick 3 times to avoid Xuanwu's 3 attacks, and teleport was immediately upgraded to level 2. Level 2 teleport. Can teleport 5 meters. Use time interval, 1 second. Level 2 teleportation permanent attribute bonus. Strength plus 200, agility plus 400. Attribute value update. Physical strength, 500 endurance, 500. Strength, 700 agility, 900. Spirit, 500 charm, 116. Luck, 454. No, this is impossible. Xuanwu couldn't believe it. The matter was beyond his understanding. Why do you also have teleportation? With Xuanwu's level and identity, he naturally knew a rule. Talent cannot appear repeatedly in 2 awakened people. Even if he is a puppet master, it is impossible for him to use the puppet's talent at the same time as the puppet's talent. Therefore, at the beginning, when the puppet was fighting with Gao Yang and his group, Xuanwu did not take action himself. But why can Gao Yang also have teleportation? Xuanwu would never have thought that Gao Yang went to the Temple of Talent to comprehend it immediately after Gui Ma died. Gao Yang didn't plan to explain to Xuanwu. His intuition told him that Xuanwu's body was recovering. He had no more than 1 minute to kill Xuanwu, but that was enough. Gao Yang knew that this was an opportunity that all his companions had fought to the last minute to secure for him. This time, I must win. Chapter 253. Gao Yang put down Gui Ma's body, closed his eyes, and then disappeared instantly. He teleported to the side of Johan, who was seriously injured, grabbed Johan's hand, and quickly copied his level 5 weakness. Behind him, Bone Spur had already caught up. Gao Yang had teleported away, and he retreated to a safe position, shouting to the surroundings, "Can show up." I'm here." Can showed up. She hid behind a pipe, her face full of desperate tears. Gao Yang teleported again, and came to Can's. He turned his back to Can's. "Come up. Never let go." Can's was slightly stunned, and immediately nodded. She jumped onto Gao Yang's back, and her hands and feet tightly wrapped around Gao Yang, like a turtle shell on Gao Yang's back. Then, Gao Yang and Can's disappeared instantly. Xuanwu was shocked and guessed Gao Yang's intention. He decided to activate the Phantom, but after all, he was seriously injured, and he had switched to the talent and state of the beast at this moment, and could not mobilize the talent of the awakened one in time. Sure enough, he was still half a beat late. A heavy punch hit Xuanwu's right chest. Even with the protection of scales, Xuanwu still felt that his internal organs were almost broken. Gao Yang silently said in his heart, "This punch is for myself." Xuanwu was hit by a punch, but he could not see anything. Gao Yang, who was invisible, was still teleporting frequently. After the punch succeeded, he activated the copied level 5 weakness. Level 5 weakness temporary attribute bonus. Physical strength plus 450, endurance plus 450, strength plus 600, agility plus 350, charm plus 120. Attribute value update. Physical strength, 950 endurance, 950. Strength, 1300 agility, 1250. Spirit, 500 charm, 236. Luck, 454. Gao Yang's attribute values at this moment almost caught up with Dou Hu. Xuanwu had given up the attack. He crossed his hands and instinctively protected his heart. But he could never have imagined that Gao Yang's second punch hit Xuanwu's back hard, still at the heart. The fist may only touch flesh and bones, but the strength of the punch can reach the heart. Weakness triggered, 5 times the strength. Xuanwu spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Gao Yang shouted in his heart, "This punch is for the companions who sacrificed in groups 4 and 5. Bang! Xuanwu hit a reactor, leaving a blood mark. Xuanwu was in extreme pain. The severe injury to his heart caused the energy in his body to drain rapidly, and the scales on his body began to retreat. Xuanwu could no longer care about these. He gritted his teeth, turned around quickly, opened his hands, and tried to activate the Phantom to protect himself. Puff! A flying tang sword pierced his palm and nailed his right hand to the reactor. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets hit his left arm, and his left arm fell down. At this point, Xuanwu's chest was completely exposed. No! A trace of fear flashed in Xuanwu's eyes, and a figure that suddenly appeared in the air was reflected in his frightened pupils. It was Gao Yang, who teleported quickly. This punch was for 1cc. Bang! Gao Yang hit Xuanwu's right chest. Weakness triggered, 25 times the power. Woo! A powerful air wave shook, and the Qin lying on Gao Yang's back could no longer resist, and was directly blown away and fell to the ground. Then, there was a sharp and piercing sound. The metal wall of the reactor was directly penetrated, and Xuanwu was embedded in the interior of the reactor. His entire chest exploded, his 2 eyeballs were exposed, and only 2 bloody skeletons were left, with blood flowing from all 7 orifices, hideous facial features, and twisted limbs. His mutilated body seemed to grow on this pile of scrap metal, looking both terrifying and funny. Gao Yang knew that he was completely dead. But it was not enough. Flame! 2 tongues of fire filled the reactor, and Xuanwu's body turned into charcoal bit by bit, melting and shrinking rapidly. Flame! Gao Yang had almost no energy in his body, but he had to continue to drain himself. He couldn't stop. He even smiled bitterly in his heart. Elder Xuanwu, I will hold your funeral on the spot for you, and cremate you for free. No need to thank me, who made me your subordinate. Flame! Gao Yang shouted, but found that his hands were no longer obedient, and the palms of his hands could no longer emit flames. Flame! Flame, flame, flame! Gao Yang continued to shout, and tears were already all over his face. Why stop? Don't stop! I can still fight! I want revenge! That's enough. Putting a hand on Gao Yang's shoulder, Gao Yang slowly turned around and saw Officer Huang's face. Gao Yang, he's dead. Xuanwu is dead. The Archbishop is dead. The second in command of the Sangmu cult is dead, so this can be regarded as the first step of revenge. But why? There is no joy in my heart, only endless emptiness. Ah, it turns out that no matter how many enemies I kill, the dead will never come back. Gao Yang slowly closed his eyes, and fell down with his head raised. 5 minutes later, Qinglong came with Group 1. Someone in Group 1 has a talent for healing, and with the help of first aid equipment, everyone in the chemical plant saved their lives. Except for Gui Ma, his body was covered with clothes and placed aside. All the people in Group 5, as well as Qin Ling and Officer Huang of the 12 Zodiacs, stayed together, receiving treatment while being questioned by Elder Qinglong. When talking about Gui Ma, everyone was silent, because they didn't know more than Qinglong. Qinglong looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang knew very well that he couldn't get away with it. In fact, when Gao Yang and Gui Ma decided to kill Xian Wu, Gao Yang had thought about how to explain it. But they didn't expect an accident, and they killed only a puppet of Xian Wu. But Xian Wu's real body later did not hear the conversation between Gao Yang and Gui Ma, nor did he know Gao Yang's hidden identity and position. Therefore, this explanation can still be used. After careful consideration, Gao Yang made a partial confession. Gui Ma, on the surface, is an undercover agent of the Sangmu sect in the 12 Zodiacs. He was discovered and executed by the 12 Zodiacs, and was later resurrected by the Gui Tuan, and worked for the Sangmu sect. But his real identity is a mission impossible, an undercover agent of the 12 Zodiacs in the Sangmu sect. This is top secret, only Long knows it, even the other members of the 12 Zodiacs don't know it. Why do you know it? Qinglong's expression was grim. Or are you also an undercover agent sent by the 12 Zodiacs to the Qilin Union? I can explain. Gao Yang looked at Qinglong wearing a dragon head mask, with an open attitude and a frank look. Elder Qinglong, although the matter of the corpse thief has been handed over to you, because there are some personal grudges between Gui Ma and me, I am still secretly investigating this matter. Gao Yang briefly talked about the grudges he had with Gui Ma. I found the chemical plant based on the clues, and then I knew that Gui Ma deliberately led me here. Gui Ma has already found out Xuanwu, the traitor of Qilin Union. Xuanwu's real identity is the second in command of Sangmu cult. Gui Ma has been working for Xuanwu these days, and he stole the body for him. Gui Ma realized that Xuanwu was very dangerous, and suspected that he had exposed his identity as a mission impossible, and Xuanwu was coming to kill him. So Gui Ma confessed his true identity and purpose to me, and wanted to join me here to kill Xuanwu. My grudge with Gui Ma is actually equivalent to my grudge with Xuanwu, and the entire Sangmu cult. Gui Ma thinks I have the motive for revenge. Even if you have the motive for revenge, if you are not an undercover sent by the Zodiac, why do you easily believe Gui Ma's words? He said Xuanwu is a traitor. Qinglong's eyes were sharp, and his thoughts were clear. Because I found relevant clues in the diary of San Kong, the former captain of Group 5, which also pointed to Xuanwu as the traitor. I believed it only after verifying many clues. Gao Yang briefly explained the hints in the diary, and the logical chain he had reasoned along the way. The facts prove that Xuanwu is indeed a traitor of the Songmu cult. If you don't believe me, you can ask Elder Zhu Ke to interrogate Xuanwu's body. The body will not lie. Why don't you tell me directly? Let me deal with Xuanwu. Qilong continued to ask. First, you may not believe me if I tell you. Second, when Guima proposed cooperation with me, the situation was very urgent, and did not give me much time to think. I admit that I was gambling. Killing Xuanwu can not only avenge, but also make a great contribution. If successful, the position of elder will belong to me. Gao Yang confessed half-truthfully, smiled bitterly, and lowered his head. I just didn't expect the result to be so tragic, and I almost lost my life. You and Guima, you are too arrogant. Qinglong's voice was full of blame. It's good that the whole army was not wiped out. You wait to receive the punishment. Don't expect to make up for your mistakes by killing Xuanwu. Yes, I will accept any punishment. Gao Yang nodded humbly. Qilong sighed slightly. Qiang, I believe your statement for the time being. After returning to the headquarters, I will interrogate all of you again. The president will also participate in person, and finally announce the results of the punishment. Okay. Gao Yang said, and then thought of something. Elder Qilong, can my interrogation be delayed for 2 days? Why? He will take the college entrance examination in the next 2 days. The speaker was Qin Ling. She sat on the ground, holding a tang sword in one hand, and gently covering her bandaged abdomen with the other hand. Qilong was silent for a moment, and his tone was more humane. Approved, I will send someone to monitor you. Work hard in the next 2 days. Yes. Qilong looked at Guima's body. Take his body back, and give it to Zhu Ke for interrogation. Oh no, Gao Yang was shocked. He actually forgot about Guima's body. Guima knew Gao Yang's true identity, and would definitely be exposed. When the two of them first planned to assassinate Xuanwu, Gao Yang did not expect Guima to sacrifice. It's not appropriate for our people to be taken away by you? A voice appeared in time. Qilong and Gao Yang looked up, and saw 3 figures walking in from the main entrance of the chemical plant. Chapter 254. Gao Yang saw clearly that they were Dohu, Bai Tu and Tiango. All 3 of them were wearing zodiac masks. When he saw Dohu's familiar big-faced cat mask, Gao Yang felt a sense of intimacy in his heart, but pretended to be expressionless on his face. On the way here, Dohu had already talked to Officer Huang on the phone and roughly understood the situation here. He didn't even look at Gao Yang and the other people from the Qilin Union, but walked directly to Gui Ma, squatted down, lifted the clothes covering the corpse, and stared at Gui Ma's face for a long time. It was a short and sad silence. Ghost horse. Dohu sighed helplessly. You and Long are really 2 bastards, even I was kept in the dark by you. Dohu stretched out his hand and gently placed it on the shoulder of Guima, as if talking to a sleeping friend. You've worked hard, have a good rest, and leave the rest to us. Dohu picked up the body of Guima, stood up, and glanced at Qilong. I take my people away. Qilong thought for a moment and said, the dead are gone, why not let Zhu Ke interrogate him? Maybe he has important information for you. Don't even think about it. Dohu sneered. Our people, follow our rules. Dohu turned and left. Bai Tu and Tiango stepped forward to help Qin Ling and Officer Huang up, and left together. Oh right, after walking more than 10 steps, Dohu suddenly remembered something, turned around and said, my brother took his life to help you get rid of the traitor tonight. Let your president think about how to repay this favor. Dohu turned around after speaking. Qilong didn't reply, and watched them leave quietly. What are you showing off for? We are all risking our lives tonight. Huixiong sat against the wall, holding his injured abdomen and cursing. Jiuhan was also sitting on the side, with a weak face and silent. After confirming that the people of the 12 zodiac signs had completely left, Qilong sighed almost inaudibly. In fact, it was not just the 12 zodiac signs who lost a brother. Qilong also lost a brother. He could never have imagined that Xuanwu, whom he had known for almost 10 years, would be such a hidden enemy. Qilong waved his hand to the people around him. Take the wounded back to the headquarters, notify Elder Baihu to come and deal with the aftermath, and send the remaining body of Xuanwu to the Suzaku branch immediately. I want to interrogate her together. Yes. Gao Yang returned to the Xuanwu branch, changed his clothes, and forced himself to sleep for 2 hours. When he woke up, the external injuries on his body were barely recovered under the effect of the special medicine, and a little concealer was applied, which basically would not attract attention. As for the internal injuries, it would take some time, and he could only hold on. Gao Yang carried a school bag with the admission ticket, and the tools needed for the college entrance examination. Early in the morning, he left Shalongzai, hailed a taxi, and went to the examination room. The driver guessed that Gao Yang was a candidate as soon as he saw him, and he weighed the bill with a warm attitude, and also cheered Gao Yang up. Gao Yang thanked the driver, and suddenly thought of something, and said to the driver, "Master, can we go to a flower shop on Xiangyang Road in Daksu District first? It's not far from here." "Sure, why go to the flower shop? I want to buy myself a bouquet of flowers for good luck." Gao Yang smiled and lied. "No problem." The driver turned the steering wheel happily. Soon, the taxi drove to the Born Like Summer Flowers flower shop. The singer opened early today. She was still the same, with her hair tied up, a floral apron tied, and a watering can watering the flowers at the door. It seems that Dohu has not told her about Guema yet. The singer realized that someone was coming behind her, so she immediately turned around and smiled professionally. "Welcome." After seeing Gao Yang's slightly pale face, she was stunned for a moment, and then her smile reappeared, as if Gao Yang was just an ordinary customer. "Do you want to buy flowers?" "Well, a friend asked me to buy them." Gao Yang's voice was a little sad. "He can't come, so I must come here to buy a bouquet of flowers." The singer was stunned, opened her eyes wide, and suddenly had a sense of foreboding in her heart. A few days ago, he learned from Dohu that Guema was resurrected, and her mood was extremely complicated. She didn't know whether she should be happy or sad. In order to avoid suspicion, Dohu didn't tell the singer more about Guema, but only told her that they were looking for him. During this period, the singer rarely went to the 12 zodiac signs, and quietly ran her own flower shop. Sometimes, she would be distracted and see the shadow of Guema across the street, but it disappeared again. Every time she told herself that it might just be that she missed someone too much, so she had an illusion. However, there are still some strange things. Every 2 days, someone comes to the flower shop to order a bouquet of forget-me-nots, but the person who ordered the flowers is very mysterious and never reveals his name. The singer sometimes thinks wildly, maybe the person who asked her to buy flowers is Guema. Every time, she is startled by this thought, and her heart is filled with sorrow and joy. Guema betrayed the 12 zodiac signs, but Guema did not betray their feelings, which is not contradictory. As a member of the 12 zodiac signs, the singer hates Guema, but as an ordinary person, she still can't help missing Guema, which is not contradictory. One day, the singer even had a dream. She dreamed that on a rainy day, Guema appeared at the door of the flower shop with a black umbrella. He was thinner and more haggard. He bought a bunch of forget-me-nots for her personally. Guema took the flowers and explained to her that he actually had a secret. He was not a real traitor. They were still companions. The singer was very happy. She invited him to sit in the shop, made him a cup of coffee, and played his favorite jazz music. The two sat in front of the glass window, just watching the rain quietly, and their eyes met from time to time, and smiled faintly. Everything was still the same as before. He wants. The singer took a deep breath and asked with courage, what flowers to buy. Gao Yang answered calmly, "Forget-me-not." Bang. The watering can fell to the ground, and the singer shook her head in disbelief, covered her mouth with both hands, tears sliding down her cheeks. No. I'm sorry." His voice choked with sobs. He walked to the door, picked up a bunch of blue forget-me-nots, and turned away. "Guema, I've done what you asked me to do. Oh, and I forgive you. Thank you for saving me. Let us finish the rest of the way for you." Gao Yang got back in the car. The driver started the car, looked up at the rearview mirror, and was surprised. "Young man, why are your eyes so red? Are you okay?" Gao Yang shook his head and rubbed his eyes. "I stayed up all night to do questions, and my eyes are a little sore." Gao Yang turned his head and looked out the window. "Today's sun is really dazzling." "Yes, it's a good day again, everything will go well." The driver laughed happily. The college entrance examination, once the most important thing in Gao Yang's life, has finally arrived. 2 days, not too long or too short. Those were probably the 2 most peaceful days Gao Yang had spent since his 18th birthday. He wrote his name on the test paper carefully and answered the questions carefully. The weather outside the window was unbelievably good, with the summer breeze blowing, the branches swaying, and the cicadas chirping continuously. When Gao Yang came to his senses, the test was over, and he really graduated. In the evening with beautiful sunset glow, Gao Yang returned home and opened the door. Grandma, mother, and sister were all sitting on the sofa with serious expressions, while father was sitting in a wheelchair, looking forward to Gao Yang at the door. Gao Yang walked into the entrance quietly, changed his shoes, threw away his school bag, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he announced loudly, "I finished the test. I think I did pretty well. Haha, my son is the best. My son worked hard. Good job, brother." I said Yang An would definitely do it. The family members crowded up and hugged him excitedly. Gao Yang also smiled and let his family crowd around him. For a moment, he hoped that time would stop at this moment. In the evening, Gao Yang had a sumptuous dinner and drank a few glasses of wine with his father for the first time. Late at night, Gao Yang took a bath, went back to his room, and locked the doors and windows. He lay quietly on the bed. This time, he didn't need to meditate, and he fell asleep quickly. In his dream, Gao Yang returned to the orphanage when he was 6 years old. In the yard, the children were playing, and only Gao Yang was standing alone in the middle. Annie came over and hugged Gao Yang gently from behind. "Gao Yang, why don't you play with everyone? They all ignored me." Gao Yang felt wronged. Yes, everyone was having so much fun. Skipping rope, throwing sandbags, building blocks, sitting on the seesaw, swinging. Each of them had a happy smile on their faces, and a light of joy in their eyes. But no one paid attention to him, as if he was just air. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and woke up. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the sunlight outside the window was already a bit dazzling. Gao Yang got up, washed, had a simple breakfast, and went out alone. Today is Gui Ma's funeral. Zhu Ke has interrogated Xuanwu's corpse, and learned a lot about Sangmu cult, and is already preparing a response plan. In addition, regarding Gao Yang and Gui Ma, Zhu Ke only asked the corpse about the fact that the two had joined forces, but the corpse did not know more in-depth information, so there was no way to answer. Gao Yang's suspicion was temporarily cleared. Although further investigation has not yet begun, Gao Yang is now free. As a former colleague of the 12 zodiac signs, and a representative sent by the Qilin Union, he has to attend Gui Ma's funeral. Chapter 255. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Taipingqiao Cemetery. The weather was clear, cloudless, and the temperature was not too high. The fresh summer breeze blew over the hills, and the green plants all over the hills were lush and full of vitality. Once again, Gui Ma was buried. This was also the last time. Except the dragon, all members of the 12 zodiac signs were present. They wore dark dresses, white flowers on their chests, and surrounded Gui Ma's tombstone. Gao Yang and Zhu Ke, as representatives of the Qilin Union, stood not far away and watched, and did not come forward. Dohu stood in the crowd holding a bunch of white daisies in his hand. His voice was loud but a little sad. "Everyone, today we gathered here to send Gui Ma off for the last time. A month ago, we were also here to send this old friend off. That time, in addition to grief, we were more angry, confused, and had complex and contradictory emotions. Today, we stand here again, but we are already very clear that Gui Ma is not a traitor. He is still our most trusted friend, companion and family. He has never betrayed the 12 zodiac signs. Everyone, please don't be too sad. The path of Wujian Shura is Gui Ma's own choice. He was unwavering and carried it through to the end. He completed his mission brilliantly. He died, but his will is with us. We will complete the rest of the journey for him." Dohu paused for a few seconds. He looked at everyone, cheered up and smiled. "I'm done, let's present flowers." Everyone took turns to step forward and put the white daisies in their hands in front of the brand new tombstone. The black and white photo on the tombstone shows a thin and tired middle-aged man. He tried to pull up the corners of his mouth and squeezed out a smile. It looked very forced, but it also hid a trace of his clumsiness and gentleness. Not only Gao Yang, but even many of the companions of the 12 zodiac signs never thought that the first smile they saw from Gui Ma would be the posthumous photo that Gui Ma prepared for them in advance. Many people's eyes were red, and Ming Yang hugged Bai Tu's legs with both hands and kept crying. She kept saying, "Uncle Gui Ma is not the big bad wolf, he is not the big bad wolf." Bai Tu touched Ming Yang's head, and didn't say anything. She was afraid that as soon as she opened her mouth, tears would run out first. Soon, everyone finished presenting flowers. Among a group of people in black dresses, the singer was the only one wearing a plain white dress. She held a bunch of blue forget-me-nots in her hand. She held up her beautiful long skirt with one hand, slowly squatted down, and placed the forget-me-nots in front of the tombstone. She reached out, and gently touched the smiling face of the middle-aged man in the black and white photo. Tears silently slid down her cheeks. The singer suddenly spoke, and for a moment, The whole hill was reverberating with her gentle, beautiful and sad voice. Outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient road, the grass is green and the sky is endless. The evening wind blows the willows. The sound of the flute is faint. The sunset is beyond the mountain. Outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient road, the grass is green and the sky is endless. The evening wind blows the willows. The sound of the flute is faint. The sunset is beyond the mountain. At the end of the sky, at the corner of the earth, half of my friends are gone. A pot of muddy wine is enough to enjoy the remaining joy. Tonight, I will not dream of the cold. Outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient road, the grass is green and the sky is endless. I ask you when you will come back. When you come, don't hesitate. At the end of the sky, at the corner of the earth, half of my friends are gone. It is rare to be together in life, but there are more separations. At the end of the sky, at the corner of the earth, half of my friends are gone. It is rare to be together in life, but there are more separations. The singing reached Gao Yang's ears, and Gao Yang could feel the strong emotions in the singing, as well as the energy fluctuations of Requiem, quietly penetrating his body, and even cleansing his soul. Strangely, Gao Yang did not feel drowsy. Soon, Gao Yang reacted. At this moment, the singer's Requiem has been upgraded to level 5. The talent from level 4 to level 5 can only be upgraded under very extreme circumstances. For example, extreme danger, extreme anger, extreme fear, extreme relief. For the singer, this moment may be extremely sad. After the singer finished singing, she looked at Gui Ma with a smile and gently said the 5 words she had wanted to say to Gui Ma for a long time. I love you forever. Let's go! Suzaka seemed to remember some past events, and her eyes were a little sad. She wore a pair of jeans, a loose black t-shirt, a baseball cap and a mask, put her hands in her pockets, and turned around coolly. Gao Yang and Suzaka left the cemetery and walked into a red car on the side of the road. Suzaka sat in the driver's seat, but did not rush to drive. A few minutes later, Dohu and Baitu came over. Dohu knocked on the car door. Miss Xia, can you give us a ride? Suzaka waved his hand. Get in the car. Dohu glanced at Gao Yang calmly. He smiled and opened the back door, and got in the car with Baitu. Gao Yang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Zhuke with a puzzled look. Sister Xia, this is... In that atmosphere just now, I couldn't tell you. I just received a notice that I have to work overtime. Overtime? Yes, Mrs. Li of the Baichuan group said that there is an urgent matter to discuss, and asked our union to send an elder-level representative. Gao Yang nodded. Is that so? Gao Yang glanced at Dohu and Baitu in the rearview mirror, pretending to be unfamiliar. Then these two must be the representatives sent by the 12 zodiac signs to the Baichuan group, right? Yes, Madame Li also asked us to send someone over immediately. Dohu smiled. Just take a ride. Gao Yang has a good relationship with Zhuke, so he didn't have any scruples and asked Zhuke directly. Sister Xia, did you know Mr. Dohu before? More than knowing each other, we have a deep connection. Xiaoli smiled with a fake smile, squeezed out a few words from his teeth, and stepped on the accelerator. The car started. It's a fate that almost killed the other party. Dohu laughed. Gao Yang felt that the atmosphere was not very good for a while, so he decided to shut up. Baitu changed the subject lightly. Mr. Chiang, congratulations on your promotion again? After using our 12 zodiac signs as a springboard, you really rose to prominence. Promotion? Gao Yang was a little surprised, and he was not pretending. He looked at Zhuke. Xuanwu is dead, and you are most likely to be the next Xuanwu. Zhuke did not hide it. Your merits are definitely enough, and your ability is barely qualified. As for your loyalty, I don't know. Wait, don't I still have to accept punishment? Gao Yang was confused. Why did you get promoted? Zhuke laughed. Believe me, becoming an elder is the biggest punishment for you. Gao Yang didn't know what to say for a while. Chiang, don't blame me for not reminding you. Zhuke glanced at Dohu and Baitu in the rearview mirror with ulterior motives. If you really become an elder, there will be a lot of eyes staring at you. Don't be in Chao's camp with your heart in Han, otherwise you will die miserably. Wow, really? Then I'm so looking forward to it. Baitu, who didn't know, was so happy. Be sure to notify me when the time comes. I'm waiting for the feast. Gao Yang looked calm, but he was roaring in his heart. What kind of Shura field is this? It was 8:30 in the morning, just in time for rush hour. The road was a bit congested, and an hour later, the four drove to Guanhai Tower in Nanji District. The four took the elevator, and went straight to the top floor. Just like last time, Jining wore a formal and restrained business suit and stood outside the elevator waiting. She bowed slightly. "Please, the four of you, our team leader has been waiting for a long time." The 3 screen doors opened one by one. The 4 walked into the box. Mrs. Lee did not put on makeup today, her hair was simply tied up, and a few strands of silver hair could be vaguely seen between her temples. She was still kneeling, wrapped in a black blanket, her face was pale and weak, and the luster of her eyes was dim, even a little turbid. Gao Yang was a little surprised. It was summer now, and the air conditioning temperature in the room was not low. Mrs. Lee seemed to be afraid of the cold today. "Sorry, this happens every time I use my talent. It will be fine after half a day." Madame Lee's body trembled slightly, and her voice trembled with it. She did not hide her weakness. "Madame Lee, why are you so anxious to see everyone?" Zhu Ke asked politely. Madame Lee nodded. "It's very important," she said, and looked at Dohu and Baitu again. "Before telling you this, I will announce my talent to show my sincerity." Everyone looked normal, but they were all surprised. The talents of the first 10 serial numbers are S-level secrets, and are often the trump cards of an organization, and will never be announced easily. What is this Madame Lee up to? In fact, my talent is not a secret. You should all know that I have the ability to predict the future. Madame Lee smiled faintly. It's just that you don't know the specific mechanism. I can tell you now. Wait, Madame Lee. Zhu Ke called Madame Lee, took off his cap, looked around, and asked carefully, "Are you serious?" Madame Lee nodded, "Yes." "Madame Lee, can we leave alive after listening to this?" Dohu smiled, but his eyes were colder. "With the abilities of the 4 of you, how can an old woman like me keep you?" Madame Lee said sincerely. "Okay, then we are all ears." Dohu took the lead and sat down on the tatami. Madame Lee said calmly, "My talent is Prophet, serial number 5. No one spoke. Mrs. Lee looked at the 4 people. "I have 3 abilities. The first one is to predict everything that happens around me in the next 10 seconds. Then you know what I'm going to say?" Mrs. Lee suddenly said, "Mr. Dohu, you want to say this, right?" Dohu opened his mouth wide. "Wow. It's true." After Mrs. Lee proved her first ability, she continued, "The second ability is that I can randomly predict things that may be related to me within 3 days." Gao Yang immediately remembered something. "Mrs. Lee, last time I went to see Jining, did you predict it, so you can prepare in advance?" Mrs. Lee smiled. "It seems that I don't need to prove this ability." At this time, Baitu, Zhu Ke and Gao Yang had also sat down opposite Mrs. Lee. The box fell into a brief silence. "My last ability is dreaming. In my dreams, I can predict the major events that will happen in the future. Of course, this ability is not something I can actively control. It is more like the goddess of fate came to me and let me peek into my destiny in advance." "Okay, I understand." Dohu snapped his fingers. "Let's not beat around the bush. Just tell me what you dreamed about." A deep and solemn look flashed across Mrs. Lee's pale face. "The Scarlet Tide will arrive in advance." Suzaku, Dohu, and Baitu all looked depressed and did not speak for a long time. Gao Yang was also surprised, but his expression was relatively relaxed because he had not experienced the Scarlet Tide and had no direct feeling. 10 seconds later, Zhu Ke whispered, "How long in advance?" 10 days later. Chapter 256. 10 days later. When Mrs. Lee said these 3 words calmly and confidently, the box fell into silence for a moment. Gao Yang could clearly feel that the atmosphere had become solemn. Everyone was surprised, and even felt it was ridiculous. "Mrs. Lee?" 10 seconds later, Dohu broke the silence, with a sharp look and a little scrutiny. "This kind of thing can't be a joke." "Mr. Dohu?" Mrs. Lee looked frank, with a trace of compassion in her eyes. "I hope I'm joking." The leader never made a mistake. Jining on the side assured in a serious tone. Every time she predicted something, it would come true, every time. Jin Ying's face was full of gratitude and admiration. "Our Baichuan group can survive to this day, all thanks to the leader." Dohu stopped talking, he tilted his head, frowned, and gently rubbed his temple with his thumb. Zhu Ke looked serious and puzzled. "I thought it was 10 days, and a half a month in advance, and this situation has happened before. Now, Madame Lee, you tell me that it is 2 years in advance." Gao Yang remained silent. It turns out that the next Scarlet Tide should come 2 years later. At Gao Yang's current level, he is fully qualified to know the information of the level of Scarlet Tide. It's just that there are too many things happening during this period. He has been trying his best to survive, and has no time to take care of it. At the moment, he suppressed his curious baby personality, and decided to go back to Zhu Ke to ask privately. It's a bit embarrassing for a prospective elder, who doesn't even know what the Scarlet Tide is. Baitu almost subconsciously took out the nail polish from her pocket, and realized that this occasion was not appropriate, so she put it back calmly. According to Miss Chen, did Madame Li also predict the arrival of the Scarlet Tide last time? Chen Ying was stunned, not knowing how to answer. Mrs. Li smiled and answered gently and frankly, yes, I also predicted it. Why didn't you tell us last time, but you were in a hurry to tell us this time? Baitu's question is also a concern to everyone, because the situation this time is very different. Mrs. Li looked directly at Baitu. What's different? Baitu continued to ask. Very serious. How serious? Dohu asked. Mrs. Li was silent. Dohu didn't wait for an answer for a long time, suddenly smiled and asked directly, tell me, what are your conditions? I hope to cooperate, Mrs. Li said. How to cooperate? When the Scarlet Tide comes, the three major organizations must unite to tide over the difficulties together, and the strong have the responsibility and obligation to protect the weak. The implication, the 12 zodiac signs, and the Qilin Union must protect most of the members of the Baichuan group. Wait a minute. Suzaku, who had been thinking, raised a question. Madame Li, according to past experience, when the Scarlet Tide comes, the best way for the awakened to protect themselves is to hide. The three major organizations all have their own hiding places. Suzaku didn't say anything more. Her eyes were stern. Is it different this time? Madame Li nodded, her voice getting heavier. I know that my behavior is despicable. But if you don't cooperate, I won't reveal any more information. Without my information, no one can escape. Ha ha. Dohu slapped his thigh. Madame Li, everyone says you are an old fox. Today I have seen it. Mr. Dohu, please be polite. Chen Ying was very unhappy. Mrs. Li raised her hand slightly, and Chen Ying realized her gaffe, and nodded slightly, sorry. Mrs. Li, don't get me wrong. Dohu smiled with a sophisticated look, I was just praising you. If you were still as saintly as you usually are, I would really be afraid that you would hold me back. Now, I know that you are also a ruthless person, and I am more willing to cooperate with you. Mrs. Li smiled bitterly and sighed. Everyone has their own means of survival. In such a world, everyone tries their best. Okay. Dohu stood up with his legs propped up. I will go back with Baitu and call everyone to a meeting to try to give. You reply? Suzaku has already taken out his cell phone. I can't make the decision on this matter. I call the president. Suzaku was not shy and answered the phone in front of everyone. Hello, Dr. Su, are you free today? Yes, I've been sick again recently, and I hope to have a small mutual aid treatment. Okay, see you in the clinic in an hour. Suzaku hung up the phone, stood up and looked at Mrs. Li. I give you a reply within today. Time is tight, please hurry up. Mrs. Li nodded slightly. I'm not feeling well, so I'm sorry I can't see you off. Chen Ying stood up, led the four people out of the box, and sent them to the elevator. After going downstairs, Zhuke walked to the roadside, opened the car door, and looked at Dohu. Do you still want to take my car? It's not on the way, let's take a taxi. Dohu took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep puff, and looked at Zhuke meaningfully. Hey, what do you think about this? What else can I think? Zhuke shrugged, looking indifferent. Just listen to the leader. Stop pretending. Dohu gave her an I understand you look. You must be very excited. Things are getting more and more interesting. Uh-huh. Zhuke was exposed and smiled pretentiously. Same here. Two crazy people who are afraid of chaos in the world. Baitu rolled her eyes in disbelief. Seconded. Gaoyang gave Baitu a thumbs up in his heart. 10 minutes later, Gaoyang sat in Juchua's car and drove to Dr. Su's psychological counseling clinic. Along the way, Gaoyang had called the two elders Qinglong and Baihu, and they said they would rush to the president's clinic immediately. Gaoyang glanced at the map on his phone. According to the current road conditions, it would take about half an hour to arrive. Ahem. Gaoyang pretended to ask casually. Sister Xia, that Scarlet Tide. Have you been holding it in for a long time? Zhuke interrupted with a smile. Gaoyang had nowhere to hide, and nodded awkwardly. Yes. That's right. You've only been awakened for 2 months, and you've been to the Fu Cave 3 times, changed jobs once, killed 2 traitors, and you're preparing for the college entrance examination. How can you have time to understand this? Gaoyang laughed and cried. Sister Xia, thank you for your understanding, but you remember it too clearly. Suzaku's beautiful fingers tapped the steering wheel lightly. In fact, the Scarlet Tide is not a secret, but everyone who has experienced it knows it tacitly. The organization believes that there is no need to cause panic, and it doesn't tell the newcomers if it can. Sister Xia, Don't keep us in suspense. Gao Yang couldn't wait any longer. Simply put, the Scarlet Tide is a war between beasts and awakeners. Suzaku stated calmly. Gao Yang had guessed that this was the case, and was a little disappointed. That's it? Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't told you the details yet. Zhuge turned the steering wheel lightly, and passed a slow black car. Let me ask you a question first. You ask? 8 years ago in the summer. It should be during the summer vacation. Do you have any vivid memories? Gao Yang thought about it. 8 years ago was when he was 10 years old. He didn't remember anything major happening during the summer vacation when he was 10 years old. Think about it carefully. For example, you suddenly found yourself very sleepy on some days. You fell asleep as soon as it got dark. When you woke up, it was already bright outside. You felt a little dazed. Gao Yang tried to search his memories, and was slightly surprised. Ah, it really happened. I caught a bad cold. I was always drowsy, and wanted to sleep during those days. It took almost a week to get better. Gao Yang took a breath and reacted. I was experiencing the Scarlet Tide at that time? Chapter 257. Yes, this is the Scarlet Tide in the eyes of ordinary humans. The driving Zhuge looked ahead. Under the fluffy air bangs, a glimmer of inexplicable light flashed in his brown eyes. The Scarlet Tide in the eyes of the awakened is completely different. Gao Yang moved his sitting posture slightly and perked up. He knew that the knowledge point was coming. The Scarlet Tide appears every 10 years. No one knows how many times it has appeared, and how many times it will appear. It lasts for 7 days. From the first night, the moon will become huge and scarlet. Do you understand the blood moon? I understand. Gao Yang nodded. This is very common in games and film and television works. On the ground of all isolated islands, a thick layer of blood mist will appear, almost submerging people's knees. Before dawn, the blood mist will slowly dissipate, just like the high and low tides. Scarlet Tide, this name is really appropriate. Gao Yang has already imagined that picture in his mind. It must be said that it is both beautiful and weird. Suzaku nodded and asked with a smile, do you know where these tidal blood mists come from? Gao Yang was slightly stunned, and immediately guessed the answer, the gate of the end. Yes. Suzaku nodded. Gao Yang was secretly surprised. Sure enough, everything is related to this door. These blood mists overflowed from the gate of the end. They do not follow the laws of physics, and spread rapidly to all the isolated islands in the foggy world. No matter where you go, no matter how high or low the terrain is, there is half a meter of blood mist under your feet. Gao Yang was about to speak when he was interrupted by Suzaku. I know you want to ask where the gate of the end is, but this can only be told by the president. Anyway, you just need to know that the blood mist ran out from behind the door, and no one can stop their tide and ebb. Gao Yang asked again, are these blood mists dangerous? No danger. Zhuge said, at least for now, it seems that there is no direct harm to us awakened ones. However, it is generally believed that the real function of the blood mist is to allow beasts to distinguish who is an awakened one at the first time. Gao Yang nodded silently, digesting the existing information. Zhuge stepped on the brakes and stopped at a red light. During the 7 days of the Scarlet Tide, day and night are completely different. During the day, everything runs as usual. Once it gets dark, the blood moon will appear, and a few hours later, the blood mist will follow. All lost people and ordinary humans will be drowsy, leaving only awakened people and other high-level beasts. Then, the restraint of Song Dao will be invalid, and awakened people should not expect to pretend to sleep to fool around. High-level beasts can tell whether you are an ordinary person or an awakened one at a glance. Then, Zhuge stepped on the accelerator, and the car started again. The hunting game begins. Are we prey? Gao Yang asked subconsciously, but in an instant, he realized that the question itself was the answer. Yes. Zhu Chua's eyes were slightly cold. The greed beast, the anger beast, and the delusion beast will wander around at night, and will kill the awakened immediately if they encounter them. What about the living beast and the dead beast? Gao Yang asked. I don't know, they may be involved, or they may not be. Zhuge tilted his shoulders. According to the information we have so far, the living beast and the dead beast are most likely not involved in the Scarlet Tide, and they have not even appeared directly. If that's the case, how do we know the existence of these two beasts? Gao Yang was not arguing. He had been curious about this for a long time. Because we have indirect evidence to prove the existence of the living beast and the dead beast, which involves top secrets. Zhuge smiled evilly. If you want to know, go ask the president. Gao Yang shut up and stopped asking questions. After a moment of silence, Gao Yang said, If the Crimson Tide is just what you said, it doesn't seem to be that scary. Shukei pursed his slightly drooping mouth and smiled indifferently. It's nothing to be afraid of. 8 years ago, the 3 major organizations were not as strong as they are today, and the awakened people also survived the Crimson Tide safely. The total number of deaths was only more than 40. Only? Gao Yang was quite surprised. More than 40, equivalent to 1/5 of all the awakened people. Well, half of them are scattered people who have awakened not long ago, and have not had time to join the formal organization. Shukei paused. The other half is their own choice. What do you mean? Gao Yang was interested in this. Shukei didn't look at Gao Yang, and drove the car attentively. Although angry beasts have a certain IQ and emotions, they don't use tricks. But greedy beasts are different. Whether they are parasites or hosts, they have high IQs, and are extremely eager for the bodies of awakened people. They will try every means to lure awakened people to show up. Gao Yang frowned, as if he understood a little. I give you an example, and you understand. Shukei lifted the air bangs that blocked his vision with one hand. Suppose your neighbor is a greedy beast. On weekdays, it has a good relationship with your family and often visits. This week when the Scarlet Tide came, you disappeared. And your neighbor's beast awakened. Combining past experience and memory, it analyzed that it had every reason to suspect that you might be an awakened person, and had found a place to hide. There is every reason to suspect. Gao Yang continued. So, if it wants to lure you out, what method will it think of? Gao Yang's heart sank. My family. Yes. Suzaku's expression became serious. Remember, this week, the rules of Song Dao are invalid. Even if your family is lost, the greedy beast can actively harm its own kind just to lure you out. At this time, will you save your family? Gao Yang did not answer, but his murderous eyes had given the answer. No one can hurt my family. Suzaku sighed. In theory, as long as the awakened find a place to hide, and don't contact anyone, hiding for a week, he is likely to be safe. If he still has an organization, hiding with the people in the organization, the safety factor is higher. The premise is that he will never care about his relatives and friends. Gao Yang's voice was a little difficult. Yes. Suzaku shrugged. Most awakened people can do it, because they never think that the lost are their family and friends. I can't do it. Gao Yang confessed. Yes, there are many people like you. Shukei said. So these awakened people, knowing that it is a trap, have to jump into it. Shukei thought of something else. By the way, do you still remember the body of number 21 who almost blew you to death? Yes. Gao Yang nodded, not only remembering, but also impressed. Last time in the Scarlet Tide, he fell into the trap of the greedy beast. At that time, he hid in the base, but his mobile phone was not turned off. 2 days later, he received a call for help from his sister. Juchua's tone was somewhat sympathetic. He and his sister depend on each other for life, and have a good relationship. Number 21 could not bear to see his sister in danger anyway, so he decided to save his sister. Our union neither supports nor opposes this behavior, and we will not send anyone to accompany him, because we cannot take risks with other people's lives. I understand. Gao Yang nodded. In the end, number 21 went to save his sister and was killed. Juchua's voice turned cold. What beast killed him? The greedy beast. A glimmer of light flashed in Juchua's eyes. His sister is the greedy beast, and he was killed by his sister. Gao Yang was shocked and couldn't accept this ending for a while. There is a follow-up to this matter. Shukei said. Number 21's sister successfully boarded with her brother, and became number 21. When she returned to the base, her teammate, the blue pig with mind reader, heard the voice in her heart, and immediately notified Qinglong privately, and then she was executed. Juchua's eyes were cold. This matter is very serious. If it weren't for Blue Pig's accidental hit, our hiding place would be exposed. Once exposed, the darkest among the delusion beasts would come up, and the consequences would be unimaginable. The darkest, Gao Yang took a breath. How strong is it? I haven't met it. The president once had a brief confrontation with a delusion beast. He said. Shukei paused and subconsciously lowered his voice. The power of the delusion beast is above that of the ghost. Gao Yang's heart sank. It was more powerful than the ghost. Measured by the system's numerical value, that is, the hang-up income is more than 5,000 times. Gao Yang was a little desperate and discouraged for a while. In this foggy world, he was really too weak and powerless. Gao Yang quickly stopped himself from getting too emotional and looked sideways at Suzaku. Sister Xia, I have another question. Chapter 258. Asked. Shukei, who was driving, looked ahead lazily. You said before that the body of number 4 also died in the Scarlet Tide, And it might have been killed by a ghost or a delusion beast, Gao Yang said. Yes. Zhu Ke nodded. Why did number 4 encounter a delusion beast? Gao Yang frowned slightly. Could it be that the delusion beast also uses tricks to lure the awakened to show up? Probably not. Zhu Ke pulled the corner of his mouth. His expression was a little complicated. I interrogated the body of number 4. He was also lured out by the greedy beast, but number 4 was very confident in himself. He easily saw the people who wanted to hurt his family. The greedy beast, on the way back to the base, encountered a stronger enemy and could not escape. Gao Yang's mood was also complicated. It means that number 4 was simply unlucky and ran into a wandering delusion beast, and this delusion beast happened to be the Dark One. Maybe. Zhu Ke narrowed his eyes slightly. Some people have speculated that the number of delusion beasts does not exceed 15, of which the Dark Ones account for half, and the visitors and observers account for half. If it were not for the mutual restraint between them, the situation of the awakened would be more dangerous. I basically understand. Gao Yang grasped the key point, that is to say, during the 7 days of the Scarlet Tide, the biggest threat to the awakened is the delusion beast, but as long as you don't commit suicide, you generally won't encounter it. Yes. Zhu Ke nodded, and added, there is another threat, ghosts. Gao Yang was stunned, and almost forgot about the ghost group. During the 7 days of the Crimson Tide, the ghost group killed awakened people most frequently. Ghosts are also awakened, right? Won't high-level beasts attack them? Gao Yang was very confused. We can basically confirm that the ghost group and the high-level beasts are not in the same camp, and they don't interfere with each other. Suzaku looked back at Gao Yang. By the way, do you know why ghosts kill awakened people? At your current level, this is information you can know. Gao Yang had already asked Chushua, but he still shook his head pretending not to know. Because ghosts feed on the energy of awakened people. A faint light flashed in Chuchua's eyes. It's easy to understand if you think of them as vampires. I see. Gao Yang pretended to be surprised and flattered. Sister Xia, your metaphor is really appropriate. Well, regarding the information about the ghost group, our union has grasped and verified the following points. First, the number of ghost group members is very small, never more than a single digit. Second, the overall strength of ghosts is slightly lower than that of delusional beasts, but it cannot be guaranteed that the strength of all ghosts is like this. Third, ghosts treat awakened people as food. Eating awakened people can prolong the life of ghosts and enhance their strength. Fourth, ghosts do not hunt without restraint. On the contrary, they are very restrained, especially fond of high-sequence awakeners, and only eat once every 2 years on average. 5. When the Scarlet Tide comes, ghosts will be stronger and have a higher desire to hunt. Gao Yang listened silently, a little regretful. So you don't know where the ghosts came from? Suzaku smiled. Yes, but there has been some progress in this matter, thanks to you. Gao Yang immediately guessed. Sanmu cult? Well, I interrogated Xuanwu's body. Although it was less than a minute, I also got a lot of information, including the ghost group. What is it? I can't tell you the details. They are still to be verified. Zhu Ke twisted his mouth. You just need to know that the ghost group has been cooperating with the Sangmu sect for these years. Gao Yang didn't ask any more questions. Zhu Ke sighed. Originally, the focus of the union was to investigate and cleanse the Sangmu sect. At this critical juncture, the Scarlet Tide came again. How does the saying go? Good things don't come in pairs, bad things come in groups. Gao Yang glanced at Zhu Ke lightly and asked tentatively, why do I feel that Sister Xia is very excited when you say this? Xiang. Zhu Ke stretched out his hand and gently pushed Gao Yang's shoulder. See through but don't say it, understand? Pay attention in the future. Zhu Ke used his fingers to lift the air bangs. You say, is my sister very bad? Why? I always feel that life is boring, and I look forward to something happening. But once this happens, many people will definitely die. In the eyes of those who want to live a peaceful life, I am really bad. Gao Yang thought about it seriously and answered honestly. This world cannot allow us to live peacefully forever. Instead of passively being beaten, it is better to take the initiative. Xiang. Zhu Ke was in a good mood and blinked at Gao Yang with admiration. You still understand, sister. Number 343, Lijiangzong Road, 19F, Blue House Clinic. When Gao Yang and Zhu Ke walked into the lobby of the office building, it was lunchtime. Office workers went downstairs to find food, and the elevator was overcrowded and could not squeeze in. Gao Yang and Zhu Ke chose to take the stairs. As awakened people, the two easily climbed to the 19th floor without breathing. The two pushed open the glass door of the clinic, and the metal wind chimes jingled, which was very pleasant. Miss Chin at the front desk was not there, probably because she had gone downstairs for lunch. Dr. Su, are you there? Zhu Ke called politely to the inner room. Everyone is here, come in, Dr. Su replied from inside the door. Zhu Ke looked at Gao Yang and pushed the door open. In the well-lit psychological consultation room, Dr. Su was still dressed in a gentle and bookish manner as a psychologist. He sat on the main sofa with his crutches aside. On the rectangular sofa to his left, two men sat, neither wearing a mask. One man sat upright, serious, wearing a very thin gray windbreaker. He was tall and strong, with a solid and powerful body, much like an excellent fighter. Gao Yang guessed from his body shape that this person was Elder Qinglong. Judging from his face alone, he was about 40 years old, with sharp and experienced eyes, three-dimensional facial features, and an O-shaped beard, giving people a sense of dignity without anger. According to Gao Yang's original imagination, Elder Qinglong is more suitable to be the president of Qilin Union. The middle-aged man sitting next to Elder Qinglong looked much more honest. He also looked to be in his 40s, with an ordinary figure and a slightly bulging belly. He wore a blue striped jersey and shorts, white socks and black sneakers, and a half-wet towel around his neck, as if he had just rushed over from the football field. He had few hairs, very short, and a round face with a very blessed face with a pair of bright eyes, a fleshy nose, and thick lips, like a comedian in a movie. He looked up at Gao Yang and Zhu Ke, and his voice was kind and natural, as if he was chatting. Xiaoxia, Xiaoying, you are here. For a moment, Gao Yang thought that this man was one of his elder relatives, and it was just an ordinary family dinner. I really didn't expect that Elder Baihu of Qilin Union, a man who was responsible for security work, would be so down-to-earth. President, Elder White Tiger, Elder Azure Dragon. Gao Yang nodded slightly and greeted them politely one by one. Zhu Ke was very relaxed. She sat down on the sofa opposite the two elders and patted the seat next to her. Qiang, don't be too reserved, sit down. Gao Yang sat down next to Zhu Ke. In this way, the core figures of the Qilin Union were all present. Dr. Su's shoulders tilted slightly to one side. He held a cane in one hand and supported his face with the other hand. His tone was mellow and gentle. Everyone is here. Let's start today's mutual aid treatment. Chapter 259. Okay. Zhu Ke didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Li asked us to come over and confess her talent, Sequence 5 Prophet. It's about the same as our guess. Qinglong was not surprised at all. His voice was cold. No one else expressed any opinion. Next, Zhu Ke briefly explained the 3 specific abilities of Prophet, and then got to the point. Li said she dreamed that the Crimson Tide arrived early. How early? Baihu asked. 10 days later. This time, the atmosphere changed slightly. Really? Baihu crossed one leg and looked at Zhu Ke. That's what she said herself. She seems to have never been wrong in predicting the future. Zhu Ke said. Oh! What should I do? Baihu slapped his thigh, very regretful. Our unit will have a football game in 10 days, and I finally don't have to sit on the bench. No, Elder Baihu, so you are worried about this. Also, aren't you an awakener? How could you sit on the bench with your ability? How much ability have you suppressed in order to integrate into the superficial society? Gao Yang held back his complaints and listened quietly. The other 2 elders seemed to be accustomed to Baihu's style, and did not respond. 2 years in advance is indeed very abnormal. Qinglong's tone was still calm. However, we were able to deal with the last Scarlet Tide. Now our organization is stronger, so it's not worth making a fuss. I think so too. Zhu Ke glanced at Dr. Su, but Mr. Li said that the situation this time is very serious. How serious is it? Baihu leaned back, put his hands together, and placed them on his belly. Although his movements were still loose, his expression was a little more serious. Gao Yang complained in his heart. Right, this is the vigilance that the security chief should have. She won't say it unless we agree to her terms. Zhu Ke repeated Li's original words. After listening, everyone fell into a brief silence. It seems really serious. Qinglong made an inference. Li wants us to unite with the 12 zodiac signs to protect her people, which means that many people will die in this Scarlet Tide. I guess the rules may also change, or the enemies may become more numerous and more proactive. Zhu Ke said. Is there a possibility that Li deliberately made a fuss just to promote the cooperation of the 3 major organizations? Once we cooperate, most of the resources and intelligence will be open to each other, which will be beneficial to the Baichuan group without any harm. Baihu proposed a possibility. It is possible, but it is very small. Gao Yang spoke cautiously. Everyone else looked over, and Gao Yang suddenly felt pressured. He coughed lightly. To prove her words were true and credible, Li gave all her cards. She must be really desperate. If she just wanted to cheat us to gain a little bit of profit, the Scarlet Tide would expose her sooner or later, which would be detrimental to the long-term development of her organization. I agree. Qilong nodded. Mrs. Li and I are old friends. Qilin, who had been listening, said lightly, she is not such a small-minded person, and I don't think she lied. President, do you mean that we agree to the conditions of the Baichuan group? Zhu Ke asked. Yes, agree. Qilin made a decision easily. Awakeners should unite, and protecting the weak is a benevolent act. Moreover, this is a good opportunity to show the strength of our union. Afterwards, we can attract some outstanding talents to join the union. Gao Yang complained in his heart. Dr. Su, I'm sorry, I misjudged you before. You are indeed the material for being a leader. This little abacus is going to take off. I have no objection. Qilong expressed his opinion. Well, I think it's okay. Baihu said. Zhu Ke nodded. I agree. Gao Yang was thinking about the problem. When he looked up, he found that 4 pairs of eyes were looking at him. He realized that he was also qualified to participate in the vote. He was a little flattered and almost stuttered, me too. All votes passed. Qilin looked at Zhu Ke. You give Mrs. Li an answer now. Okay. Zhu Ke took out his mobile phone and started dialing. In addition, we have to prepare ourselves. Qilin glanced at Qilong. First of all, it is the Songmu cult. Although time is tight, we still have to investigate what needs to be investigated. Let everyone know that those who violate the Qilin Union will be punished no matter how far away they are. Leave it to me. Qilong nodded slightly. 7 shadows. Qilin looked at Gao Yang. Here. A rune suddenly appeared in Qilin's hand. This is the knowledge rune. Gao Yang was stunned, then understood. President, you want to give it to me? Your copy and lie detector need to be upgraded to level 4. The sooner the better. Before the Crimson Tide comes, we must maximize our combat power. Yes. Gao Yang was not polite, and took the knowledge rune circuit. Gao Yang took a look and found that it was the same as other rune circuits, with a hard texture and a cold temperature. The totem on the front was a book. Gao Yang also wanted to be like Qilin, and take the rune circuit away from his hand in a blink of an eye. But he couldn't do it, so he could only honestly put the rune circuit into his trouser pocket, which looked a little silly. Tonight, you and Zhu Ke go to the 12 zodiacs. Qilin continued to instruct. What? Zhu Ke asked. To exchange time and space runes. Qilin looked at Gao Yang, then give it to Qiang and ask him to upgrade teleport to level 4. Gao Yang realized teleport when he killed Xuanwu, and it was impossible to hide it from the Qilin Union. So Gao Yang generously admitted that Gao Yang is now an awakener with 4 talents, actually 5 talents, at the same time, which is unique in the awakener world and shocked the entire awakening world. In the strength rankings, Qiang has reached the 15th place. Gao Yang was flattered for a moment. Dr. Su, you are so kind to me. Gao Yang hurriedly said politely. President, don't be so anxious, my teleport is only level 2, and I don't need runes at the moment. Don't worry, it will be upgraded to level 3 very quickly. Qilin smiled at Gao Yang. In addition, this is also a reward for you to find out the traitor Xuanwu. Are you satisfied? Satisfied. Gao Yang was more respectful than obeying. President, this is a space-time rune. Will the 12 zodiac signs be willing to exchange it? Baihu smiled. Suzaku had the same concerns. President, what rune are you going to exchange? It can't be a miracle rune, right? Gao Yang was delighted. Could it really be a miracle rune? Great, I have a chance to touch it again. Maybe I can upgrade it after a few more touches. Absolutely impossible. Qilin replied with a smile. Gao Yang was disappointed. Sure enough, I thought too much. Qilin would probably never hand over the miracle rune even if he died. This miracle rune must still contain a big secret. What conditions does the president plan to set? Zhu Ke asked. I tell you later. The president said. Okay. Qilin turned sideways and looked at Baihu. You should start the wartime state immediately, and let everyone prepare to enter the number 3 secret base for refuge in 10 days. Okay. Baihu said. Then, today's mutual aid treatment ends here. Qilin supported himself with a cane and slowly stood up. Everyone, please go back. Yes. The elders stood up one after another, and walked out of the room one after another. Gao Yang was the last to leave. Qiang, you stay. Qilin called Gao Yang. President, is there anything else? Gao Yang stopped at the door. Yes. Qilin smiled, and after confirming that the 3 elders had left, he smiled and said, Isn't your teleport only level 2? I will help you upgrade to level 3 now. Chapter 260. Now? Gao Yang was shocked. How could it be as easy as eating a meal to upgrade talent? This Qilin is really unpredictable. You say he is very busy. He runs a psychological clinic every day and does psychological treatment for lost people with mental illnesses. He wastes a lot of time. But you say he is very leisurely every day. He is also an unparalleled action man. He makes decisions very quickly and executes them immediately without any delay. For example, last time, he promised to show Gao Yang the miracle rune, and it appeared in his hand as soon as he agreed. A few minutes ago, he decided to give Gao Yang the knowledge rune, and he took it out in 1 second. Now, he said he would help Gao Yang upgrade the teleportation talent, and he would execute it immediately. Listening to the confident tone, it should be done immediately. The boss is really the boss. He is so calm and leisurely, and he makes light of heavy things. Elegant, so elegant. Yes, now. Qilin looked at Gao Yang, and an elusive luster flashed in his deep eyes. Are you ready? Yes. Gao Yang took a deep breath and nodded. Qilin stood up, leaned on his crutches, walked to the corner of the room, and opened a very ordinary door. Judging from the structure, there should be a utility room behind the door. Come in, Qilin said. Gao Yang stood up, walked to the door, and looked inside. It was pitch black. Qilin went in first, and Gao Yang followed immediately. After a few seconds, Gao Yang's eyes gradually adapted to the dim light. He was very surprised that there was a long and narrow passage inside. Gao Yang did not dare to ask more questions and followed Qilin. The two walked for about a minute before they came to the end of the passage. It was an ancient blue stone door. Qilin put his hand on the cold and rough stone door. 3 seconds later, the stone door made a dull and old sound and slowly opened inside. Gao Yang stood at the door, shocked and speechless. Behind the door was a huge enclosed space. 4 round stone pillars, with a diameter of 2 meters, supported the majestic dome. The stone walls on all 4 sides were painted with mythological murals, and countless bronze torches were embedded in the murals, with flickering flames. Gao Yang was very skeptical. Could such a space really be built inside a modern office building? But soon, he dispelled his doubts. Qilin Union is famous for its rich and inhumane, and it is not surprising that it can come up with such a thing. The entire enclosed space is like an ancient temple. In the center of the palace is a trapezoidal altar, on top of which stands a huge bronze tripod. A beam of holy skylight shines down from the dome, just covering the bronze tripod. President, this is... Gao Yang's voice unconsciously became lighter, for fear of disturbing the sacredness in the air. My secret garden. Qilin smiled. Gao Yang didn't know what to say for a moment. It doesn't matter. Qilin walked forward a few steps with his cane, and stood on the stone steps of the altar. He turned around, looked at Gao Yang, and asked again, Are you ready? Gao Yang was stunned. Do you mean upgrade? Yes. Gao Yang's heart was beating fast. He had no idea what Qilin wanted to do next, but he could only nod. Duh. Qilin raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers lightly. Gao Yang was startled, and noticed a slight noise behind him. He turned around quickly, and 3 people wearing faceless masks and white robes appeared behind him. Judging from their figures, they were 3 adult men. Gao Yang was very surprised. When did the 3 of them approach? Where did they hide before? What's with this outfit? Are they kept here to upgrade people's talents? Gao Yang vaguely guessed it. He didn't look back at Qilin, and his voice was respectful and firm. President Qilin, thank you for your kindness, but although I have left the 12 zodiac signs, I have my own bottom line. I will not kill the lost. The voice of President Qilin came from behind. 7 shadows, don't worry, they are not lost, fight with confidence. Gao Yang was about to say something, and the 3 beasts suddenly rushed towards Gao Yang at a very fast speed. Gao Yang didn't have time to think about it, so he could only mobilize the energy in his body and start fighting. Shua shua shua. The beast in the middle launched an attack, and its hands suddenly turned into several slippery tentacles, attacking Gao Yang. Gao Yang was about to dodge to the side, and his peripheral vision was shrill. The other 2 beasts had come from both sides without knowing when, and their hands turned into sharp and huge arm knives, like the arms of a mantis. 1 devourer, 2 killers. Gao Yang teleported and escaped from the encirclement of the 3 beasts. As soon as Gao Yang stood still, a violent murderous aura suddenly attacked his head. 1 second later, Gao Yang teleported again without hesitation. Bang! The floor where Gao Yang was originally standing was stabbed to pieces by a beast. The beast looked like a woman, wearing a white robe and a faceless mask. She was covered with gray-green hard scales, her feet had no soles, and her bones were mutated and burst out of her flesh and blood, turning into two sharp leg blades. Squeak, squeak. The beast pulled out its legs from the broken cracks in the ground, and the sharp leg blades stepped on the ground, rubbing against the ground, making a sound that made people's teeth ache. Swish, swish, swish. Gao Yang had no time to be surprised. 3 familiar bone spurs shot at him from the side. Gao Yang dodged again by teleporting, and when he looked closely, there was another beast. This beast also looked like a woman, with scales all over its body, and its hands turned into bone spurs that could be extended and shortened at any time. It was simply a replica of Xiangye. Gao Yang looked around vigilantly. 1 devourer, 2 killers, 1 parasite, and 2 hosters. Why are there so many beasts in Qilin's secret garden? What is Qilin's identity? While thinking, a burst of heat came from the left face, and then liquid flowed down. Gao Yang realized that his dodge just now was very extreme, but he was still cut by the bone claws. Qiying, stop hesitating, fight. Qilin stood on the steps with a cane. Watching the battle, his tone was as gentle as ever. If you hesitate any longer, you will die. Gao Yang took a deep breath. He knew he had no choice. Swish, swish. 3 bone spurs stabbed at him, and at the same time, other beasts also surrounded him. Gao Yang did not teleport away this time. He turned sideways to avoid the attack of the 3 bone spurs, saw the right opportunity, stretched out his right hand, and grabbed one of the bone spurs. Flame. At the same time, his left hand sprayed a flame to the side, forcing back the 2 killers. Crack. Gao Yang's right hand exerted force suddenly, breaking the bone spur in his hand. Ah! The owner of the bone spur let out a shrill wail. Swish. A second later, Gao Yang flashed in front of it, and the broken bone spur in his hand, like a small dagger, pierced its scales and stabbed into its heart. It was not enough to just pierce it. Gao Yang twisted the bone spur with force, and pulled it hard in the middle, until the feeling of the opponent's heart being completely destroyed reached Gao Yang's palm. He stopped only after he was sure that the target was dead. Gao Yang killed a host, but it also delayed 2 precious seconds. When Gao Yang let go of the bloody bone spur, and wanted to teleport again, a tentacle had already quietly attacked along the ground and wrapped around Gao Yang's left ankle. The tentacle quickly exerted force. Gao Yang's center of gravity was unstable, and he fell to the ground. Gao Yang did not hesitate, and grabbed the tentacle wrapped around his ankle with his backhand. Just as he was about to start the fire, a black shadow suddenly appeared above his head. 2 sharp leg blades, with a sharp sound of cutting through the air, stabbed straight down. Chapter 261. It's bad. Gao Yang was horrified. His fighting instinct outpaced his reason and logic. He teleported to the side with all his strength. Gao Yang, who was lying on the ground, was blurred and lagged for a moment, because he encountered resistance when teleporting. The resistance came from the tentacles wrapped around his ankles, and the owner of the tentacles, the devourer. But Gao Yang's current strength was much higher than the devourer, so the teleportation was still successful. In a moment, Gao Yang flashed 5 meters away, and the devourer was pulled to Gao Yang's original position. Puff puff. 2 leg blades pierced the devourer's chest, directly penetrated its body, and nailed it to the ground. The devourer died silently, his body softened, and the tentacles wrapped around Gao Yang's ankles loosened. The boarder accidentally killed his companion, but did not hesitate at all. She kicked hard, and a pair of leg blades were pulled out from the companion's body, rushing towards Gao Yang again. Gao Yang was about to launch teleportation, but was forced to stop. In the corner of his eyes, a killer appeared on each side, about 5 meters away. Gao Yang did not look back. He had guessed that the host who could use bone spurs 5 meters behind him was probably waiting for him to take the bait. They predicted their teleportation. In a flash, the host approached Gao Yang, and while it pounced on Gao Yang, it turned sideways, and one of its leg blades was like a sharp giant sword, slashing at Gao Yang's head. Gao Yang disappeared, and he still launched teleportation. The host's leg blade slashed into the air, and the moment it landed, it felt the wind above its head, but it was too late to react. Gao Yang teleported to the top of the host's head. He took advantage of the inertia of falling, grabbed the host's head with one hand, and pressed it hard to the ground. Bang! The host fell heavily to the ground, his head hitting the ground and leaving cracks. Flame! Gao Yang groaned, and the flames in his palm gushed out. In less than a second, they burned along the host's head and all over his body. Ah! The burned host screamed in pain. The 3 beasts around immediately surrounded him. Swish! Gao Yang disappeared, along with the burned host, leaving only some flames on the ground. Gao Yang flashed 5 meters away, his right hand still holding the host's head, and still igniting the flames. Soon, the critical 7 seconds passed, and the host fainted under the extreme pain of burning, unable to resist. At the same time, Gao Yang felt a stream of heat rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and all the cells in his body were activated at the same time, screaming excitedly. If you have to use an idiom to describe the feeling at this moment, it is ecstasy. Gao Yang understood that teleport had been upgraded. Level 3 teleport. Can teleport 7 meters. Use time interval, 1 second. Level 3 teleport permanent attribute bonus, strength plus 300, agility plus 600. Attribute value update. Physical strength, 500 endurance, 500. Strength, 800 agility, 1100. Spirit, 500 charm, 116. Luck, 454. In the short distraction, 3 beasts rushed up. At this moment, they were no match for Gao Yang. Gao Yang let go of the host, stood up, and slowly exhaled. 2 killers approached, wielding sharp hand blades to slash at Gao Yang. Gao Yang, who had 1,100 points of agility, didn't even need to teleport to dodge. His body was light, and his steps were ghostly. He dodged left and right in the messy knife shadows, as easily as dancing waltz. 10 seconds later, Gao Yang saw the right opportunity, dodged a slash with a sideways move, and kicked the other killer in the lower abdomen, forcing it back. In the process, Gao Yang did not forget to throw a small fireball at the host not far away to prevent its bone spurs from attacking him. Then, Gao Yang quickly approached, grabbed the killer's hand blade with a grab, twisted it hard, and stabbed it. Puff. The killer's hand blade pierced into its own chest with a muffled sound. It's not over yet. Puff. Gao Yang continued to exert force, and the killer's hand blade directly pierced through his chest and came out from his back. Teleport. Gao Yang and the killer's figure appeared a momentary lag, and then the two teleported towards the other killer. Puff. The killer whose chest was pierced by his own hand blade collided with another killer, and the hand blade on its back also pierced into the opponent's chest, performing a 1 in a row 2. The two killers fell to the ground with their chests pressed against each other's backs. The battle was not over yet. Gao Yang did not look back, and disappeared in a flash, avoiding the long-range attack of the bone spur. 1 second later, Gao Yang appeared in front of the last host. Gao Yang looked at the enemy in front of him with cold eyes, and even gave it a second to react. This action was so provocative. The host was confused, and it instinctively jumped back, retracted the bone spur, and attacked Gao Yang again. Gao Yang had predicted its movements and teleported to its side almost seamlessly. Gao Yang's move was extremely fast. He grabbed the opponent's wrist and changed the direction of the opponent's hand with a clever move. Shua shua shua. The 3 bone spurs of the host stabbed out with all their strength, but they did not pierce Gao Yang's body. Instead, they pierced its own chin and head from bottom to top. Plop. The last beast fell down with a muffled sound. Gao Yang entered the system silently. The doubling of luck points had stopped, confirming the end of the battle. He panted slightly, raised his hand to wipe the blood stains on his face, and turned around. Qilin was still standing on the stone steps under the altar. He was leaning on a cane, his body slightly tilted, and there was a gentle smile on his face, as if what happened in front of him just now was not a fight, but just a relaxed tennis game. I told you, it's easy to upgrade your talent to level 3, Qilin said. Gao Yang was in a complicated mood. Although he felt a little offended, he couldn't help asking, President, are these beasts kept in captivity by you? Qilin shook his head. No, these beasts are kept in captivity by you. Me? Gao Yang was even more confused. I don't understand. It doesn't matter. Qilin walked down the stairs with a cane, put away his elegant smile, and his gentle eyes suddenly became sharp and aggressive. Xiang, I brought you here today for another thing. Gao Yang instinctively felt that something was wrong. He immediately became alert, but his face remained calm. President, you say? I'm sorry, I can't keep you. Gao Yang was shocked. What do you mean? Is he going to kill me? Is he kidding? No, it doesn't seem like a joke. President, Gao Yang's body tensed, his heartbeat accelerated, and his palms secretly gathered energy. I don't understand. Is it that I didn't do well? No, you are excellent, and did a good job. But it's a pity that you are not my man. Qilin's face was gloomy, as if he had changed into a different person. Xiang, you have to understand that the Qilin Guild cannot have another traitor at the level of an elder, otherwise the foundation will be unstable. Gao Yang's heart sank, and his first reaction was, run. But he didn't do it, because he was sure that he would never run away. Since Qilin brought him here on purpose, he must have absolute confidence. The only thing he could do was struggle to death. President, I don't know who you believed, but I am not a traitor. Gao Yang met Qilin's gaze, and tried to make himself look more open. Qilin stopped talking. He took another step forward with his crutches. It was just a small step, but Gao Yang felt an indescribable sense of oppression. Warning! You are facing an extremely dangerous situation. Lucky point income increased to 7,000 times. Chapter 262. Why? Where did I reveal myself? Why is Qilin so sure that I am the traitor? What evidence does he have? Or does he not care about evidence at all? He simply thinks that my potential danger has exceeded the value of a tool man, so he decided to kill me. Gao Yang couldn't figure it out, and he didn't have the chance to figure it out. The system won't lie, Qilin wanted to kill Gao Yang. The Awakener ranked first in the strength ranking, with a threat value of 7,000 times, must be well prepared. Resist, and you will die. Don't give up yet, don't give up until the last second. In an instant, Gao Yang thought of Guima, who was interrogated by Long. Although it was just a play, that play was an experience that Gao Yang could emulate. President, if you want to kill me, I will die, but I won't accept it. Gao Yang did not hide his fear, and at the same time tried his best to show his unwillingness. Both situations were not disguised. Qilin did not answer. He took another step forward with his crutches. Gao Yang wanted to retreat, but he forced himself to hold back. I have no loyalty to the 12 zodiac signs. I came to the Qilin Union for my own benefit, and chose a more powerful backer. You can say that I am not loyal to the Qilin Union, but I have never violated the rules. I abide by the rules of the Union, and work hard to complete the tasks assigned to me by the Union. I have not done anything to let the Union down, let alone betray the Union or anyone. Qilin took another step forward, and his sharp eyes seemed to soften, but unfortunately, it was fleeting. Qian, you are a really good person. I'm sorry that I can't keep you. Gao Yang's heart sank. There was no room for maneuver. He could only fight. While Qilin was speaking, he had already raised his left hand, and gently snapped his fingers. Fear. The air around him seemed to stagnate for half a second. Half a second later, everything in Gao Yang's eyes turned black and white. Gao Yang's brain exploded, exploding countless memories. On a 4-year-old summer night, standing outside the door of his grandparents, he peeked through the crack of the door, and saw the first truth of the foggy world. One late night when he was 18, on his way home, Li Weiwei's tentacles tightly strangled his head. Gao Yang, I love you. I want you. Please give me everything you have. In the bedroom in the middle of the night, Gao Xinxin took out his bloody heart with his bare hands. Brother, can I eat it? On the hillside in the evening, fine red lines appeared on Wan Cici's fair face, and she showed a confused and innocent look. Gao Yang, my head is a little dizzy. Mysterious space. At the moment when he was about to be swallowed by the tsunami of time and space, Lao Wang let go of his hand with tears on his face. Tell my wife and children that I love them. In the middle of the night, on the flag-raising platform of number 11 middle school, Niu Xian's body was suspended in the air, twisted into a twist by a strange force. But he kept calling, Mom, Mom, Mom. In the abandoned chemical plant late at night, the terrible phantom bound his body tightly, and the air blade controlled by Xuanwu was about to chop off his head. I accept your corpses and talents. These memories appeared at the same time, without any order, with an immersive feeling. No, it was a fear that was 10 times stronger than the original, which crushed Gao Yang. Gao Yang's feet were nailed to the spot, and his reason was gone. Fear was like countless poisonous snakes, entangled his body, and drilled into his body frantically. No, these are just memories, things that have already happened. They can no longer hurt me. The only trace of mind left in the depths of consciousness is like a crack in absolute darkness, and a beam of light shines into the crack. Gao Yang, trapped in absolute darkness, stretched out his hand with all his strength, and touched the beam of light, trying to regain more reason. A faint light flashed in Qilin's deep eyes, and he smiled at the corner of his mouth, a smile that was slightly appreciative. He took a step forward again with a cane, and snapped his left hand again. Pain. Qilin's voice no longer sounded like human language, but some ancient rhythm, some rules, some concepts, some incomprehensible, inviolable law of cause and effect. In a moment, Gao Yang's head exploded again, and this time, all the memories of physical pain came one after another. The injuries suffered in countless battles were inflicted on his body together. It was pure, extreme, physical pain, and the pain was like a furnace of hellfire, completely melting Gao Yang's reason and emotions. Gao Yang knelt on his knees, then fell down, curled up into a ball. He couldn't breathe anymore. The extreme pain tortured every inch of his skin, every muscle, every bone. Kill me. Kill me quickly. Please, please, end this quickly. 5 seconds later, the pain suddenly disappeared. Qilin had come to Gao Yang. He stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to pull Gao Yang up. Gao Yang trembled and raised his head, looking at Qilin, who was looking down at him. His mind was still blank. Submit. Qilin spoke again. Gao Yang's blank brain was activated again. But this time, the activation method was so gentle. If the previous feeling was like being cut by a knife and burned by fire, then this time, it was like a breeze blowing on the face. The feelings about his former weakness, humility, timidity, and inferiority, and the infinite admiration and trust he once had for those powerful, majestic, and noble people, went straight to Gao Yang's heart. Gao Yang unconsciously reached out his hand, held Qilin's warm hand, and slowly stood up. Gao Yang stood in front of Qilin. His body was intact, but his spirit had gone through a slow torture. His face was full of tears. These tears came from the previous fear and pain, and at this moment, they turned into a pure gratitude and humility. Qiang, confess your sins, I will forgive you. Gao Yang looked at the Qilin in front of him, as if he was looking at a god. He is a god. I should confess everything to God. I long for forgiveness and redemption. Yes, I should do this. I can't think of any reason to go against God's will. In front of God, I am so small, so pitiful, and so despicable. Gao Yang opened his mouth. He wanted to confess. He wanted to tell Qilin, I am an undercover sent by the 12 zodiacs. My temporary mission is to act as an eye, but if the relationship between the two organizations deteriorates, I may be upgraded to a traitor. But in fact, I don't have much loyalty to the 12 zodiacs. Everything I do is for myself, my companions, and my family. Also, I actually have a lucky talent, which can be visualized into a system that quantifies everything and allows me to enter the talent temple. I can comprehend so many talents, and it is all thanks to it. And the most important thing is that I am a person who traveled through time when I was 6 years old. I don't actually belong to this world. Everything, all the secrets, I will tell you everything. Because you are God, and I long to be saved and forgiven. Warning. You are facing an extremely dangerous situation. Lucky point income increased to 9,000 times. Chapter 263. The system's voice sounded again in his ears, and Gao Yang shuddered, and a tiny part of his consciousness quickly withdrew from his body. In this absolute darkness, the beam of light that shone through the crack reappeared. The tiny part of Gao Yang's consciousness that had been pulled out of his body turned into a hand, and he tried to reach out to the light, just a little bit, just a little bit. Finally, he touched it. Enter the system. Gao Yang entered the system, just like a drowning man emerging from the water. In an instant, all his thoughts returned quickly. What did I want to do just now? I was actually planning to hand over all my cards to Qilin. I must be crazy. Calm down. Calm down. Qilin didn't really want to kill me, otherwise I would have died long ago. Qilin was interrogating me, and his talent must be the strongest spiritual talent. He just used fear and pain to evoke the relevant memories in my brain and strengthen them, trying to destroy and disintegrate my will. Then, when I was on the verge of collapse, he made me surrender and guided me to tell the truth, just like the truth serum used when interrogating prisoners. What a terrible talent. But even if I knew this, I could never resist, because I was far from being an opponent at the moment. If I keep hiding in the system, I'm afraid I'd be exposed. I can only take a gamble. Exit the system. 5 seconds later, Gao Yang's consciousness returned to reality. He still opened his mouth, and the strong feeling of wanting to worship and surrender to Qilin swept over him again. But while that feeling had not completely dominated his mind, Gao Yang blurted out, I'm not a traitor, nor a person of the Chinese zodiac. I just want to survive. I just want to protect my family. I think following you is the best choice. In less than 10 seconds, Gao Yang couldn't help wanting to confess again, wanting to tell his true position and true identity. Suddenly, the emotion of wanting to submit to Qilin in his mind receded. His head, which was filled with powerful mental power, became blank again, and then his own reason, emotion, and will slowly returned. Qilin's deep eyes became soft again, and even a little guilty. He took out a white handkerchief from his chest pocket, folded it slowly, and wiped the sweat on Gao Yang's cheek. Qiang, I'm sorry for being rough with you. Gao Yang stood there, his body stiff, and he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. You passed? Qilin smiled. Plop. Plop plop plop. The heartbeat became clear, and Gao Yang completely regained his real sense. President, are you testing me? Gao Yang took Qilin's handkerchief and wiped the sweat off his face. Qilin nodded. Originally I should have given you more time to prove yourself. But now the Scarlet Tide is coming, there is no time, I need to trust you immediately and reuse you, so I can only take extreme measures. Understood. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief and smiled casually. Just now, I really thought you were going to kill me. If you are really an undercover agent of the 12 zodiac signs, or have other intentions towards the Union, I will. Haha, the system really won't make mistakes. Qilin was really prepared to kill me just now. I went to the gates of hell again. Sorry. Qilin apologized again, with a sincere attitude. I will help you upgrade teleport to level 3, just as a little compensation for your behavior just now. Gao Yang stopped talking. If you say yes, then it is. Qilin looked into Gao Yang's eyes, and stretched out his hand. Qiang, I declare that from today, you will officially become one of the 4 elders of the Qilin Union. Considering that the previous Xuanwu was a traitor, although he died, the negative impact is still there. Your name will temporarily be Qiang, and the official handover will be in half a year. It's an honor. Gao Yang nodded. Okay, please close your eyes. Qilin smiled. I take you away. Leave? Gao Yang didn't dare to ask more, and closed his eyes. Duh. A crisp snap of fingers. Okay, open your eyes. Gao Yang opened his eyes, suddenly startled, and almost cried out. The original palace and altar were gone. In front of him, there was a utility room of less than 4 square meters, filled with daily sundries. Gao Yang and Qilin stood in the middle of the utility room. President, everything you experienced just now was an illusion. Qilin looked indifferent. Gao Yang was a little unbelievable. Illusion? Could it be that you? Talent too, all things. Qilin's voice was brief and powerful. President. Gao Yang was really surprised. Talent is your trump card. And also the trump card of our union. How can you tell others easily? You have just experienced my talent, and you can guess it roughly. Qilin looked at Gao Yang. Besides, you are already one of us. It seems that President Qilin really trusts Gao Yang. However, Qilin trusted himself the most. Because he trusted his own talent and ability, he firmly believed that Gao Yang would not lie under his interrogation. It's an honor. Gao Yang raised his voice to make himself more flattered. Enter the system Hackett. Hackett, Vientiane. Explore Vientiane. It takes 30 lucky points, hurry up. Vientiane, serial number 2, the strongest spiritual talent. Can use pupil skills on all living beings to create powerful illusions, and illusions. Can carry out mental invasion, interference, influence, and even control the other party's reason, emotions, and memory. Level 7 Vientiane attribute bonus. Physical strength plus 500, endurance plus 500, strength plus 500, agility plus 500, spirit plus 3000, charm plus 3000 hiss. Level 7. No? We only found the spirit rune in Gujia village 2 months ago, and then traded it to Baichuan group. Qilin didn't handle it at all. How did his all things reach level 7? Ah. Miracle rune. Can the miracle rune upgrade all talents? That's why Qilin treasures it so much? Please explore on your own. What's the use of you? Exit system. Gao Yang got some incredible information again, and his heart was surging, but he pretended to be calm on the surface. He followed Qilin out of the utility room, and Qilin said, You take a rest first, I have something else to arrange. Okay. Gao Yang sat down on the sofa. Qilin walked to the tea room. I just scared you. Do you want a cup of coffee to calm you down? Thank you, President. Gao Yang was not polite. While Qilin was making coffee for him, Gao Yang concentrated on thinking. When did Qilin activate his talent on him just now? It should be when he asked Gao Yang, Are you ready? At that moment, a very strange light flowed through his eyes. In fact, Gao Yang noticed something unusual at that time, but the abnormality was too slight, and it was difficult for normal people to be alert. It can only be said that Qilin's pupil attack was too hidden and smooth. Unless you close your eyes from the beginning, it is hard to defend against. Gao Yang was already in an illusion after being hit by the pupil. He followed Qilin into the utility room, passed through a long and narrow corridor, and entered a place similar to an underground palace. Gao Yang asked Qilin where this was. Qilin replied that this was his secret garden. Now think about it, Qilin can create all kinds of illusions at will, and these illusions are his secret garden. Then, Qilin summoned beasts to fight Gao Yang, and Gao Yang asked Qilin why he kept these beasts in captivity. Qilin's answer was, These beasts were kept in captivity by Gao Yang. This is quite meaningful. It should be said that these beasts come from Gao Yang's memory, and are imagined by Gao Yang himself. Yeah, this makes sense. The 6 beasts are all types that Gao Yang has encountered, and the types that Gao Yang has not encountered, such as delusion, life, and death beasts, did not appear in the illusion. Wait, if fighting in Qilin's illusion can upgrade talents, then can't it be reused in the future? Oh, I almost forgot. The system said that the bonus of luck points is only effective for the first time for experiences such as illusions and dreams. Talent upgrades are probably also a similar mechanism. Gao Yang remembered another thing. Why is Qilin's superficial identity Dr. Su? And why does he spend a lot of time every day receiving patients with mental illnesses? Perhaps this is also a kind of practice. For Qilin, the more thoroughly he understands the psychological conditions of advanced life forms, the more effectively he can invade and control the minds of others. Just like real scammers and magicians, they are often well versed in human nature. Just now in the illusion, when Qilin interrogated Gao Yang, he almost stripped Gao Yang's underwear with a combination of mental invasion and control. If it weren't for the bug in his system that helped him resist the mental invasion for a short time, the consequences would be disastrous. A few minutes later, Qilin came out with a cane in one hand and a coffee tray in the other. He sat down on the sofa opposite Gao Yang and put the coffee cup on the coffee table. Coffee. Thank you. Gao Yang picked up the coffee, took a sip, and then asked the president, "President, do you have anything else to tell me?" "Yes." Qilin also picked up the coffee. "Tonight, you and Zhu Ke will go to the 12 zodiac signs." Chapter 264. 9 p.m., Millennium Building -6F, Rat Gate. In the brightly lit conference room, all the 12 zodiac members sat around the rectangular conference table. The hibernating dragon was awakened by the white rabbit. Because the gentle awakening mode was chosen, it took several hours, from afternoon to evening. Dragon was wearing a pure cotton long-sleeved white t-shirt and a pair of loose light blue jeans. He was barefoot, curled up his legs, and curled up in the main chair of the conference table. A cup of fragrant black coffee was placed on the table. He picked up the coffee, lowered his head and took a sip, and the tired look caused by long hibernation was relieved a little. After more than 10 seconds, he put down the coffee cup and looked around. "Sorry, I've been waiting for a long time. Let's get started." "Yes." The white rabbit did not sit down. She stood beside the dragon and explained the situation concisely and clearly. Mrs. Li predicted that the scarlet tide would come in 10 days, and this scarlet tide would be more serious than any previous one. As for the specific details, Mrs. Li did not mention a word. She used this as a condition to ask the 3 major organizations to cooperate and provide protection to the Baichuan group. After listening to Baitu's speech, the conference hall fell into a brief silence. Long looked down at the coffee on the table and did not express his opinion. Dohu took out a cigarette from the shriveled cigarette box and held it in his mouth. "Li's prophet is true. She did not lie, I am sure of this. Uncle Hu and I both think that the restraint of Song Dao may be further weakened during this scarlet tide." Baitu paused for a moment and continued. "The previous response methods will fail, which can explain why Mrs. Li is so anxious and wants to achieve cooperation and get our protection by any means. We all understand the truth, but she deliberately didn't say it. It's really annoying to use this to threaten us." Wu Dahai held his head with his hands crossed and crossed his legs on the conference table. "Electric Mouse, this is Mr. Li's only bargaining chip. If it were you, what would you do?" Dohu asked with a smile. "Tell other organizations generously." He. Dead Pig laughed loudly. "I'm afraid that once we and the Qilin Union know how serious the situation is, we will not care about the Baichuan group anymore." "That's true." Wu Dahai sighed. "The Baichuan group is also quite miserable." "What do others think?" Dohu first looked at Officer Huang, who was closest to him. "Huang Yo, tell us." "I think the awakened should unite, and the lips and teeth are cold." Officer Huang already knew what the scarlet tide was. What he was most worried about now was his wife and children. He was very worried that a greedy beast would discover his identity during the scarlet tide and threaten his wife and children. At that time, let alone traps, he would go even to the 18th level of hell. Green Snake. Dohu looked at Qingling. Qingling was silent for a moment. She herself didn't care, and had no feelings for the lost around her. She could hide in -6F and concentrate on training for a week until the scarlet tide ended. However, she thought of Gao Yang and Officer Huang, who both valued family and would definitely be involved. Qingling lowered her head slightly and subconsciously looked at the twin bracelet on her hand. "I have the same idea as Huang Yo." Dohu looked at Tengu and the singer. Tengu said lazily, "Cooperate." Tengu also has relatives he wants to protect. When the scarlet tide came last time, he had not awakened yet. This time, he was also uneasy. I hope everyone can cooperate. The singer's voice was gentle, and her eyes were firm. The awakened people united to overcome difficulties, and continue the fire, until they completely escaped from this foggy world. This has always been Gui Ma's ideal. Do-Hu finally looked at Ming-Yang, Naughty Monkey and Dead Pig. The cute sheep blinked her innocent eyes. She thought for a moment, and smiled at the White Rabbit. I listened to Sister White Rabbit. He. The Dead Pig had a thick nasal tone, and half squinted his eyes. Cooperate first. It's not too late to regret it if you can't save yourself. The tiger laughed and teased. Dead Pig, you look like an honest person. Why are you full of bad water in your stomach? The Dead Pig didn't care and responded happily. Born in this world, honest people can't live long. My ex-wife was so kind, but what did she get in the end? The grass on her grave is so tall. The Dead Pig suddenly felt sad and said to himself, I have to sweep her grave before the tide comes. I don't know if there will be a chance after that. The tiger sighed softly. This is another heavy past. The last person to speak was Po-Hu. His tone was desolate and slow. I also hope to cooperate. For me, the only thing I am worried about is my brother. After everyone expressed their opinions, Do-Hu and Bai-Tu exchanged glances and looked at Long. Under the light, Long's face was slightly pale, and his beautiful heterochromatic eyes moved slightly. A few seconds later, he took off the black rubber band from his wrist, raised his hands, and tied his beautiful long hair into a ponytail. This action has a special purpose, indicating that Long will not hibernate for a period of time. I agree with everyone. Long raised his head, slowly glanced at his companions, and made the final decision. The 12 zodiac signs agreed to cooperate. Bai-Tu picked up the phone. I replied to Mr. Li right away. Just as she was about to dial, the phone rang. Bai-Tu looked at the caller ID and frowned. She hesitated for 2 seconds, picked up the phone, and said in a very unhappy tone, Hello? What's up? Yeah. Got it. Think about it. Soon, Bai-Tu hung up the phone. Who's calling? Do-Hu looked at her. Your beloved disciple. Xiao-Yang. Do-Hu was overjoyed. Qing Ling and Officer Huang exchanged glances silently. Oh, Xiao-Yang. Bai-Tu said coldly. Now he is the 7th Shadow Elder of the Qilin Union, a big celebrity around Qilin, and he is coming to negotiate a deal with us. It's a big deal. Haha, what's this called? This is called a good teacher produces a good disciple. A tiger father has no dog. Do-Hu realized that he used the wrong idiom and quickly shut up. Bai-Tu's eyes were almost rolling up to the sky, and he was disgusted. When she turned to look at Long, she immediately became gentle and humble. Captain, Chiang wants to trade rune circuits with us. Do you want to meet? Black Horse, of course. Long had a faint smile on his face. I miss him a lot. Captain! White Rabbit puffed up his lips, a little angry. Why do you all treat a traitor so well? Rabbit, you are narrow-minded. Do-Hu folded his hands and raised his eyebrows. Have you heard that the friendship between gentlemen is as light as water? I still have the captain, and between me and Xiao-Yang, it is simply a mutual admiration that cannot be restrained. Shut up, please, I beg you. White Rabbit covered his chest exaggeratedly. White Rabbit, please give me another cup of coffee. Let Black Horse come here to see me directly. Captain, he is just an elder. You don't need to meet him in person. Uncle Hu and I can. I understand what you mean, but I want to meet him. Long said. Long has his own intentions. Don't worry about it. Do-Hu stood up and clapped his hands. Okay, everyone disperse. Stay in the base, and don't run around. Wait for notification at any time. Chapter 265. 10 minutes later, Bai-Tu met Gao Yang and Zhu Ke, and took them to -6F, to the meeting room of Schumann. All the way, Bai-Tu had a gloomy face. Gao Yang really wanted to say, if you don't want to lead the way, don't force me, I know this place well anyway. When they arrived outside the meeting room, Bai-Tu said coldly, our captain is waiting for you two inside, I won't go in. Gao Yang and Zhu Ke looked at each other. Gao Yang took a step forward and pushed open the door. In front of him was a room with a retro temperament, gorgeous crystal chandeliers, an old-fashioned rectangular conference table, and the famous painting The Last Breakfast hanging on the wall. Under the famous painting, at the end of the conference table, sat a young man, who was indistinguishable from male or female, with pale skin and beautiful eyes that were breathtaking. Facing all this familiarity, Gao Yang seemed to be in another world. More than a month ago, he attended the general meeting of the 12 zodiac signs for the first time here, assisted Long in interrogating Gui Ma, and personally witnessed Long executing Gui Ma. At that time, He was just a newcomer in the awakening world, an unknown junior outside the top 100. Now he is already an elder of the Chilean Union, ranked 15th on the list, and came to negotiate business with Long. Long smiled and looked at Gao Yang, with no attention paid to Suzaku beside him. Dark Horse, you're here. He is now the Seven Shadows. Suzaku corrected coldly. Sorry, I just woke up and my head is still a little confused. Long was still smiling, but his eyes became meaningful. In fact, the name is just a code name, which can't prove anything. It still depends on where the person's heart is. Miss Suzaku, am I right? Gao Yang was calm on the surface, but he was roaring wildly in his heart. Brother Long, don't be like this. I swear to God that I have not betrayed you. You don't need to remind me like this. If you keep this pace, how can I survive in the Kirin Union in the future? Mr. Long is right. It just so happens that our president is the best at reading people's minds. Zhu Kei smiled coldly without losing face. Gao Yang's anus tightened. Sister Xia, what are you doing again? Why do I feel like I am caught in a strange triangle relationship? Suddenly, Gao Yang had a flash of inspiration. So that's it. Long's approach is right. Zhu Kei is a smart woman. If Gao Yang showed indifference or even hostility when she saw Long today, it would be a bit of a cover-up. But Long not only did not avoid suspicion, but also deliberately let Zhu Kei hear such misleading words. In Zhu Chua's eyes, isn't this just trying to stir up discord? This can only prove that Gao Yang has nothing to do with the 12 zodiac signs. As for Zhu Chua's answer, it is also worth pondering. Her implication is, our boss Qilin is very powerful. He has already tested Qing. If you want to sow discord, you better save your energy. Indeed, Qilin's all things is so terrifying. If Gao Yang hadn't brought his own system, he would have been directly executed by Qilin at noon today. When masters fight, every move is deadly. Gao Yang coughed lightly. Mr. Long, Elder Zhu Kei, and I are here to negotiate a deal with your organization on behalf of the Chilean Union. White Rabbit told me. Long raised his hand lightly. Please take a seat, both of you. Zhu Kei and Gao Yang sat down at the other end of the conference table, and the three of them talked at a distance of more than 10 meters. I heard that you want to exchange rune circuits. Long said. We want to exchange space-time runes with your organization for 17 days. Long nodded, that is, after the Scarlet Tide ends. Yes. What runes do you want to exchange? Long asked calmly. Unfortunately, it's not the miracle rune, Zhu Kei said. Long looked as expected and did not show any disappointment. Gao Yang quickly replied, but we are very sincere. Really? Long blinked, I'm all ears. Enhancement rune and control rune, you can choose one as the transaction object. In addition, we will give the auxiliary rune directly to your organization and add 20,000 golden crow coins. Gao Yang repeated Qilin's original words. Long nodded, his face did not fluctuate at all. Objectively speaking, giving away a rune circuit and 20,000 golden crow coins for free is indeed a sincere gesture. Besides, Tengu, the only one of the 12 zodiac signs with the talent of time and space, has already upgraded time and space cutting and flying to level 4, and no one needs the time and space rune anymore. But there is one thing, the auxiliary rune must be rented to the Baichuan group within 3 months. If your organization agrees to this deal, please fulfill your obligations at that time. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Dr. Su, you are really a thief. Although you gave me an extra rune, you even took this small advantage into account. Long thought for a moment. Very sincere, I can't find a reason to refuse. Zhu Kei tried to make his world-weary face look more friendly. What does Mr. Long mean? But I can't think of a reason to agree. Long's eyes turned slightly, and his voice was cold. The meeting room was silent for a few seconds. Long continued, strengthening, control and auxiliary runes, our organization's people can't use them for the time being. This is a rune circuit. Zhu Kei was a little surprised. Who would think it's too much of the most valuable asset, and the most core resource in the awakening world? Of course not. Long picked up the coffee on the table, and sniffed it gently. It's just that your Chilean Union is unwilling to exchange the miracle rune, and you also expect that our 12 zodiac signs will compromise for a little bit of profit. It's really... Suzaku said nothing. Gao Yang also said nothing. Long raised his head slightly. His eyes were charming, too arrogant. Suddenly, the air flow around him changed subtly, and the familiar feeling of being dominated and guided by gentleness appeared again. This time, it was not strong, but it could not be ignored. Mrs. Li hopes that the 3 major organizations will cooperate. Do you have an answer from the Chilean Union? Long asked. Zhu Chua's face sank slightly. She resisted the powerful, mysterious aura around her. The more she resisted, the more uncomfortable she felt. When she gave up resistance, everything became gentle again, but it made her feel humiliated. Zhu Ke knew that Long was deliberately provoking him, which was his dissatisfaction with the arrogant behavior of the Qilin Union. We decided to cooperate, Zhu Ke replied in a deep voice. In an instant, the mysterious aura disappeared. Gao Yang and Zhu Ke breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. In that case, I agree to the exchange. Long leaned back slightly. The overall situation is important. Our common crisis is the Scarlet Tide. There is no need to be unhappy about such a small matter. Mr. Long is wise. Zhu Ke smiled. Long's clean smile like a teenager returned to his face. In addition, Qiang is still here, and I owe him a favor. This rune transaction is just a favor. Gao Yang immediately reacted. This is a reward for completing the Moonlight is really beautiful task. Gao Yang has inherited Guima's teleport, and needs the space-time rune to upgrade to level 4. How could Long not know? It seems that Long decided from the beginning that no matter what conditions the Qilin Union offered, he would agree to trade the space-time rune, because it could help Gao Yang become stronger. But Long still had to show off to let the Qilin Union know that the 12 zodiac signs were not easy to mess with. It was indeed a battle between big men. After getting Long's answer, Zhu Ke secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, the task assigned by Qilin was completed. Then our deal is done, Zhu Ke said. Yes. Long didn't care, and turned to the next topic. Time is tight. Since the 3 major organizations have decided to cooperate, please ask Mrs. Li and Mr. Qilin to come to the 12 zodiac signs to discuss countermeasures, and complete the rune transaction by the way. Zhu Ke was a little embarrassed. Mr. Long, are you sure you want to discuss it here? Or should we find a compromise location? That's it. I'm a homebody, and don't like to go out. Long's tone was natural, but he didn't give Zhu Ke room to maneuver. Zhu Ke was choked, but suppressed his displeasure and said, I asked the president for instructions. Wait a moment. Chapter 266. 10 minutes later. Gao Yang and Zhu Ke were staying in a reception room outside the meeting room. Zhu Ke had already consulted the president. Qilin thought it was okay for the 12 zodiac signs to attend the meeting. Although Qilin did not say it explicitly, his implication was, the 12 zodiac signs are willing to exchange time and space runes, so what else do we want? We should give the dragon enough face. Mr. Li was naturally very happy, and said he would bring people to attend the meeting immediately. Zhu Ke lazily leaned on the sofa, yawning while browsing his phone. I'm so sleepy, I should have a cup of milk tea to refresh myself. Hey, can you deliver food here? Gao Yang tried to hide his disgust. Sister Xia, you must be telling a bad joke. Ah, I'm so stupid. Zhu Ke ignored him and shouted excitedly. I can ask Baihu to help bring it over. Qiang, do you want a cup? No need. Gao Yang thought that the heads of the 3 major organizations would gather together later, and Gao Yang and Xia Li, as elders, would hold a cup of milk tea and ton next to them. The picture was too beautiful. Click. When the door of the living room was pushed open, it was Ming Yang. She was wearing a light purple fairy dress, with a cute bun, and her pink face was a little shy. She was a little clumsy holding a tea tray with 2 cups of black tea on it. Sister Zhu Ke, Brother Gao, hey, Qiang, please have some tea. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Ming Xiaoyang, you finally got the right name. Wow. Thank you. Zhu Qiu's voice immediately became several degrees gentler and sweeter. She stood up, took the tea tray from Ming Yang's hand, and placed it on the coffee table. Little boy, what's your name? How old are you this year? Zhu Ke asked Ming Yang softly. My name is Ming Yang. I'm 7.5 years old this year. Ming Yang answered loudly. Yeah. So cute. Zhu Ke stretched out his hand and pinched Ming Yang's little face, teasing her deliberately. Ming Yang, your skirt is so beautiful, I want to wear it too. Can you let me wear it? Ming Yang pouted and thought seriously for a few seconds. But my skirt is too small, I can't wear it. Haha, then when you grow up, you can lend me your little skirt, okay? Okay. Ming Yang happily agreed. Sister Zhu Ke, Brother Qiang, goodbye. Ming Yang jumped away. Zhu Ke looked at Ming Yang with an aunt's smile and closed the door. She is so cute, no, I want to dig her over and make her everyone's favorite. Gao Yang smiled helplessly. She is also a favorite here. Zhu Ke suddenly remembered something and looked at Gao Yang with a smirk. Qiang, you seem to have a good relationship with the 12 zodiac signs. Really? Gao Yang pretended to be confused. Maybe I am easier to get along with. That's true. Zhuge pretended to ask casually. Just now Long said he owed you a favor. What favor? Gao Yang had already thought of the words, just waiting for her to ask. I have made a great contribution to the 12 zodiac signs to get the spiritual rune and the space-time rune. Long was going to reward me, but he didn't expect me to change jobs. He doesn't like to owe favors. Oh, Long is still very principled, Zhuge praised. Gao Yang stopped talking, and he would make mistakes if he spoke too much. At this time, Gao Yang's mobile phone rang, and Gao Yang glanced at Zhuge. Your family? Gao Yang nodded. Zhuge picked up the tea and made an okay gesture, indicating that he would keep quiet. Hello? Gao Yang answered the phone. Gao Yang, where the hell have you been? Gao Xinxin said fiercely. I'm playing games at Wang Zikai's house. Gao Yang said. Wang Zikai again, you and him are probably half-brothers, right? Gao Xinxin was a little angry. We are leaving for Neo Erdive tomorrow night. I know. You know why you don't go home quickly? We still have to pack our luggage, hold a family meeting and check guides. Just leave these to you. Gao Yang smiled. I will be back later. I will pack my luggage tomorrow. There is still time. Please. Neo Erdive. Going abroad for vacation. Can you pay more attention? Gao Xinxin remembered something. Oh, by the way, is Wang Zikai here? Let me talk to him. Oh, that, he is in the toilet and hasn't come out yet. Gao Yang felt a little guilty. Although he has been cooperating with Wang Zikai for many years, it would be bad if his sister wanted to check on the spot. Forget it, remember to remind him not to forget to bring his passport. I think he is forgetful and stupid, Gao Xinxin said disdainfully. Wait. Gao Yang was a little surprised. Passport? What does that mean? Don't tell me Wang Zikai is going to Neo Erdive? Yeah, he didn't tell you. Gao Xinxin was also a little surprised. He didn't tell me about this? Gao Yang replied. Oh, maybe he wanted to give you a surprise. Gao Xinxin didn't think so. I had a small deal with him before. In return, I would take him to Neo Erdive. Although my mother was not very happy, my father was very happy, and my grandmother, and I also thought it was good. What deal? Gao Yang asked. Don't worry about it. Let's not talk about it for now. Gao Xinxin hung up the phone. Gao Yang was stunned, and suddenly remembered that it was his sister who asked Wang Zikai to persuade him to go to the local university. I almost forgot. Zhuge beside him looked playful. You still have to go to Neo Erdive for vacation tomorrow. Yes, to celebrate my sister and my graduation. Gao Yang confessed. A few days. A week, Gao Yang said. When you come back, there are only 3 days left of the Crimson Tide. Suzaku touched his lower lip with his fingertips, and during this period, you have to carry knowledge and space-time runes with you for upgrading. You are really a busy person. Sister Xia, please stop making fun of me. Gao Yang said pitifully, I am already in a state of panic. Who made you so greedy? Suzaku gloated a little. You want to make a name for yourself in the awakening world, but you can't bear to leave your relatives and friends in the ordinary world. Gao Yang couldn't refute. Indeed, I am too greedy. If I can be like Qin Ling, without any connection, and focus on becoming stronger, it will probably be much easier. But I can't do it. If one day, I die because of my greed, I deserve it. But don't be too happy too soon. Zhuge reminded, after the 3 bosses have a meeting, we may all be assigned tasks. It is still unknown whether you can go to Neo Erdive. I understand. Gao Yang nodded. If you really can't go, you can only play a self-torture trick, hurt yourself and break your arms and legs, and miss the family trip on the grounds of recuperation. Gao Yang was worried, picked up the black tea in front of him and drank it slowly. Hey, why does it taste a little wrong? Gao Yang had a flash of inspiration. He stood up and said casually, Sister Xia, I'm going to the toilet, come with me. Zhuge glared at him exaggeratedly. You are only 3 years old, and you need someone to accompany you. Go by yourself. Gao Yang asked deliberately, of course, just waiting for her to say this. Oh, then I go. Gao Yang walked out of the living room, and he waited outside the door for a few seconds to confirm that Zhuge didn't follow him secretly. He walked towards the toilet, and halfway there, he suddenly turned right, and walked towards the snake gate. Chapter 267. Gao Yang was quite familiar with -6F, and soon came to the snake gate, and found Qin Ling's single dormitory. The door was ajar. Gao Yang pushed it in, and closed it gently. There was no light in the room, and the light was dim. Swish. Gao Yang was about to take a step forward, and a hidden knife light cut through the wind in the dark and reached Gao Yang's throat. The blade almost touched his sweat hair, which showed that the person who came had mastered the knife skills to perfection. Gao Yang was not panicked, did not dodge, and was calm and at ease. 2 seconds later, Gao Yang stretched out a finger, placed it on the sharp blade, and gently pushed it open. Qing Ling, don't be so enthusiastic when you say hello next time. Qing Ling in the dark said him softly, quickly put away the tang sword, walked forward, pushed Gao Yang to the door, and touched his body with both hands. Qing Ling also held a scanner in his left hand, scanning the places on Gao Yang's body where he might hide things, but was inconvenient to check. Half a minute later, Qing Ling spoke, safe. Huh. Officer Huang's laughter came from the side. He leaned against the darkness of the corner, polished his lighter, and lit a cigarette. Gao Yang, don't bother, after all, it's better to be safe than sorry. We are doing this for your own good. I know. Gao Yang asked in a low voice. Are you looking for me? Yes. Officer Huang took a puff of cigarette, and half of his face in the dark was illuminated by the sparks. Qing Ling, and I tried to give you a code, but we didn't expect you to find it. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. This code is too hidden, and a little milk is added to the black tea. Fortunately, Gao Yang was careful enough, and happened to remember that Qing Ling had to drink pure milk after every training. He also came to Qing Ling's dormitory with a tribe mentality, but he didn't expect that it was really a signal from Qing Ling. I only have 3 minutes, hurry up, Gao Yang said. Are you doing well over there? Officer Huang asked. Gao Yang was in a complicated mood. It turned out that he was concerned about himself. In fact, just this afternoon, he was almost executed by Qilin, but it was a blessing in disguise. Gao Yang nodded. It went well. Well, be careful. Officer Huang hesitated for 2 seconds, and still asked, did you get any information about the reproduction of humans and beasts over there? Sure enough, this is what Officer Huang cares about most. Also, Officer Huang's wife's belly is getting bigger day by day. On the one hand, he is looking forward to the arrival of the child, and on the other hand, he is also very worried. After all, can humans and beasts really give birth to a normal life? No one knows about this kind of thing. Not yet. Gao Yang asked back, didn't Dohu say he would help you investigate? He has asked someone to investigate, but it will take time, so I should be patient. Officer Huang was a little anxious. Sometimes I wonder if he is fooling me, but it doesn't seem like that. Officer Huang sighed deeply. Now the scarlet tide is coming again, and nothing goes smoothly. We can only take it one step at a time, and let's listen to what Mr. Li has to say first, Gao Yang said. Okay, I have no problem here. Officer Huang glanced at Qing Ling. Do you have anything else to say? In the dark, Qing Ling said nothing, and stretched out his hand to Gao Yang. Take it. Gao Yang couldn't see clearly what it was. He stretched out his hand, and touched the thing in Qing Ling's palm, and immediately understood that it was the familiar black button. This time, Qing Ling handed it to her personally, without asking Qing Ling to do it for her. Gao Yang was touched. I didn't have a chance to thank you too for Xian Wu's matter last time, Gao Yang said. Gao Yang, if you keep being so distant, I really suspect you betrayed me. Officer Huang joked. I seconded. Qing Ling added coldly. Gao Yang smiled helplessly. Qing Ling, you've learned bad things. Officer Huang waved his hand in the dark. Okay, go back quickly, Elder Qiang. 5 minutes later, Gao Yang returned to the living room as if nothing had happened. Zhu Kei on the sofa had just finished answering the phone. She put away her phone, her mouth slightly curled up, and looked at Gao Yang with a sly smile. What? Gao Yang felt a little guilty. Is there anything dirty on my face? No. Zhu Kei blinked and lifted his curly hair. I just talked to Baihu on the phone. What? I told him that Elder Qiang wanted to drink milk tea, so I asked you to pack 2 cups on the way. Sister Xiaoyu. Gao Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's too much. Oh, it's okay. I pay for the milk tea. You can transfer it to Baihu later, and we call it even. Zhu Kei waved his hand, and transferred money to Gao Yang with his mobile phone. Gao Yang looked at the transfer reminder on his mobile phone with mixed feelings. Is this a matter of milk tea money? I don't want to save face, right? 10 o'clock in the evening, the Ratgate meeting room. The leaders and core members of the 3 major organizations of the awakened people from the city gathered together. At the head of the conference table sat Long, and next to Long stood 2 core employees of the organization, Dohu and Baitu. Qilin was sitting in the middle of the left side of the conference table, and behind him stood the 4 elders, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and 7 Shadows. In the middle of the right side of the conference table sat a Certainly. Behind her, there were also 4 people standing, namely the leaders of Group 1, Group 3, Group 4 and Group 5. This time, to show their sincerity, no one wore a mask, and showed their true faces. Gao Yan observed the three new faces of the Baichuan group calmly. The leader of Group 1 was called Wu Sei, a woman with long red wolf-tail hair, about 30 years old, tall, with majestic features and a cold temperament. She, the leader of Group 3, Qining, and the other two leaders all wore uniform business suits, shirts, trousers and ties, and looked like modern elites. The leader of Group 4 was called the Joker, and his image was quite consistent. He was a thin man, and it was difficult to tell his specific age. He had an exaggerated afro, a wooden face, and dark red lipstick on his mouth, which was drawn from the corner of his mouth to his chin, creating a cleft mouth feeling. The Joker wore a formal suit, giving people a huge sense of absurdity and contrast. The leader of Group 5 is called Green Tea. To be honest, Gao Yang almost couldn't help grinning when he first heard this name. However, Green Tea's image is completely inconsistent with his name. He is a burly man with a square face, small eyes, a strong nose, clean skin, and muscles full of strength. It can be seen that he has been specially trained. The overall feeling is refreshing, reliable, and down-to-earth. Grizzly, who is also a strong man, is the opposite of Green Tea, unkempt, rough and unruly, lacks body management, always wears gray clothes, and has a strong sense of gangsterism. When Gao Yan looked at the three unfamiliar team leaders, the three people were also looking at him. Of course, their eyes did not stay on Gao Yang for too long, and soon moved to other elders, and finally gathered on Qilin and Long. Li was sitting in a wheelchair, wearing a moon-gray handmade modified cheongsam, a pearl cloud shoulder, her hair was dignifiedly tied up, and a pair of tortoiseshell glasses on her nose. She was much more energetic than during the day. She took a sip of tea and spoke first. I am very pleased that Mr. Long and Mr. Qilin are willing to cooperate. Both of you are people who keep their promises. Time is tight, so can we say the written contract? Okay. As the host of the home court, Long was completely unpretentious. He was still wearing very youthful home clothes, curled up in his seat with one hand hugging his knees, holding a black coffee in the other hand, and occasionally lowering his head to take a sip. Okay. Qilin wore an artistic gray shirt, black framed glasses, gentle and smiling. Okay, then as a condition, I will tell you the future I saw in my dream next. Everyone unconsciously focused and looked at Li. In the future, everyone here, including me. Li narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a serious and solemn voice, all are dead. Chapter 268. The conference room was silent, no one spoke. Mr. Li's words were shocking, and everyone needed some time to judge and digest them. As the background of Qilin, Gao Yang had a calm face, but his heart was also shaking. All dead? What a joke. A crimson tide, the top masters in the awakening world, all died? How did they die? Killed by beasts. Or did they kill each other? Also, according to Qining, Mr. Li's predictions about the future have come true every time. Then can this future really be changed? If it can't be changed, then what's the point of everyone sitting here and talking? It's better to go home and eat, drink, wash and sleep. Gao Yan was confused and had no idea. After almost half a minute, Qilin finally broke the silence. Mrs. Li, can you explain it in more detail? Mr. Li nodded slightly. First of all, I need to explain that the dream that allows me to foresee the future is not the kind of dream that everyone understands conventionally. In conventional dreams, there are usually characters, time, place, and events. They may be vague or absurd, but they are roughly complete. For example, on the last day of the Scarlet Tide, I saw that everyone present was killed by a beast downstairs of the Millennium Building. This is a conventional dream. Long hugged his knees, half squinting his eyes, not tired or deep. Qilin leaned sideways, tapping his temple with his slender fingers, thinking. Mr. Li paused and continued, but the dream I predict the future is not a conventional dream. It is a kind of, an abstract feeling, messy pictures, jumping information, all kinds of disorder and chaos. I saw some people's faces when they died, I heard some incoherent conversations, I felt the sadness of losing my companions. But that sadness did not come from me, Li, but from others. I also felt a kind of arrogant and angry hatred, but it came from a certain beast. Sometimes, I am the claws that cut someone's throat, sometimes, I am the desperate tears in the eyes of a dying person, sometimes, I am even the ubiquitous blood mist. I can hear the heartbeats of all people and beasts, which almost makes me collapse. After saying all this, Li's face turned pale again. I don't know, did you describe it clearly? In the dream, you are not a specific person, you are a part of the objective world, you are in the perspective of an absolute observer. Long tried to understand. Qilin basically agreed with Long's understanding, and then added, you jump between the perspectives of different people and things, are forced to receive different information, and draw conclusions. It's like you find countless puzzle pieces in a dream, and put them together into a picture after waking up. You can understand it this way. Mr. Li's eyes were complicated, so I can't tell you more specific things. I can only tell you that the Scarlet Tide will come in 10 days, and all of us will die, not from killing each other, but from a strange disaster. This disaster will not destroy Liqing, but only kill the awakened, and no one will be spared. There was another silence. Gao Yang tried to understand that it would not destroy Liqing, but only kill the awakened. Is it not physical damage, but a mental attack? Could it be the talent of a high-level beast? A delusion beast? A living beast? Or a dead beast? Mrs. Li, do you have any clues? Even if they are messy. Qilin spoke again, otherwise, we have no way to prepare for what is about to happen. Mr. Li nodded slightly. There are some information that I cannot interpret, but I think it is worth mentioning. Everyone looked over. First, the blood mist is different from the past. It will continue to rise until it engulfs everything. Second, in the dream, I was with 5 or 6 vague figures. They were very strong and hostile to the awakened. Third, in the dream, I said a sentence, what about Song Dao? Fourth, in the dream, I killed an awakened person and took out his heart alive. I emphasize again that the me in the dream is not the real me, but everything in the world. The air became extremely heavy. Finally, Qilin broke the silence. Did you see the face of the awakened person you killed in the dream? Yes, he is the only face I can see clearly, and I know him. He was at the scene. Who? Long was very curious. Li looked up. His regretful eyes passed over Qilin's shoulder, looked at the 4 elders behind him, and finally fell gently on Gao Yang's face. Gao Yang was shocked. Li was looking at me. I was sure I was not being sentimental. The one who was killed was me. Gao Yang couldn't help asking. Li nodded, yes. Although Li said at the beginning that everyone present would die. But being singled out and describing the death method in detail still made Gao Yang feel a huge sense of weirdness and absurdity, and then deep fear. I will die, and my heart will be taken out by some enemy. Just like what happened in the dream. Gao Yang clenched his fists, and tried to calm himself down. Mr. Li retracted his gaze from Gao Yang and continued, the following is derivative information, which is just my subjective speculation. Please refer to it. First, the blood mist is closely related to our death. It may be a weapon or one of the media that triggers a disaster. Second, those figures are likely to be delusion beasts. Third, this time the Scarlet Tide, the rule set by Song Dao will collapse completely. Fourth, it is the delusion beast that killed the 7 Shadow Elders. It is very critical. In the game terms of you young people, it is the boss of the whole incident. Silence fell again. Gao Yang has accepted the fact that he was killed. Now, he has only one question to ask. Thank God, Qilin asked it for him. Mrs. Li, can the future you predicted be changed? I don't know. Mr. Li answered truthfully. I can change what happens within 10 seconds by prediction. I can also change the random predictions related to me by some methods. However, I have not tried the fate level future. A future that can be predicted can definitely be changed. Prediction itself is a kind of change. Long said. This logic is impeccable. Qilin smiled faintly. I have the same idea as you too. Mrs. Li's eyes were refined and firm. Otherwise I, Li, would not be sitting here tonight. Qilin stood up slowly with a cane in one hand and glanced at everyone in the conference room. Everyone, we belong to different organizations and have different ideals and goals. But in the next half month, all prejudices, misunderstandings, suspicions and selfishness will be put aside. Let's join forces. We have no choice. Fight for survival. Long did not stand up, but his eyes became bright and sharp. Fight for survival. Qilin repeated Long's words. Fight for survival. Li also repeated solemnly. What about everyone else? Qilin looked around at the others. Fight for survival. Everyone said in unison, full of energy. Without being pretentious, at that moment, Gao Yang felt a surge of blood boiling in his body, and his fear of death was temporarily relieved. He knew very well that from now on, all awakened people would enter the most united 17 days in history. It had nothing to do with interests, ideas, or beliefs. It was simply about the survival of a race. Let's enter the second stage of the meeting. Qilin sat down again, as if he had transformed into the leader of the martial arts world. Discuss countermeasures together. Chapter 269. Everyone please take a seat. As the host, Long said, White Rabbit, prepare coffee or tea for everyone. Yes. White Rabbit walked out of the meeting room quickly. Don't be shy tonight, let's brainstorm together. Lee agreed. Qilin also waved his hand behind him. The core members of each organization were no longer polite, and sat down beside their leaders. Soon, the three major organizations started internal discussions. Although they were internal, the voices of everyone's discussion were not obviously suppressed or guarded. For a while, the meeting room became noisy. A few minutes later, White Rabbit pushed a small dining cart into the meeting room and delivered coffee and tea to everyone's meeting table. The three major organizations discussed for nearly 20 minutes each. Qilin slowly raised a hand, and everyone gradually quieted down and their eyes gathered. Everyone, we have come up with a guess here, just as a starting point. Qilin said, looking at Gao Yang. Gao Yang nodded. In the past 20 minutes, Gao Yang proposed a conjecture based on everyone's speculation, which was immediately recognized by Qilin and other elders. Ahem. Gao Yang stood up and cleared his throat, as if he was giving a meeting report, and his words became unconsciously professional and rigorous. Everyone, I believe everyone knows that Xuanwu, the former elder of Qilin Union, is a traitor. Gao Yang glanced at Qilin, and after getting his tacit approval, he continued, the organization behind Xuanwu is an evil sect called Songmu sect. These people believe in a leader named Songji Shenmu, and Xuanwu is the archbishop and second in command of the sect. I have come into contact with members of the Songmu cult several times. When they are in desperate situations, they will choose to inject an evil potion to turn themselves into a completely mindless, but extremely powerful beast. At this time, they often repeat a prayer, which is almost a spiritual sustenance. I will try to repeat this prayer below. You can think carefully, and see if you have come across it before. The omniscient and omnipotent Song Goddess, the great and benevolent master of all things. Please forgive my ignorance and purify my blood. Please save my weakness and wash away my sins. Please give me holy blood and powerful strength. I will follow you forever, submit to you, and be loyal to you. I will give everything without reservation and follow you to the other side of bliss. After Gao Yang finished reading, no one in the conference room answered. It seems that no one knows. Elder Qiang, is this a bit off topic? Dohu habitually took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. As soon as he took out the lighter, it was snatched away by Baita next to him. Dohu was a little embarrassed. He took the cigarette out of his mouth and played with it in his hand. Our priority now is to deal with the Scarlet Tide, not the Songmu cult. Mr. Dohu, please listen to me. Gao Yang's voice was polite. Next, Gao Yang briefly told everyone about the perverted serial murder case that Huixiong was responsible for. This immediately aroused the interest of many people. Elder Qiang. The speaker was Wu Sei, the leader of Group 1. She sat solemnly, her eyes under her red hair bright and sharp. You mean, the boss lady of the massage shop killed her own kind in the state of a beast, and held some kind of evil ritual? Yes. Gao Yang met Wu Sei's gaze. Everyone knows that under normal circumstances, whether it is beasts killing ordinary humans or beasts harming their own kind, it is not allowed by the Songdao, but the members of the Songmu cult are breaking the rules. Why? There was a commotion in the conference room, and everyone began to discuss in a low voice. There is another point, which seems a bit contradictory. Gao Yang continued, over the years, the Songmu cult has planted traitors in the three major organizations. The three major organizations have planted traitors? The leader of Group 5, Green Tea, interrupted Gao Yang. His voice was magnetic and his pronunciation was clear, like a host of a late-night radio station. Doesn't this mean that our Baichuan group also has traitors from the Songmu cult? Yes. Xu Kei crossed his legs, holding a cup of coffee, and glanced at all the members of the Baichuan group with a smile. The information I asked from the mouth of the Xuanwu corpse, if that can still be called a mouth. Who is it? Wu Sei frowned. Xu Kei glanced at Qilin, and Qilin nodded slightly. Xu Kei continued, this traitor is codenamed Dust, female, the third in command of the Songmu cult. She was recruited after Xuanwu infiltrated the Qilin Union, and Xuanwu has never seen her in person. Xuanwu infiltrated our union 10 years ago, so the scope of your self-investigation of traitors can be locked on female members who have joined the Baichuan group for no more than 10 years. Thank you. Mr. Li's face was calm, while the faces of the other 14 leaders were not so good. Qining muttered in her heart, this range is not small, roughly calculated to be more than 20 people. By the way, Xu Kei looked at Wu Sei and Qining with a smile. Ladies, you have joined the Baichuan group for 10 years, right? All of them. Mr. Li answered for them, and I can guarantee that they are definitely not traitors. Mrs. Li is so confident. Zhuke smiled. There is a trace of elder's care in Mr. Li's words. These two children are my confidants, and they are very close to me on weekdays. You will not forget my talent, right? Gao Yang immediately realized, if Qining and Wu Sei are traitors, they have been with Mr. Li day and night for more than 10 years. It is impossible for her to be completely unaware of the clues, with her talent of randomly predicting something related to herself. That's good. Zhuke smiled with relief. Then I can guarantee that there will be no more traitors from Songwu sect in this room tonight. Zhuke complained, unless Xuanwu's corpse deceived me, but corpses don't lie. Then Gao Yang took over the topic. Shall I continue? Please. Mr. Li nodded slightly. Over the years, the Songwu cult has planted spies in the three major organizations, and its actions are secretive and almost unknown. However, the serial murders are committed in a high-profile manner, and the totems of the Songwu cult are deliberately left behind. These two things seem contradictory. Yes, on the one hand, they are afraid of being discovered by stealing, and on the other hand, they are afraid that others will not discover them by using a loudspeaker to show their presence. Dohu made a down-to-earth analogy. Gao Yang nodded and changed the subject. But if you think about it carefully, it is not contradictory. The scene was silent for a second. Dohu rolled his eyes at Gao Yang in his heart. You are playing tricks on me. I answered your words with good intentions, but you set a trap for me. Is this how you repay your teacher's kindness? Gao Yang didn't have time to care about Dohu's feelings. He said clearly, the traitor has been planted in the three major organizations for 10 years. These 10 years are dormant. This year, starting with the serial murder case, it happened to be the time when Han Feng, Guima, Xiangjie, and Xuanwu took action one after another. Wait! Qining was quite surprised. Guima, Xiangjie are also traitors? Gao Yang complained in his heart. Don't interrupt me all the time. Then again, your Baichuan group's intelligence department is too weak. Guima is a mission imposter. Baitu explained immediately. On the surface, he is a spy planted in our organization by the Songwu cult, but in fact, he is a spy planted by us. Xiang Dai is indeed a spy. She defected in the Fu Cave of number 11 and was executed by Qi Ying. Elder Qinglong added, we did not make this matter public. Heh. Wu Sei's expression was complicated. If it weren't for the Scarlet Tide, we don't know how many things we have hidden from each other. That's why information dealers, like Lu Qingying can thrive, Gao Yang replied in his heart. Everyone, if there are no other questions, I will continue. Gao Yang brought the topic back again. Chapter 270. Please go ahead. Madame Li nodded and smiled. Others also nodded or looked over silently. This just shows that the 10-year incubation period is to wait for a certain plan to mature. 2 months ago, the plan should have matured, so the traitors began to stir, and high-profile events such as serial murders also occurred. Qiang's current analysis has reached this point, and I agree with it. Long spoke. His voice was not loud, but the weight was heavy. As far as I know, Guillemot gained some trust from the Songwu sect after his resurrection, and learned that they were indeed planning a conspiracy, but it was not clear what the conspiracy was. Gao Yang looked at Long. Mr. Long, I think the conspiracy of the Songwu sect is related to Song Dao. Based on the clues provided by Madame Li, we have already made a preliminary inference. After a brief silence, Dohu changed his sitting position and crossed his legs. Tell me more. We believe that the serial murders of the Songwu sect are a test of Song Dao. Another brief silence. You mean that Songwu cult is challenging the rules of Song Dao? Wu Sei asked. Yes. Gao Yang thought for a moment and tried to explain in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Everyone, we can compare Song Dao to a football referee. It is fair and selfless, and strictly follows the rules to maintain the order of the game. The only drawback is that it is neither human nor God. Although it is extremely powerful and unshakable, it does not have flexible thinking, and does not care about the deep motivations behind what humans and beasts do. You hit someone maliciously, so I will send you off with a red card. You are offside, so I will count your goal as invalid. Song Dao has no feelings or positions, and is only responsible for maintaining order and punishing offenders. But the rules are dead, and both humans and animals are alive. For example, when I dribbled past someone, I deliberately knocked down a person who wanted to defend me and caused him damage. It is not easy to tell whether it was a foul by me or the person who was defending. A referee who cannot think flexibly will most likely call a foul on the defender. Because in the eyes of the referee, I am here to play football, my goal is to shoot, the ball is at my feet, knocking down the opponent is contrary to my goal of scoring, I should be more flexible to pass people. Not really, although I am wearing a jersey and carrying a ball, I don't care about winning or losing the game at all, I just came here to deliberately knock people down. I understand. Dohu slapped his thigh and almost blurted out, Xiao Yang, you are so smart. He looked at Gao Yang. The Songmu cult is not here to play football, they are here to make trouble and find bugs in Songdao. Master, you understand me. Gao Yang looked at everyone again. We should have discussed the Scarlet Tide tonight, but I am talking about the Songmu cult. Why? Because the two are strongly connected. Mr. Li suddenly realized. Yes. Gao Yang nodded. Mrs. Li, the third clue you provided is particularly important. What about Songdao? White Rabbit, who had been listening, repeated the sentence faintly. What about Songdao? Gao Yang also repeated. The implication is, Songdao can't control me, I can find bugs, I can do whatever I want. Silence. The conference room was dead silent. If Songdao is no longer effective, if the high-level beasts are no longer bound by Songdao, or in other words, they can find loopholes to escape Songdao's punishment, they will definitely launch a general attack on the awakened, and even ordinary humans. By then, the misty world will become a hell for humans. I suddenly have a guess. The speaker was Bai Tu, and her face was not very good. The Fu Cave in Gujia Village, and the Fu Cave in number 11, these beasts that used rune circuits to challenge Songdao, and were finally imprisoned and punished by Songdao, could they also be looking for bugs in Songdao? Bai Tu looked up at Long. Captain, Gui Ma said that there are awakened people, beasts, and half-humans in Songmu sect, and the composition is very complicated. Is it possible? Bai Tu suddenly didn't dare to say anything more. Let me tell you. Long sighed slightly. In fact, Gao Yang had only talked halfway when he figured out the whole thing. The following is only speculation. A long time ago, a traitor appeared among the awakened people, and this is the origin of Songmu sect. Songmu sect cooperated with high-level beasts and ghosts, and has been testing and challenging Songdao, trying to find loopholes in Songdao, with the purpose of coming this day, bypassing Songdao, and killing all humans. As the Qilin who has the most intelligence in the misty world, he agrees with this view. It seems that they succeeded. At least during the 7 days of the Scarlet Tide, high-level beasts can further ignore the rules of the Songdao, and create a disaster that can kill all humans. Qilin made the final decision, and no one raised any objections. This speculation should be very close to the truth. The atmosphere in the conference room was extremely depressing. Ironically, even at this moment, Gao Yang thought of his family first. If he died, what would happen to his grandmother, father, mother, and sister? Would they be sad for him? Or would all beasts awaken their beast nature, completely eliminate humans, and live in harmony from then on? Perhaps, humans are the aliens in this world, accidentally coming to a world that does not belong to them, just like an invading virus, deceiving the immune system Songdao, and getting its protection. Humans have been huddling together for warmth and lingering. Humans feel very pitiful, innocent, and pathetic, but maybe humans are the virus of this world. Now, the advanced beasts have finally developed a special medicine by cooperating with the traitors among humans. It can bypass the protection of the immune system and settle accounts with these viruses of humans, while the traitors among humans have become a new species of half-human and half-beast, and will live in harmony with other beasts from now on. In the eyes of beasts, humans are viruses, invaders, and mistakes that should not appear in this world. Therefore, the only thing humans should do is to give up resistance and accept the fate of disappearance. No, Gao Yang does not have such a high-level awareness. He does not want to die, nor does he want to disappear, he wants to survive. If this foggy world is not the real residence of human beings, then adapt to it, or find a way to leave it, and find a world that is truly suitable for human survival. Dohu was a little irritated, and put the unlit cigarette in his mouth again. Now that the conclusion has come out, what should we do? Gao Yang sat back in his seat. He had already explained his speculation, and it was also supplemented and improved by everyone. Next, it was the turn of the three leaders to make decisions. Qilin leaned forward, took off the glasses on his nose, and gently placed them on the conference table, his eyes becoming deeper. I think there are two things everyone can do. Chapter 271. First, unite all forces that can be united, including individual players. Qilin looked at Long and Mr. Li separately, especially the drunkard X, who are very powerful individual players. Go find them, explain the interests to them, and try to get them to join. I agree. Madam Li nodded. Okay. Long had no objection. Second, the investigation of the Songmu cult cannot be stopped. This is related to whether we can obtain more intelligence and further help us confront the Scarlet Tide head-on. Originally, the Qilin Union planned to investigate on its own. Since it is already a common enemy, you could also send people to participate, but the leadership is still the Qilin Union. Can you accept it? Qilin asked. Madame Li nodded. Long thought for a moment. Accept. Okay, the headquarters of the Songmu cult is in the Snow Country. We need to act quickly and conduct a secret investigation. It is not easy to make a big fuss and alert the enemy. Qilin thought for a moment. Each organization sends a trusted expert to form a 3-person team. We will act tonight for a week. After a week, no matter what the investigation results are, we must return to Licheng. In the last 3 days, everyone will deal with the Scarlet tied together. Okay. Mrs. Li looked sideways at the leader of Group 1 beside her. Was you go? You have been in the Snow Country for half a year before. Yes. Was nodded quickly. Dohu, you go to the Snow Country. Long did not look at Dohu, shaking the coffee in his hand. No problem. Dohu agreed very readily. Qilin turned sideways and looked at Elder Qinglong on the left. Qilong, this task is up to you. Don't worry, President. Elder Qinglong responded seriously. I booked the flight right away. Qilin looked at Mr. Li. Mrs. Li, if I remember correctly, Jiogui is your friend, right? Yes, but he is very stubborn. I don't have the confidence to convince him to join. Mr. Li said. Let's make an appointment. I will meet him with you. Is it convenient? Qilin asked. No problem, I will arrange it. Mr. Li nodded. He is willing to have a meal together. Long, do you want to join? Qilin asked. I am not good at this kind of thing. Long replied indifferently. Okay, let's do this first. Qilin looked at Gao Yang and Zhu Ke. Qiang Zhu Ke, X will be handed over to you. Yes. Gao Yang and Zhu Ke agreed at the same time. Gao Yang sighed in his heart. Sure enough, there is a mission. It seems that Nyoerdaefa can't go. Long, Madame Li, Qilin looked at the two of them separately. It is not clear whether X is an enemy or a friend. I suggest that you send 3 people each to accompany my people to prevent accidents. If there are too many humans, it will be easy to be exposed, right? Dohu was worried. Don't worry about this. Li smiled. The clown's talent is level 5,000 faces. 1,000 faces, serial number 30 life system. Ability 1. Can disguise as anyone. If there is physical contact with the target, not only can it disguise as the target, but it can also have 50% of the target's ability for a short period of time. So this talent is also called small copy. Ability 2. Can leave the breath of various creatures on oneself and others, and maintain it for a period of time. Now it seems that even the breath of the lost can be forged by the clown. Li looked at Chening, Green Tea and the clown. This task is for the 3 of you. Chening, Green Tea, you can pretend to be a couple on vacation, and the clown, you can do whatever you want. Yes. A subtle embarrassment flashed across Chening and Green Tea's faces. The clown said nothing and nodded numbly. Long Yi looked at Bai Tu. Bai Tu, take 2 more people with you and go to Nyoerdaefa with them. You don't need to pretend to be a couple, right? Bai Tu asked. Long smiled. You decide for yourself. Bai Tu breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I arrange it. While the 3 leaders were arranging tasks, Suzaka poked Gao Yang's arm lightly and whispered, Congratulations, you can go to Nyoerdaefa with your family. What do you mean? Gao Yang hadn't reacted yet. By the way, you don't know yet. Suzaka smiled. X lives in Nyoerdaefa. Gao Yang was startled. He was not happy. In the past, he might have thanked luck for arranging a coincidence for him. But this time, he wished there was no coincidence. If you have a mission while on vacation with your family, you can't concentrate on enjoying the time with your family, and you may also put your family in danger. At this time, everyone has finished chatting, and Gao Yang finds a chance to talk to Qilin, President. Qilin glanced sideways. Gao Yang whispered, I can go to Nyoerdaefa with Zhu privately, and I can handle my family. No, you go with your family. Qilin's tone was gentle, but he didn't give Gao Yang room to refuse. But Qilin interrupted him with a clear mind. You originally planned to go on vacation with your family. It's not wise to change your mind suddenly. It may arouse suspicion. Besides, Nyoerdaefa is very small. What if you meet your family there? You can't always wear a mask and wander around a resort. Gao Yang stopped talking. He was convinced by Qilin. Qiang, you can go on vacation with your family without worry. Qilin looked at Zhu Ke. Zhu Ke, take another person with you, and after arriving at Nyoerdaefa, secretly meet up with Qiang to carry out the mission. Okay. Zhu Ke nodded. Qilin's attention returned to the meeting again, and he raised his voice. I suggest that everyone stay together when the scarlet tide comes this time. Although this may lead to us being caught in one fell swoop, according to Madame Lee's prophecy, we have nothing to lose. Since we want to change our fate, let's unite and fight to the death. I agree, Madame Lee said. No objection. Long nodded gently. I'm done. Do you have anything to add? Qilin leaned back slightly and leaned on the back of the chair. Mr. Lee thought for a moment. If I predict anything before the Crimson Tide comes, I will tell you too as soon as possible. I have something to add. Long looked at Qilin. Your Qilin guild still has many corpses of companions, so be sure to hide them. No one can guarantee whether they will be enemies or friends in 10 days. Thank you for the reminder. Qilin nodded. I will take targeted preventive measures. Long stopped talking. His eyes were a little out of focus. It was hard to tell whether he was tired or distracted. Then today's meeting ends here. Qilin supported himself with a cane and stood up first. Let's do our own thing. Chapter 272. Qinglong and Baihu left first. Soon, Li left with her people. Qilin stayed in the meeting room with Long, talked alone for a few minutes, and completed the transaction of Rune Circuit. 10 minutes later, Qilin, Suzaku and Gao Yang walked out of Millennium Building 6F, got into Suzaku's car and left. Suzaku drove. Qilin and Gao Yang sat in the back parking space. Gao Yang's home was closest to Millennium Building. Suzaku drove Gao Yang home first. After the departure, there was silence in the car for a while, and everyone seemed to be digesting the content and decision of the whole meeting. A few minutes later, Qilin said, Jiang, take it. Gao Yang looked sideways, and there was a space-time rune circuit on Qilin's raised right hand. As for why Qilin could always make runes appear in his hand like magic, Gao Yang initially guessed that he had a talent for space-time. Now he knew clearly that Qilin had a spiritual talent all things, mainly for pupil skills and mental interference. Mental interference can make people feel strong, but pupil skills can be launched silently. As long as Gao Yang still has his eyes open, he doesn't even feel anything, and he is in the partial illusion created by Qilin. For example, create a visual blind spot for Gao Yang, and complete the little magic of creating a rune circuit with bare hands in front of him. The level 7 talent of sequence number 2 is too profound. Gao Yang did not take the space-time rune from Qilin, not because he didn't want it, he wanted it too much. But he couldn't add too much risk to himself. What is the concept of 2 rune circuits? Xiangye immediately turned against him for 2 runes. Who can guarantee that the fact that he carries 2 runes on him will not be leaked out, and then he will be targeted by the strong in the dark? I already have the knowledge rune. I will change to the space-time rune after I comprehend the knowledge talent. Gao Yang said honestly, it's too stressful to carry both runes. It's a special situation. I don't have time to do it slowly. Qilin said, you can bring them all. You can comprehend as many talents as you can. But, Qiang, have confidence in yourself. Zhu Ke, who was driving, smiled. You have 4 talents now, rich combat experience, and a smart mind. There will be no problem. Let's do this. Gao Yang smiled helplessly. Looking at Zhu Ke in the rearview mirror. Sister Xia, please keep the space-time rune for me first. When we meet up with Niu Erdive, you can give it to me. At that time, we will have more people, and I will feel safer. Zhu Ke shook his head. Qiang, you are good in everything, but you are too cautious. As a man, it really damages your charm. Heh. Qilin also smiled and looked at Zhu Ke, who was driving. If Qiang hadn't been so cautious, I'm afraid he could only chat with you as a corpse now. President. You understand me. Okay, let's do it. Zhu Ke smiled. In the early morning, Gao Yang returned home and his family had already gone to bed. Gao Yang didn't turn on the lights, walked carefully through the living room, pushed open the bedroom door, and his chest suddenly tightened. There was a figure lying on the bed. Gao Yang almost instinctively wanted to enter the battle state, but he controlled himself in time and touched the light bulb switch on the wall. Click. The room was bright, and Gao Yang was frightened. It was Gao Xinxin. The girl was wearing a light and dreamy white Lolita dress, hugging a pillow with both hands and fell asleep. When the lights came on, Gao Xinxin's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but frown. She reluctantly opened her sleepy eyes, and saw Gao Yang standing at the head of the bed. Wow! Gao Xinxin sat up suddenly from the bed. How did I fall asleep? A light pink mark was pressed on Gao Xinxin's clean face with baby fat. She slapped her face with both hands. I fell asleep, and my face is swollen again. Gao Yang smiled and asked, what are you doing in my room? It's all your fault. Gao Xinxin jumped up and punched Gao Yang's shoulder. Why didn't you come back earlier? I waited until the swelling on my face was gone at night, so that you could see the new dress. It's okay, it looks pretty now. Gao Yang silently endured her sister's punch, half lying and half coaxing. It doesn't look good. Your face has turned into a pig's head. Gao Xinxin shouted. Okay, go back to your room and sleep. Gao Yang rubbed Gao Xinxin's hair. Brother is so tired today, now I just want to sleep. What are you in a hurry for? You've been like this lately, so mysterious. Gao Xinxin looked at Gao Yang suspiciously. Are you not doing anything behind my back? No. Gao Yang smiled a little guilty. What can I do? I'm just playing around with Wang Zikai. Gao Xinxin glared at Gao Yang, too lazy to care, and soon her smile returned to her face. Brother, what do you think about me wearing this skirt to no Erdive? Ah? Gao Yang didn't understand. Shouldn't I prepare a swimsuit when I go to Neo Erdive? You? Hooligan. Gao Xinxin blushed. Come on, it's very hot there, with sunshine, beach, and sea. Aren't you afraid of heat stroke when you wear this skirt? Gao Yang didn't understand. I won't wear it all day. I just take it with me, and take some photos. Gao Xinxin said. Oh, I see. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. You can help me take photos then. No problem. Xiao Hongshu has a lot of photography tutorials. You should learn photography techniques well, brother. Yawn. Gao Xinxin yawned halfway through his words. Okay, I know. We talk about it tomorrow. Gao Yang pushed Gao Xinxin out. The bedroom door was closed and Gao Yang locked it. Soon, there was no movement outside the door. Gao Yang changed into pajamas, turned off the lights, and sat cross-legged on the bed, planning to take some time to digest everything that happened today. I attended Gui Ma's funeral in the morning and felt a little sad. Before I could grieve, I was called to Guanhai Tower by Li, and was told that the Scarlet Tide was coming. Then, I learned all the information about the Scarlet Tide from Suzaku. Then came the internal high-level meeting. The incident happened suddenly. Qilin took extreme measures, and launched Wan Xian against Gao Yang, to test his loyalty and position. Gao Yang narrowly passed the test with the help of the system. I thought these things were enough twists and turns. That night, the heads of the three major organizations met. Mr. Li made a shocking statement, and told everyone directly that when the Scarlet Tide came, everyone would die, which completely pushed the matter to a white-hot stage. At that moment, Gao Yang felt the real despair and crisis, and what happened before seemed to be insignificant. What's more terrible is that Mr. Li clearly saw that his heart would be taken out by a beast. Taking out the heart means certain death, and there is no chance of resurrection. Can fate really be changed? Gao Yang was a little shaken by this and felt depressed. No, I can't be discouraged. Even if there is only a 1 in a billion chance, I must fight to the end with all my strength. Gao Yang's mind moved. Enter the system. You have recently obtained 434 points of luck after killing Xuanwu. The past 3 days, plus the remaining points after realizing teleportation, are less than 100 points. The profit of the last half-minute of killing Xuanwu is about 50 points. The first time, I entered the illusion created by Qilin. I fought with 5 beasts and gained less than 30 points. After that, I was invaded by Qilin's crushing mental level, gaining 9,000 points per hour. I was tortured by him for nearly 2 minutes, and roughly calculated that I had 260 points. Yes, that's right. The system will not make mistakes, no need to check every time I am happy. As long as you are happy, although I want to increase my luck, I can't upgrade to level 4 for the time being without the miracle rune. By the way, Kirin's level 7 all things actually has 3,000 points of spiritual power, and charm attribute bonus. I can talk about the detailed role of charm. I think I have explored it. Charm can improve the effectiveness of talents such as illusion, control, sound waves, charm, and emotional control. Correspondingly, it can also improve resistance to the above talents I see. I can't feel Kirin's pupil technique on me at all, because my charm is too low. In addition, the higher the charm, the appearance, temperament, and aura will be improved accordingly, but it will not change the appearance, I understand. It only improves the lower limit of appearance, but does not raise the upper limit of appearance. Yes, fill up the charm. Chapter 273. Physical Strength, 500 Endurance, 500. Strength, 800 Agility, 1100. Spirit, 500 Charm, 500. Luck, 454. Lucky points remaining 50. Exit system. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and quietly felt the changes in his body. Soon, Gao Yang's scalp felt numb, his cochlea felt a slight tinnitus, his nose felt strangely blocked, and his tongue felt a little dry. Not only that, he also felt a slight itch deep in his throat, and his vocal cords seemed to be changing. His skin began to cool down, as if it was soaked in cold water. And then, Gao Yang's vision became blurred, but soon, his vision returned to normal. Although what he saw was still the same as before, he felt a new sense of clarity, as if there was a transparent glass lens in front of him, but now it has been taken away. In less than a minute, all the sensations in Gao Yang's body returned to normal. Gao Yang took a deep breath, got up, turned on the light, and walked to the mirror in the closet to look at himself. There was indeed no change in his facial features, but the color of his hair was brighter, and the texture seemed better. His eyes seemed to be brighter and more energetic. Gao Yang reached out and touched his face, and his skin became smoother. Hello, hello. Gao Yang made a sound, and there was no change. Although it was a bit embarrassing, Gao Yang still sang softly to the mirror. I am me, a firework of different colors. Sure enough, the singing sounded better. If I comprehend the talent of sound waves in the future, there should be a lot of bonuses. Try hearing again. Gao Yang walked to the door, closed his eyes, and listened attentively through the door. Tick, tick, tick. I could actually hear the sound of the living room clock. My hearing has obviously improved. Gao Yang opened the door and walked towards the kitchen. As soon as he pushed the door, a smell of kitchen waste hit his nose. In the past, Gao Yang could only smell so much. But now, as long as Gao Yang wanted, he could distinguish a lot of details in the smell of kitchen waste. Onion, pepper, egg, garlic, rotten rice, detergent. Gao Yang opened the refrigerator and took out a small cup of yogurt. The cold plastic touch of the yogurt cup was active on his fingertips, which was clearer and more concrete. Gao Yang inserted a straw and took a sip. Sure enough, the sour and sweet feeling exploded on the taste buds on the tip of the tongue, and the layers and taste were much richer. At this point, Gao Yang was sure that the significant increase in charm value strengthened his sixth senses. And the stronger the sixth senses, the more effective it can be to resist illusion attacks. Inside the body, the stimulation and excitement brought by the increase in attribute values slowly faded, replaced by deep fatigue. That's all for today. Gao Yang simply washed up and went back to his room to sleep. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Gao Yang woke up, and the whole family got up and were sitting in the dining room to eat breakfast. Yang, wake up. You came home late yesterday, so I didn't wake you up. Mom was holding Gao Xinxin's bowl and helping her to serve millet porridge. Go brush your teeth and wash your face, and eat together. Dad was sitting in a wheelchair, biting a fried dough stick. Brother, only your luggage is not packed, so you are not allowed to run around today. Gao Xinxin's face was downcast, and she looked like she was going to blame him. Got it. Just as Gao Yang was about to go to the bathroom, Grandma pushed open the door of the bathroom and walked out. The old lady was wearing a very bright dress, a retro sun hat, and a pair of brown sunglasses, and carrying a small square handbag, which was very fashionable. Although the grandmother was a little hunchbacked, with wrinkles and age spots on her face, she was not timid at all, as if the elderly should dress like this. Wow! Gao Xinxin gave her grandmother a thumbs up. You are the coolest grandmother I have ever seen. Yeah! Grandma tilted her head and imitated the young people to make a scissor hand gesture. Mom, scissor hands are not popular now. Dad in the wheelchair made a hard gesture with his thumb and index finger. See, this is called a hard gesture. Pen refill. Grandma followed suit. The whole family laughed. After breakfast, Gao Yang went back to his room to pack up several sets of summer clothes and a few pairs of underwear, facial cleanser, shampoo, toothbrush, soap, towel, mobile phone, tablet, charger, ID card, wallet, passport. With just these few things, the suitcase was not even half full, and it was done in less than 10 minutes. The whole day was spent in anticipation and excitement. Before leaving, my mother repeatedly checked everyone's luggage, fearing that something was missed, and then began to repeatedly check the water, electricity, gas, doors and windows in the house to see if they were closed. Grandma returned to the room and said something to my grandfather's portrait. Gao Yang could guess without listening that it must be asking my grandfather to bless the family to go out safely, and not to have thieves at home. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the family called a 7-seater business car and set off for the airport. Entering the airport hall, Gao Yang pushed his father in a wheelchair and walked behind, while Gao Xinxin and her mother took everyone's documents to line up for check-in. Mom is in charge of the family finances, so she is the one who booked the tickets. Dad said that Mom made a good arrangement. We left in the early morning and could get to Neo Erdive after a nap on the plane, which would not delay the time. In fact, Everyone knew that this time was chosen mainly because the tickets were cheap. Although the factory co-opened with Uncle Ching was turned around, the family income dropped sharply after my father was in a wheelchair. It was not a small expense for the whole family to go to Neo Erdai for a week. Mom calculated carefully and tried to save as much as possible. Gao Yang. Gao Yang turned around and saw a yellow-haired boy running out of the tourists. He was wearing a black t-shirt with Invincible printed on it, a pair of flamboyant flower shorts, a pair of peculiar crocodile mouth slippers on his feet, a golden and large luxury suitcase in his hand, and a large backpack on his back. "Haha, brother is here," he shouted and ran over happily. Although he looked sunny, handsome and energetic, he just doesn't seem to have a high IQ. How should I put it? Although Gao Yang felt warm and at ease when he saw Wang Zikai, the powerful bodyguard. But at this moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he still wanted to pretend that he didn't know this silly roe deer. "Oh my god!" Wang Zikai ran over and looked at Gao Yang's suitcase in surprise. "You only bring these things?" "Yes." Gao Yang was a little disgusted. "You have too much luggage, right?" "How much?" "I still have a lot of things to bring." Zikai looked regretful. "Brother, come and check in your luggage." Gao Xinxin followed her mother to queue up for check-in. When she was almost at the counter, she waved to Gao Yang and Wang Zikai. "And you, Wang Zikai, hurry up." "Okay." Wang Zikai put his arm around Gao Yang's shoulders. "Gio go go." An hour later, Gao Yang's family and Wang Zikai boarded the plane. This was Gao Yang's first time on a plane. Although Wang Zikai bought the same flight as Gao Yang, he bought the first-class cabin. Gao Yang's family must have chosen the economy class, and Wang Zikai was not with them at all. Wang Zikai did not expect this result at all, and regretted it as soon as he got on the plane. With the help of the flight attendant, Gao Yang placed his father in a wheelchair. Wang Zikai ran over from the front and smiled at Gao Yang's grandmother. "Grandma, let me change seats with you. You go to the first-class cabin, which is spacious and comfortable, and you can even lie down and sleep." "Okay." Grandma agreed readily. Wang Zikai helped his grandmother to the first-class cabin. A few minutes later, he ran over happily with a handheld game console in his hand. "Gao Yang, let's sit together and play games." Gao Xinxin rolled her eyes at Wang Zikai, then looked at her brother Gao Yang with sympathy, and stood up to give her seat. "You sit here." As soon as Wang Zikai sat down, he excitedly leaned close to Gao Yang's ear. Although he lowered his voice, it was still loud to Gao Yang. "Brother, my cultivation has improved again." Gao Yang was surprised, but he didn't have time to stop him. "What cultivation?" Gao Xinxin, who was beside him, had heard it, and she looked over with a faint look in her eyes. Chapter 274. "We are talking about games," Wang Zikai blurted out. "Yes, games." Gao Yang took over the conversation naturally, and was surprised. "Wang Zikai, you have learned to be smart." Gao Xinxin was a little dissatisfied. "We are all out to play, so don't talk about games. Wang Zikai warns you, we finally go abroad, don't drag my brother to play games in the hotel." "Don't worry." Wang Zikai patted his chest and promised. "How can I be assured? Look at what you are holding in your hand." Gao Xinxin pointed at the game console in Wang Zikai's hand. Wang Zikai took it for granted. "I play at night. I don't play during the day." "It's so funny, you don't need to sleep at night, you really think you are a god." Wang Zikai laughed. "Hey, I really am." Gao Yang stepped on Wang Zikai hard. Wang Zikai laughed after shouting, "I am really stupid, what game console do you think I brought? I don't have time to play at all." Gao Yang nodded and smiled, very relieved. The three chatted for a while. Mainly Wang Zikai was responsible for bragging, Gao Xinxin was responsible for ruthlessly exposing, and Gao Yang was responsible for being a listener and occasionally persuading. Soon, the plane entered a stable state, and the cabin became much quieter. Gao Xinxin put on headphones to listen to music and fell asleep unknowingly, with her head resting on Gao Yang's arm. Wang Zikai played handheld games alone for a while, but also felt bored and fell asleep unknowingly. His head fished a few times, and finally tilted, and leaned on Gao Yang's shoulder. This kid said he didn't need to sleep. Gao Yang sighed lightly, worried. "I don't know if Zhu Ke and the others have sent it out. I don't know who this X is, whether he is an enemy or a friend, and I don't know if everything will go smoothly." In the second half of the night, Gao Yang gradually fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Gao Yang woke up in a turbulence and felt the plane descending. The sunshade was half closed, and a faint light appeared in the sky outside the porthole. The magnificent and heavy sea of clouds was dyed into a beautiful red glow. Gao Xinxin also woke up. She raised her hands and stretched her body. Her face was drowsy and soft. At this time, Gao Xinxin had not put on the arrogant mask. She glanced at Gao Yang and smiled lightly. Her eyes were both excited and nervous. Brother, this is the first time I'm so far away from home. Me too. Gao Yang smiled. Ah. Wang Zikai also woke up. He stretched his body with great pride. Nyo Dave. Brother is here. For some reason, any words spoken from Wang Zikai's mouth revealed a sense of déjà vu that he was about to fight. The plane landed smoothly. The family got off the plane and followed other passengers to the lobby. Gao Yang's father was in a wheelchair, so the family moved much slower. When they went to the baggage claim area, there was already a circle of people there. Yang, go and find our luggage quickly, don't lose it. Mom started to worry about something unlikely to happen again. Gao Yang gave Wang Zikai a look, and Wang Zikai immediately came over to help Gao Yang's father push the wheelchair. Gao Yang walked quickly to the baggage claim area. He glanced over and saw that the luggage currently being transported out by the crawler tracks was not his own, nor that of his family. Gao Yang looked at the exit of the luggage transport, and saw that one suitcase after another was slowly spitted out. After a while, Gao Yang saw his own suitcase. He was startled. Due to his enhanced vision, Gao Yang could see more clearly than others that there was a white cat squatting on the suitcase, licking its paws attentively. Fortunately, the light at the exit was dim, and everyone couldn't see it clearly for a while. But in less than 2 seconds, the suitcase and the white cat would be spit out from the exit under the conveyor belt, exposed to the eyes of all passengers. Bang! Gao Yang was quick-witted and threw his mobile phone out silently and quickly, hitting a trash can behind him. The sudden sound attracted everyone at the scene, and everyone turned around to look over, wondering what happened. Swoosh! Gao Yang, who was hiding in the crowd, teleported to the exit of the track conveyor. He blocked the suitcase and the white cat with his body, quickly unzipped the suitcase, hugged the white cat, stuffed it in, and closed it heavily. The whole action took no more than 3 seconds. Hey, young man, you are too anxious. An enthusiastic middle-aged woman turned around and was startled. Come down quickly. Don't stand on it. It's too dangerous. Be careful not to get caught. Gao Yang smiled and jumped off the track with his suitcase. Haha, sorry, I was too anxious. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The camera should not be able to capture Gao Yang's teleportation because he was hiding in the crowd. From the picture, it seemed to be stuck for a moment. Besides, as long as nothing happened, the security personnel would not be idle to check the surveillance video of a certain place for a certain period of time. After a while, the video will be updated and replaced. Gao Yang walked to the trash can with his suitcase as if nothing had happened, picked up his mobile phone and took a look. It's not broken, it can still be used. Fortunately, I have a phone case and a screen protector. Gao Yang turned and shouted to his mother, who was walking over. Mom, you guys take the luggage first, I'm going to the bathroom. Gao Yang didn't wait for his mother to answer, and rushed to the bathroom with the suitcase. Gao Yang walked into the men's bathroom and entered the innermost compartment. As soon as he opened the suitcase, the white cat jumped out, got into Gao Yang's arms, and rubbed Gao Yang's chin with its furry head. For snow? Gao Yang was a little upset. Why are you here? Meow. Shoo. Gao Yang quickly put his hand to his mouth, signaling her not to make a sound. Did you follow me secretly? Gao Yang asked in a very low voice. The white cat blinked. Does your sister know? The white cat was stunned for 2 seconds, then blinked. Good guy. Can you be more serious when lying next time? Gao Yang was a bit overwhelmed for a while. He had to deal with a lot of things during this trip to Nyo Erdive, and now there was a cat. To be honest, he was a little annoyed. This Chushua was really messing around. Then he thought, she is a cat. Do you still expect to reason with a cat? Gao Yang took a deep breath and said earnestly, Chushua, I can take you to play, but you must be obedient, okay? Meow. Should Gao Yang quickly covered her mouth. Don't make any noise for a while. Gao Yang sorted out the suitcase, freed up half of the space, and carried Chushua back to the suitcase. Chushua was very obedient, sleeping on the clothes, curled up. Chushua, hold on for a while, I will let you out when I get to the hotel. Chushua blinked. If you really can't breathe, just call out, I will hear it. Gao Yang reminded. Meow. Chushua called softly. Okay, this volume. Gao Yang closed the suitcase and pressed the flush button. Swish swish. Gao Yang took out his phone, turned on vibrato, found a cute pet video, clicked it, and heard a cute cat meow. Gao Yang pushed open the cubicle door, holding the suitcase in one hand and watching short videos in the other. Sure enough, There were a few men in the toilet, and they didn't pay much attention to Gao Yang. Gao Yang quickly left the toilet. Chapter 275. Gao Yang's family walked out of the airport, originally planning to take a speedboat to F Island. F Island is one of the most cost-effective islands in the Maldives. Each person can get a 7-day and 5-night package for 7,000 yuan. Now it is the off-season, and 3 meals are also included. If there are more than 4 people, the food and accommodation expenses of one child under 15 years old can be waived. Gao Xinxin is just 15 years old and meets the requirements. My mother is very careful with her money. As long as she doesn't buy souvenirs and doesn't make high-end consumption, the whole trip can be done within 50,000 yuan, which is also the limit of the family's financial budget. In sharp contrast to their family is Wang Zikai. He chose a 6-star hotel on the sea, a 360-degree sea view room, and it costs 40,000 yuan a night. It can only be said that he is rich and inhumane. Not only that, he also chartered an 8-seater seaplane to pick up the plane, and insisted on taking everyone along. Gao Yang's family obeyed the order, and got on Wang Zikai's seaplane. The seaplane took off from the seaside pier, and soon flew hundreds of meters high. Under the blue sky and blue sea, the whole new Maldives is in full view. Everyone lies at the porthole, overlooking the coral islands below, like a string of pearls on the blue sea. Soon, the seaplane landed at Island F. Gao Yang's family and Wang Zikai took a sightseeing bus to a fish-shaped waterhouse plank road near the beach. On both sides of the plank road are row houses with dark brown roofs and white walls, with a unified shape. The sightseeing bus drove all the way to the end of the plank road and sent everyone to a hotel with the best sea view. Along the way, Gao Xinxin kept showing off that she was very lucky and got the hotel with the best location. Of course, it was limited to the best among ordinary hotels. After getting off the car, the family happily ran into the house. Gao Yang opened the folding wheelchair, carried his father, who had difficulty in walking, into the wheelchair, and pushed him into the house. The villa was decorated in the style of a modern hotel, with many windows and doors, plenty of light, and a wide view. On one side was an open-air swimming pool at sea level, and on the other side was an open-air balcony with beach chairs and parasols. Mom squatted in the living room, sorting everyone's suitcases. Grandma was choosing a room. There were 2 bedrooms in the hotel, one for Grandma and Gao Xinxin, one for Dad and Mom, and Gao Yang slept on the sofa. Gao Xinxin sat down on the long sofa. Well, it's similar to the one in the photo, but it's a little softer. Brother, are you used to sleeping on it? It's okay, I can sleep anywhere. It's only 4 hours, I don't care about the bed. Gao Yang added in his heart. Mom picked up a pile of clothes in the suitcase and walked to the hotel closet. She thought of something. Yang, give me the suitcase, I pack it for you too. We be staying here for several days, don't forget anything. Gao Yang didn't dare to give the suitcase to his mother, so he ran out of the house with the suitcase. Mom, I go see Wang Zikai and be back soon. On the plank road outside the house, Wang Zikai was chatting with the driver of the sightseeing bus in a shaky foreign language. I know is here. Wang Zikai gestured, took out the hotel map he booked on his mobile phone to show the driver, and pointed to the direction of the sea. I'm there. Go, go, go. Gao Yang was embarrassed, took out his mobile phone, and quickly wrote a line of words. How do I get to the fairy tale house? Gao Yang clicked on the translation into a foreign language and handed it to the driver. The driver uncle saw it, and a warm smile bloomed on his dark face. Jet ski. Jet ski. 5 minutes later, Wang Zikai and Gao Yang drove a rented jet ski to a 5-star island hotel on the sea. The hotel Wang Zikai booked is also on Island F, called Fairy Tale House, a 2-story independent villa built on an independent island surrounded by the sea. The villa style is very fairy tale, equipped with water slides and other recreational facilities, like a small water park. To be honest, Gao Yang knew that there was a middle school boy living in Wang Zikai's heart, but he didn't expect that there was also a dreamy girl living in it. Gao Yang and Wang Zikai parked the jet ski on the small dock in front of the villa, carrying their luggage and belongings into the house. The decoration inside was also very warm and childlike. Wang Zikai took off his sunglasses and threw his suitcase and backpack on the wooden floor. He kicked off his shoes, walked quickly to the refrigerator, took out 2 bottles of iced Coke from it, and threw one to Gao Yang, just like his own home. Gao Yang took the Coke and went upstairs with his suitcase. Hey, where are you going? Wang Zikai asked. Lend me your room upstairs, Gao Yang said without turning his head. Ha ha, okay. Wang Zikai smiled. Brother, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but your hotel is too small, and it's too miserable for you to sleep on the sofa. Just come and sleep at my place." I thought so too. Gao Yang was waiting for him to say this. "Then I sleep here tonight. I'm a person who pays special attention to privacy. Don't just come into my room." Okay, who cares about your privacy?" Wang Zikai said disdainfully. As soon as Gao Yang went upstairs, he quickly opened his suitcase, holding the heavy home game console, and more than a dozen of the latest 3A Masterpiece game discs. Imagine, in a cozy villa surrounded by the sea, lying on the sofa with your best friend, eating high-calorie junk food, playing games together until dawn, until the red sun rises above the sea outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the soft orange light bathes in, and the fresh sea breeze caresses your face. What a beautiful scene. Then, they can wash their faces and get up to have fun, go diving during the day, go surfing, go to SPA, in the evening, go to the beach to find two blonde tourists in bikinis, have a candlelight dinner for 4, let the two beauties look at them with admiring eyes, and listen to their bragging, then, take the blonde to the bar to drink and dance, and live a life of drunkenness and dreams. Just play until the early morning, and then you can go back to the villa with Gao Yang to play games. Damn! It's so cool. Wang Zikai's face unconsciously showed a silly smile. He had already begun to imagine the vacation life in the past few days, and he didn't take Gao Yang's family and itinerary into consideration at all. Bang! While Wang Zikai was dreaming downstairs, Gao Yang had already come to the bedroom on the second floor, closed and locked the door, and drew all the curtains. Then he opened the suitcase. In the suitcase, the white cat did not jump out to greet Gao Yang, but curled up listlessly. Her nose was a little red, her green eyes were flushed, her mouth was slightly open, and her breathing was short and rapid. Gao Yang reached out and touched it, and its body temperature was frighteningly hot. Oh no! Could it be heat stroke? Chapter 276. Chuxue is a ghost, so Gao Yang assumes that she is very strong. But if she is just an ordinary cat in cat form, it is entirely possible that she will get heat stroke after being locked in the suitcase for such a long time on such a hot day. Gao Yang felt distressed and blamed himself. "Chuxue, you can cry if you feel uncomfortable, I will hear it." Gao Yang took Chuxue out of the suitcase and put it under the air conditioner, and put the bottle of ice cola that Wang Zikai gave him on its forehead to cool it. Meow. The white cat blinked at Gao Yang and called softly. Gao Yang's heart melted immediately. "Chuxue, I'm sorry, it's my fault." Meow. Chuxue called again, and at the same time, its white hair began to grow and expand, spreading out like seaweed, and then the hair began to melt, and turned into waves of white mist without any smell. She won't transform, will she? Wait a minute. Gao Yang got up and ran in a panic. His little toe accidentally hit the corner of the bed. He stumbled and almost fell. He hissed and stumbled into the private bathroom in the room, and slammed the door shut. 2 seconds later, Gao Yang covered his mouth with both hands. Ouch! Hitting the foot of the bed with his little toe was so painful. Half a minute later, Gao Yang gradually calmed down and digested the pain. He shouted through the bathroom door, "First snow." "Yeah." The weak voice of the girl came from outside. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up a bathrobe and walked out the door with his eyes closed. Gao Yang judged the approximate location of the first snow and threw the bathrobe in his hand. "Put it on." "No, it's uncomfortable," Chuxue said coquettishly. "Be obedient." Gao Yang emphasized his tone, like an elder. "Oh!" The sound of the bathrobe rubbing against the skin, and the sound of footsteps appeared in his ears. "Okay." Gao Yang opened his eyes, and Chuxue was sitting on the bed with her legs spread out. Her delicate body was wearing a large bathrobe that didn't fit her, revealing her fair shoulders and slender collarbones. She was covered in sweat, and her silver hair was wet, sticking to her white and transparent skin. Chushua's face was pale with weakness, and her red eyes were still beautiful, but dimmed a lot, as if covered by a layer of fog. "Chushu?" Gao Yang asked softly, "Are you okay? Did you have heat stroke?" Chuxue shook her head gently. Gao Yang sat down next to Chuxue and reached out to touch Chushua's forehead, which was terribly hot. "Do you have a fever?" he asked. "No," Chuxue blinked. "Ghosts don't get sick." "Then what happened to you? You don't look well." Gao Yang was very worried. Chuxue stopped talking. She fell softly to Gao Yang and rested her head in Gao Yang's arms. "I'm fine. I'll be fine after a while." Chuxue slowly closed her eyes. Gao Yang didn't dare to move, for fear of disturbing her. He just looked at Chuxue. Chuxue fell asleep almost immediately. Her breathing soon became soft and even. The sweat on her body also stopped. Her skin was dry and white. After a while, Gao Yang gently touched her forehead again. The temperature also dropped. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Yang gently hugged Chushua and put her on the bed. He tidied her messy silver hair for her to avoid her hair being pressed when she slept. Then Gao Yang found a pen and a sticky note and left her a message. Chushua, I'm leaving first. I come to see you in the evening. You stay in the room. Don't run around. Don't make any noise. Gao Yang pressed the note under the water cup in front of the bedside table and finally took a deep look at Chushua. Gao Yang closed the suitcase, opened the door, and went downstairs. Wang Zikai was getting impatient. Does it take so long to pack? I went to the toilet by the way. Gao Yang lied. He was a little worried and simply pulled Wang Zikai along. You come with me to the hotel over there. We have lunch together. Okay. Wang Zikai was very straightforward. The two rode on the motorboat and returned to their previous residence. When Gao Yang returned to his hotel with his suitcase, his mother was about to get angry, but when she saw Wang Zikai following him, she didn't know what to say. Gao Yang's father didn't have a good time to talk. Xiaokai, how was the college entrance examination? Oh, I dropped out of school. I didn't take the college entrance examination. Wang Zikai answered very frankly. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Oh ha. Gao Yang's father smiled and changed the subject. Xiaokai, your parents are very busy at work. Why don't they come to play together? Oh, they are divorced. They both have new families, and they don't have time to accompany me. Wang Zikai blurted out. Gao Yang's father's smile froze on his face. After all, before the car accident, he was entertaining clients every day and claimed to be a chat master. He has only retired for a few days. How come he has become a chat genius? Wang Zikai, do you want to have lunch together? Gao Xinxin walked out of the room. She tied her hair into a playful double ponytail and wore a cool vest and hot pants. Okay. Wang Zikai waved his mobile phone. I checked and found that there is an underwater Western restaurant. You can have a SPA after eating. It's not expensive, only 7,000 per person. The living room was quiet for a second. Only 7,000? Please translate what only 7,000 means. Gao Yang resisted the urge to curse. Forget it. Let's eat separately. Before he finished speaking, Gao Xinxin kicked him from behind. Gao Xinxin looked at Wang Zikai with a smile. Okay, will you pay? Xinxin. The mother on the side turned green. How can you? Okay. Wang Zikai agreed without taking it seriously. We don't care. We are mainly worried that you will be bored alone, so we just want to keep you company. Gao Xinxin got the advantage and acted cute. Xinxin, you are so considerate. Wang Zikai was very touched and looked at Gao Yang with a little disdain. Gao Yang, you have to learn more from your sister in the future. Gao Yang ignored Wang Zikai, turned his head, and looked at his father in the wheelchair. He felt complicated for a moment. Gao Xinxin, this damn girl, who did she take this character from? A trace of embarrassment flashed across her mother's face. She still felt something was wrong. Xiaokai, we appreciate your kindness. Xiaokai. Grandma wants to eat ice cream. Grandma came out waving a colorful flyer. You are talking about this store, right? Look, there is free ice cream in many colors. Eat as much as you want. Hee. Mom nervously snatched Grandma's restaurant flyer and took a closer look. Mom, you have to buy a VIP ticket first to eat as much as you want. It's just a ticket, buy one per person. Wang Zikai smiled brightly. Grandma's happiness is the most important thing. Gao Yang met Dad's eyes again. Now I know who Gao Xinxin looks like. Mom knew that her arms couldn't beat her thighs. She smiled a little embarrassedly. Then we thanked Xiaokai. Auntie, you don't have to be polite. Wang Zikai put his arm around Gao Yang's shoulders. Gao Yang and I are half-brothers. We are a family. So don't say two things. Chapter 277. The family packed up and happily went to the 5-star restaurant on F Island. Wang Zikai walked into the revolving door with an inhumane pace, came to the front desk, and communicated with the receptionist in his broken foreign language. He chose to eat in SPA, and bought coupons for everyone. With this coupon, some items are free. When checking out, Wang Zikai took out a black card that Gao Yang had never seen before from his pocket, and asked the front desk to swipe it. Afterwards, the 6 people, led by a smiling local waiter, walked into the elevator, and came to the 3rd underground floor. Gao Xinxin was the first to walk out of the elevator, and couldn't help but exclaimed, Wow, it's beautiful. It was indeed beautiful, a huge underground space. Most of the walls and ceilings were transparent glass, and outside the glass was the ocean, with schools of tropical fish leisurely shuttling between beautiful coral reefs. This was different from the aquarium Gao Yang had seen before. This time, it felt like he had come to a real underwater world. The group was led by the waiter to a place with a wide view. There was a large revolving dining table, and a huge fan-shaped glass next to it. Outside was the underwater landscape. The clear blue light shone through, and from time to time, schools of fish swam by, and the mottled and lively light and shadows swam on everyone's faces. Gao Xinxin raised her little face, and was staring at a golden tropical fish in a trance. The blue light from the seabed left ethereal highlights on her forehead and nose. Gao Yang suddenly thought of an oil painting he had seen before, A Girl's Prayer. Gao Yang quietly took out his mobile phone and took a side profile photo of Gao Xinxin. Click. Gao Xinxin was stunned, and then came to his senses, and came over to grab the phone with his teeth and claws. Brother, what are you doing? You want to take ugly photos of me again? No, I was taking pictures of the fish. Who took pictures of you? Gao Yang argued, hiding his phone. Look at that orange fish. It has a chubby face. Does it look like you? You're itching, right? I beat you to death. The two siblings were playing around, and their father, mother and grandmother were used to it, taking pictures with their phones. Wang Zikai had no interest in these things, but since he was here, he took out his phone and took a few pictures casually. After thinking about it, it seemed that he should leave something behind, so he switched his phone to selfie mode and took a photo with the tropical fish behind him. After taking the photo, he felt bored, so he quietly moved his body and the phone lens to let Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin behind him enter the photo. The two siblings were still playing around and didn't notice it at all. Wang Zikai grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and made an outdated scissors hand gesture, taking a photo with the two siblings behind him. Click. After taking the photo, Wang Zikai quickly put his phone back into his pocket and picked up the menu on the table. Waiter. Order. The lunch was very rich, with seafood, fish, chicken as the main dishes, and flatbread and pancakes as the staple food, but they all incorporated local characteristics. Gao Yang thought the most delicious ones were coconut tuna and fish cakes. Wang Zikai was not used to the local taste, and he could not enjoy the table of delicacies. He could only bite the flying pancakes with a dull look, and asked while eating, "Is there a CFK or a pizza shop here?" Gao Yang couldn't help but feel a little distressed and a little guilty. But soon, he turned his guilt into appetite, and decided to eat back Wang Zikai's portion. Lunch was coming to an end, and Gao Yang took his grandmother to visit the dessert buffet. Grandma is over 70 years old this year. Not only is she still childish in spirit, but she also likes desserts and candies. She especially likes ice cream. Grandma has eaten candies all her life, but her teeth are still very good, which is incredible. Grandma held Gao Yang with one hand, and held a small spoon in the other. When she saw the colorful ice cream, she couldn't help but scoop a spoonful. Okay, that's enough. Gao Yang, who was holding a small bowl, hurriedly stopped her. You will have diarrhea if you eat too much. I want to taste a bite of each color. Grandma insisted. Some colors are different, but the taste is similar. Gao Yang began to deceive. Don't lie to Grandma. Grandma's childish anger came up. Xinxin said that the tastes are different. This green one is matcha flavor, this pink one is strawberry flavor, and this blue one is blue girl flavor. Blueberry, not blue girl. Gao Yang corrected with a smile. Our Yang has grown up, and has made a lot of progress. Grandma has to take care of everything. Grandma pretended to be unhappy, and complained in a relaxed tone. Grandma, I am doing this for your own good. Your health is the most important thing now. Hey, at your age, half of your feet are in the ground. You can live one day at a time. Grandma disagreed. Don't talk nonsense, Grandma, you will definitely live 100 years. Gao Yang said seriously. The smile on Grandma's face suddenly withdrew. She slowly pulled out her hand holding Gao Yang's arm, and gently grasped Gao Yang's hand. Grandma, you don't have to live that long. As long as Yang and Xinxin can grow up safely, as long as our family can be as happy as we are now, Grandma can go with peace of mind. Gao Yang's nose was sore, and he couldn't speak for a while. At that moment, a voice in his heart became more determined. Even if fate sentenced me to death, I would do everything I could to survive. For myself and for my family. After eating and drinking, the family wandered around the hotel's own entertainment room for a while. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, after almost digesting the food, everyone went to the SBA Experience Hall. The family was divided into 2 teams, male and female, and changed their clothes. Under the guidance of the waiter, they walked into a special room for massage services. Gao Yang, his father, and Wang Zikai came to a large massage room. There was a thick glass above their heads, and above it was a quiet and beautiful underwater world. 3 men were shirtless, with towels wrapped around their waists, lying on the massage bed. 3 male masseurs came in, with a wooden basin filled with essential oils and aromatherapy. They first introduced themselves, and then explained the precautions for massage. Because they spoke in a foreign language, everyone seemed to understand. Yang, tell my massage master that you don't need to massage my legs. I don't feel anything anyway. Just lighten his workload. Haha. Dad thought he had told a joke and laughed. Wang Zikai was very supportive and laughed along. Gao Yang didn't laugh, but felt sad. Dad was the most optimistic person he had ever seen. Uncle Gao, you are wrong. You should press harder if you don't feel anything. Wang Zikai got excited. Maybe if you open up the acupoints, your legs will be fine. Really? The man had already accepted the fact that he would be in a wheelchair for life. Of course. Wang Zikai was very sure. You will definitely be able to stand up in the future. Haha, okay. I believe Shao Kai. Dad was very happy. 3 masseurs massaged the 3 people with soothing music, starting with the face, then the back of the neck and the upper body, and finally the limbs. It must be said that the technique was very professional. They were very familiar with every muscle in the guests' bodies, as well as the degree of strain and stiffness of those muscles. They carefully guided the strength and helped the guests open up the muscles little by little. Gao Yang felt a little sore at first, but he gradually relaxed and took a nap. Soon, the first stage was over. The 3 masseurs quietly left the massage room. Gao's father and Wang Zikai had already fallen asleep, snoring one after another. Gao Yang felt mixed emotions for a while. I think you two are the real father and son. 10 minutes later, the 3 masseurs came back and started the second stage of massage. Gao Yang lay on the massage chair, closed his eyes, and felt the strength of the masseur's fingertips wandering on the muscles of his shoulders. Suddenly, Gao Yang was startled and alert. Chapter 278. No! This masseur is not the same as before. Gao Yang looked at the ground calmly. The gray-white marble floor was polished very smoothly, and the masseur's face was vaguely reflected. His appearance had not changed at all. If it was the previous Gao Yang, he might just think that the masseur had changed his massage technique. But now, Gao Yang, who has 500 points of charm, has a very sharp 6 senses. He is very sure that this masseur is definitely not the same person as before. Is it an enemy? Gao Yang's muscles tensed up unconsciously. At this moment, the masseur was standing beside Gao Yang, leaning over to push his back. He also keenly noticed the defensive signal from Gao Yang's body, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. A second later, his fingers pinched the joints on the back of Gao Yang's neck. Gao Yang was horrified, but he did not dare to act rashly. He didn't know who this masseur was, nor how strong he was, and whether he could easily crush his spine. The situation at this moment is similar to someone holding a gun to his head. Gao Yang's heartbeat quickened. He tried to hold his breath, and slowly gathered energy to the muscles at the back of his neck that were clamped. At the same time, he mobilized energy with both hands, and was ready to start the fire at any time. But the next second, Gao Yang hesitated again. Damn it, Dad is still here. What if Dad is not a human or a lost person? What if Dad is a high-level beast? Wouldn't that mean he would have to fight Dad with his blade? And they would never be able to return to the previous father-son relationship. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. I should have insisted at the beginning, and I shouldn't have come to Neo Erdive with my family. Fortunately, after a few seconds, the massage master did not attack Gao Yang and force him to fight. His other hand calmly wrote a few words on Gao Yang's back. Gao Yang was relieved immediately, his body relaxed again, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Great, thank God, it was a false alarm. Maybe it was because everyone stayed up late on the plane and did not rest well. Taking the opportunity of doing SPA, everyone had a good sleep. When they left the SPA Experience Hall, it was already evening. The family returned to the water hotel. Mom asked Wang Zikai to stay for dinner, but Wang Zikai refused. He said he had ordered pizza takeout and rode a jet ski back to the fairy tale house. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the waiter brought the hotel's standard dinner, a large portion of chicken curry rice, a large bowl of seafood soup, and some tropical fruits and pancakes. Compared with the lunch at noon, it was indeed a bit shabby. But my mother was very happy, with a good appetite, and she ate with peace of mind, because she was spending her own money. As long as Gao Yang could remember, my mother had that kind of personality, gentle, virtuous, kind and timid. She would not envy anything that did not belong to her, no matter how good it was. When she lived in the countryside before, her family conditions were not very good, but she never complained and was able to live a well-organized life. If she accidentally took advantage of someone one day, she would not only not be happy, but would be restless and always want to repay the favor immediately. My mother always said, people live to seek peace of mind, which is more important than anything else. After dinner, everyone was tired and decided to rest in the hotel and not go out. Gao Yang saw that the situation was almost done, and just as he was about to get up and go out, a voice suddenly appeared. Gao Yang, don't leave. Gao Yang was startled and turned back with a guilty conscience. Gao Xinxin walked out of the room, holding a light and dreamy white Lolita dress in front of her chest. Take a photo for me later. Tomorrow, I want to go to Wangzikai. No. The sunset is the most beautiful now. Gao Xinxin pouted. Who knows if there will be a sunset tomorrow? What if it rains? Summer is the off-season in Yo Erdive, and it often rains. There are also advantages. That is, the consumption is cheap. Okay. Yeah. Wait, I changed my skirt right away. Gao Xinxin ran back to the room happily and closed the door. 10 minutes later, Gao Xinxin was wearing a thin and layered white gauze suspender Lolita dress, with a cute big bow on her head, walking on the soft beach. There was only half a red sun on the horizon, and the blue sky, the blue ocean, and the milky white beach were all dyed with a gentle orange-red color at this moment. Gao Xinxin was wearing long hair that reached her back, barefoot, with her hands behind her waist, walking on the beach with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The waves came up from time to time, submerging Gao Xinxin's ankles. Gao Xinxin nervously lifted her skirt, fearing that it would get wet by the seawater. Gao Yang squatted beside her with his mobile phone, constantly taking pictures of his sister. As Gao Xinxin walked, her face suddenly changed. Ah! Help! She screamed and fell on the beach. Splash! The waves just rushed up and submerged half of Gao Xinxin's body. Gao Xinxin. Gao Yang on the beach was shocked, dropped his mobile phone, and rushed over. Gao Yang ran to Gao Xinxin and reached out to help her up. Are you okay? Crab. Just now, it was such a big crab. Gao Xinxin was soaked all over, her face pale. It just crawled over my feet, scared me to death. Gao Yang smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. What a fuss, I thought I was stung by something. But it's really scary. The younger sister felt a little wronged. She suddenly remembered something and looked down. Ah, my skirt. It's over, it's over. Splash. Another wave rushed over, soaking the brother and sister. This time, Gao Xinxin completely gave up saving her skirt. She looked at Gao Yang beside her in self-abandonment, and suddenly smiled evilly, holding the seawater with both hands and splashing it on Gao Yang's face. Ah! You, actually sneak attacked. Gao Yang took a mouthful of seawater and began to fight back, scooping up the water with both hands and splashing it on Gao Xinxin's face. You don't follow martial ethics. Watch out. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Gao Xinxin stood up and rushed to the sea, and Gao Yang chased after her. The two played in the waist-deep seawater for a while, and their clothes and hair were all wet. After realizing it, the sunset on the horizon completely disappeared, leaving only a ray of afterglow. Dusk fell, and the world was quiet and vast. If there was no fog, the world would be very big. Gao Xinxin was tired of playing, so she stopped, faced the sea, and looked into the distance. The only sunset in the sky was reflected in her pupils, which were stained with a layer of sadness that she should not have at her age. Brother. Gao Xinxin's voice was very soft. What's wrong? Gao Yang turned around. The sea breeze blew, and Gao Xinxin's hair fluttered, covering her eyes and half of her face, making Gao Yang unable to see clearly. The 15-year-old girl raised her head and looked at the 18-year-old boy. We will always be a family, okay? Gao Yang's heart trembled suddenly. The world suddenly lost its color and sound. Chapter 279. After a brief panic, Gao Yang quickly regained his sanity. He smiled naturally, stretched out his hand, and helped his sister to lift her wet hair behind her ears. What nonsense are you talking about? We are a family. I know. Gao Xinxin lowered her eyes, a little disappointed, but you will find a sister-in-law in the future, and you will start a family. I will also get married and have children. This will become 2 families. Although we are still family, it will never be like this again. Every time I think of this, I feel a little sad. Brother, how nice it would be if we could always be like this. Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin stood side by side in the sea, looking at the sea in the distance, and were silent for a long time. Finally, Gao Yang stretched out a hand, held his sister's head, and held her little head in his arms. Don't be silly. Even if we grow up, we will always be brothers and sisters, and no one can change this. Really? Gao Xinxin asked. Really? Gao Yang said, suddenly stretching out his hand. Let it be a witness for us. Gao Xinxin looked down and found that Gao Yang was holding a crab in his hand. Ah! Gao Xinxin screamed and fell into the sea water in fear. The sea water was about to flood her head. She stood up with a splash, wiped a handful of sea water, chased Gao Yang and beat him. Gao Yang! I will kill you! Ha ha ha! Gao Yang threw away the crab, hugged his head and ran away, and the two started fighting again. After dark, Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin returned to the hotel. Gao Yang quickly took a shower, changed his clothes, and rode the rented jet ski to find Wang Zikai. The sea at night was deep and lonely. Wang Zikai's fairy tale house floated on the dark sea, brightly lit, like a dreamy little castle. In Gao Yang's impression, the lights are on every night where Wang Zikai lives. With Wang Zikai's personality, it is impossible for him to be afraid of the dark. Perhaps he is too lonely deep in his heart, and instinctively rejects loneliness and likes bustle. Gao Yang docked the motorboat at the dock, locked it, and pushed open the front door. Wang Zikai. As soon as Gao Yang finished speaking, he was stunned. In the living room, Wang Zikai was squatting behind the sofa with his back to Gao Yang, doing something, with only half of his body exposed. He heard the sound and stood up immediately. Gao Yang saw clearly that Wang Zikai's face was stained with a few drops of blood. 3 sharp bone claws protruded from the back of his right hand, and the bone claws were also covered with blood, and the clothes on his chest were also a deep red. Gao Yang, you are here. He smiled, with some inexplicable boredom on his face. Gao Yang was shocked. What's going on? No, don't think too much. It's definitely not what you think. Gao Yang tried hard to convince himself, but his eyes couldn't help but move down. A second later, his scalp was numb, and the blood in his body was flowing backwards. A head with silver hair appeared on the floor behind the sofa, lying on the ground motionless. It's the first snow! Wang Zikai, you! Gao Yang's face turned pale, and his voice was almost trembling. What did you do? Gao Yang. Wang Zikai smiled and retracted his bone claws with a squeak. You came at the right time. I just killed her. Gao Yang hoped that he had heard it wrong, and hoped that Wang Zikai was just stained with some tomato juice, just like those funny commercials. But there was a bloody smell in the air. Although this bloody smell was not like human, it was definitely not tomato juice. The fact is that Wang Zikai killed Chushua. But why? Even if Chushua didn't listen to me and ran out of the room, Wang Zikai would be surprised at most, and he couldn't regard Chushua as an enemy. No, Chushua's recent state is very strange. Could it be that she lost control and became a real ghost and wanted to attack Wang Zikai? Or did Wang Zikai's beast finally awaken? Wang Zikai smiled and stepped forward, and Gao Yang immediately stepped back. Wang Zikai was stunned and noticed Gao Yang's fear and shock. He showed a flattering smile and wiped his clothes with his bloody hands. Brother, are you angry? I was wrong. I promise next time. Gao Yang's mind was extremely confused. Anger, shock, regret, fear, pain, all kinds of emotions rushed to the top of his head. A second later, Gao Yang mobilized the energy in his body. Swoosh! Gao Yang teleported in front of Wang Zikai and hit Wang Zikai hard. He didn't want to hurt Wang Zikai, but he had to stop him. Wow! Wang Zikai was caught off guard and had no defense at all. He wailed and broke through the window and fell into the sea. First Snow! Gao Yang immediately rushed behind the sofa to see if First Snow was still breathing. He even began to formulate a strategy in his mind. As long as it does not exceed 24 hours, Suzaku can be resurrected. No matter what the cost, it is worth a try. If Suzaku is unwilling, he can still go to First Snow's sister. Don't the ghost group have the talent of resurrection? They must have a way. But how can he contact First Snow's sister? Gao Yang anxiously helped First Snow up. Suddenly, Gao Yang was stunned. At this moment, First Snow had changed into a large white t-shirt and a pair of pure cotton shorts. There was no blood stain on her body. She was clean and intact. Chushu! Gao Yang called again. Chushua slightly opened her eyes, looking sleepy. Gao Yang? Chushua chuckled, a little weak. You're here, hey? Why did I fall asleep again? What? Asleep? Gao Yang was stunned. What on earth is going on? Gao Yang picked up Chushua horizontally and put her back on the sofa. He immediately looked around, his face sank, and quickly came to the kitchen door. Soon, he saw a nearly 1 meter long sea fish on the table that he couldn't name. It had been gutted and cut into several pieces. In an instant, Gao Yang figured it all out. Gao Yang almost suffered from paranoia due to all the experiences these days. In addition, he was a person who was overly vigilant and had a strong ability to make up his mind. Gao Yang, what did you do just now? Gao Yang. Wang Zikai, soaking wet, had already swam back from the sea. He kicked the door open, wiped the water off his face, and rushed up angrily. You have hair. Wang Zikai couldn't finish his scolding. Because Gao Yang had quickly walked to a cushion on the floor of the living room, he knelt down with a thump. Brother Kai. I'm sorry. Hey. This confused Wang Zikai, and he immediately calmed down and ran over to help Gao Yang up. Brother, it's not that serious. It's really not that serious. I was wrong. I misunderstood you. You can hit me and scold me. Oh brother, it's not a big deal. I just took it as a bath, just to get rid of the fishy smell. 10 minutes later, on the sofa in the living room, Wang Zikai used bone claws to skewer 3 pieces of fat fish meat. Gao Yang summoned a small fire with one hand to roast the food, and sprinkled seasoning on it with the other hand. Chu Xue hugged her legs and squatted on the sofa, staring at the fish that was almost cooked with her red eyes. Wow, it smells so good. Gao Yang, can I have a little bit later? Just one bite. Gao Yang said. Yeah. Chu Xue nodded happily. I just take a big bite. A small bite. Gao Yang interrupted. Oh. Chu Xue was a little disappointed, then smiled again. A small bite is just a small bite. During the process of grilling the fish, Gao Yang basically figured out the matter. This afternoon, Chu Xue took a nap in the room on the 2nd floor. When she woke up, it was already dark. She saw the note Gao Yang left for her. But the problem is that Chu Xue can't read at all. She didn't care, and ran downstairs happily, just in time to run into Wang Zikai, who was returning to the hotel. Wang Zikai was startled by Chu Xue, who suddenly ran out. After learning that she had followed him secretly, he immediately accepted this fact. The two played fighting games on the sofa for a while. Wang Zikai couldn't beat Chu Xue, but he refused to admit defeat, and started arguing with Chu Xue. In order to prove that he was good, Wang Zikai somehow talked about catching fish. Chu Xue was a cat, and was very interested in fish, so he asked Wang Zikai to catch one. Wang Zikai jumped into the sea with a splash, and caught a fish in less than 10 minutes, and it was a big fish. Then, Wang Zikai ran to the kitchen and ripped it open, making it bloody. When he walked out of the kitchen, he found that Chu Xue on the sofa had somehow rolled behind the sofa, and fell asleep on the ground. Wang Zikai wanted to wake her up, but just as he squatted down, the door opened and Gao Yang appeared at the door. Then, Gao Yang immediately imagined a terrible murder case in his mind, and teleported directly, knocking Wang Zikai out. Then, Wang Zikai swam back home angrily. Before he could start to curse, Gao Yang, who was full of desire to survive, immediately knelt down to Wang Zikai. The grilled fish was cooked, and the air was filled with an alluring aroma. Wang Zikai cut the fish into small pieces, put it on the plate, sprinkled some seasonings, and squeezed half a lemon juice on it. He picked up a piece of fish that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside with his bone claws, and threw it into his mouth. Oh! It's simply delicious. Wang Zikai jumped up excitedly and rushed to the kitchen. I get a few bottles of drinks. Perfect. Gao Yang picked up a small piece of fish with a fork and handed it to Chu Xue. Come on, eat it, just this one. Ah. Chu Xue didn't stretch out her hand, but opened her mouth wide, waiting for Gao Yang to feed her. Gao Yang shook his head helplessly, and threw the fish into Chu Xue's mouth. Chu Xue held her face with both hands, her eyes shining with happiness. It's delicious. She quickly swallowed the fish meat. Gao Yang. I want more. We agreed to eat only one piece. Gao Yang patiently reasoned. You are a ghost. Eating too much will cause problems. Okay. Chu Xue was very obedient. She leaned over and rubbed Gao Yang's arm. Gao Yang, play with me. Okay, but you have to answer a few questions for me first. Gao Yang said. You ran to see me secretly. Did your sister know? Gao Yang's face was serious. Tell the truth. Chu Xue didn't dare to look into Gao Yang's eyes, and shook her head sullenly. You ran so far, your sister will be worried. Gao Yang said. Huh? Chu Xue turned her face away angrily. Gao Yang immediately felt bad. Chu Xue, you didn't quarrel, did you? Chapter 280. Here we go! Let's drink soup. Wang Zikai came over with a small iron bucket, half of which was filled with crushed ice, and a few bottles of iced drinks. He put the bucket on the coffee table, sat down next to Gao Yang, opened a bottle of Coke, raised his head and drank a breath, and let out a long sigh. Ha! So cool! He picked up another piece of fish with his bone claws, and was about to throw it into his mouth, but suddenly stopped. He found that Gao Yang and Chu Shue's faces were not right. Hey, what's wrong with you, eating fish? Gao Yang had a stern face, like a serious elder. Chu Shue turned around, her face flushed, like a sulking child. Wang Zikai, you eat first. Gao Yang sighed. I talked to Chu Shue about something and come back later. Ah? Wang Zikai was stunned. Gao Yang stopped answering, grabbed Chu Shue's hand, and pulled her upstairs. No, this grilled fish won't taste good if it gets cold. Wang Zikai was very distressed. Hey! This is a big fish I caught with great difficulty. Gao Yang took the depressed Chu Shue back to the room on the second floor and locked the door. The two sat cross-legged on the bed, facing each other in silence for a while. Gao Yang took a deep breath, softened his voice, and said earnestly, Chu Shue, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have been mean to you. I apologize to you. Chu Shue looked up at Gao Yang, lowered her head again, and still held her mouth. Good friends don't quarrel. Even if they quarrel, they must reconcile immediately. Gao Yang said. Chu Shue seemed to be convinced. She nodded. Yeah. Gao Yang continued to guide gently. Then there can be no secrets between good friends. I have something to tell you, and you have something to tell me. Chu Shue nodded again. Then tell me, why did you quarrel with your sister? Gao Yang asked. My sister is mean to me. Chu Shue felt a little wronged. Why is she mean to you? Did you make her unhappy? Gao Yang asked. I didn't. Chu Shue shouted excitedly, and then lost her temper. She scratched her hair irritably. She asked me to eat people, but I don't want to eat. Gao Yang's heart was pulled by something, and he asked, because it tastes bad? Chu Shue nodded. But, Gao Yang tried to think from Chu Shue's perspective. You can't be hungry all the time. Chu Shue lowered her head again, her expression a little depressed. My sister said that if I don't eat, I will never be able to turn back into a human again, and what? Gao Yang asked. And you will die soon. Gao Yang was startled. Is it true? Chu Shue nodded. I have been getting weaker recently, and the time I have been transformed into a cat has been getting longer and longer. Indeed, Chu Shue's condition today is obviously weaker than last time. Chu Shue looked up and looked at Gao Yang. My sister said that as long as I eat you, I don't have to worry for 5 years. I refused. I told my sister that even if she caught you, I would not eat you. Gao Yang was shocked and didn't speak. It turned out that this was the reason for the quarrel between the two sisters. The only food Chu Shue can eat at present is Gao Yang, but Chu Shue doesn't want to eat Gao Yang. The contradiction between Chu Shue and her sister is irreconcilable, and finally a quarrel broke out. Chu Shue ran away in anger and ran to find Gao Yang, but she didn't expect that Gao Yang was going to know Erdive. So Chu Shue secretly followed him on the plane and hid in the lower level where the suitcases were placed. Chu Shue's sister must be very anxious now, and may be looking for her everywhere, but the distance is too far, and she can't find her for a while. Gao Yang, don't be afraid. Chu Shue saw Gao Yang silent, and comforted him. I won't eat you, good friends don't eat good friends. Gao Yang didn't know what to say, so he forced himself to smile, and stretched out his hand, to rub the silver hair on Chu Shue's head. In fact, if Chu Shue is a vampire, Gao Yang's blood is needed to survive. Gao Yang doesn't mind feeding Chu Shue regularly and quantitatively as food. Gao Yang suddenly thought of something. Chu Shue, didn't you bite Fat June? He didn't die? Chu Shue's big red eyes turned around, not understanding what Gao Yang was thinking. What I mean is, even if you eat my energy, I won't die, as long as you carefully control the degree. No, 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 no. Chu Shue was very excited and pushed Gao Yang away. Why? Gao Yang didn't understand. I bit Fatty June, but I didn't eat him. Chu Shue said hurriedly. I don't quite understand. In Gao Yang's cognition, biting is also a part of eating, and it is the first step of eating. Chu Shue frowned and tried to organize words to explain this matter. Actually, I'm not picky about food, but I can't eat food that tastes bad. Even if I try hard to eat it, I can't eat it. My sister also thought I was just picky about food at first and forced me to eat. I bit Fatty June, but I couldn't eat it, and other foods too. Gao Yang seemed to understand. In the eyes of other ghosts, food can be divided into good and bad, but after all, it is food. As long as it is awakened, it can be eaten. But Chu Shue is different. She can't eat food she doesn't like. This is not a subjective will, but an objective fact. So no matter whether she bites Pang Jun or Jiang Hao of Baichuan group, she can't eat them. It will only leave a curse in their bodies that is not harmful. For Chu Xue, the only food she wants to eat and can eat is Gaoyang. So in objective fact, Chu Xue can eat Gaoyang, but this time, Chu Xue doesn't want to eat it subjectively. Chu Xue continued, once we go see people, we can't stop until the person dies. This is not something we can control. Gaoyang came back to his senses. Why? I don't know. Anyway, ghosts are like this. Gaoyang had a bold idea in his mind. Maybe Chu Xue is different from other ghosts. Maybe she can stop eating me halfway. When this idea came up, Gaoyang was shocked by himself. But he didn't say it out loud. Chu Xue, I'm sorry. I'm not that great. I don't want to risk my life. Besides, I still have family and friends. I want revenge. I want to understand the truth of the misty world. There are too many reasons why I can't die. Chu Xue seemed to see through what Gao Yang was thinking. She slowly moved her body and rubbed Gao Yang's arm with her head. Gao Yang, good friends will never eat good friends. Gao Yang didn't know what to say, and a deep sense of powerlessness surged in her chest. For some reason, she thought of Li Weiwei and Wan Sisi again. It would be great if she hadn't awakened. In this way, Li Weiwei and Wan Sisi would not have to die, and she would not have become Chu Xue's food, nor would she have become friends with her, nor would she have developed feelings for her. In this way, Chu Xue's life and death would have nothing to do with him, and he would not have to feel so guilty and painful. Officer Huang said, even if the world is fake, love is real. But Officer Huang forgot to say, it is precisely because it is real that it is doubly cruel when it is lost. Let's go downstairs and play games with Wang Zikai. Gao Yang forced himself to cheer up. The only thing he could do now was to leave more happy memories for Chu Xue. Yes. Chu Xue nodded vigorously, her eyes curved into a crystal crescent. Chapter 281. Gao Yang called his family and told them that he was going to sleep in Wang Zikai's island hotel, and his family agreed. After that, Gao Yang and Wang Zikai played games with Chu Xue until 2 o'clock in the morning, and then Gao Yang showed his authority as the head of the family and forced the two playful children to go back to their rooms to sleep. After both of them fell asleep, Gao Yang quietly left and rode a jet ski to Meteor Island. Meteor Island is a famous island in Yo Erdive, spanning 3 islands and connected by a pier. Looking down from the sky, it looks like a meteor crossing the sky with a burning tail, which is why it is named after this. After Gao Yang got ashore, he locked the jet ski and came to the largest hotel on the main island, saying that he wanted to meet his friend Mr. Wu. After the front desk called to confirm, Gao Yang was taken there. In the middle of the night, Gao Yang took a sightseeing car, drove through a tropical forest, crossed a long plank road, and went to a private water villa. This is a private island of nearly 3,000 square meters, which can accommodate 24 people. Even in the off-season, it costs hundreds of thousands to stay a night. Gao Yang could imagine it with his toes. Only the wealthy boss Wu in the city could afford such a big deal. Soon, Gao Yang arrived at the destination. A rectangular modern villa is located on the milky white beach. It is brightly lit and luxurious, but very quiet. There is no one in sight. In front is a blue swimming pool. Above the swimming pool is the second floor of the villa, which protrudes a wide balcony with a diving board. There are also 2 beach chairs on the balcony. On one of the chairs, a person is lying. He is wearing beach pants and is shirtless. His face is covered by a magazine with a very sexy cover. He seems to be asleep. Gao Yang smiled and shouted in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, "Boss Wu." Ah! Wu Dahai woke up with an overreaction, and the magazine covering his face fell from the sky with a crash and fell into the calm swimming pool. Wu Dahai wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. "Hey! Chiang, I'm waiting for you." He stood up and stroked his drooling hair with his hands, with static electricity, and a spirited broom head was immediately revived. "Come up, everyone is here." Gao Yang looked back and saw that the sightseeing car that brought him here had gone far away. He jumped lightly, climbed onto the diving platform, and then jumped again to the balcony on the second floor, and followed Wu Dahai into the living room. Wu Dahai picked up a small remote control on the coffee table and pressed it. Swish, swish, swish. The thick curtains of all the floor-to-ceiling windows were immediately slowly drawn up, and then Wu Dahai turned on the brightest light in the living room, and the whole room was in full view. Everyone was there. On the main sofa closest to Gao Yang, there were 4 people sitting, Zhu Kei, Kan Rani, and a thin man with a feminine look. This man was estimated to be 25 years old, with short gray-blue hair, delicate light makeup on his face, phoenix eyes, long nails, and skin smoother and tenderer than that of a woman. His name was Jianghu, the leader and guardian of Group 6, and Juchua's confidant. Gao Yang had met Jianghu once, and his first impression of him was that he was a bit sissy. However, Zhuge privately assured Gao Yang that Jianghu was a pure straight man, just more delicate and delicate. Gao Yang had guessed that Zhuge would bring Jianghu here, but he didn't expect Ken and Ronnie to come along. "Why are you two here too?" Gao Yang asked. Cantu smiled and apologized. "Hee, Captain, our Team 5 is worried about you. But everyone is busy, only Ronnie and I are free. So Uncle Xiong asked us to come over." Gao Yang was a little touched, but he still pretended to be angry and glared at the two of them. "Who told you to act on your own? Go back immediately." "Forget it, since we are here," Zhuge said. "Let's act together. Don't worry, the clown has already marked all of us with the breath of the lost, and there will be no danger." Chen Ying's voice came from the side. Gao Yang turned sideways, and 3 people from the Baichuan group were sitting on another long sofa: Chen Ying, green tea, and the clown. The clown had disguised himself as a local middle-aged man with brown curly hair and dark skin. He was the massage master who had given Gao Yang a SPA before. He grinned at Gao Yang. "Elder Qiang, are you satisfied with the service during the day?" The afternoon before, the clown disguised himself as a massage master and left key information on Gao Yang's back. So Gao Yang came here now. Gao Yang smiled helplessly. "It needs to be improved." After saying that, Gao Yang looked at the table farthest from him. There were 2 cups of coffee and some desserts on the table. Bai Tu and Qing Ling were sitting at the table. They glanced at Gao Yang as a greeting. Although the 2 women were expressionless, the emotions they showed were very different. Gao Yang was a little surprised. It was not surprising that Bai Tu would ask Wu Dahai to come to Neo Erdive. After all, this kid was rich and powerful, and it was in line with his status to come on vacation. But why did Qing Ling come? With her personality, shouldn't she hurry up to train? I almost forgot that Do who went to the snow country to perform a mission, and Qing Ling couldn't find a teacher to improve herself. As for the other members, the singer was still immersed in the grief of Gui Ma's departure. The cute lamb was too young and was the group's favorite, so he had to be protected. Officer Huang, Tengu, Dead Pig, and Paho all had their own families and friends. Before the Scarlet Tide came, they definitely wanted to spend more time with their families and do some things. In comparison, Qing Ling had no worries, and was indeed the most suitable candidate. Gao Yang quickly counted the number of people. Qilin Guild, Suzaku, Jianghu, Kan Ronnie, and himself. Zodiac, White Rabbit, Qing Ling, Wu Dahai. By one group, Chen Ying, Green Tea, and Clown. There were 11 people in total, which was really a big show. X was worthy of being the 5th-ranked boss in terms of strength, and deserved this treatment. Suzaku was the highest person in charge of this mission. She stood up and looked at everyone with a leadership style. Everyone is here. Let me briefly explain the situation." Everyone looked over. "I met X a long time ago. I wanted to get him to join the union." Zhuge smiled bitterly, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. "He refused because we were not sincere." "Not sincere?" Baitu, the HR of the Zodiac, was very curious. What exactly was not sincere? "I don't know, he didn't say." Zhuge shrugged. "Anyway, he is a very strange man. He lives on F Island, and is not seen at night. Tomorrow afternoon, we will talk to him." Gao Yang was surprised. "What a coincidence. Isn't F Island the island where I live? Should we send representatives or go together?" Chen asked. "Together. Will it be too big a scene?" Gao Yang asked. Zhuge raised his eyebrows slightly, and smiled playfully. "I just want a big show. 3 major organizations. More than 10 people invited him to come out. This time, the sincerity is enough." "I feel that sincerity is just something he made up," Wu Dahai said pessimistically. "Maybe this time, with so many of us going, the reason for his refusal will become too sincere." Zhuge was amused. "Now we are asking for help, so we should try our best to fight for it. If he has any conditions, try to meet them. Here, this is a photo of X." Zhuge took out his mobile phone and threw it on the table. Everyone came over and looked at a half-length photo on the phone. "Oh my god, it's him!" Wu Dahai exclaimed. "This kid is quite famous." Chapter 282. North of the snow country, Aurora Town, 1 o'clock in the morning. The night sky is like a deep and thick black curtain, under which are towering and continuous snow-capped mountains. Hundreds of modern cottages at the foot of the mountain are lined up, forming a closed town. The snow is falling heavily, and the town is sleeping quietly. Except for the street lights on the main road in 2 bars. The windows of other houses are dark. 3 figures hurriedly walked in the heavy snow, stepping on the half-meter deep snow, making a crunching sound. They all wore long black down jackets, snow boots, and velvet winter hats. Their ears and faces were wrapped tightly, leaving only 2 eyes exposed. Dohu walked in front, complaining a little. This broken place, it snows in the summer. It snows all year round in the northern part of the snow country. Qilong said in a low voice. He looked back at Wu Sei, who was a little behind. Are you okay? No problem. Wu Sei's neutral voice revealed a hint of disgust. I hate the cold. Dohu patted the bulging pocket of his down jacket, which contained a military wine flask with half a bottle of local liquor. Would you like to have a sip? I guarantee you will be warm from the feet to the head. Did I not make it clear? Wu Sei replied coldly. I just hate the cold. It doesn't mean I'm cold now. Dohu was bored, shrugged, and continued to walk forward. He patted the snow on his hat, looked up at the houses on both sides, and muttered, Number 103, it's only number 31 now, it seems I still have to walk a long way. The matter went back to 2 days ago. When the 3-party meeting of the Rat clan ended, Qilong, Dohu and Wu Sei immediately booked tickets for the next night, which was also the fastest flight they could take to the snow country. With the information the 3 people have at hand, mainly the information held by the Qilin Union, all clues point to one place, Aurora Town in the north of the snow country. This town is Lilia's hometown, and the birthplace of Songmu religion. However, in Aurora Town, Songmu religion has another more familiar name, Jian religion. Most of the townspeople in Aurora Town believe in this local church. The doctrine of Jian religion is, as long as people believe in the Lord, they can go to the other side of paradise after death, and be happy forever, without falling into reincarnation and suffering in the world. It sounds very gentle, and it is not much different from other mainstream churches. But this is only the surface of Jian religion, like the tip of an iceberg on the sea. Its true face, Songmu religion, is the terrifying giant iceberg under the sea. On the night Xuanwu was killed, Zhu Ke immediately interrogated Xuanwu's body. Zhu Ke and Qilong sorted out more than 20 questions, but because the body was severely damaged, the interrogation time was only more than 1 minute, and the 2 only got answers to half of the questions. Based on the existing answers, the 2 restored the basic doctrines of Songmu religion according to their own understanding and improvement. Simply put, the founder of Songmu religion, also known as the goddess of song by the believers, is a mysterious, noble, and powerful woman who never shows her true face. She claimed that the ultimate creator of the universe, the only true God, exists and has always existed. He cannot be looked at directly, and his name cannot be recited. The goddess of song claimed to be the incarnation of a part of the divinity of the gods. This part of the divinity is kindness and compassion. She also claimed that the Song Dao that everyone feels now is not the real Song Dao, it is the incarnation of a part of the divinity of the gods. This part of the divinity is majesty and coldness. Today's Song Dao is the punishment of the gods on this world. Because all living things have been polluted by XX. XX is 2 blank syllables. Xuanwu's body opened its mouth, but failed to make the sound of these 2 words. Because Xuanwu's lips and chin were severely deformed, Zhu Ke and Qilong could not analyze the answer through lip reading. There are 2 possibilities. One is that Xuanwu does not know, and the other is that these 2 words cannot be said. It is silenced by some invisible force. In short, the current Song Dao will end one day, and that day will also be the end of the world. And the Song Goddess, as the incarnation of part of the divinity, kindness and compassion of the gods, is here to redeem those living things that deserve redemption. Whether it is human or beast, all living things are included. As long as they become loyal believers of the Song Goddess and unconditionally give everything to her, the polluted souls and blood will be purified. Only in this way, when the Song Dao declines and the end of the world comes, believers can follow the goddess of song to the other side of paradise. And the gate of the end is the only way to the other side of paradise. Once you become a true child of the gods, you can enjoy eternal happiness. On the contrary, all other creatures will disappear with the Song Dao on the day of the end of the world, becoming incomprehensible, unchangeable eternal extinction and nothingness. It has to be said that this set of doctrines is well made and really bluffing. Zhu Ke and Qilong were also quite shocked when they first came into contact. However, according to the answer of Xuanwu's corpse, Xuanwu did not believe in the goddess of song wholeheartedly, but he did firmly believe that the foggy world would usher in the day of its end. The goddess of song had a way to take him to another world, which was why Xuanwu was willing to join the Songmu church and serve her. After a 14-hour flight, Qilong, Dohu, and was arrived at the Snow Country Airport on the morning of the third day after the meeting. The three of them went non-stop and took a bus to Aurora Town in the northernmost part of the Snow Country. This was also the only official channel to the town. The three arrived in the evening, claiming to be foreign geographical photographers, and found a small hotel to stay. To avoid being seen, they stayed until the early morning and quietly went out to Lilia's mother's home. Through investigation, the three learned that Lilia's only relative was still alive, her mother Sarah, who was currently 44 years old, and lived alone at number 103 Aurora Town. She was a loyal believer of the Gian Church, and later went crazy for unknown reasons. The three decided to start with this person. Aurora Town was not big, and soon the three came to the end of Aurora Town. A frozen river stretched in front of them, and across the river were a dozen dilapidated low wooden houses, like buildings from the last century, now uninhabited. One of the wooden houses looked well maintained, at least the roof had not collapsed, and the snow in front of the door had also been cleared. There were some newly chopped firewood piled under the eaves, covered with oilcloth. They walked towards the wooden house, and saw clearly that there was indeed a house number hanging on the dilapidated wooden lintel, 103. The three of them exchanged glances quickly. Dohu walked forward and knocked on the wooden door. Dong, dong, dong. Chapter 283. No response from inside the house. At this point, Sarah might have fallen asleep. Dong, dong, dong. Dohu knocked 3 more times, this time with more force. Half a minute passed, and still no one responded. Dohu coughed lightly and shouted into the house in poor Snow Chinese, "Sarah, we are Lilia's friends, and we came to visit for something." There was still no movement in the house. Dohu was a little impatient, and he glanced at Qinglong behind him. What should we do now? Qinglong thought seriously and answered cautiously, "Or we should." Bang! Before Qinglong finished speaking, Wu Sei had already strode to the door and kicked the unsturdy wooden door open. The two men were stunned, and only felt a crow cawing over their heads. "Come in quickly, I hate snow." Wu Sei's cold tone revealed a hint of disgust, and she strode into the house without looking back. Dohu and Qinglong quickly followed, raising their guard. The room was small, very simple and dim. In the corner was a fireplace covered with black ash. The firewood inside had burned into black charcoal, and some residual heat was still left. In front of the fireplace was a worn-out sofa, and next to it was a wooden lazy chair, on which was a half-knitted red sweater, which was shaking gently and making a creaking sound. The air was filled with the smell of canned food and some rotten wood. Obviously, Sarah lived here. Qinglong looked around. She should be in the bedroom. "I go in and take a look." Wu Sei had just walked towards the bedroom when the bedroom door was suddenly knocked open. "Ah!" A thin woman rushed out, holding a chopping axe in both hands, and chopped at Wu Sei. Wu Sei was startled at first, but soon realized that the woman in front of him was very unprofessional in both speed and sneak attack. Wu Sei raised his hand lightly and held the axe handle. "Ah!" The thin woman was still struggling, but the axe was fixed in Wu Sei's hand, motionless. At this time, the three people basically saw the woman's appearance. She was thin, with sparse and messy brown hair, thin cheeks, a pair of blue eyes with a dull look, deep eye sockets, protruding cheekbones, dark skin, and looked very old. Wu Sei raised his hand lightly, and the woman was forced to let go of the axe and fell out. The woman fell to the ground with a muffled sound, knocking over a low stool. She changed from being furious and excited at first to being afraid. She retreated to the corner with her legs huddled, holding her head with both hands, her body shaking violently, and she looked panicked and at a loss. The three people all understood some Snow Country language, and could vaguely understand what she said. "No, don't hurt me. Don't. Ah!" Suddenly, the woman shouted, as if she remembered something, "My daughter! My daughter!" The woman stumbled to her feet and rushed towards Wu Sei with her teeth bared. "Give me back my daughter! Give me back my daughter!" Wu dodged sideways, grabbed the woman's wrist, and guided her forward. The woman fell weakly on the sofa. "Hold her," Wu Sei said. Dohu and Qinglong were slightly stunned, not understanding what Wu Sei was going to do. "Hurry up!" Wu Sei raised his voice. It was obvious that Qinglong was the captain of the team, and Dohu was the deputy captain. Not only that, these two men were much higher than Wu Sei in terms of seniority and strength. But now, they are like two inexperienced younger brothers, being ordered around by Wu Sei. Dohu didn't care about it, and Qinglong was also more generous, just smiled bitterly. The two walked to the sofa, and held one of the woman's hands respectively. The woman was still struggling. She looked at Dohu and Qinglong in horror, shouting, "Save me! Lord, save me!" I don't want to go to hell, take me away, take me to the other side. This woman is Sarah. Wu Se approached the woman's face and examined her carefully. Her mental state is very bad. Normal communication is impossible. I will try hypnosis. You can hypnotize? Do, who was quite surprised. My talent is in the spiritual system. Wu Se explained. Although it is not hypnosis, there are some commonalities, so I taught myself hypnosis, hoping it will be useful to her. Wu Se took out a very small syringe from his pocket. It was a special tranquilizer made by the Baichuan group, suitable for hypnosis and interrogation. Wu Se pulled out the needle cover and skillfully stabbed her neck. No! Don't hurt me. No, no. Sarah's excitement quickly calmed down. Her swollen and old eyelids opened and closed, and her heaving chest became flat. Dohu and Qing Long slowly let go of Sarah's arms, and slowly retreated behind Wu Se. Wu Se had a pocket watch with a silver chain on her hand. She put the pocket watch in front of Sarah's eyes, swayed it left and right, and guided her in a fairly standard Snow Mandarin. Relax, take a deep breath, feel your heartbeat, feel your breath. Very good, you will feel a little sleepy. Don't worry, you are safe now. You feel very comfortable and comfortable. I am your most trusted friend. We are chatting. You can tell me anything. Sarah slowly closed her eyes. Her breathing became even. Her thin and old face was no longer tense, and her frown became relaxed. Hi, Sarah. How are you doing recently? Wu Se's tone was relaxed and full of emotion, as if he was really her good friend. Dohu and Qing Long behind him were amazed. He really got into the role in a second. Not good, not good. Sarah's voice was a little sad. What's wrong, Sarah? I miss my daughter very much. I miss her all the time. Are you talking about Lilia? Where did she go? I can't say. Sarah, there's nothing I can't say. I'm your best friend. We can say anything. Lilia, she is the daughter of God. She went to the other side of paradise. Nonsense, Sarah. Lilia is your daughter. Have you forgotten? No, no. Sarah's voice was painful, revealing a strong sense of contradiction. She frowned miserably. Lilia is the daughter of God, but she was born through my body. I am honored. I should feel honored. But you are in pain now. Because I miss Lilia. Sarah's closed eyes trembled slightly. Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes, and soon filled the dark eye sockets. Sarah, have you been deceived? No. No. Sarah shouted excitedly. The other shore exists. We will all go to the other shore. We will meet there, and we will no longer suffer. Sarah, you are right. You and Lilia will reach the other shore and meet again. Wu Se hurriedly said what she said. Yes, yes. Sarah's mood stabilized a little, but then she remembered something. But I was abandoned by the Lord. I can't go to the other shore. I was polluted. Wu Se was stunned and turned back to look at Qing Long and Dohu. The two men nodded. Wu Se took a deep breath. Sarah, what polluted you? Sarah shook her head slightly, very painful. Sarah, do you know the goddess of song? Sarah continued to shake her head, a little fiercely. I heard that the goddess of song is the one of the Jian cult. Ah! Sarah shouted. Chapter 284. Ah! Accompanied by a sudden shout, Sarah's limbs instantly straightened, her eyes widened, her pupils dilated sharply, and a large number of tiny earthworm-like blood threads appeared on them, and a dark blood flowed out of her nostrils. Then, her chest bulged exaggeratedly like a balloon, almost exploding. Wu Se was startled, and was stunned for a moment. Get out of the way! Dohu and Qing Long immediately stepped forward, and pulled Wu Se away. Sarah's head tilted back suddenly, almost breaking her neck. She opened her mouth, her throat moved exaggeratedly, and she uttered a series of dense and unclear syllables. The omniscient and omnipotent goddess of song, the great and merciful Lord of all things, please forgive my ignorance, please purify my blood, please save my weakness, please wash away my sins, please give me holy blood, please give me powerful strength, I will follow you forever, submit to you and be loyal to you. I will unreservedly offer everything to follow you to the other side of bliss. No pause, no emotion, like a machine with the accelerator pressed. Sarah quickly finished that Songmu Church's prayer. While reciting the prayer, Sarah's bulging chest deflated little by little, like a deflated ball. Finally, there were no more syllables in the depths of her throat, only strange moans. After a few seconds, the moans disappeared. Sarah's body relaxed, slowly closed her eyes, and a stream of black blood slowly flowed from the corners of her mouth. Her face was pale, and there was no trace of life. Wu Se felt unbelievable. She walked forward again, stretched out her hand, put it on Sarah's nose, and then placed 2 fingers on her carotid artery. "She's dead," Wu Sei said. Do, who didn't hesitate, pushed the door and walked out of the house, and the whole person was submerged in the wind and snow. Qing Long didn't move, silently guarding against possible dangers and enemies. Nearly a minute later, Do Hu walked back to the house, and he patted the snow on his body. There is no one else near the house. During this minute, Wu Sei was not idle either. She carefully checked Sarah's condition and speculated. She should have died from a curse, a language-triggered curse. Do Hu and Qing Long nodded, and roughly guessed that this was the case. Some miracle curse talents, which are imposed on someone through language as a medium, usually have a time limit. For example, 3 days or a week, and no longer than 10 days. Within the limited time, if the target says a specific word, it will be hurt, or dominated by the caster, or even die. It doesn't look like the talent of the awakened, Qing Long said. It could be a beast, or a ghost. Wu Sei frowned slightly. This breath is too evil. Wu Sei looked at Sarah's face, and a very complex pity flashed in his eyes. In addition, when I first hypnotized her, I established a brief and weak mental resonance with her. This Sarah should be a human, but I can't guarantee it 100%. Human? Qing Long was slightly surprised. You mean? Unawakened human. Wu Sei added. The door was not closed, and a gust of cold wind and heavy snow rolled in, and the last trace of warmth in the house disappeared. Wu Sei was wearing cold-proof snow boots, but she still felt a chill from the soles of her feet. Many years ago, when she was on a mission to survey the border of the foggy world, she stayed in the snow country for half a year. There are beautiful auroras and comfortable hot springs, natural snow-capped mountains and ski resorts, heart-burning liquor and delicious sausages, and blonde, blue-eyed, passionate and unrestrained handsome men and beautiful women. But Wu Sei has never had the slightest affection for this place, only inexplicable rejection, or even disgust. And the awakened people around her with high spiritual power all have this feeling, but they can't explain why. Qing Long took out his mobile phone and called Bai Hu. I asked Bai Hu to come over and take Sarah's body to Zhu Ke immediately for Zhu Ke to interrogate. It's still within 24 hours. Why don't you let Zhu Ke come? Do Hu asked. Zhu Ke has a mission, Qing Long said. This is a corpse. Can it be taken on the plane? Wu Sei was surprised. Bai Hu's talent is the ability to shield the attributes of things, and there will be no problem with the security check. Qing Long was relieved. The next day, Nyo Erdive, Meteor Island, private villa on the water. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhu Ke received a call from Bai Hu. She had finished lunch with everyone, and would leave soon to meet X. She was still wearing a mask on her face, sitting on a deck chair, applying sunscreen to her straight calves. She applied sunscreen on both hands, holding the phone between her face and shoulder, and said lazily, You came to Nyo Erdive today? You will arrive in the evening. What for? Give me a surprise. Oh, what surprise? I'm mute. Suzaku shouted excitedly, and suddenly he was in no mood. For a moment, everyone in the living room looked over. Suzaku was a little embarrassed. She tore off the mask on her face, took the phone, stood up and walked to the balcony. Suzaku lowered his voice. Old White, thank you so much. You still think my place is not messy enough, right? You want to bring a corpse here? It's cursed. You'd better explain it clearly. Juchua's face fell as Bai Hu on the phone explained the whole story. Okay, I got it. I'll be at the villa after 10 o'clock tonight. Just come directly. Zhu Ke hung up the phone with a bad face, took a deep breath towards the sea breeze. The air is so fresh, the sea view is so beautiful, but you are so angry, not good. Zhu Ke adjusted his mood, walked back to the living room, and looked at others. It's time, let's go. F Island, Water Hotel. The Gaoyong family slept in, and woke up at 11 o'clock in the morning. They lazily finished the lunch delivered by the hotel, and then discussed what to do in the afternoon. Gaoyong, who rarely makes decisions, had an idea today. Let's go surfing. Surfing? Gao Xinxin was not interested. Don't you surf enough on the internet? How can this be the same? Gaoyong said confidently. This is the beach. A man should surf the real waves. Son is right. Dad was the first to support. A real man should conquer the sea. Dad, I understand the truth, but you are now. Gao Xinxin glanced at his father's wheelchair. You can't conquer it. Ha ha. Dad was not angry either, and took a sip of chrysanthemum and wolfberry tea in the thermos cup. I can blow the wind at the beach, look at the sea, look at the waves, and then look. Dad quickly shut up. Look at the blonde in a bikini, right? Mom looked at Dad with a kind smile. Go on, why don't you say anything? Ahem. Dad choked on his tea, and he defended excitedly. Wife, don't you understand me? I have never appreciated these foreign women. Heh. Mom's smile became colder. You have watched a lot of international women's volleyball matches. Dad quickly winked at Gao Yang. Son, save me. Gao Yang quickly brought the topic back. Mom, let's go our separate ways. Dad and I will go surfing at the beach in the afternoon. You can go play by yourselves, and then meet at the hotel in the evening and have dinner together. Ah, right. Dad quickly agreed. There is still a lot of time, and we don't have to act together every moment. I have no problem. Mom expressed her opinion. Okay. Gao Xinxin threw a wink at Grandma. In the afternoon, the three of us women will go shopping by ourselves. Success. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 285. Everything went according to plan. The family members played separately, so it was much more convenient for Gao Yang to take time to leave in the middle of the trip. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Gao Yang pushed his father's wheelchair to the beach dedicated to surfing. Gao Yang picked up his father, put him on a beach chair with shade, and ordered a cold drink for his father. Dad patted Gao Yang on the back. Son, go surfing, don't worry about me. But be careful, don't go too deep, it's very dangerous. Got it. Gao Yang complained in his heart. Even if I want to go, I can't. The sea looks big, but in fact, I will soon reach the boundary of the foggy world. Gao Yang went to the store to rent a surfboard, changed into a black surfing suit, and went into the sea. Gao Yang had never surfed before, and rarely watched surfing shows, but as an awakener, his body coordination ability has greatly increased. He observed the surfers around him, who were good at surfing, and started by imitating them. After practicing for more than 10 times, he got the hang of it. After surfing a few times, he could already walk on the waves. He was very proud, and waved to his father on the beach. Unexpectedly, his lower body was unstable, and he fell backward into the waves. His father was startled at first, but soon he saw Gao Yang's head emerging from the water, and he laughed with gloating. Gao Yang surfed for a while, and when he looked back, his father had fallen asleep on the beach chair. Gao Yang immediately went ashore, took off his surfboard and clothes, changed into casual clothes and left. Gao Yang was 5 minutes late. When he arrived at the agreed beach, everyone else had already arrived. Gao Yang was surprised. He didn't expect that everyone present was very dedicated to playing the role of tourists, which was mainly reflected in their clothes. Men basically followed the local customs, and wore shorts and floral shirts. Women also changed into cool swimsuits. Among the men, Green Tea had the best figure. He wore simple black shorts, and was shirtless. With a tall, mighty, muscular tough guy look and a refreshing face, he attracted a lot of attention from female tourists. Many blonde beauties would even take the initiative to greet Green Tea and wink when passing by. The second most eye-catching person was Jianghu. He usually dressed in a feminine and neutral style, and looked a little thin, but I didn't expect him to be the type who showed off his clothes and had meat. Today he wore a thin and coquettish white shirt and low-waisted shorts. He must have worked out a lot, and his sexy abdominal muscles and mermaid lines were faintly visible under the white shirt, which was quite tempting. Of course, the premise is that Jianghu had better not speak, because once he speaks, it feels like he will be ruined. The clown did not show his true face, but transformed into a local tour guide with dark skin, thick and curly hair, a slightly fat body, a small belly, and a friendly smile. Ronnie, who always dresses flamboyantly, is unusually low-key today. He wore a pair of ordinary linen shorts and a black sleeveless vest. The gloomy gothic makeup disappeared, replaced by a clean and even immature face of a young man. Half of his long hair was combed back, and the earring on his earlobe might be his last stubbornness. As for Wu Dahai, he was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin, and he had no muscles and no temperament. In order to cover his mechanical arm, he wore a set of gray quick-drying long-sleeve swimsuit and shorts, and even his iconic broom head wilted due to the high temperature. It can be said that he has the lowest overall impression score among the boys. However, Wu Dahai was in high spirits. He happily ran towards Gao Yang. Brother, you are finally here. I missed you so much. Gao Yang smiled politely but awkwardly. Brother, when did our relationship become so good? And I am now a member of the Qilin Union. Even if it is a cooperative relationship, can you be a little more sensible? Wu Dahai completely ignored Gao Yang's feelings and stuffed the phone into Gao Yang's hand. Quick! I want to take a photo. This is the first time I have come to heaven in my life. I must commemorate it. Wu Dahai turned around and rushed towards the girls in swimsuits. Gao Yang complained in his heart. I knew that your old perverted personality would last forever. Gao Yang held up his phone and looked over. The most eye-catching one was Qin Ling. She wore the most ordinary light blue split bikini. She had a full figure, exposed curves, and eye-catching long legs. Her black hair was tied into a high ponytail, which looked neat and tidy, revealing her snow-white swan neck. 2 strands of hair fell down and rested on her delicate collarbone, adding a bit of liveliness and softness. Due to years of sword training, her body movements were very dashing, and with a girlish face that was as beautiful as an iceberg and not flattering at all, she collided with a complex layered beauty. Passing tourists, both men and women, almost all looked back. As the captain of this action team, Zhu Kei was not inferior. She wore sunglasses on her head, a dark backless bikini in the same color as her brown hair, and a translucent gauze shirt on the outside. The tail of the shirt was tied up and tied to her slender and white waist. The slender shoulders and beautiful collarbones were faintly visible under the gauze. In her delicate and subtle appearance, the aura of a mature woman was unconsciously established. As for Bai Tu, she wore a black headband and her hair fell back loosely. She wore a sport-style swimsuit, close-fitting shorts, and a short long-sleeve top, revealing a smooth and flat belly. Her cute but tight body exuded the beauty of health and vitality, reminiscent of a beautiful tennis player. Qin Ling was still as reserved as ever, with her long hair that could not go wrong in a 3:7 split, and a relatively conservative dark blue one-piece triangle swimsuit. The curves of her body, which should have been very good, were mostly blocked by the uniform color block. As a normal man, Gao Yang took a look and immediately understood Wu Dahai's excitement. This is indeed heaven. At this time, Wu Dahai had shamelessly approached several girls. Although he suffered countless wide eyes, he remained unmoved. Qiang, take a photo quickly. What are you doing? Gao Yang was planning to take a photo, but not for himself alone, but for everyone. However, after counting, it seemed that one person was missing. Where is the can? Gao Yang remembered. I'm here. Kanta's weak voice came from behind Ronnie. She walked out slowly, looking awkward and unconfident. Kantu was thin and small, wearing a dark blue halter swimsuit that was full of girlishness, revealing her slender and soft shoulders. Her hair had grown a little longer, and her original mushroom head was tied into a small braid. The bangs and sideburns in front covered her originally small oval face. Her pair of big dark eyes were like a frightened deer with nowhere to put, just like a high school student who had just finished swimming class, full of girlishness. Standing with several beauties, Kantu was not beautiful enough, not feminine enough, but she also had her own unique beauty. Kantu, go over and stand next to Sister Xia. Gao Yang raised his mobile phone, adjusted his position, and conceived the composition of the group photo. I'm not going. Kantu lowered his head, but his attitude was very persistent. Okay, then you stand with Ronnie. Gao Yang didn't force it. Everyone stood in their proper positions. Wu Dahai half-crouched in front of the crowd, opened his arms, and shamelessly put on a domineering expression that said, "These are all my beauties." Click. Gao Yang pressed his phone. Chapter 286. After taking the photo, Gao Yang returned the phone to Wu Dahai. Wu Dahai held the phone in his hands, his eyes wide open. Fuck. I'm going to Photoshop out all the men, then print 100 copies, and hang them all over my house. If you think your life is too long, just try it. Bai Tu gave him a death stare. Wu Dahai sent the group photo to everyone. The group followed Zhu Kei and walked to a private villa with a good location. There was a small beach in front of the villa. On the beach, a group of hot and sexy handsome men and beautiful women were enjoying a barbecue, music, champagne, sunbathing, drunkenness, and a life of luxury. At the small pier on the beach, a young man with wheat-colored skin and blonde hair was shirtless and playing trapeze. He was seen standing on 2 sprinklers with his feet, and the whole person was lifted into the air and kept spinning. He also held a large bottle of champagne in both hands, throwing out a champagne rain. Oh ha ha ha. He laughed with high spirits, and his laughter could be heard from a long distance away. Zhu Kei sighed and pointed at the flying man with his chin. That's X. Wu Dahai took off his sunglasses and grinned. Oh my. This guy is so boastful, even more than me. White Rabbit put his hands on his waist and said something sarcastic. You are the first generation of rich people, mainly the temperament of local tyrants, and he is the second generation of rich people, more of the temperament of dandy. This description is exquisite. Green Tea nodded in agreement. Humph. For a moment, I didn't know whether you were praising me or not. Wu Dahai pretended not to understand. White Rabbit was right. X's father was very rich. and half of the hotels in Neo Erdive were owned by his father. X, a second-generation rich man, has no future. He spends his days drinking, and holds some indescribable parties when he has nothing to do. He often makes headlines because of some gossip, and his popularity is comparable to that of a popular star. Before this, Gao Yang had no good impression of X. But in the middle of the night before, when he learned from Zhu Kei that X was the Awakener ranked 5th on the list, Gao Yang suddenly looked at him with new eyes. It turned out that his dandyism in these years was just a disguise. Soon X, who was spinning and flying in the air, lost his balance and fell into the sea. He emerged from the water, laughed, took off his equipment, slowly walked back to the beach, took a towel handed over by a waiter, wiped his face, and put it on his shoulders. X grabbed his wet golden hair to the back of his head, revealing a handsome but frivolous face. He walked towards Zhu Kei. Aha, isn't this Sister Xia? X's smile was teasing, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and he reached out to fiddle with the hair on Zhu Chua's cheek. Zhu Kei tilted his head and dodged lightly. X, long time no see. Fuck. X shouted, his face excited to the point of being ferocious. This dirty word made the cheerful handsome men and beautiful women silent, and the smiles on everyone's faces froze in an instant. They all looked at X, with a very complicated timidity and humility in their eyes. In the air, only the cheerful music was still echoing inappropriately. X's face was gloomy. 2 seconds later, he smiled even more brilliantly than before. Sister Xia, you did it on purpose. I told you last time that my name is not X, my name is Fork. X stretched out 2 fingers and crossed them together, and got close to Zhu Chua's face. Fork. Fork with hooks and crosses. Remember it? Ha ha ha. X laughed happily again and shouted to the others. Why are you standing there? Keep having fun. For a moment, everyone on the beach was like a robot that received an order, and they came alive instantly, and continued to live a life of drunkenness and dream. Mr. Fork. White Rabbit on the side spoke up. Is it really okay for you to say your Jianghu stage name so loudly? A bunch of stupid white noodles, it's okay. X said with contempt. His eyes wandered to White Rabbit, and he looked her up and down generously. Hello, beauty. The 12 zodiac signs, White Rabbit. White Rabbit showed a professional fake smile. Mr. Fork did not answer White Rabbit, and his eyes looked at Chenning again, then Qing Ling and Cantu, then Green Tea, Jianghu, Ronnie and Gao Yang. He was overjoyed. Wow, they are all handsome men and beautiful women. This is the first time I have seen so many fresh meat at one time. The fresh meat he mentioned must refer to the awakened ones. If I can have a silence party with you guys, it's worth dying. X said a very dirty word very naturally. It was obviously offensive, but no one present was angry. Because X didn't sound greasy when he said these words, and even a little fake. Gao Yang thought, X is not as vulgar as he showed, it's just a disguise. Except for Wu Dahai, he didn't notice X's disguise at all. After being shocked for a few seconds, he gave X a thumbs up. You are awesome. Compared with you, I am a little pure. Ha ha. X looked at Wu Dahai. Friend, don't be modest. I think you have unlimited potential. Don't talk nonsense. Wu Dahai became nervous. I am a pure person. Don't ruin my reputation. Otherwise, how can I get rid of singleness in the future? Why don't you two lock up together? I think you're a perfect match. Bai Tu smiled. Okay, let's stop chatting. Zhu Kei brought the topic back and lowered his voice. X. It's X. X. X corrected excitedly again. Ahem, Mr. X. Zhu Kei got serious. This time, we are representing the 3 major organizations, the Qilin Union, the 12 Zodiac Signs, and the Baichuan Group, to invite you. I refuse. X interrupted. I haven't told you what it is yet. Zhu Kei was a little unhappy. After all, I'm an elder, I don't want to save face. It's definitely not a good thing. X smiled. Chenning stepped forward. Mr. X, let's find a convenient place to talk. We explain the interests to you clearly, and it's not too late for you to decide. X squinted at Chen Ying's face, which made Chenning a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, X reached out and touched Chen Ying's hair. The action was too fast, and Chenning had no time to dodge. She frowned slightly, a little unhappy. X put the hand that had touched her hair in front of his nose and smelled it. Well, it's the shampoo scent I like. Okay, for the sake of this beauty, I give you 10 minutes. This frivolous man. Chenning was a little angry, but she didn't get angry. Forget it, at least things have made progress. X led a group of people into the villa and went to the basement. The lights in the basement were soft and dim, and it was decorated like a small casino. It's safe here, You can talk without worry. X said, walked to a gambling table, sat down at the dealer's position, put his legs up on the gambling table, and played with a few chips in his hands. The beautiful woman with the nice smell of hair, you can talk. Qining glanced at Zhu Ke, who nodded. Everyone also sat down around the gambling table one after another. Qining was serious and straightforward. Let me tell you the point first. In 7 days, the Crimson Tide will come. X paused while spinning the chips. He didn't look up and asked casually, how did you know? Our leader's talent is profit. Qining explained the mechanism of Mr. Li's talent in detail. This talent is quite amazing. X became interested. Beauty, please continue. We hope you will join us to fight the Crimson Tide together. Qining said. X's face returned to an indifferent look. It's just the Crimson Tide. It's not like it hasn't happened before. We just need to survive for a while. It's different this time. We will all die. Qining said. X was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, Beauty, who are you trying to scare? Qining further patiently explained what Mrs. Li had foreseen in her dream, and the conclusions everyone had drawn. Heartfelt? X smiled and looked at Gao Yang. My friend, your way of dying is pretty cool. Gao Yang had a blank expression on his face, and said to himself, if you like it, I can give it to you. X looked at Qining, pointing at his nose excitedly. Beauty, what about me, how will I die? I don't know. Qining turned her head away, not even wanting to look at X anymore. All along, Qining liked serious people, and hated those who were careless, cynical, and regarded frivolity and offense as humor, even if this was his protective color. X, if you are really not afraid of death, we will leave immediately and pretend that we have never been here. Zhu Ke didn't want to waste any more time. But if you are not as fearless as you show, please consider joining us. You definitely can't handle it alone. For me, life is really meaningless. X threw the chips in his hand lightly, and the chips fell on the gambling table, rolling in front of Zhu Ke with a gurgling sound. But I don't want to die like this. X retracted his foot, stood up, and stretched. Let's leave everything to fate. Everyone looked at X in confusion. X shook his flowing golden hair, smiling frivolously but charmingly. Fight me. If you can beat me, I will join you. Chapter 287. Fight? Zhu Ke's heart sank. This X, his personality is weird and unpredictable. He's still thinking about fighting at this time. One-on-one, I'm afraid no one can match him. Many-on-one, it's a bit unfair. When Zhu Ke's thoughts were in a mess, X blurted out, Yes, let's play a game of beach volleyball. Huh? Zhu Ke was stunned, thinking he had heard it wrong. Are you serious? Of course. X showed a handsome and confident smile. Everyone here, you have such a beautiful body. If you don't play a game of beach volleyball, it's a waste of nature. Ahem. Wu Dahai couldn't help but interrupt. Speaking the truth, what he said is right. Friend, confidant. X happily gave Wu Dahai a thumbs up. I said you have a bright future. Zhu Ke ignored Wu Dahai, the idiot, and exchanged glances with Bai Tu and Qining, and quickly made a decision. Okay, how do you want to play? Zhu Ke asked. It's very simple. There are 12 of us here, and we can be divided into 6 groups to compete. If you win in the end, I will join you. If I win in the end, I won't join. White Rabbit thought of some problems. With our identities, this beach volleyball game can't be fair. Of course there are special rules. X waved his hand. First, you can't use talents, but there is no limit to the physical fitness bonus brought by talents, and this cannot be restricted. White Rabbit's mouth curled up. The advantage is mine. But there is also a rule for excessive physical fitness. X added very professionally. Everyone can play as much as you want, but if the volleyball is broken in someone's hands, you will be eliminated directly. Gao Yang silently memorized. This rule has a mystery, and it may be the key to winning or losing. Okay, how to group? Qining seemed quite confident. Random. X picked up a deck of cards on the gambling table, divided it into 2 piles, and held it in his left and right hands. His slender fingers skillfully cut the cards, showing off his skills to find 12 cards, and then shuffled them again. Half a minute later, he put the 12 cards back in the center of the table. Come on, everyone choose one. Everyone reached out and took a card at random. Gao Yang took the card closest to him and turned it over. Spade K. After X waited for everyone to take it, he picked up the last card and spread it on the table. Spade A. Who got the ace of hearts? X asked with a smile. There was silence for 2 seconds. Qining, who was farthest from X, frowned with disgust and threw the card on the table. It was the ace of hearts. Beautiful lady. X was very happy. we are destined to be together. You can call me Miss Chen. Qining resisted the urge to change groups and nodded silently, responding to X. Miss Chen, speak first, you can't deliberately let the other party win. X pointed his finger at his eyes, then pointed at Qining. If you want to let the other party win, I can see it at a glance, and then the game will be directly invalidated. Don't worry. Qining said seriously, I have always been very contractual. Yes. X gave Qining a thumbs up. I just like women like you who like to argue about everything, it's great. Gao Yang felt incredible. X and Qining are two extremes in personality. Qining hates X very much, but X seems to be attracted to Qining. So the saying of complementary personalities doesn't seem to make sense. I'm the Queen of Hearts. Wu Dahai was very excited, and his eyes subconsciously looked at several girls. I'm the Queen of Spades. Cantu spoke weakly while holding the playing cards. Hey, why is it you? Wu Dahai was obviously very disappointed. He thought that even if it wasn't Qingling, beauties like Shu Ke and Baitu would be fine. You, what do you mean? Cantu blushed. I don't want to be in a group with you yet. Baitu, who was standing by, was relieved. That's good, 2 weak athletes in a group, at least they won't drag down other teammates, and the chances of winning are a little higher. I'm the Jack of Hearts. Baitu threw out the playing cards. Here's the Jack of Spades. The clown held the playing cards with 2 fingers and accurately bounced them to the front of Baitu's table. Baitu was secretly happy. Very good, the clown is a flexible type at first glance. However, he has now become a fat local middle-aged uncle, which affects my judgment too much. Clown, can you change your look? Baitu did not hide his disgust. Which one do you want? The clown asked. Young and handsome, sunny and athletic. Isn't that me? Wu Dahai said. The opposite of you. White Rabbit complained mercilessly. I try. The clown searched for the image of the character stored in his head, and he covered his face tightly with both hands. 5 seconds later, the clown let go of his hands and turned into a young and handsome young man with deep features. How about this? Wow, not bad. White Rabbit was quite satisfied. Change your voice and change your hair. I like flax color. Okay. The clown put his hands on his forehead and pulled back a strand of hair, and his hair turned flax color in an instant. Then, the clown's Adam's apple moved slowly, and after a few seconds, he changed into a sexy baritone with a little foreign accent. Are you satisfied now? White Rabbit was amazed. I feel like I'm playing a real face-pinching game. Clown, I suddenly have an idea. Wu Dahai laughed evilly. Shut up. White Rabbit glared at him. This embarrassing pervert. I have 10 of hearts. Suzaku shook the poker cards in his hand. I have 10 of spades. Green Tea spread out her poker cards and smiled at Suzaku in a friendly and respectful manner. Elder Suzaku, happy cooperation. Come on together. Suzaku replied with a smile. I have 9 of spades. Ronnie said, looking at the only 3 companions left, Gao Yang, Qingling and Jianghu. Jianghu held the poker cards, with his little finger slightly raised, and his voice was too gentle and shrill. I'm 9 too. Jianghu sighed lightly, and looked at Zhu Ke with a pair of phoenix eyes resentfully. Elder, if you had chosen the poker card on the left just now, we would have been a team. Why should I be in a team with you? Zhu Ke smiled unhappily. Elder, we have always been a golden pair. Jianghu was a little hurt, but his words revealed an unconcealable pride. That was a fight, not a game of ball. Zhu Ke said. Jianghu raised his phoenix eyes, and looked at Green Tea. Volleyball is very important for body flexibility. Elder, I'm afraid your current partner is not as good as me. Ah, is that so? Zhu Ke suddenly felt that Jianghu's words made sense. She looked at Green Tea with concern. Green Tea, you can't. Green Tea smiled ashamedly. I am a professional in weightlifting, but I really don't know anything about playing basketball. Zhu Ke held his forehead. Well, it seems that my team is GG. Finally, Gao Yang and Qingling were left. Qingling threw the red heart king in his hand to Gao Yang, who caught it easily with a smile on his face. Happy cooperation, Green Snake. Qingling had a blank expression. Don't hold us back. Chapter 288. 5 minutes later, X walked out of the basement and came to the small dock in the side yard of the villa, where 7 or 8 jet skis were parked. X took the lead in riding a jet ski. Let's go to the stadium. After he finished speaking, he patted the back seat and looked at Qining with impure motives but frankly. Miss Chen, we are partners. Why don't we take this opportunity to cultivate our relationship first? No need. Qining didn't even look at him, and directly stepped onto a jet ski and looked at others. Who's coming? White Rabbit jumped on the jet ski first, holding Chen Ying's waist with one hand and pointing forward with the other hand. Let's go! X and Chen Ying set off in the jet ski. Green Tea and Clown got on one, Ronnie and Jianghu got on one, Suzaku, Qingling, and Wu Dahai each drove one. In a blink of an eye, only Gao Yang and Cantu, as well as the last jet ski, were left. Gao Yang got on, started the jet ski, and looked at Cantu. Cantu was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly sat on it, but his body was very stiff, and he didn't dare to hug Gao Yang's waist. Gao Yang had long noticed that Cantu was no longer as noisy as usual today, and became quite reserved. Cantu might be a typical shy type, a shameless little lunatic in front of acquaintances, and introverted like a social phobia in front of unfamiliar people. But now there are only Gao Yang and Cantu. Why is she so shy? If you do this, I will throw you into the sea and I won't care, Gao Yang said. Cantu got nervous and hesitated. Then I hugged the captain? Just put your hands on my shoulders, hold on firmly, Gao Yang said. Oh, that's right. Cantu's face flushed. She patted her head. What am I thinking about, haha. A pair of hands were placed on Gao Yang's shoulders. Slowly tightening, Gao Yang started the motorboat and caught up with a large group in front. The sea breeze was so strong that Cantu couldn't open her eyes. She shrunk her head on Gao Yang's broad back. Cantu, you're not quite right today. Gao Yang's voice was mixed in the whistling sea breeze. Ah? Yes, is there? Are you worried about something? As the captain, Gao Yang would care about the mental state of every team member. No. What can I worry about, haha? Cantu lied. She did have something on her mind, but it was nothing serious. Although Cantu always knew that there was a big gap between her and the beauty, it was not obvious on weekdays. Until today, when she changed into swimsuits with other girls, the gap was fully exposed. It would be a lie to say that she was not envious, and it would be even more false to say that she was not inferior at all. This inferiority complex soon produced a chain reaction, and even made her a little afraid to face Captain Chiang. Captain Chiang is strong, good-looking, gentle, and has a good figure. She shines in the crowd. She is a good match for Elder Zhu Ke, Qingling, Baitu, or Captain Chaining except for herself. Cantu regrets it very much. If she had not confessed to Captain Chiang at the beginning, it would not be so embarrassing. But now everyone knows that she likes Captain Chiang. Normally, Cantu can act crazy and fool around in her own group. But today, she is forced to examine herself. There is always an invisible voice in her mind, constantly reminding Cantu, you are not worthy of Captain Chiang. Cantu couldn't describe the feeling. Anyway, it was very twisted, awkward, and uncomfortable, and he couldn't find anyone to talk to. Seeing that the motorboat was about to approach an uninhabited island in front, Gao Yang hesitated. He could probably feel Cantu's troubles, and decided to help Cantu untie this knot. Cantu, be more confident. Ah? Cantu was startled, and thought he had heard it wrong. Gao Yang said seriously, there is no standard for beauty. There are only differences between people, not gaps. Cantu was stunned and blushed for a moment. It's over. The captain saw through me. Oh my god, it's even more embarrassing. What should I do? I really want to jump into the sea and die. Can's brain crashed for a few seconds. She immediately showed path dependence and pretended to smile. Oh my god. Captain, you are so awesome. You say such lofty words to comfort people. I didn't comfort you. I was speaking from the heart. Gao Yang didn't look back. His tone was sincere and gentle. Can, you are very good, no worse than anyone else. Ken was stunned. He couldn't hear anything in front of him. Only the sea breeze was blowing. Although, he was often praised for some cleverness. But it was the first time in his life that he was recognized and encouraged so gently. Can's nose was a little sour, and his eyes were inexplicably red. She opened her mouth wide, and took a deep breath to prevent herself from crying. She subconsciously loosened her hands on Gao Yang's shoulders. 2 seconds later, she held him more firmly. Thank you, Captain. I got it! At that moment, Ken made a vow secretly. Now, absolutely, I must not be thrown off the motorboat. From now on, absolutely, never hold the captain back. Because, the captain said, I'm good, no worse than anyone else. 12 people rode motorboats to the uninhabited island one after another. A shallow beach that was less than the size of a football field was covered with soft, milky white sand. In the center of the shallow beach was a volleyball court. There were 5 or 6 parasols outside the court, and a few beach chairs were placed underneath. There was also a box of mineral water, and a few colorful volleyballs next to it, which was equivalent to the audience seats. X picked up a volleyball, walked towards the court, and said loudly, "Let me repeat the rules again. First, it is forbidden to use talents. Then, the volleyball cannot be broken. Whoever breaks it in his hand will lose." X thought of something. "Oh, and the ball cannot fly to the sea, otherwise it will also be considered a loss." Gao Yang roughly calculated that the barrier-free area around the volleyball court is 6 meters, and extending 3 meters to the side is the seawater. This rule is also to limit the power of the awakened. Otherwise, if the power is fully activated, it will either break the volleyball or hit it too far out of the court, both of which will ruin the game. Any other questions? X looked at everyone. "I do." White Rabbit raised his hand. "My talent is jumping. I can jump as high and as far as I want. How can I not use my talent?" "I can't not jump." "Beauty, you can jump casually in this situation. It's not a foul." X smiled confidently. "Handsome guy, you said that." White Rabbit showed a harmless smile, but a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Gao Yan also had a crooked idea. It seems that it's not that talents can't be used at all, but talents other than power and burst types can't be used. For example, elemental talents, or auxiliary, time and space talents that obviously destroy the rules, and fun of the game will be banned. This is a loophole. Maybe it can be used. X held up the volleyball with one hand, twisted his wrist, and the volleyball began to spin on his middle finger. He began to announce the rules. The competition system is a knockout match. 3 groups will be left out of the 6 groups. The 2 winning groups with the lowest scores will play another knockout match, and finally compete with the winning group with the best score in the final. As long as my group does not win the final, you will win. 1 group will play 3 balls. After X finished speaking, the volleyball in his hand stopped spinning. "Do you have any other questions?" "Who decides the order of the game?" Suzaku asked. "I decide." X said, "Group A versus Group 9, Group K versus Group 10, Group Q versus Group J, head versus tail, and everyone draws the cards randomly, which is fair." "I have no questions." Suzaku shrugged. No one else asked any questions. X looked up at the sky and smiled. "Then let's start. It feels like it's going to rain, so let's fight quickly." Chapter 289. First match, Group A versus Group 9. Group A players, X, Chening. Group 9 players, Ronnie, Jianghu. Others rested on the beach chairs and watched the game. Chening kicked off her sandals, took out a rubber band, and tied her long hair into a neat ponytail. She bent down and picked up a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and quickly closed it. Then she jumped a few times on the spot, stretched her limbs, and did warm-up exercises. "Miss Chen." Zhuke had a bad feeling. "Look at your posture, you are very professional." Chening smiled helplessly. "To be honest, I was in the volleyball club in college." "Really?" Wu Dehai lay on the beach chair with one hand supporting his head. While openly admiring Chen Ying's healthy and full body curves while stretching her arms, he said, "Can you be more relaxed and make 2 mistakes or something like that?" "No, X will see it at a glance." Chening said seriously, "And once I get into the game state, I will forget everything else." However, beach volleyball is still very different from indoor volleyball. There are fewer people, and there is a big difference between flat ground and beach. We also have to consider environmental factors, such as sea breeze and direct sunlight. Chening looked at X, who was already waiting on the court and sighed. "I hope these will affect my performance." Gao Yang complained in his heart. "Sister Chen, seeing your professional analysis, you completely exude a sense of déjà vu of a nerd being humble before the exam. It is likely that you have performed beyond your normal level." Ronnie and Jianghu looked at Chen Ying's posture, and were already half disappointed. "Have you played volleyball?" Jianghu looked at Ronnie, who was very honest. "I have never played it, and I don't usually watch games, let alone beach volleyball." Ronnie thought for a moment, "Does playing games count?" Jianghu's eyes were subtle, and he half-jokingly said, "The game you're talking about is not the one that's not suitable for children. It's a serious volleyball game." Ronnie argued excitedly. "Forget it, it doesn't matter." Jianghu smiled bitterly, turned around and looked at Suzaku, with a tragic look on his face. "Elder Suzaku, we go first." "Little fox, show some ambition." Suzaku was disappointed. "Even if you're cannon fodder, hold on a little longer, and provide us with more information about the enemy." "Yes." Jianghu cheered up and responded. Soon, Ronnie and Jianghu came to the court, standing side by side, one on the left and one on the right, with very uncoordinated movements. On the other hand, in Group A, although Chening and X had zero communication, they stood in a very tacit understanding, one in front and one behind. Chening stood under the net, with her feet slightly spread, half leaning over, and her lower body muscles tense, ready to catch the flying volleyball at any time. X stood behind Chening, his relaxed posture exuding a kind of confidence, as if the entire outdoor court was under his control. Zhu Ke gently held his forehead. I can't bear to watch it anymore. Ronnie took the volleyball, and tried to recall the player's serve action in the TV game. He took a deep breath, threw the volleyball up, and swung his right arm to hit the ball out. Perhaps he was too nervous, and the fine sand under his right heel sank slightly, causing his center of gravity to be unstable, and his arm to be a little crooked. The volleyball flew a distance weakly, and was stopped by the net. Group A scored a point. Alas. Zhu Ke sighed and looked at Green Tea. Get ready, it's our turn. Ronnie was a member of Group 5. As the captain, Gao Yang also had a pale face. He smiled helplessly, and looked at Qing Ling. Qing Ling understood Gao Yang's eyes, stood up from the beach chair, and began to do warm-up exercises. Wu Dahai was in no mood to watch the game, so he immediately turned sideways, and began to appreciate Qing Ling's ever-changing attractive curves. Bai Tu couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he grabbed a sweat-wiping towel, and covered Wu Dahai's head to block his obscene sight. Hey Bai Tu, what are you doing? Wu Dahai was very excited. He pulled the towel away, but he had missed the best scene. On the other side of the court, it was X's turn to serve. X served the ball easily and gracefully. Jiang, who took 2 steps back, put his arms together, and carefully caught the ball. Ronnie hurried forward and also caught the ball with his arms, letting it fall towards the net. It can be seen that this is already his limit. Jiang, who seized the opportunity, took a step forward, jumped up with all his strength, and hit a fierce spike towards the opposite side. At the same time, a slender figure jumped up quickly on the other side of the net. It was Chening. She had already predicted Jianghu's intention to spike the ball, and stretched out her arms to block it. Pa! The volleyball that Jianghu spiked quickly hit Chenying's arm, bounced back, and hit the beach. Ronnie was completely dumbfounded, and there was no time to save the ball. Group A scored 2 points. Jianghu looked back at Zhu Ke, and she and Lucha were already walking slowly towards the court. Jianghu felt ashamed, and held back a breath of air in his chest. This time, Ronnie served again, and accidentally hit a successful floater. X quickly adjusted his position, aimed at the incoming ball, lowered his body's center of gravity, caught it steadily, and let the volleyball fly towards the golden spike position under the net. Chening did not miss this opportunity. She jumped high, and was about to launch a smash at the opposite side. Jianghu had already anticipated it, so he jumped up and stretched out his arms to block the ball. It must be said that Jianghu learned quickly. A smile appeared on his lips, and he thought he was going to win. But in an instant, his smile froze. Chening had already predicted his prediction, and his right hand did not smash the ball, but quickly retracted it. X's figure appeared behind Chening at some point. He was so fast! Snap! X smashed the volleyball and flew in another direction. Jianghu could only raise his arm stupidly, and watch the volleyball go in the opposite direction of him. This time, Ronnie, who did not see the opponent's cooperation at all, had no way to defend. Because he was standing too far away, he could only let the volleyball fall on his own court. Group A scored 3 points, a complete victory. Win! After landing, X showed a handsome smile to Chening, and stretched out his hand to high-five Chening. Yes! Chening was so overwhelmed by the joy of victory, that she almost couldn't help but high-five X. She stretched out halfway before urgently retracting it. She quickly turned cold, and turned to leave the court. When she walked back to the beach chair, Kim was full of admiration. Sister Chun, you were so handsome just now. What's so handsome? Wu Dahai complained. Sister Chun, how can we win if you play like this? Chening was also a little distressed. I can't help it. My body is out of control when I play. It's completely an instinctive reaction. 2 minutes later. Gao Yang and Qing Ling from Group K, Zhu Ke, and Green Tea from Group 10, the 4 of them came to the court. Green Tea handed the volleyball to Zhu Ke. I be in front, and you be behind. This means that Zhu Ke is responsible for serving, receiving and saving the ball outside the court. Green Tea is responsible for the inner circle, mainly blocking and spiking. Are you sure? Zhu Ke didn't quite understand. Generally speaking, men are taller and have longer limbs, so they are more suitable for the outer circle, while women are more flexible and suitable for the inner circle, just like the cooperation between X and Chening. Elder Zhu Ke, you are right to listen to me. Green Tea smiled confidently. Chapter 290. Okay, I trust you this time. Zhu Ke took the ball, stepped back a few steps, and served hard to the opposite side. Gao Yang aimed at the ball, squatted quickly, inserted his arm under the ball, and let the volleyball bounce naturally without exerting force and fly to the side. The position was not very good. Qing Ling hung the ball. Gao Yang adjusted the position and hung the ball near the net again. The position was good. Qing Ling jumped high, with her body as the fulcrum of her waist, stretched back, and bent her calves. Under the sun, her body was graceful, and her lines were neat. Bang! Qing Ling made a perfect smash, and the scene was pleasing to the eye. At the same time, Wu Dehai, X and Cantu in the audience all exclaimed with different emotions. So handsome. Cantu loved it sincerely. Not bad. X was quite appreciative. I can watch this kind of game for a whole day, Wu Dehai said. Qing Ling's smash was fierce and tricky. Green Tea was also surprised. He didn't expect Qing Ling to play so well. His tall body quickly rushed to the direction where the volleyball landed, stretched out one arm, and picked up the ball at the maximum distance. The volleyball bounced high and flew towards the barrier-free area. Suzaku quickly rushed out of the court and chased the volleyball in the air. The volleyball was about to fly out of the obstacle area and fall on the beach. Suzaku jumped hard, and his slender and graceful body flew more than 2 meters high, and then he saved the ball. Undoubtedly, Suzaku's jump completely exceeded the limit of ordinary people, but this did not involve concrete talent and was not considered a foul. Good job. Green Tea was already waiting in the center of the court. He watched the opportunity, jumped high, and smashed hard. Bang! The ball was moving very fast. Gao Yang mobilized his energy and rushed over to catch the ball. He hesitated for a moment and didn't stretch out his hands in time. Puff! The volleyball hit the court like a bullet, stirring up a burst of white sand, and then silently rolled down half a meter. Qing Ling turned around and looked over, a little puzzled. Why don't you catch the ball? Gao Yang broke out in a cold sweat. If you catch the ball, you lose. Qing Ling was stunned and looked at the volleyball intently. Sure enough, it was leaking and turned into an ellipse. Gao Yang smiled and explained to Qing Ling. Green Tea's smash just now was not the power of an ordinary person. I felt something was wrong. Sure enough, he did something. If I caught the ball, this volleyball would be considered broken by me. No way. This was all seen through. Green Tea was a little surprised. Zhuke walked back to the court from the beach. She shook her head and sighed. I was wondering why you were standing in front. So that's why you were so careful. Green Tea laughed heartily. Elder Zhuke, Elder Qiang and Miss Qingqi's combined physical abilities are perfect for playing volleyball. If we play normally, how can we win? Of course I know. I didn't plan to win. Zhuke also laughed, but at least we can play a few more rounds to practice with them. It doesn't make much sense. Green Tea had a different opinion. He looked at Gao Yang. Elder Qiang, my intention was obvious just now, so you easily saw through it. If someone uses the same trick again, you have to be extra careful. Thank you for the reminder. Gao Yang understood Green Tea's intention. It seems that Green Tea and Zhuke bet on themselves and Qing Ling from the beginning. Group 10 broke the volleyball and was eliminated directly. Group K won without a fight. The third game, Group Q versus Group J. Group Q players, Wu Dehai, Cantu. Group J players, White Rabbit, Clown. There was no suspense in this game. If everyone was watching TV, they would probably choose to jump off the stage. Wu Dehai walked to the court casually and threw the ball to Cantu. Serve. The thin Cantu took the volleyball, which was bigger than his head, with both hands, and looked confused. I can't serve. You can't, but I can? Wu Dehai said confidently. Then I serve casually. Whatever, we're just going through the motions. Although Wu Dehai has a lot of shortcomings, he has always been very self-aware. He knows that he and Cantu, who are like 5-star players, are basically just making up the numbers. Cantu was very nervous and stiff. She threw the ball high up, swung it hard, and missed it. The volleyball fell on her head. Ah! Ken put his hands on his head, and when he came to his senses, he found that the ball was gone. It should have been a funny scene, but the people in the audience were quite calm. I don't know why, I seem to feel that things should develop like this, Zhuke said. Others nodded. Ken made a mistake in serving, and Team J scored a point. It was Team J's turn to serve, and the clown served hard. Wu Dehai wanted to run over and catch the ball with both hands, but maybe because one of his hands was a mechanical arm, the volleyball did not fly to the center of the court as he imagined, but flew to the barrier-free area. Ken tried very hard to save the ball. She ran on the beach with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, and rushed over with all her strength, but unfortunately she was a little short. Cantu buried her face in the sand, and the volleyball landed in front of her and slowly rolled away. This time, the people in the audience still didn't laugh. Oh my god, this is too cruel. Qining was already a little distressed. Gao Yang also sighed in his heart. It was not easy to build up the confidence of Cantu, but after a volleyball game, it was all gone. Cantu himself felt very embarrassed. His face was red to the root of his neck. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have played seriously. It would be better to give up directly like Electric Mouse. Cantu stood up, picked up the volleyball, and walked back to the court in a depressed mood. She looked at Electric Mouse and almost begged, "The last ball you serve?" "Oh, whatever, hurry up." Wu Dehai was impatient. "Oh." Cantu walked back to his position silently. "Come on, Cantu, you can do it." Ronnie shouted to cheer up his teammates. This time, he didn't even have strange punctuation. Ken was stunned and looked at Ronnie, and Gao Yang beside Ronnie. Gao Yang did not laugh at her, but reminded him, "Ken, don't rush to serve. Look carefully before swinging your arms." "Okay." Ken nodded heavily. Ken closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She repeated Gao Yang's words in her heart. "Look carefully before swinging your arms. Look carefully before swinging your arms." She opened her eyes and gently tossed the ball up. 1 second, 2 seconds. Ken's chest held its breath. Seeing clearly, Ken swung his arms. Snap! The volleyball flew over the net and flew to the opposite court. The clown easily caught the volleyball, creating an opportunity for the white rabbit. The white rabbit jumped high and smashed. The volleyball quickly hit Wu Dehai's face. Wu Dehai had no time to react at all, and was forced to catch the ball with his face. He fell to the ground with a wow sound, and the volleyball also flew out of the court. White Rabbit did it on purpose, who made him so impatient with Cantu. The game is over. Group J won. I did it! Cantu didn't care about winning or losing, and was still immersed in the joy of his successful serve. Cantu looked at Gao Yang. "Captain, I did it!" "You did it!" Gao Yang smiled and affirmed. "Cantu, this ball is beautiful." Suzaku also encouraged. Ronnie took the lead in applauding and whistled excitedly. "Not bad. Good job. It's amazing to be able to serve this kind of ball for the first time." Everyone also praised Cantu, and they were generous with their praise. Cantu was stunned, her nose was counted, and her eyes were red again. At that moment, the inferiority and twist in her heart were swept away. It's great to be able to come to Neo Erdive, and to perform tasks with everyone. Chapter 291. After about 10 minutes, the winning groups were born. Group A, Group K, and Group J. Because Group K, Gao Yang, Qingling, only played one round, they used the rules to eliminate the other side. X believed that Group K had the highest score, and would directly enter the finals. Group A, X, Qining, and Group J, White Rabbit, Clown, would first play the elimination round, and the winning group would then play the finals with Group K. Others had no objection, and even wished for it, because the chances of winning were obviously greater. The 4 people in the competition group came to the court, and started directly without any nonsense. X served a floating ball. Clown caught the ball, but it flew out of the court. White Rabbit chased after it, and scooped the ball back into the court. Clown believed in White Rabbit's speed, and lifted the ball high. White Rabbit really ran back into the court. She jumped easily, raised her hand to smash the ball. Qining on the other side of the net quickly caught up, and stretched out her arms to intercept. White Rabbit withdrew her strength, and did not spike the ball. She lightly lobbed the ball, and the volleyball passed Qingying's hands, and fell to the side. X had long been on guard against White Rabbit's move. He appeared behind Qining, picked up the ball, and flew towards Qining. Qining, who had just landed, jumped up again, and smashed the volleyball to the right corner of the opponent's court. The clown was agile enough, but had no volleyball experience. He did not make a prediction in advance, and had no time to save the ball. But White Rabbit could. She launched jump and rushed over with a whoosh, like a bullet, saving the ball. The clown caught the ball, and let it fly near the net. The landed White Rabbit quickly stood up, jumped again, appeared above the net, and smashed the ball heavily at an incredibly fast speed. Qining rushed to the sand and scooped up the ball with great effort. X saw the right moment, jumped high, and smashed it. The ball flew to the clown. The clown squatted and caught the ball with his arms. But the ball did not fly back into the air as he expected, but slid out of his arms like a slippery fish and fell on the beach. Group A scored a point. In the audience, those who didn't know volleyball were all shocked. "Huh, How could this happen? Ken opened his mouth wide. Spinning ball? Zhuge said. I understand the principle, but it's outrageous to be able to spin to this extent. Wu Dehai complained. We are awakened. Green Tea smiled. It's not surprising to perform such operations, right? Humph. Wu Dehai's words revealed a trace of resentment. How can warriors like you understand the troubles of mages? In terms of physical fitness, we are not much better than ordinary people. Ah, my knee hurts. As an auxiliary, Cantu was also a little injured. Come on and upgrade. Zhuge patted Cantu's shoulder. Even if it is not a talent of output type, as long as the level is high enough, the physical fitness will be significantly improved. Really? Cantu saw hope again. Of course, I am the best proof. Zhuge raised the corner of his mouth confidently. Gao Yang thought for a while. Indeed, take the 7th level All Things of Kirin President as an example. In addition to spirit and charm, other attributes also have a bonus of 500 points. Zhuge is positioned as a doctor or nani, and is probably the strongest life talent. When playing volleyball just now, Chuchua's jumping ability that surpassed ordinary humans fully demonstrated that her agility attribute is not low. Gao Yang was distracted for a moment, and the score was already 2-0. This time, the two sides fought back and forth, but White Rabbit still failed to defend against X's spinning ball. Although she had predicted the direction of the spinning ball based on the trajectory of the volleyball's deformation, the movement of her arms failed to cleverly resolve the strength of the rotation. If White Rabbit could practice a few more times, she would definitely be able to catch it, but she didn't have this chance. White Rabbit and the clown didn't have any emotional ups and downs on their faces, and they were both dissatisfied in their hearts. In the last round of confrontation, White Rabbit attacked fiercely, and Qining had a little difficulty in parrying, but still found an opportunity. Qining jumped up to spike the ball, and White Rabbit didn't dare to jump up to intercept it. Sure enough, Qining was just a feint. X appeared behind Qining and smashed it, hitting a high-intensity spinning ball, flying towards the clown. The clown put his arms together to catch the volleyball. At the same time, White Rabbit predicted the direction of the spinning ball based on the arc of the spinning ball, and pounced to the right side behind the clown. Unfortunately, it was still half a second too late. The ball slipped from the clown's arm, and the moment it touched the ground, the White Rabbit's two hands shoveled it up. 3-0. Group A won. The White Rabbit couldn't accept this result for a while. She got up, patted her arms, the fine sand on her waist and calves, turned and walked towards the audience, looking unhappy. Rabbit, you played well, it's X2-een. Wu Dehai comforted. The White Rabbit was in a bad mood and didn't reply. She picked up a bottle of mineral water, twisted it hard, and raised her head to drink a big mouthful. Crack. She squeezed the mineral water bottle hard and looked at Qing Ling. Help me vent this breath. Leave it to me. Qing Ling was very confident, and walked towards the court with long legs. After walking 2 steps, she stopped because her partner didn't catch up. She frowned slightly, and looked at Gao Yang on the beach chair. Gao Yang was also helpless. Green Tea was holding Gao Yang's shoulders, as enthusiastic as a gym salesman. Elder Qiang, you have a good foundation. You haven't exercised systematically, but your abdominal muscles have already taken shape. If you practice with me in the future, 3 cups of protein powder a day, I guarantee that you will be like me in less than a year. No, I think it's good now. Gao Yang smiled awkwardly. No. Men should be tougher. Green Tea patted her firm and tight chest muscles. When you are over 25, you will know that pretty boys have no future, and tough guys are the killers of housewives. Green Tea. Qining on the court was very dissatisfied. Are you done yet? Green Tea reluctantly let go of Gao Yang. Okay, you go to the game first, and we will talk later. Gao Yang escaped a disaster, stood up hurriedly, and caught up with Qing Ling. Qing Ling and Gao Yang came to the court, and the two of them followed each other tacitly. At some point, the scorching sun above disappeared, and a large dark cloud appeared. The sea breeze also became stronger, and it was estimated that it would rain. The showers in Nyo Erdive always came, and went in a hurry. It's the last game, I won't show mercy. X smiled confidently, and looked at Qining. Miss Chen, you are not allowed to play me. Qining did not answer. Her serious eyes were the best answer. Qining took the ball, took a deep breath, took into account the oncoming sea breeze, and completed a powerful serve gracefully. Gao Yang took 2 steps and easily caught it with both arms. The ball flew parabola to Qing Ling's head. Qing Ling took 2 steps forward, raised his hand and pretended to smash, and when Qining jumped to intercept, he changed to a light lob. X had been prepared for it, and easily caught the volleyball and flew towards Qining. Qining, who had landed, scooped up the ball with both hands and returned it to X. X understood and completed a beautiful smash. It was a spinning ball. Qingling was prepared. She rushed to the place where the volleyball landed, quickly knelt down with her legs, put her arms together, leaned her body weight to the side, where the spinning ball was flying, and flexibly adjusted her forearms to minimize the spinning force of the spinning ball. Snap! Qingling successfully controlled the rebound direction of the spinning ball, and the volleyball flew into the air. Success! Gao Yang was overjoyed. As expected of a level 4 sword god, the sensitivity of his arms and wrists was superb. Gao Yang ran in the direction where the volleyball landed, saw the right moment and jumped high, and when he was about to smash the ball, he knew that he had won. Chapter 292. Seeing Gao Yang about to spike the ball, Qining quickly jumped up and stretched out her hand to intercept. But this was just Gao Yang's feint. He quickly withdrew his strength and gently lobbed the ball out. This little trick was not surprising to X. He had been waiting behind Qining. He took 2 steps forward and caught the ball with both arms. However, at the moment of catching the ball, X's movements froze for half a second. The volleyball flew towards Qining, but it was a little soft and weak, which was very wrong. Qining also noticed it. She stopped running and stood still, letting the volleyball fall at her feet. The volleyball on the sand hardly rolled, and it began to leak air and quickly deflated. The volleyball was broken. Haha, it worked. Green Tea in the audience held his breath. He could no longer hold back, and jumped up happily. Captain Qiang. Awesome. Gao Yang turned to look at Green Tea, and gave him a thumbs up. Inch power is really powerful. It turned out that this plan was initiated by Green Tea, and Gao Yang was just a qualified executor. Green Tea has well-developed limbs, but her mind is not simple. At the beginning, when Green Tea played against Gao Yang, she deliberately showed him her talent. Green Tea's movements were exaggerated and her intentions were obvious. Gao Yang was not stupid either, and he could see at a glance that the volleyball he hit was on the verge of collapse. Gao Yang saw through Green Tea's plan. On the surface, Green Tea's trump card was leaked, and she couldn't hold on until the final with X, which was good for X. But in fact, this behavior also paralyzed X. Gao Yang saw Green Tea's ulterior motives, especially when the game ended. Green Tea also winked at Gao Yang. He was more certain that Green Tea was making some calculations. When Gao Yang was sitting on the lazy chair to rest, Green Tea took the initiative to sit with him, pretending to recommend fitness to him, but actually having physical contact with him. This intention was too obvious. Gao Yang immediately copied Green Tea's talent, level 5 inch power. Inch power, serial number 36, damage system. As long as you clench your fist, when you hit an object, you can have extremely strong penetration and disintegration. Level 5 inch power, even if you just touch the object lightly, you can use inch power at will. Gao Yang immediately figured out Green Tea's entire plan. First of all, why didn't Green Tea keep this trump card and deal with X by herself? Because Green Tea can't do it. He and Suzuka can't beat Gao Yang and Qingling in a normal game, because one of them has level 4 sword god, and the other has level 3 teleport, and their agility and body flexibility are too high. If Green Tea wants to beat Gao Yang and Qingling, she must use inch power to cheat, and cheat in a silent way. But in this way, he will expose the real trump card of this trick to X. Later, in the finals, X can take targeted precautions. As long as he sees Green Tea touching the volleyball with a fist, he will be extra careful, and may choose not to catch the ball. Then the two sides will enter a psychological war. X bets whether Green Tea can use inch power this time, and Green Tea bets whether X dares to catch her ball this time. The winning rate will become 50-50. Green Tea is a steady man, and 50-50 is not his style. So he chose a partner, who is also the only suitable partner. Green Tea deliberately cheated obviously, so that Gao Yang found out and X saw it, and paralyzed X's defensive heart. Then, he found an opportunity to teach inch power to Gao Yang. As soon as Gao Yang copied the talent, he understood the detailed mechanism of inch power. It does not necessarily require a lot of force to trigger it. So Gao Yang waited for the opportunity, and when he was lobbed, he gently clenched his fist and launched inch force at the volleyball. Under normal circumstances, people would use their palms to hit or dribble the ball, who would use their fists to hit the ball, but X, without being on guard, would not notice Gao Yang's tiny movement that flashed by. So, the volleyball that was damaged by the inch force, and on the verge of collapse flew towards X. The moment X caught the ball, he realized that the volleyball felt wrong, but he had already touched the ball, so the broken volleyball could only be blamed on him. He set the rules himself, so he could only admit defeat. You? How can you cheat? Chen Ying was a little angry. You have no competitive spirit. Ahem. Gao Yang reminded implicitly, Miss Chen, we came here with work, and we must have professionalism first. Chen Ying was stunned, and then she came to her senses. Yes, we won. We succeeded, haha. Chen Ying gave green tea a thumbs up. Green tea is great. Suzaku walked over with a smile. X. It's Fork. X shouted, his face full of frustration, as if he had not yet accepted the fact that he lost. Mr. Fork, you lost? Suzaku raised his eyebrows, a little gloating. This is the rule you set yourself. You won't go back on your word, right? Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Suddenly, X covered his face with one hand and laughed. His mood swings made everyone a little stunned for a while. He laughed for a long time before stopping, looking at Suzaku, and then looking at the others beside her. His eyes swept over everyone. Finally, X sighed and said, perhaps, this is God's will. What do you mean? Zhuke frowned. It's not important. X's face returned to calm. Okay, I'm willing to cooperate with you. That's great. Don't worry, I have conditions. X interrupted. What? There are conditions? Wu Dahai ran up angrily. You are playing volleyball to trick us. We won so hard. But does winning this game have anything to do with you? Baitu walked up and patted Wu Dahai on the head. Beauty, swimsuit, beach volleyball, aren't you very happy to watch? X smiled frivolously again. That's right. Wu Dahai felt a little guilty, and then pretended to be serious. But you are too cunning. Why didn't you make it clear at the beginning that there are additional conditions? I am a villain. X shrugged indifferently. It's up to you. If you don't agree, forget it. We will go our separate ways. You talk first. Zhuke called X. X smiled. I can only say that this matter is good for you. But if I say it, you must agree. Okay, you say it. Baitu smiled lightly, obviously not taking it seriously. Boom boom boom. There was a rolling thunder in the sky, and bean-sized raindrops fell down, and in a blink of an eye, it rained heavily. The smile on X's face lost its warmth. Beauty, I am serious. If I tell you and you don't agree, I will kill you all. Don't think that I will show mercy just because you are beautiful. Baitu was slightly startled and stopped talking. Gao Yang was shocked. This X, he is not joking. Zhuke was not afraid and sneered back at him. You may not have this ability. Chapter 293. Well, it's a bit difficult to kill them all. X smiled frivolously, as if discussing some light topic, but killing most of them is not a big problem. So, have you decided to listen? Suzaku's face darkened slightly. This is a major decision. I have to ask the meeting. No, I will only give you 1 minute. After this minute, the matter will be invalid. X said. I wonder if you have any major. Wu Dahai was covered by green tea before he could say the word illness. He was really afraid that after Wu Dahai said this, X would not give him this minute. There are 55 seconds left. In the heavy rain, X shook his wet hair. Suzaku looked at Gao Yang almost subconsciously. Qiang. Don't ask me, you are the team leader. Gao Yang didn't want to make any more decisions, because he didn't want to take any responsibility. Unfortunately, the old man is still the wisest. Suzaku said firmly, this is an order. Tell me what you think immediately. There are 50 seconds left. X counted down on the side. Gao Yang took a deep breath, his thoughts were clear, and his speech was slightly fast. I will agree. The Scarlet Tide is coming soon. Everyone is doomed to die. Since we want to resist fate, we must unite all forces. Even if X's conditions are risky, we have to take a gamble. Oh, the same idea as mine. Suzaku looked at Chen Ying and Baitu again. What do you think? Chen Ying was silent. The annihilation of Group 2 at Yochong Station made her retreat. Baitu did not hesitate. I want to take a gamble too. Come to Nyo Erdive. This is the task assigned to her by Captain Long. She must complete it smoothly no matter what she said. Okay, we agree to your terms, you tell me. Zhuke looked at X. Okay. X also retracted his smile, his eyes became serious. Tonight at midnight, you bring another awakener, come here to gather, and help me explore the Rune Cave. Rune Cave? Chen Ying was surprised, the past events came to mind. Is it dangerous? I don't know. X confessed. I can only tell you that you must gather 13 awakeners to enter. Moreover, this Rune Cave contains a poison rune circuit. Are you so sure? Qing Ling was half believing and half doubting. Because I have the strongest poison talent, I can sense its existence, a very weak energy resonance. X remained calm. You have been staying here all these years just to get this rune? Gaoyang asked. That's half the reason. X smiled generously. Although my talent is at the top, it's only level 3 after all. I want to get the rune to upgrade, but I tried many ways, and I can't enter alone. It seems that 13 awakeners are required. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Suzaku asked. I don't trust you. X said. Do you trust me now? White Rabbit asked back. No, but the Crimson Tide is coming, and you have no choice. X said. Everyone looked at each other, and was speechless for a while. This X, on the surface, is a cynical and dandy boy, but in fact he is shrewd and cautious, and has a strong sense of defense. You accompany me to the rune cave. After successfully getting the poison rune, I will upgrade my talent to level 4, and give it to you, and you can do whatever you want. I have become stronger, and if I cooperate with you, your chances of winning will be greater. This wave of win-win. Reasonable. Suzaku nodded and looked at Baitu and Chaining. If we can successfully obtain the poison rune, after we pass the Scarlet Tide, our 3 organizations can sign a rune-sharing agreement. Baitu and Chaining nodded. Chaining was still a little worried. Or, let's find some more powerful people. The combat power in the team is uneven now. It's too late. Suzaku sighed slightly. By who will come to Neo Erdive to find me tonight? We can get 13 people together. If people from the city want to come here, it will take at least midnight. I believe in fate. X turned and walked to the beach, riding a motorboat. Remember, bring 12 awakeners here at dawn tonight. This is the only chance. If you miss it, it will not be available. X started the motorboat, and soon disappeared in the vast rain and fog above the sea. You ask us to do something, and you act like a master. Wu Dahai was very unhappy. The rain is too heavy. Let's go back when it's lighter. In the heavy rain, Zhu Jue's hair was all wet. She returned to the beach chair under the parasol and sat down. Gaoyang also returned to the parasol. He was a little anxious and asked Zhu Ke, Sister Xia, I have to go. My father is still waiting for me. If I don't go back, he will be worried. Okay. Zhu Ke approved. Come by yourself in the early morning tonight. Don't be late. Yes. Gaoyang rushed into the heavy rain and stepped onto a motorboat. Captain, be careful. Cantu waved at him in the heavy rain, his little face full of water droplets. See you later. Gaoyang nodded, started the motorboat, and soon disappeared on the sea. The remaining 10 people retreated to the parasol to avoid the rain, standing or sitting. Wu Dahai looked around, looking for an opportunity to bring up the topic. Clown, how long can the smell you left on us last? 48 hours. The clown replied. That's good, it's still a long time before midnight, we can move freely. Wu Dahai said loudly. It's better to go back to the villa together, don't let anything happen. Zhu Ke said. That's so disappointing. It's not easy to come out to play once. We have to seize the opportunity. Wu Dahai set the pace. Green Tea, Ronnie, Ken and Jianghu, the young people, were also a little tempted, exchanged glances, and hesitated to speak. After the Scarlet Tide, we don't know if we can still play. Now we finally come to a resort. If we don't seize the opportunity, when will we wait? Zhu Ke saw it. How could he not understand everyone's little thoughts? She sighed slightly. I don't care about the others. You 4 are my people. You can move freely from now on, but you must report to me by text message every half an hour and must return to the hotel before 8 p.m. Long live. Great. Thank you, Elder Suzaku. The 4 young people were very happy. Jianghu looked at Elder Suzaku, with a gentle voice and a smile in his eyes. Elder Suzaku, do you have time? Can I have dinner with you tonight? Why? Suzaku looked at Jianghu with a defensive look. If you are too attentive to others, you are either a traitor or a thief. Nothing, just a simple meal. Jianghu, give up, you are not my type at all. Suzaku deliberately joked. Elder, you are not my type either. Jianghu blurted out excitedly, and then felt that this was inappropriate. I don't mean that, the elder is still very attractive, but... Zhu Ke interrupted with a smile. I know, let's have dinner together tonight. Just now, Zhu Ke suddenly remembered that today is Jianghu's 24th birthday. This guy suddenly awakened at the age of 17, but he didn't expect that the stepfather who raised him was actually a beast of anger. Jianghu was forced to use his talent to kill his relatives, and he was also dying. It was Zhu Ke who rushed to take him back to the Qilin Union and saved his life. Jianghu didn't speak for a whole 6 months. Zhu Ke took Jianghu with him, and took care of him like his own brother, which reopened Jianghu's heart. In Jianghu's eyes, Zhu Ke is not only his leader and teacher, but also his sister, and the only relative in the world. Every year, Jianghu celebrates his birthday with Zhu Kei, and Zhu Kei will prepare gifts for him. This time, because of the scarlet tide, Zhu Kei actually forgot about it. Zhu Kei felt a little guilty. She knew that Jianghu liked perfume, so she would pick a bottle of perfume for him as a birthday gift before dinner. While the two were talking, the rain became lighter. At this moment, Wu Dehai suddenly shouted, "Green snake!" His shout was so sudden that it startled everyone around him. Qing Ling frowned slightly. As a response, Wu Dehai continued to say with full energy, "Let's have dinner together tonight." Chapter 294. Qing Ling didn't reply, nor did she have any expression, as if she was thinking, or just ignoring him. Wu Dehai came prepared, blurting out, "I booked a restaurant. The seafood hot pot there is especially delicious. You will definitely like it." "No," Bai Tu couldn't help laughing, "I won't complain about your weird invitation. At least you can book a romantic candlelight dinner. What the hell is seafood hot pot?" Wu Dehai didn't bother to pay attention to Bai Tu. "You know nothing. I have specifically consulted teacher Do who," the teacher said. "If you want to invite Qing Ling to dinner, don't do some nonsense. You have to work hard on eating. Since you already know that Qing Ling likes to eat spicy hot pot, start from this point." Originally, Wu Dehai didn't have much hope. But just now, Jianghu invited Zhu Kei to dinner successfully. Wu Dehai felt that he might have a chance, so he quickly struck while the iron was hot and invited Qing Ling. "Really, it's really delicious. It's worth a try, right?" Wu Dehai persuaded. Others looked at Wu Dehai. Although no one liked this guy, at this moment, everyone suddenly felt a little sympathetic to him. This dog licker is really too humble. Qing Ling thought for a few seconds. "Okay." "Eh?" Wu Dehai was stunned. "Wait, what's going on?" Qing Ling agreed. "Oh my god, I'm not dreaming." She agreed so easily. What did you just say?" "Say it again." Wu Dehai carefully looked for Qing Ling to confirm. "Okay." Qing Ling repeated generously. "Yes." Wu Dehai was overjoyed and clenched his fists. "It's settled. I'm leaving first, and I find you later." After saying that, he excitedly rushed into the shower, quickly jumped on the motorboat, and disappeared in the rain and fog. He was so excited that his heart was about to jump out. He had to go back to the hotel immediately, take a shower, get a hairstyle, and change into a handsome outfit. Then he would call Do Hu and ask this dog-headed military strategist about the next strategy plan. The rest of the people were still standing under the parasol, watching Wu Dehai leave, with mixed feelings for a while. Green Snake, White Rabbit was a little worried. "Are you worried about something?" "What do you mean?" Qing Ling didn't quite understand. "I know that you and Haima were secretly a couple before, but that scumbag abandoned you and changed jobs, which hurt your heart." Bai Tu said earnestly, "But you can't give up on yourself and choose Dianxu. Do you think that if you deliberately choose a man who is completely inferior to Haima, you can anger Haima and make him change his mind? No, you are just ruining yourself. Men are all pigs. If he doesn't like you anymore, everything you do is in vain. What you should do most now is to respect yourself and be beautiful alone. Only by letting your ex see a more wonderful you can he really regret it." Qing Ling was confused. She wanted to interrupt Bai Tu several times, but was blocked by Bai Tu's long speech. After Bai Tu finished speaking, Qing Ling replied honestly, "I just want to eat seafood hot pot." "Huh?" Bai Tu was stunned. "Qing Ling wants to eat too," Qing Ling added. "Huh?" White Rabbit opened his mouth wide. So after all this time, it was really just for a meal? Wait. Suzaka listened from the side and grasped the key point. "Green Snake, have you been with Jiang before? Is it true?" Chinning also looked over with interest. "No," Qing Ling denied. "Haha, don't give me that." Zhu Kei smiled gossipingly. "Hey, what's Jiang like? Tell me about it. I feel like he's a bit of a scumbag." "Captain Jiang is not that kind of person," Ken shouted excitedly. "Ken, you don't like him too, do you?" Zhu Kei glanced at Ken and grinned. "Wow, this guy is really popular." What do you mean?" Ken reacted immediately. "Is there anyone in the Union who likes the captain?" "Of course." Juchua's matchmaker's soul was burning. Several girls came to ask about Jiang's situation, and they wanted me to help them openly or secretly, so I have to check it out carefully, and not delay the girls. I don't think Jiang is a scumbag. Qining remembered the last time Gao Yang saved her, and she had a good impression of him, but it's really unexpected that Jiang was with Qin Shi. Did I say that? Qing Ling denied it again. Juchua's smile became more subtle. Qin Shi, it's okay. Now the three major organizations are all one family. You can talk to the sisters. Maybe there is still a possibility of recovery. Recovery? Bai Tu excitedly joined in. I think it's better not to. Black Horse should go to harm your Qilin Union. Several women pestered Qingling and chatted. Green Tea, Ronnie, Clown, and Jianghu looked at each other, feeling that they could not fit in with this topic at all. Green Tea picked up a volleyball under the beach chair and looked at the other three. It will take a while for the rain to stop. How about we play a game of volleyball in the rain? Okay. I agree. Okay. The four men happily rushed into the heavy rain. When Gao Yang returned to the surfing spot, the rain was still falling, and there was no one on the beach. With the help of tourists, Gao's father sat back in the wheelchair and returned to the hotel lobby with other tourists, who were hiding from the rain. When Gao Yang ran into the lobby, he found that his father was pushing the wheelchair with both hands, constantly shuttling among the crowd. He looked anxious and panicked. He grabbed everyone's hands and forced them to listen to him. Friends. Friends. My son is missing. Can you help me find him? Everyone didn't understand his language and shook their heads apologetically. When he thought that Gao Yang might not have returned to the hotel at all, but was swept away by the sea while surfing, his eyes were red at the mere thought of this possibility. The man was helpless. He shouted loudly and looked around. Gao Yang. Gao Yang, where are you? Gao Yang. Gao Yang's nose was sore, and he wanted to cry. In my childhood memories, when did that tall, sunny, confident, cheerful and talkative father become so pitiful and miserable? Gao Yang hurried over. Dad. I'm here. Gao Yang. The father turned around and saw his son, almost crying. Suddenly, his face darkened, and he shouted, Where have you been? You didn't answer my phone. I just took a nap. Why did you disappear? Do you think you have grown up and become successful? Why are you so disobedient, you little brat? I won't take you out to play next time. Dad, I'm sorry. Gao Yang smiled and apologized. I just surfed halfway and my stomach hurt, so I went to the toilet, and my phone was out of battery. Dad was originally a good-tempered person, and his anger subsided after a few scoldings. He stepped forward and held Gao Yang's hands tightly, his body still shaking a little. Forget it, son. Let's go back to the hotel. It's still raining outside. Why don't we wait a while? No, let's go back now. Xinshin and the others have gone back too. Dad's voice was a little old. Okay. Gao Yang pushed Dad's wheelchair and left the hotel lobby. Soon, the two returned to the hotel. Gao Yang pushed Dad's wheelchair and walked on the long plank road. The hotel on the left at the end of the plank road was their temporary home. Although the rain was much lighter, the rain and fog on the beach were still very heavy, blowing over in waves. Along the way, Dad was very silent. Gao Yang knew that he had done something wrong, but he didn't know what to say. Until the moment when they were almost home, Dad suddenly raised his head and said, Yang, I'm sorry just now. No, I didn't do it well. Gao Yang said. Dad was not angry with you just now, the father said in a hoarse voice, with guilt. Dad was angry with himself. Dad is useless now, and can't take good care of you. Dad, I'm grown up. Gao Yang put his hand on his father's shoulder. I will take care of you in the future. 3 seconds of silence. Haha, you little brat, you are so arrogant. Dad smiled and reached out to cover Gao Yang's hand, patting it gently. The man stopped talking. He was afraid that if he said one more word, tears would flow out. Chapter 295. Gao Yang and his father were soaked when they returned to the hotel. The father and son were inevitably scolded by their wives. They took a bath one after another. When Gao Yang finished his bath, the rain stopped. Outside the French window, the sunset glow on the sea seemed to have been washed, especially gentle and fresh. The cool sea breeze blew into the house, and the wind chimes rang crisply. The hotel waiter pushed a small dining cart and brought the standard dinner. Everyone sat around to eat. Gao Xinshin was very proud. This afternoon, Wang Zikai invited Gao Xinshin to go snorkeling, and the two took photos underwater. Gao Xinshin flipped through the photo album on her mobile phone and showed it to Gao Yang and his father. Dad also took out his mobile phone and showed everyone the photos of Gao Yang surfing. Gao Yang was tired all afternoon and was already hungry. He had just taken 2 bites of curry rice when his mobile phone vibrated. He looked down and saw that it was Wu Dahai. He got up quickly and lied. That's Wang Zikai's call. Gao Yang walked to the balcony and closed the window. It was already dark outside. Hello? Gao Yang. Wu Dahai called Gao Yang by his real name. I have a request. If you are a man, you should agree to it. Gao Yang immediately had a bad feeling. You? Say it first. No, you must agree first. Wu Dahai was very excited. If you don't agree today, I will jump into the sea immediately to show you. Go ahead and jump. Gao Yang resisted the urge to complain and said patiently, don't be impulsive. If you have something to say, just say it. I will try my best to agree. Half an hour ago, Wu Dahai wore a formal white shirt and trousers, and a black bow tie. He thought he was an elegant gentleman, but in the eyes of others, he looked more like a waiter in a Western restaurant. As for Qing Ling, after the mission was over, she changed back into ordinary clothes. A loose light gray t-shirt, a pair of denim hot pants, a pair of flip-flops, and her hair was tied up high because it was too hot, looking like a local resident with a sense of leisure. The two people's outfits were extremely conflicting and very eye-catching. Wu Dahai was excited, and he specially ordered the hotel's highest-level service, which was located on a quiet private beach. When the two arrived, the last rays of the setting sun were looming on the horizon. A gorgeous red carpet was laid on the beach, and on the red carpet were more than a dozen plastic arches, with countless small light bulbs hanging on the arches, flashing a dreamy light. At the end of the arch, there was a set of classical Western-style dining tables and chairs, and on the dining table was a huge 3-layer hot pot, surrounded by various exquisite small dishes of seafood. On the beach around the dining table, rose petals were scattered all over the ground. Not far away, an elegant blonde middle-aged man, wearing a tuxedo, was playing the violin passionately. The gentle sound of waves, accompanied by the beautiful sound of violin, anyone would say, romantic, so romantic. Wu Dahai led Qing Ling through the archway and came to the dining table. Come, please sit down. Wu Dahai was a little nervous, and his forehead was sweating. Qing Ling didn't sit down, looking at the man playing the violin not far away. Why don't you like it? I asked him to change the song. Qing Ling had a blank expression. It's so noisy, it affects my meal. Wu Dahai immediately snapped his fingers and waved his hand. The man bowed and politely withdrew. Qing Ling sat down and took a look at the hot pot. The water temperature was about right. She picked up a bowl of shrimp paste and poured it into the hot pot. Sizzle. Qing Ling leaned towards the steaming hot pot, staring at the shrimps rolling in the soup with a face full of piety. Wu Dahai, who was sitting opposite, was stunned. All the opening remarks he had prepared before were useless. He remembered the experience that teacher Dou who repeatedly emphasized, to respond to changes with constancy, you must be generous and natural, not stiff. Wu Dahai hurriedly picked up the public colander. This will be cooked in a dozen seconds. Come, I help you scoop it out. Wu Dahai helped Qing Ling scoop up a few shrimps and put them in Qing Ling's bowl. Qing Ling was not polite either. She found that she hadn't mixed the sauce yet, so she grabbed a bunch of seasonings and poured them into the bowl, especially the vinegar, which seemed to have poured half a bottle. Qing Ling looked at the steaming, white, and tender shrimps in the bowl, which were gradually dyed brown by the sauce. She looked satisfied, and her cold face relaxed a lot. Wu Dahai was not a careful person, but at that second, he still caught this detail. His heart hurt again. Originally, Wu Dahai had given up Qing Ling. Wu Dahai's greatest strength, besides being rich, is self-awareness. He had long known that he was not good-looking, had average talent, and had low emotional intelligence. He did not understand girls' minds at all, and could not catch their eyes at all. However, he really wanted to have a relationship, but God did not give it to him. At some point, Wu Dahai's psychology became distorted. He thought, since he could not get a girl's heart, it would be good to get her body. So, unknowingly, Wu Dahai degenerated into a shameless old pervert. But the final result was that he was even less popular with women and completely insulated from the opposite sex. Last time, when Dou Hu pointed out to Wu Dahai that Qing Ling would never let him take advantage of her because of Qing Ling, Wu Dahai was not too sad. He immediately decided to give up Qing Ling and look for another target. In fact, he had done this before. At first, he liked Bai Tu, but after being rejected by Bai Tu, he turned to pursue Gu Ji, and after being rejected by Gu Ji, he set his sights on Qing Ling. Wu Dahai should have given up Qing Ling and continued to look for a new target. But the problem came. He suddenly lost interest in this matter. He found that his mind was still full of Qing Ling. Thinking of Qing Ling's expressionless and cold eyebrows, thinking of Qing Ling's heroic figure wielding a knife and blood, thinking of Qing Ling's beautiful but unconscious gestures, and even the way she hated herself was so cute. During those days, Wu Dahai lost his appetite and couldn't sleep. He felt that he was sick, so he had to ask Dou Hu, his only life mentor, for advice again. After listening to Wu Dahai's confession, Dou Hu sighed deeply. Haizi, you're done, you've fallen in love. Wu Dahai spent some time, and finally accepted the fact that he fell in love with Qingling. But it was also true that Qingling would never like him. What should I do? Dohu gave Wu Dahai a suggestion. If you are a man, don't complain about yourself, be indecisive, and boldly tell her your feelings. I told her many times, but she ignored me. Wu Dahai felt a little wronged. Did you like her before? You were just greedy for her body. Dohu sneered. Explain it seriously and formally, understand? What if she still refuses? Wu Dahai was very frustrated. At least you tried your best. Dohu patted Wu Dahai on the shoulder. Life can't be as you wish. Everyone has regrets, but you must never let yourself regret. Chapter 296. Wu Dahai thought about it seriously for a night, and felt that Dohu was right, but he was still hesitant. A few days later, Qingling and Officer Huang were involved in the Xuanwu incident while on duty. Gui Ma's true identity was revealed, and he died in the battle with Xuanwu. 3 days later, everyone held a funeral for Gui Ma. To be fair, Wu Dahai was not very familiar with Gui Ma, and they did not communicate much on weekdays. For Gui Ma's death, Wu Dahai was partly sad and regretful, but more of a shock. In this shock, Wu Dahai began to think, Gui Ma liked the singer, but he died, and he would never have the chance to tell the singer. And I like Qingling, although she doesn't like me, but if I die one day, I will never have the chance to tell her. Thinking of this possibility, Wu Dahai's chest began to feel stuffy. That feeling was very strange, not painful, but something was blocking my chest, and my whole body was wrong, as if I had lost half of my soul. The matter was not over yet. That night, Mrs. Li suddenly invited the leaders and senior executives of the 3 major organizations to gather, and announced the arrival of the Scarlet Tide. Afterwards, when Wu Dahai learned of the terrible prophecy that everyone would die in this Scarlet Tide, his mind suddenly went blank. Ah, it turns out that death is so close to me. In 10 days I will die. Then, the first thing that flashed through Wu Dahai's mind was Qingling's face. At that moment, Wu Dahai understood that this was love. It turned out that I, Wu Dahai, a wretched old pervert, could also have something as advanced as love. That night, Wu Dahai asked Dohu, teacher, I heard that Qingling is going to Neo Erdive with Bai Tu, and I want to go too. I want to confess to her before I die. For the first time, Dohu did not laugh at Wu Dahai, nor did he say comforting words like you won't die. He patted Wu Dahai on the shoulder. Haizi, you have finally grown up. When Wu Dahai thought of these things, he suddenly felt a little sad, but also calmed down a lot. At this moment, Qingling was eating shrimp paste, and the light bulbs on the arch flickered, illuminating Qingling's white and delicate profile. Wu Dahai just watched quietly, doing nothing and saying nothing. The night sea breeze blew, blowing the white tablecloth on the dining table, messing up Qingling's hair, and also messing up Wu Dahai's heart. Everything was just right. Qingling was halfway through eating, stunned for a moment, and raised her head. You don't want to eat? Wu Dahai smiled and shook his head. I'm not hungry. Oh! Qingling continued to eat. Qingling. Wu Dahai called her name. What? I like you. Qingling was slightly startled, and her eyes flashed. There were some things that she just didn't care about, but she was not slow. I know. It's not the kind of love I had before. Wu Dahai turned his head a little embarrassedly. It's the real love, the kind of love that I still like you even if I can't get you. This time, Qingling didn't speak. Can you give me a chance? Wu Dahai said carefully. If it doesn't work, we can start as friends. Maybe you will find that I'm not that bad. Qingling shook her head. No. Wow, so direct. Wu Dahai shouted. Qingling doesn't like you. Qingling said. What about you? Wu Dahai was unwilling. Don't you have any feelings at all? Qingling thought seriously and met Wu Dahai's gaze. I don't like it either. Wu Dahai lowered his head, smiled awkwardly, and was a little hurt. I am really annoying. I don't hate it either. Qingling added. Haha, is that so? Wu Dahai felt a little better. But Qingling is annoying. Qingling said again. You don't need to say this. Wu Dahai didn't know whether to cry or laugh for a while. He suddenly found that Qingling didn't eat, just sitting there quietly. Why? I rejected you. Can I still eat? Qingling asked seriously. Wu Dahai was stunned. It turned out that he was not the only one who changed. Qingling, who used to do whatever she wanted and would do anything to achieve her goal, has also changed. When did she become so polite? Wu Dahai looked at Qingling's serious face and couldn't help laughing. Eat as much as you want. Qingling lowered her head and continued to eat. Inexplicably, Wu Dahai's heart hurt again. Damn, even at this time, I still think she is super cute. It seems that in this life, I have no hope of being with a girl like Qing Ling. I hope that in the next life, God can give me a chance to be the protagonist, bastard. You eat first, I blow the wind. Wu Dahai stood up. Qing Ling focused on eating the food and didn't answer. Wu Dahai walked to the beach. He blew the wind for a while and calmed down. He took out his mobile phone and found Gao Yang's mobile phone number. The cold fluorescence illuminated his somewhat sad face. Hello? I have a request. If you are a man, you must agree. You? Say it first. No, you must agree first. If you don't agree today, I will jump into the sea right now to show you. Don't be impulsive. If you have something to say, just say it. I try to agree. Qing Ling is eating seafood hot pot. She's alone. Come and eat with her. Ah? What? A beautiful girl, eating hot pot alone at the beach without anyone to share. Can you bear it? Doesn't your conscience hurt? I send you the address. Come quickly. No, why did she go to eat hot pot alone? Gao Yang. Wu Dahai interrupted loudly, angrily. If you are with Qing Ling, you must treat her well. Otherwise, I will never let you go. Do you hear me? We are just friends. That's why I said if, do you understand? Without waiting for Gao Yang to answer, Wu Dahai hung up the phone indignantly. Wu Dahai is not stupid. He knows that if Qing Ling really has someone she likes, that person can only be Gao Yang. So even if it has nothing to do with him, he still hopes that Qing Ling can be happy. Gao Yang hung up the phone and looked at the silent sea level and thought for a while. He sighed, turned around and walked back to the living room. Dad, Mom, Wang Zikai ordered takeout and asked me to go find him. I go and keep him company. That idiot, I asked him to come eat with us, but he said he couldn't get used to it. Gao Xinxin complained. Hey, he's been living a life of luxury since he was a child, so it's normal for him to be picky about food. Dad said. Xiao Kai, he's pretty good. Grandma commented. Go ahead. Mom took a bite of the meal, a little worried, and put down the spoon. You too, don't go to the sea in the middle of the night, it's very dangerous. Got it. Gao Yang changed his clothes, put on his shoes, and went out. He glanced at the address Wu Dahai sent and hurried over. 5 minutes later, Gao Yang had already arrived at the hotel, and his phone rang again. This time it was really Wang Zikai. Gao Yang's heart sank, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Hello? Gao Yang. Come here quickly. Come to me. Wang Zikai was a little anxious, and he could feel his flusteredness just by his voice. What's wrong? Chu Shui. She's not quite right. Chapter 297. Gao Yang held his cell phone in his hand. Not far ahead was the restaurant that Wu Dahai had mentioned. The restaurant faced a private beach. Gao Yang's eyesight had improved greatly. He could vaguely see the arch bridge with flashing colored bulbs, and a table with its outline illuminated. A girl sat at the table, eating alone, against the light. On the phone, Wang Zikai's voice continued. Come quickly! She's dying now, she's crazy. Hold her steady. I be there soon. Gao Yang hung up the phone and turned away. H.U. Qing Ling, who was eating shrimp paste, sneezed, and a gleam flashed across her eyes. Then, she calmly looked at the scene in front of her and found that the salmon that had been thrown into the hot pot had floated to the surface of the tender soup. She quickly picked up 2 slices and threw them into her bowl. With a sneeze, the personality of her younger sister Qing Ling had switched. Sister, the salmon should have been picked up earlier. The meat is a little old now. By the way, you rejected Wu Dahai, right? Although you think it is troublesome, I think it is necessary to make him give up completely, so that he will not bother you in the future, and you can concentrate on training. Qing Ling ate the fish in small bites, while talking to her sister in her heart. Although her sister can't respond to her now, when she wakes up, these words will be automatically conveyed to Qing Ling like a message in the answering machine. The 2 sisters communicate like this most of the time. Qing Ling ate a few bites, and the taste was really fresh. However, I always felt that something was missing. Such a rich food, one person can't finish it at all, what a waste. She took out her phone, and took a photo of the hot pot. After taking the photo, she suddenly froze. She asked herself, why take a photo? Who do you plan to share it with? Qing Ling's only good friend is Li Weiwei, who is dead. The only important person to Qing Ling is her sister Qing Ling, but her sister can share memories with her, so there is no need to share. So who is this photo going to be shown to? Or who should I show it to if I have the chance in the future? In an instant, Gao Yang's face flashed through her mind. The handsome face of the boy, half of his eyes were covered by bangs, sometimes gentle, sometimes sharp, unpredictable eyes, and the face that no matter how you scold him, provoke him, or humiliate him, He will only smile tolerantly, the face that always makes people trust and rely on him inexplicably. Qingling's hand trembled as if it were an electric shock, and she hurriedly put down the phone and put it back in her trouser pocket. No! I didn't, sister. I swear. He's not my type at all. I just did. It was just that my brain suddenly pulled, and I inexplicably thought of him. Qingling's panicked eyes froze, and a glimmer of cold light flashed across them again. Sister's personality switched back. I don't care about you. Qingling picked up another piece of salmon from the pot, blowing the hot air while muttering to herself. Also, salmon, I'd like to eat it a little older. Gao Yang didn't know how much time he spent. He rushed to Wang Zikai's island hotel as fast as he could. The door was open, and Gao Yang rushed in. The scene in front of him made him dumbfounded instantly. The living room was in a mess, the tables and chairs were overturned, the sofa was covered with bruises, white cotton wool was everywhere, and the ornaments in the house were basically smashed. Wang Zikai stood in the middle of the living room, pleading, "Auntie, can you come down? Don't go crazy." At this moment, Chu Xue squatted on the refrigerator like a cat, with her back hunched. She was wearing a loose black t-shirt, and underneath was a pair of slender and white legs. Her expression was fierce, her eyes were red, and her messy silver hair was all blown up. She grinned, looking both irritable and painful, completely in a state of stress. "Ah, brother, you're finally here." Wang Zikai saw Gao Yang as if he had seen a savior. "I really can't handle her." "What's wrong with her?" Gao Yang approached slowly. "How should I know?" Wang Zikai felt aggrieved. "I went home to play games with her, and we were playing well, and she suddenly started rolling on the ground, shouting, and then running around the house, completely losing her mind." Gao Yang calmed down, slowly approached, and called softly, "Chu Xue?" Chu Xue was still making strange moans, and she looked at Gao Yang sideways. "Chu Xue, it's me, Gao Yang." Gao Yang tried to wake her up. Chu Xue's eyes suddenly widened, as if she had found some prey. "Ah!" Chu Xue yelled and jumped from the refrigerator to Gao Yang. She was as fast as a cheetah. Gao Yang didn't have time to dodge, and was knocked to the ground by Chu Xue. Bang! Gao Yang's head hit the floor hard, and he was dizzy. When he came to his senses, Chu Xue's hands grew sharp nails, dug into his clothes, and scratched his chest. She opened her mouth, and her face was completely unconscious. A second later, she bit Gao Yang's neck without hesitation. Damn it! Gao Yang instinctively wanted to push Chu Xue away. The strange thing is that at the moment when Chu Xue bit Gao Yang's neck, Gao Yang did not push her away. It's not that he didn't want to push her away. It's not that he didn't have the strength to push her away. It's a strange forgetfulness. Gao Yang's mind seemed to have lost the memory of pushing people away. Gao Yang's mind was still screaming wildly, "Push her away! You will die!" But Gao Yang's brain couldn't find the action of pushing her away, and his body just lay quietly. "Hey! Stop playing! Get up quickly!" Wang Zikai stood behind him, thinking that Chu Xue was playing with Gao Yang, and didn't come up to stop him in time. "It's over, I'm going to be eaten by Chu Xue." This was Gao Yang's only thought. The pain of being bitten came from the neck, very slight, and did not deepen. A few seconds later, Chu Xue's hands retracted from Gao Yang's chest, and her teeth left Gao Yang's neck. She trembled all over, her face was pale, her eyes were red, but there was a trace of warmth inside, and even tears appeared. She was enduring her hunting instinct in great pain, fighting against the extreme hunger in her body. "Ah!" Chu Xue yelled and jumped away from Gao Yang. She was like a runaway locomotive, running rampant in the house. "Wow! Crazy again!" Wang Zikai yelled. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Xue knocked over the broken sofa that had already fallen to the ground, then smashed the TV cabinet, and finally smashed a French window, falling into the sea outside the house. Chu Xue sank weakly in the sea. At that moment, the hunger in Chu Xue's body finally subsided, followed by the pain of bruises all over the body, as well as waves of nothingness and sadness. The surroundings were deep blue, and the cold sea water wrapped her. She was very scared, but more tired, so tired. At this moment, she just wanted to fall asleep. Splash. There was a sound from above. Chu Xue opened her eyes slightly, and a figure plunged into the sea, like breaking a deep blue mirror, and came to her cold and desperate world. The figure swam towards her, with all his strength, and stretched out his hand to her. Chu Xue's vision became more and more blurred, and finally, she saw him clearly. Gulp. She wanted to call his name, but drank a sip of water. Obviously it was very uncomfortable, but she smiled, and slowly stretched out her hand to the other party. A second later, the other party grabbed her hand forcefully. Hook and hang, don't change for 100 years. Chapter 298. When Chushua woke up, she was sleeping on the soft big bed in the room on the second floor. Her clothes and hair were almost dry. The room was dark, and moonlight shone in from the window. A figure was sitting under the moonlight. It was Gao Yang. Are you awake? Gao Yang asked softly. Chushua opened her mouth, her voice a little hoarse. Gao Yang. I'm sorry. Gao Yang was stunned at first, then smiled. Why are you saying sorry? Chushua's eyes were red again, and her weak voice was full of self-blame. I almost ate you. I'm not qualified to be your good friend. She turned sideways and curled up, not knowing how to face Gao Yang. Under the moonlight, her snow-white shoulders trembled slightly, and she was crying silently. Gao Yang looked at Chushua's self-blaming back for a long time, and then asked, Chushua, it must be very painful when you are hungry. Chushua did not answer. Gao Yang continued to ask, Is it like this every time? Chushua still didn't answer. We are good friends, and there are no secrets between good friends. Gao Yang used his trump card. After a long while, Chushua's weak voice came slowly. I didn't feel so bad before, but recently, it's getting worse. My sister said that I'm almost at my limit. Limit? Gao Yang's heart sank. Ghosts have a short life. If they don't eat people, they will die. Chushua, how old are you this year? Gao Yang moved closer. 27 years old. Gao Yang was shocked. How is it possible? You look at most 17 years old. Chushua guessed what Gao Yang was thinking. My sister and I are twins, but I often turn into a cat and can sleep for a long time. When I sleep, my body will not grow and I won't be hungry. Gao Yang suddenly realized. Under normal circumstances, Chushua would grow up with her sister. But Chushua's body is very special. She can turn into a white cat, and white cats can hibernate. The advantage is that she will not feel hungry, but the disadvantage is that her body and mind stop developing. Therefore, Chushua's digital age is 27 years old, but her actual age is still a girl. Gao Yang. Chushua still turned her back to Gao Yang, her weak shoulders were still trembling, her voice was a little choked, and she was childishly aggrieved. If I were not a ghost. Gao Yang's heart sank heavily. Once upon a time, Gao Yang also thought so. If Li Weiwei was not a beast, if Wang Zikai was not a beast, if Wan Sisi was not dead, if all his family members were human beings. There is no if. The reality is that Chushua is facing the choice of either eating people or starving to death. Gao Yang is a human, and he thinks eating people is sinful and terrible. But Chushua is a ghost, and humans are ghosts' food. Eating food is natural, what's wrong with that? Gao Yang felt confused for a while, and his emotions were torn. He couldn't find a balance between defending his own race and sympathizing with Chushua. He had never been so confused as he was now. Gao Yang wanted to do something, but everything he did seemed hypocritical. Then at least, let Chushua be happy. Gao Yang lay down beside Chushua, with his hands on his head. Chushua, do you want to see the stars? Let's see the stars. Chushua slowly stopped crying and didn't speak. I don't want to go out. I don't want to go anywhere. Chushua's voice was languid. No, I know magic. I can make it for you. Gao Yang pretended to be mysterious. Chushua really retained the nature of a small animal, and her curiosity was immediately aroused. She temporarily forgot her sadness, slowly turned around, and stared at Gao Yang with a pair of big red eyes. Okay, you change for me. First, you have to lie flat like me, and then close your eyes. Gao Yang said. Yes. Chushua wiped the tears from her face with her hands, lay flat obediently, and closed her eyes. Gao Yang picked up the remote control on the bedside table and pressed it. Okay, open your eyes quickly. Chushua opened her eyes immediately. Caw caw caw. The wooden ceiling of the room was slowly opening to both sides, turning into a patio, and outside was the deep night sky and bright stars. The bright moonlight fell down and bathed the faces of the two people. Wow. Chushua's face became cleaner, and her beautiful red eyes regained a bit of their former spirit. So beautiful. Chushua was very happy. First snow. Gao Yang looked at the night sky and suddenly remembered what his grandmother had said to him when he was a child. When we die, we will return to the stars. So don't be afraid, one day, we will meet again on the stars. Chushua thought about it seriously. She stretched out her hand and pointed to the brightest star in the sky. Gao Yang, that star, I like that one. Okay. Gao Yang smiled. That star is called the first snow star. Yeah. Chushua smiled seriously. She moved closer and rubbed Gao Yang's arm with her head. Gao Yang, I will wait for you on the first snow star. You must come to play with me in the future. The smile on Gao Yang's face froze. I don't know why. At that moment Gao Yang wanted to cry. He didn't dare to look at the first snow beside him, but stared at the brightest first snow star, his eyes sore. About 10 seconds passed. First snow. Gao Yang suddenly spoke solemnly. First snow blinked and looked at him in confusion. Eat me right now? I may regret it in a minute, but at least at this moment, I hope you can live well. I have been happy enough in my life. Compared with you, I have too much. I don't want you to return to the stars before me, and I don't want you to wait for me alone on that distant star. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone rang. Gao Yang was startled, and his reason returned instantly. He turned over and sat up, took a look at the phone. It was a text message from Suzaku, asking him to gather. Gao Yang reached out and touched First Snow's head. First Snow, I'm going out for a while, you have a good rest. First Snow nodded obediently and smiled at Gao Yang. 11 o'clock in the evening, Nyo Erdive, Meteor Island, private water villa. When Gao Yang arrived, everyone else was there. Everyone was carrying handy weapons and supply packs. Green Tea was the most exaggerated, wearing a camouflage uniform, carrying a submachine gun, with a full magazine hanging on his chest and 2 grenades on his waist. Gao Yang didn't know how he brought all these equipment. However, Gao Yang thought Green Tea was right. Although the possibility was small, it could not be ruled out that he would face the danger of collective silence like in 11 again. At that time, hot weapons would be much more useful. In the living room of the villa, White Rabbit, Qing Ling, and Wu Dehai sat at a dining table and whispered something. Ronnie and Cantu sat on the sofa. Both of them were a little nervous and looked around. Chen Ying, Green Tea, and Clown sat on another sofa, and the 3 of them also whispered something. Hu Jiang stood in front of the bedroom door, clasped his hands together, and was guarding something without a smile. Where is Elder Suzaku? Gao Yang asked. Inside. Hu Jiang answered briefly, interrogating the body. Whose body? Gao Yang was a little surprised. I don't know, Elder Baihu brought it here. Click. The door opened, and Hu Jiang immediately made way, and Zhu Ke and Baihu walked out of the bedroom one after another. Zhu Ke looked a little tired, and his world-weary face looked even more world-weary at this moment, and there was a little more worry between his brows. Baihu still looked like a relaxed middle-aged man. He put one hand on his waist and answered the phone with the other hand. Okay, don't delay, act quickly, we have to act here too, well, be careful. Baihu hung up the phone and looked at Zhu Ke. What about the body? Wait until the mission is over, and then bring it back to the headquarters. Zhu Ke waved his hand and walked to the bathroom. I go wash my hands and leave right away. Chapter 299. Snow Country, Aurora Town, 1:30 a.m. There is a 2-hour time difference between Aurora Town in Snow Country and Nyo Erdive. Qilong received a call from Baihu and Zhu Ke at 1 a.m. The 3 of them squeezed into a small room in the hotel, and the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Zhu Ke and Baihu turned on the hands-free and interrogated Sarah's body. Although Sarah's body was not too damaged, there was still a strange energy curse in her body. Zhu Ke tried his best, and still only managed to get 1 minute of interrogation time. Zhu Ke took the questions that Qilong and others had prepared long ago, and asked them one by one according to their importance. Sarah only gave answers to 1/3 of the questions. 1 minute later, the interrogation ended. Qilong chatted with Baihu for a few last words on the phone and hung up. Go to the Holy Mountain Church. Qilong made a decision. He walked to the clothes rack, took the black down jacket and the velvet winter hat, and quickly put them on. Dohu and Wusei listened to Zhu Ke's interrogation of Sarah's body, and had no objection to this decision. They also began to wear cold-proof outerwear. The 3 of them were ready, checked the location of the Holy Mountain Church on the mobile phone map, and left the hotel in a low-key manner. During the day, the snow in Aurora Town stopped, and the sun briefly appeared for a few hours. But in the middle of the night, it became windy and snowy again, and the weather was cold and freezing. The Holy Mountain Church is the old site of the Jian Church. It is at the foot of the mountain in the north of the town, not far from Sarah's residence. According to the map navigation, the 3 of them first arrived at the end of the main street, crossed an icy river, passed through the abandoned old wooden house area, and then passed through a small forest. While heading to the destination, the 3 of them reviewed the whole thing together based on the information asked by Zhu Ke. Sarah's parents have always been believers of the Extreme Shore Church. When Sarah was 6 years old, her parents died in an avalanche, and Sarah was taken to the Holy Mountain Church. The Holy Mountain Church is not only a church of the Extreme Shore Church, but also an orphanage. Sarah grew up with 5 or 6 other orphans. When Sarah was 18 years old, the Extreme Shore Church arranged a marriage for Sarah. Her husband was a strange man whom Sarah did not know at all, and he was not from the snow country. After the marriage, Sarah became pregnant. A year later, Sarah gave birth to Lilia. Not long after, Sarah's husband died in an accident. This is very suspicious. Sarah still stayed in the Holy Mountain Church to work, while raising her daughter Lilia. Naturally, both mother and daughter believed in the Extreme Shore Church. When Lilia was 18 years old, a senior member of the Extreme Shore Church suddenly announced that Lilia was the daughter of God, and now it was time to carry out the mission given to her by God. So Lilia was taken away, and Sarah could never see her again. Sarah initially believed in the Jian Church, and that Lilia was the reincarnation of the goddess, and that she was not her real mother. But as her longing for her daughter grew, she could no longer deceive herself. She hoped that the church would let her see her daughter, but was rejected. After that, Sarah's mental state became problematic, and she went completely crazy within 2 years. According to the information from the Chilean Union, Lilia came to Licheng to study at the age of 19, awakened and comprehended explosion. At that time, the Chilean Union noticed her and wanted to recruit her into the Union, but was rejected. Not long after, Lilia disappeared. According to the testimony provided by the 7 Shadow Elders, more than a month ago, the Songmu Church sent Hongfeng to snatch the rune circuit of the 12 zodiac signs, but the operation failed. Not long after, Hongfeng retaliated against Qiying again. Before Qiying killed Hongfeng, Hongfeng shouted sister, and this sister is most likely Lilia. Theoretically, Hongfeng's explosion should also be inherited from Lilia. But there are contradictions. When Hongfeng was killed by Qiying, he revealed his desire to save his sister, which shows that Lilia was not dead at that time. Since Lilia was not dead, why did Hongfeng have the explosion talent? There is a question mark here. Do Hu walked in the front. He opened the mouth of the cold-proof hat, drank a sip of strong liquor, and said his conclusion. Based on the current situation, we can infer that Sarah and her husband are both human beings. It is likely that they are still unawakened humans. Wu Sei, who was walking in the middle, supplemented. But Lilia has awakened. Do Hu smiled and turned to look at Wu Sei. Didn't your organization recently publish a paper on the conditions for awakening? Well, we believe that once ordinary humans come into contact with awakeners, they have a chance to awaken. This is a necessary condition, but not necessarily a sufficient condition. Qi Long, who was walking at the end, said in a low voice, based on our understanding of the Songmu cult, their membership is very complex. There are beasts, humans, half-humans, and ghosts. Lilia's awakening must have been planned by the Songmu cult. What do they want to do? Wu Sei asked. I don't know, but Lilia is the key. Do Hu was stunned after speaking and laughed. Why do I love to talk nonsense? Then I ask a useless question too. How did we humans come from? Wu Sei said. Qi Long was silent for a few seconds. At this time when the lips and teeth are cold, there is no need to hide some information. Our organization's inference is 2 situations. One is the combination of humans and humans, born directly in Licheng. I know that. Wu Sei nodded. There are many people in their Baichuan group, and there are many such cases, such as the daughter born by Lao Wang and Xia Yi. But Song Dao has always kept the number of humans in the city at around 400. According to the death rate of awakened people, it is not enough for us to reproduce by ourselves. Wu Sei said. Yes, and most of the human family members are beasts, which is also contradictory. Do Hu said. So there is another situation. Qing Long said. More humans were brought to this misty world. Is this a guess by your Chilean Union, or has it been confirmed? Do Hu asked. It can only be said that the guess part is more than the confirmed part. Qing Long answered vaguely. In fact, we have also thought about this possibility, but who will do these things? Wu Sei was still confused. Song Dao is invisible, not concrete. It is impossible for it to do such a thing. Wu Sei was afraid that he did not explain it clearly, so he further explained. What I mean is, bring human babies from one place to this world, and then secretly arrange them in the newly married lost family, so that they can raise humans as their own children. Such a complicated and tedious thing, Song Dao can't do it. Do Hu nodded, he understood. Do Hu looked back at Qing Long and asked tentatively, is there a possibility that Song Dao really did it this way? However, it is not Song Dao who does it himself, but appoints someone else to do it, such as Beast. Wu Sei stole the idea. Qing Long was silent. I think it should be one of the 3 beasts of delusion, life, and death doing this. Do Hu used his imagination, and among the delusion beasts, aren't there enemy camps and neutral camps? It is entirely possible. We have never seen living beasts and dead beasts. Wu Sei said. The Qilin Guild says there is, so there is. Do Hu deliberately led the topic to Qilong. Qilong smiled. Do Hu, don't ask questions. I can only tell you that living beasts and dead beasts must exist. I can't tell you anything else. Old dragon, now we are all in the same boat, what else can't we say? Do Hu smiled. Let's do this. Qilong also took a step back. After the mission is over, I will report to the president of Qilin and let him make the judgment. If he thinks that the topic we just discussed is related to the Songmu cult and the Scarlet Tide, he will naturally tell everyone. Haha, this is the best. Do Hu took another sip of wine. At this stage, survival is the most important thing. If everyone still has cards in their hands, don't keep them. Chapter 300. Soon, the three of them left the main street of Aurora Town, crossed the small bridge over the glacier, and passed by Sarah's house. Sarah died in her cabin yesterday, and her body was later taken away by the white tiger. Until now, it has not attracted the attention of the people in the town. Thinking of this, Wu Sei couldn't help but sigh. This poor woman has lived in lies and conspiracies all her life, being used by others, and can only deceive herself. Until the moment of her death, she has not been able to find peace and redemption in her heart. The three of them passed through the old cabin area and entered a fir forest. There was no street lighting here, and the forest was pitch black. The three of them took out flashlights to illuminate the road. Stepping on the thick snow, no one spoke. Everyone mobilized their attention, guarding against possible dangers. Soon, the three of them walked out of the woods and came to the foot of a steep snowy mountain. At the foot of the mountain is a towering dark church. The building is angular. The roof is sharp and cold, like thorns piercing the night sky. There was no light in the church, and most of the stained glass windows were broken. In the snowy night, it exuded a dilapidated and gloomy atmosphere. The three of them came to the main entrance of the church, which was an arched door. There was a sign on the door, which was two intersecting circles connected end to end, a little like a horizontal 8, and a little like the infinite mathematical symbol. This was the symbol of the Jian Church. The three exchanged glances. Do Hu took the lead and pushed open the unlocked door. Click, click, click. The heavy door made a dull sound. The three of them entered the door, and in front of them was a spacious and empty auditorium, with arched stained glass windows on both sides. There were dozens of long seats neatly placed in the room, and there was an aisle in the middle of the seats, leading directly to the stage at the end. There was a small podium on the stage, and a huge Jian Church symbol was hung on the wall behind the podium. It was no different from the chapel in Gao Yang's impression. No danger. Do Hu searched around with a flashlight and gave a preliminary conclusion. Because the auditorium was empty, his voice had a faint echo. Separately look for clues. Remember not to go too far, just in case. Qilong shook off the snow on his down jacket and walked to the room on the left. Okay. Do Hu walked to the room on the right. Wu Sei held the flashlight and walked to the left side of the end of the auditorium. There was a door there, which should be the living area leading to the church. Wu Sei pushed open the door, and sure enough, it was a corridor. On the left side of the corridor was a small garden with a fountain, and on the right side was a row of low houses. Wu Sei pushed open the first door, which was a small classroom. There were scattered blocks, worn-out dolls, and other toys on the floor, and a small blackboard next to it with the logo of the Jian Church and some basic doctrines written in Snow Country. Wu Sei frowned slightly and did not enter. She walked to the second room and opened the door. It was a dormitory with 7 or 8 small wooden beds. The sheets were white and printed with the logo of the Jian Church. Wu Sei quickly imagined an orphanage that was still in operation. The 4 or 5-year-old children woke up from their beds on time every day, washed, had breakfast, prayed, and then went to the small classroom to receive brainwashing education from the Jian Church. In the short free time, the children could stay in the classroom to play with toys, or go to the small garden outside to play and chase. Sarah and Lilia spent their childhood here. Wow! Suddenly, Wu Sei heard a baby cry, very short, as if someone disturbed it in its sleep. Wu Sei quickly calmed down and focused all his attention to find the source of the sound. Wow! A few seconds later, the crying sound appeared again, coming from the end of the corridor. Qilong. Do Hu! Wu Sei shouted immediately. In less than 10 seconds, the two arrived. What's wrong? Qilong asked. Didn't you hear it? Wu Sei asked. What did you hear? Do Hu asked. Baby, I heard the baby crying. Wu Sei's face turned pale. Wow. Just as Wu Sei finished speaking, it appeared again. Again! Wu Sei looked at Dou Hu and Qing Long, both of whom looked indifferent. Didn't you hear it? Wu Sei couldn't believe it. Dou Hu and Qing Long shook their heads. They really didn't hear anything. It came from that direction. Wu Sei pointed to the end of the corridor, where it was dark. Could it be that you heard it in a hallucination? Dou Hu asked. Absolutely not. Wu Sei insisted. No one has lived here for 6 years. Qing Long said. The three of them investigated the Holy Mountain Church. 6 years ago, not long after the Jian cult took Lilia away from Sarah, an avalanche occurred in the nearby snowy mountains, killing many people. Although it did not affect the Holy Mountain Church, experts believe that there will still be a risk of avalanches within a few years. The Jian cult then built a new church in a safe place, and the Holy Mountain Church was soon abandoned. I know, but I definitely heard it. Wu Sei was very sure. It might be a mental attack. Dou Hu's face was half bright and half dark under the light of the flashlight. Wu Sei's mental power is more sensitive than ours, so he can feel it first. Qing Long agreed with Dou Hu's speculation. It is very likely that there are awakeners here besides us. Not necessarily. Wu Sei's face was heavy. It could also be a beast. Qing Long and Dou Hu naturally knew that high-level beasts could also use their talents. This shows that we have come to the right place. Qing Long's eyes became sharp. There is indeed a secret here. What are you waiting for? Dou Hu grinned, took out the wine pot, and drank the last sip of wine. Let's do it. But Wu Sei hesitated a little. She was very uneasy. Are the three of us opponents? Dou Hu was stunned. He had almost never encountered an enemy who forced him into a desperate situation, so he didn't think much about this problem. Qing Long pondered for a moment. Indeed, if it is the leader of the Sangmu cult, the three of us may not be his opponent. Moreover, this is his territory. It is not realistic to transfer a large force from Licheng now. Dou Hu said, our mission is to investigate. If we can't win, we can just run away. Qing Long nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. Our main mission is to investigate. Everyone should be careful and be prepared to sacrifice at any time. Wow. Wu Sei's face sank, and the baby's crying sound appeared again, and it was more anxious than the previous sound, as if eager to get Wu Sei's response. Wu Sei resisted the discomfort and took a step. Follow me. The three came to the end of the corridor, and there was a dim corner on the right. The two shone the flashlight over, and the corner was connected to a stone-paved staircase, extending to a cellar. It's actually a cellar, the most numbing place in horror movies. Dou Hu joked. Wu Sei didn't laugh. She couldn't laugh. I go first. Dou Hu went down the stairs and kicked the wooden door of the cellar open. Dou Hu shone the flashlight inside. No problem, come on. Qing Long and Wu Sei followed. This was a small cellar, with some sundries and barrels of wine, covered with dust and cobwebs, and a cold and musty smell in the air. The three of them carefully checked with flashlights, and found nothing wrong. Wow. The short cry appeared again. Chapter 301. Wu's heart was in a panic, and the feeling of uneasiness became even stronger. She pointed to the wall on the left side of the cellar. The sound came from this side. Really? Dou Hu walked over and tapped the wall lightly. The sound was dull. It doesn't look like there is a secret room behind the wall. The sound came from this side. Wu was sure. That means this wall is thick enough, at least 1 meter. Qing Long said. Dou Hu touched his chin. This is not easy to destroy. You two get out of the way. Qing Long took off his down jacket and windbreaker that was inconvenient to move and threw it on the wooden barrel beside him. Dou Hu and Wu had already retreated. Qing Long took a deep breath, clenched his right fist, retracted it to his side, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and slowly shrank his body with his fist as the center. Within 2 seconds, Qing Long's body seemed to be still. In an instant, Qing Long took a step forward and punched the stone wall with a lightning-fast punch. There was no extra flair, just an ordinary, plain punch. Boom! The powerful airflow vibrated from his fist, and for a moment, the entire cellar was shaking violently, dust was flying, and gravel was splashing. In a blink of an eye, the stone wall more than 1 meter thick was broken, and a hole with a diameter of 2 meters appeared. In the diffused dust, Wu Sei held his breath, lowered his arms to protect his face, and his face was deeply shocked. What kind of strange power is this? Dou Hu was not obviously surprised, and a trace of respect flashed across his eyes. In front of the absolute power of Qing Long, all fancy moves are nonsense. Qing Long should also have weaknesses. What are the weaknesses? We must find out as soon as possible. Although we are teammates on the same boat now, we may have to fight each other in the future. If I really have to fight with this kind of monster, I am also a little weak. Let's go! The temperature in the cellar was not low. Qinglong was too lazy to put on his down jacket again. He held up a flashlight and walked into the cave first. Behind the cave was a dark and long tunnel. Wu Sei didn't hear the baby crying anymore, but she was more and more sure that this was it. The air around her changed subtly, as if filled with an inexplicable spiritual pollution. The three of them continued to go deeper, and came to the end of the tunnel, where there was a stone staircase that turned right and went down. The three of them went down and walked to the end, where there was another stone staircase that turned right and went down. In 5 minutes, the three of them turned right 7 or 8 times in a row, and each section of the road became shorter and shorter. They knew very well that they were going deeper in a spiral. Finally, they saw a door, which was 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. There was white light behind the crack of the door. The three were quite surprised. Is there someone inside? Wow! The baby's cry came again. Wu Sei's face darkened. The cry comes from behind the door. Qinglong knew that Wu Sei and Do Hu's defense was not high. I will go in first, and make sure it is safe. Then you two can come in. What if it is not safe? Do Hu asked. Come in and help me, or run away immediately. Qinglong had no expression. You can judge for yourself. Do Hu smiled faintly. This Qinglong is a good teammate, but it's a pity that he has a master. Wu Sei and Do Hu stepped back a few steps. Qinglong walked forward and slowly pushed open the door with white light. At first, because of the backlight, Qinglong could not identify the material of the door. When he touched it with his hand, he immediately realized, this is a door made of black gold. It is really a luxury to make such a huge door with black metal. How many empowered weapons and equipment can be made from this door, and how many golden crow coins can be cast? But now is not the time to lament about such things. Qinglong pushed the door open to a half-meter gap and leaned in. Behind the door was a bright underground space, or rather, an underground palace. The palace was half the size of a sports square, and the 4 walls were made of large stones. They were cold, hard, but polished very smoothly, and the surface was engraved with beautiful dark patterns. In the middle of the palace was a huge stone pillar with a strange shape, and the entire underground palace seemed to be supported by it. Qinglong did not notice the danger and slowly approached. Soon he saw clearly that this was not a stone pillar, but 12 dark red pillars. These 12 stone pillars were intertwined and intersected with each other, but the overall veins were independent. Their appearance was not a rigid straight line, but like a kind of living energy body, soft, winding, and covered with grooves on the surface, like 12 vines, growing in unison and rushing towards the dome of the palace. When the 12 vines rushed to the dome, they exploded and transformed into countless capillaries that covered the entire ceiling. These capillaries emitted light, like countless energy-saving lamps, illuminating the entire palace. Qinglong's eyes moved away from the central stone pillar and looked at the wall at the end of the hall. There was a huge colorful relief carved on it, which was the totem of the Sangmu religion. It was a twisted golden sun with sharp lines. There was a vertical eye in the middle of the sun, and the deep red eyeball was slightly downward, as if looking down on all living things. Under the wall was a hexagonal altar slightly higher than the ground. In the center of the altar was an altar similar to a stone bed, on which there were still dried blood stains. Qinglong walked closer, and saw clearly that there were dark grooves on the stone bed, which connected to the dark grooves on the altar, and the dark grooves on the altar were connected to the 12 crimson stone pillars in the center of the hall. Qinglong tried to imagine what this evil sect did. They must be offering sacrifices to the so-called god, tying the selected sacrifices to the stone bed, and then piercing the heart with an iron spike, just like the previous serial murder case. The blood of the sacrifice will be drained, and then through the grooves, it will be fed to the 12 stone pillars, and these stone pillars will continue to grow slowly until they become the current form. The so-called sacrifice may be Lilia. And before that, there may have been countless Lilias. What is the real reason for the abandonment of this place? Is it because the sacrifice ceremony was successful? And the proof of success is that the Sangmu cult has found the bug of Songdao, which caused the scarlet tide to come early? Qinglong was distracted for a while, and when he came back to his senses, Do Hu and Wu Sei had come behind him. How did you get in? Qinglong asked. Heh. Do Hu smiled maturely. I haven't received your signal for a long time, and there is no sound of fighting, so I just came in to take a look. Who knows if you have found some treasure that you don't want us to know? Wu Sei didn't say anything, but he had the same concerns. As a representative of the Baichuan group, she must ensure that she has as much intelligence as other organizations. Qinglong pondered for a few seconds and said his speculation, This should be the place where the Sangmu cult holds evil sacrificial ceremonies, but it hasn't been used for a long time. Wow. Wow wow wow. Suddenly, the sound of a baby crying came from all around. It was very clear and very huge, surrounding Wu Sei like a wave. Here it comes again! Wu Sei was horrified. This time, Dohu and Qinglong's faces also darkened, because they heard it too. Dohu keenly sensed the danger coming, and the murderous aura came from above. Be careful! He shouted and pushed Wu Sei away. Chapter 302. Qinglong sensed the danger at the same time and jumped away quickly. Paw! Something fell and exploded at the place where the three were originally located. Wu Sei was pushed several meters away by Dohu and fell to the ground. She rolled over and stood up, looking over in shock. The thing that just fell was actually the body of an adult male. The body had no head, and the whole body was swollen and gray, covered with copper rust like mold spots. After falling from a high altitude, the body was like some kind of exploding food, exploding a thick, mucus, dark brown plasma. Paw! Another headless body covered with copper rust and mold spots fell down, and a strange brown viscous plasma exploded next to the first body. This time it looked like an adult woman. Paw! 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 One after another, headless bodies fell from the dome and exploded on the ground. Qinglong, Dohu and Wu Sei's scalps suddenly went numb. They retreated and looked up at the dome. They saw that the entire shell in the center of the dome began to shed its skin. It was the countless corpses that were originally glued together that began to loosen and then fell. In that half a minute, a horrible rain of corpses fell in the center of the palace. Paw! 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 More and more corpses fell to the ground and then exploded. In a blink of an eye, a mountain of corpses had formed in the center of the hall, and sticky brown blood plasma spread all around. The three retreated again, with nothing but shock on their faces. Qinglong! Dohu shouted. Qinglong made a quick decision. Leave here. Wow! The baby's cry appeared again. The three should escape, but their reason instantly collapsed in the cry. They couldn't lift their feet, and just stood there. Wow 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 wow! The crying became more and more intense, louder and more chaotic. For a moment, the three of them could do nothing but scream loudly, break down and cry, or even kneel down and beg for mercy. Suddenly, the crying stopped. It was 3 seconds of absolute silence. Within 3 seconds, the three of them raised their heads with pale faces and looked at the mountain of corpses not far ahead. It was not that they wanted to see, but that there was an invisible and irresistible mysterious force controlling them. It was like a death god, pinching their chins with white bones, prying open their eyes, and forcing them to witness the scene in front of them. Countless headless corpses trembled wildly, and the thick brown plasma on the ground suddenly stopped spreading outward, as if time was going backwards, and quickly shrank back. The corpses were glued together in a chaotic and bizarre state, and the brown viscous plasma acted as a glue. 3 seconds later, the corpses formed a monster. It was a reptilian monster with a huge head, a bloated body, and slender limbs. It was covered with copper rust and mold. In the middle of its head, there was a huge vertical eye. The red eyeball gurgled and squirmed, and moved slightly downward. The deep and scarlet pupils reflected the desperate faces of the three humans, who were nailed in place. The monster opened its bloody mouth towards the three people, and the squirming corpses could be seen deep in its throat. Wow! The cry of a baby burst out from the monster's body, with extreme chaos, filth, and weird pressure. Qinglong's 2 nostrils, and the corners of his mouth overflowed with blood, and he fell silently and fainted. Wu Sei's mental strength was very strong, so she was not crushed at the first time, but she had to endure clearer and deeper pain and confusion. Ah! Wu hugged his head, covered his ears, and knelt down in pain, his whole body almost torn apart. Paw! Dohu was also on the verge of losing his mind. He raised his hands and slapped his ears hard. The strong palm force instantly shattered his eardrum, and blood flowed out along the cochlea. Dohu, who had lost his hearing, could still feel the pollution from multiple dimensions of the evil cry, but it had been greatly reduced for a while. If you have to compare it, Dohu before was like being trapped in a terrible swamp, with no room to move, and even the more he struggled, the faster he sank. And now, he was just entangled with a few evil ghosts. Although he was inconvenient to move, he could at least resist. Dohu calmed down and pulled out a narrow-bladed long knife on his back. The blade was straight and narrow, made of black metal, silver-white in color, black in handle, and green dog fangs were branded on the bottom. According to past experience, when Dohu pulls out this blue dog demon sword, one of him and the enemy must die. Dohu's face was extremely pale, but the corners of his mouth were slightly grinning, and a trace of terrible madness flashed in his eyes. Killing expert. Full open. Bang. With the sound of air explosion, Do-hoo's figure rushed towards the corpse monster at an incredibly fast speed, and slid through his body. Wah! The air lags for half a second, and the two thighs on the left side of the corpse monster are broken, and the sticky dark blood plasma splashes in the air like jelly that has been blown up. Wow wow wow. The corpse monster's center of gravity is unstable, and the crying becomes intermittent. This allows Wu-sei, who is on the verge of collapse, to take a breath. The two legs of the corpse monster were cut off and swung on the ground, like two stranded fish. Soon, the two fish grew wet, bloody thin legs and turned into two independent deformed monsters, one rushing towards Do-hoo, and the other rushing towards Wu-sei. Bang! Do-hoo once again transformed into a high-speed bullet ball and rushed towards the corpse monster. His figure with a knife split the split deformed monster into two halves, and rushed towards the body of the corpse monster without slowing down. Wah! Another tricky slide. The two thighs on the left side of the corpse monster were also broken. Do-hoo returned to Wu-sei. The down jacket on Do-hoo's body had long been broken by his exaggerated movements, and was stained with evil sticky blood plasma. He pulled off the down jacket, and inside was a black vest, revealing a strong tendon and countless shocking scars. Do-hoo's eardrums were shattered, and he couldn't hear himself talking at all. His voice was a little distorted. "I can't hear you talking. If you can still fight, give me a sign." The pale Wu-sei made an okay sign to Do-hoo. "The three legs are left to you." Do-hoo turned his wrist and shook the Qing dog demon sword. "Go!" Bang! Wu-sei only felt a strong wind explode around him, and Do-hoo's ghostly figure rushed towards the corpse monster that lost both legs. At the same time, the three right legs turned into independent deformed monsters and rushed towards Wu-sei. Wow wow wow. The crying continued, but it had weakened a lot. Wu-sei pulled out a dagger from her waist and stabbed it into her thigh. The pain further pulled her mind back from chaos and disorder. Wu-sei pinched the lower half of her face with one hand and forced herself to concentrate. Her eyes widened and quickly became bloodshot. Her red hair was suddenly blown up by the wind, dancing wildly, strands of it like red snake heads. Petrified. Chapter 303. The surrounding space suddenly became heavy, which was a phenomenon filled with spiritual power. The three deformed monsters that rushed towards Wu-sei stopped moving at the same time, nailed to the spot by some invisible force. Then, they let out a faint and disgusting scream, like insects being crushed. They struggled hard, but could not move, and could only let their bodies stiffen little by little. Soon, their skin began to become hard and gray, becoming calcified eggshells, and then this change further spread to their blood, and finally to their bone marrow. In less than 30 seconds, the three deformed monsters completely turned into fragile stones. They lost their balance and fell to the ground, their bodies broke, torn into pieces, and turned into a pile of rubble. Wu-sei gasped, and a stream of blood flowed from her nostrils. Her legs softened, and she knelt on the ground. Petrified, serial number 17, spiritual system. Invade the living body mentally, change the enemy's consciousness, and then change the enemy's body functions and genes, and finally petrify the target. More than a month ago, Baichuan Group exchanged the spirit rune from the 12 zodiac signs, and Wu-sei upgraded her talent to level 4. At the critical moment just now, she directly broke through level 5. Wow wow wow. The mental pollution of the corpse monster is still continuing, and Do-hoo is fighting it fiercely. Do-hoo swam and jumped at high speed, circling around the corpse monster, constantly leaving narrow cuts on its bloated body. From a distance, it looks like an annoying fly, constantly circling around a piece of rotten dead meat, trying to consume it. However, this piece of dead meat has a fast regeneration ability. No matter how many wounds Do-hoo leaves, it can heal within 10 seconds. Do-hoo was originally carrying a heavy load under the mental pollution of the crying. After nearly a minute of high-speed burst, his movements gradually slowed down. Years of practical experience made Do-hoo realize that he must quickly decide the winner. Wu-sei. Do-hoo knew what Wu-sei's talent was. He shouted, "I will hold it back, you solve it." Okay. Wu-sei was about to stand up, but his legs softened and he knelt down again. Wah 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 wah. The monster seemed to see through the two people's motive to join forces to eliminate him, and the crying became more intense. Do-hoo gritted his teeth and rushed towards the corpse monster. He jumped into the air with force, holding the handle of the Qing dog demon sword with both hands, and stabbed the red vertical eye on the head of the corpse monster fiercely. When he got close enough to the eye, he felt an invisible magnetic field frantically blocking him. It was a crazy mental attack. He seemed to feel that countless evil ghosts were grabbing his body, tearing his hair, biting his flesh, digging out his eyeballs, and using all means to stop Dohu. However, killing expert can't feel pain. The more painful, the crazier, the more thirsty for blood. Ah! Dohu's chest burst into a roar of unstoppable force, and he didn't stop, and the blue dog demon sword pierced into the red eye. Poochie. There was no difference, just a piece of soft biological tissue, an eyeball composed of muscles, blood vessels, nerves, and other things. It's just a mortal body. Dohu sneered in his heart, and was about to draw his knife. Wow! The corpse monster's eyes experienced a brief silence for a second after being stabbed. A second later, the crying became completely crazy. Wah! Even Dohu, who had lost his hearing, could feel the powerful evil and chaos at such a close distance. Dohu no longer cared about his weapons, and just wanted to jump away from the corpse monster. But he couldn't do it. His hands couldn't stop shaking, and he felt like a baby in a cradle. For the first time in 20 years, he remembered his mother's face. Tears flowed from Dohu's eyes, not because of sadness, not despair, but simply because of weakness and helplessness. The same was true for Wusei. When Dohu stabbed that eye, when the crying stopped suddenly, she knew that was her only chance. She rushed to the corpse monster, stared at the red vertical eye, and wanted to activate petrification. However, a second later, the evil crying broke out again. This time, Wusei knelt down directly, and she could do nothing but cry. The only remaining sanity reminded her of his sentence: don't look directly at God. The thing in front of him was not a god, but an evil monster, but it could actually exude a godlike pressure, cold and ruthless, incomprehensible, and indefensible. In fact, the corpse monster could no longer resist physically, and it could no longer kill the three people physically. But it only needed to cry continuously, and this crying was enough to destroy and melt the spirit and will of the three people. It only needed to persist for another minute, and the three people would become empty-headed babies, and the color of their souls would return to a blank sheet of paper, and they would be completely purified. Victory belongs to the corpse monster. At this moment, a figure slowly got up from the ground. It was Qinglong. His face was pale, and he looked tired, but his eyes were full of determination and clarity. Wow, 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 wow. The crying continued. Qinglong seemed not to hear it, and he walked slowly towards the corpse monster. He passed Wusei, who was kneeling on the ground and crying helplessly, and lifted her up and threw her back to help her get away from the crying as much as possible. Then, Qinglong walked to the feet of the corpse monster. He raised his head, grabbed Dohu's ankle, and threw Dohu more than 10 meters away. Dohu's soft and weak body rolled on the ground for several times. Because of the distance, he took a breath and came back to his senses slightly. But his eyes were still wide open, tears were flowing, and his body could not move at all. Wow, 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 wow. The corpse monster felt an absolute threat, and the crying became more and more crazy, trying to suppress Qinglong. Qinglong's face was ashen, his eyes were firm, and he was unmoved. He took a deep breath, clenched his right fist, and pulled it to his side, lowered his head, leaned forward, and mobilized all the muscles in his body, contracting towards his fist. All the energy also flowed through his body, and poured into one fist. Accumulate power. Accumulate power. Accumulate power. 3 seconds later, Qinglong raised his head, and his sharp eyes burst into dazzling golden light, which was the manifestation of the overflow of energy in his body. Qinglong took a step forward and threw a very serious punch. In previous battles, the enemy would not stay in place and give him the opportunity to use such a powerful punch. But the current situation was almost to welcome the arrival of his punch, so how could he miss this opportunity? Wow, 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 wow. Boom. Dohu and Wusei, who were lying on the ground, could not see anything, but felt a hurricane coming along the ground and blowing them away. In an instant, the crying disappeared. Dohu, who was still in the air, instantly regained control of his body. He twisted his body and landed on one knee. Wusei didn't recover that quickly. She supported herself with her hands and rolled twice due to inertia before slowly standing up. The two looked towards Qinglong at the same time. Qinglong was still in the posture of punching. In front of him, the corpse monster, which was as big as a small truck, had disappeared without a trace. The ground where it was before was left with only a messy pool of blood splattering outwards, and a shallow gully more than 3 meters wide, like a repeatedly plowed land. Qinglong retracted his fist and exhaled deeply. He turned to look at Dohu and Wusei, and said in a steady tone, "It's over." Chapter 304. What did you say? I can't hear you. Dohu shouted. Qinglong was stunned and looked at Wusei, What happened to him? Wu Sei didn't rush to answer. She took out the 2C potions she carried with her, pulled out the needle sleeve, and inserted one into her thigh that was stabbed by the dagger. She frowned and her face relaxed a little bit. Then, she threw the other C potion to Do Hu and said with a wry smile. He deafened himself. Qing Long immediately understood and admired Do Hu's decisiveness and ability to respond on the spot. Do Hu took the C potion and pushed it into his ear without saying a word, pushing 1/3 into it, and then changed to the other ear and pushed 1/3 into it. He threw away the C potion, squatted down, and pressed his temples with both hands. Ah, it itches so much. 30 seconds later, Do Hu shook his head and stood up. He looked at Qing Long again, and his voice became normal. What did you just say? I said you saved me. Qing Long smiled gratefully. Same here. Do Hu waved his hand and walked to a distance. We owe each other nothing. Was looked ashamed. I was the only one who held us back. You can't say that. Do Hu picked up his knife. If you hadn't been able to hear the cry from the beginning, and we couldn't, you wouldn't have reminded me that I could resist by destroying my hearing. Was slightly startled. This Do Hu is gentler than I thought. Do Hu put the knife back into the sheath on his back, and looked at Qing Long with a smirk on his face. Oh, I should have thought that the legendary paper Superman is you. After all, you have been active on the front line of the Qilin Union, and basically participated in all tasks, big and small. Qing Long stroked his beard and said self-deprecatingly, paper is just paper after all, it's just a paper tiger. Too modest, if you keep going like this, you will be invincible sooner or later. What are you two talking about? Wu Sei was a little confused, she couldn't understand it all. Do Hu looked at Qing Long. Is this something I can say? You have guessed it, just say it if you want to. Qing Long was frank. Do Hu looked at Wu Sei with a smile. We are also friends, who have lived together for life. I will give you an S-level intelligence for free. Do Hu said, pointing at Qing Long with his big hand. This guy's talent is the legendary strongest evolution. It's infinite evolution. Qing Long corrected, but it's almost the same. Wu Sei was still at a loss. In the talent intelligence of the first 10 serial numbers, even if it was a groundless clue, the investigation of the Baichuan group was quite weak. Infinite evolution, serial number 6, strongest strengthening system. Do Hu continued, the specific mechanism is that the more you fight, the stronger you become. Qing Long smiled. Any talent that doesn't kill me at once, when I recover, I will have 60% permanent immunity and defense against it. In addition, I will obtain a very small part of the energy of the master of the talent, and use it permanently for myself. I am currently at level 6 infinite evolution. In each battle, I can extract 3% to 5% of the opponent's energy. Of course, I can only extract it once. Was finally understood. Then as long as you keep fighting different people, won't you be invincible sooner or later? So, this talent is a Superman on paper data. Do Hu said. Paper Superman, huh, appropriate. Was scared for a while. It is no exaggeration to say that if Qing Long is an enemy, as long as he is fully prepared, he can destroy all the people in the Baichuan group by himself. I have never encountered this type of mental attack before. Qing Long looked at his right hand and slowly clenched his fist. But after this time, this trick can no longer hurt me. Old Dragon, before your talent is exposed, you can invite all the masters to spar once. Wouldn't it be great to secretly become the strongest? Do Hu asked. First, are you willing to spar with me? Qing Long smiled helplessly. Second, you must fight to the death, with the intention of killing. A sparring that stops at a certain point will not trigger my talent. Do Hu stopped talking. Not bad, I got some useful information again. Qing Long had seen through Do Hu's little thoughts. Do Hu, if you want to kill me, you only have one chance. Qing Long smiled, confidently, otherwise, you will never be able to beat me. I am an assassin, I am sick to fight you, of course I am playing dirty. Do Hu was justified but confident. Ha ha ha. Qing Long laughed, brother Hu, you are really interesting. Was stood between the two big guys, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. I can understand that you men like to brag, but can you leave here first? Qing Long nodded, he looked around. Let's investigate again, and see if there is anything else to find. Okay. Wu Sei took out his mobile phone, and took photos of the scene, all of which would be taken back to Liqing as information for the investigation. Neo Erdive, near F Island, private beach. The night sky after the shower was clear, and the stars were shining. The sea was calm, and the soft beach looked like a piece of white jade under the moonlight. There were 7 or 8 jet skis parked on the beach. There were 12 people standing, sitting or lying on the beach chairs under the parasols, including Zhu Ke, Baihu, Xiang, Gaoyang, Jianghu, Ronnie, and Cantu from the Qilin Union. The White Rabbit, Qingling and Electric Mouse from the 12 Zodiac Signs. Chening, Green Tea and Clown from the Baichuan Group. Everyone was afraid to be late, and they came here half an hour ago, but they didn't see X. Now, it was less than 5 minutes before midnight, and everyone began to feel uneasy. Will he come? Baita looked at Zhu Ke. I don't know. Zhu Ke was not optimistic either, frowning slightly and looking at the sea. X is a weird and unpredictable person, and it's not impossible that he will play tricks on us. It doesn't matter, there's no loss anyway. Uncle Baihu was in a good mood, holding a thermos cup in his hand, which was filled with chrysanthemum and wolfberry tea. He sat on the beach chair, unscrewed the thermos cup and took a sip. Elder White Tiger. Wu Dahai couldn't help laughing. It's so hot, you still drink hot tea? Hey, brat. White Tiger was not arrogant, and explained cheerfully, when you reach my age, you will know the importance of health preservation. No, I think it's okay if others say this. But you are the 9th Elder White Tiger in the strength ranking. Wu Dahai still couldn't accept it. This is not cool at all. Cool? White Tiger sneered and asked 3 sole questions. Can cool be eaten as food? Can cool be spent as money? Can cool make me live to 99 with a strong body? Gaoyang had no expression on his face, but he gave White Tiger a thumbs up in his heart. Well said. But Wu Dahai was about to say something, but suddenly stopped. The sound of the engine of a motorboat came from not far away. Everyone looked up, and in the quiet night, a white motorboat split the sea and drove towards the uninhabited island at high speed. Half a minute later, X's motorboat came ashore. He was wearing a floral shirt and floral shorts, a headband, his blonde hair was combed back, and he had a heavy gold chain around his neck. He put his hands in his pockets and walked towards everyone casually, with a smile on his face. Okay, you're really here. 12 awakeners, not one less. Zhu Ke said. Very good. X snapped his fingers with satisfaction. Let's get started. Chapter 305. X snapped his fingers and turned to leave. After walking a few steps, he saw that no one followed him, so he turned around and said impatiently, Why are you all standing there? Are you going or not? Where are you going? Zhu Ke asked the question everyone was curious about. It's nearby, just follow me. X said, and rowed back on the motorboat on the shore. Everyone looked at each other, and followed X one by 1 or 2 people on the motorboat, following X's motorboat out of the sea. X started from the uninhabited island, and did not go to the depths of the sea. In fact, everyone knew that if he went deeper, he would reach the border of the foggy world, where there was an invisible wall that could not be approached. X rowed the motorboat, keeping a direction parallel to the wall, and drove a distance. 1 minute later, X slowed down. Gaoyang, who followed closely behind, was slightly startled. He was the first to see that there seemed to be a figure on the sea not far away. Captain! Can behind Gaoyang also saw it. Is that a person? How come he is standing on the water? Be careful, if something goes wrong, you should turn invisible. Gaoyang whispered. Yeah. Ken's hand on Gaoyang's shoulder tightened unconsciously. Soon, the others also noticed the strange figure standing on the water not far away, and their faces became alert. Half a minute later, under the leadership of X, more than a dozen motorboats stopped around the figure on the sea, almost forming a circle around the target. Of course, everyone kept a certain distance, and was ready to fight at any time. Under the clear moonlight, Gaoyang carefully looked at the man's appearance. It was an old man with white hair and wrinkles on his face. He looked quite thin, less than 1.6 meters tall, hunched over, wearing a gray old-age shirt and straight pants, with his hands behind his waist. He smiled gently, but his eyes, which were full of wrinkles, were a turbid and strange gray-white color, and his eyeballs could not be seen, as if he was blind. X's voice was surprisingly familiar. Masterswa, I'm here. Hee, Zayakazi, you're here. Masterswa's voice was unexpectedly loud and full of energy, which formed a sharp contrast with his hunched body. Zayakazi. Gaoyang complained in his heart. This name, why does it sound like a father-in-law? Puff. Wu Dahai couldn't help but sneer, probably thinking the same thing as Gaoyang. Masterswa. X grabbed the front of the motorboat with one hand, and stroked his flowing golden hair with the other hand. I figured it out. I'm not your opponent in a one-on-one fight. I'm here with people today. Gaoyang was secretly shocked. Suzaku frowned and looked at X. What do you mean? Are we going to fight this Zui? Hee. Zui laughed. There are so many people. How can an old man like me beat them? Don't be nervous. X looked at Suzaku, and then glanced at the others, and explained in a relaxed tone, "This Sui Yi is an observer." Observer? Delusion beast. Everyone was quite surprised, but then, they felt, it was very reasonable. X continued, "I have known him for many years. This Sui Yi guards the talisman cave here. Only he can open the entrance to the talisman cave." X sighed, "I have always wanted to go in, but Sui Yi gave me 2 conditions. Either I beat him in a one-on-one fight. Otherwise, I bring 12 awakened people here and volunteer to play a game with him." Chenning frowned slightly. "You haven't been able to beat him in these years?" X shrugged and admitted generously, "I can't beat him. I have tried everything. Why don't you try?" Suzaku didn't say anything. She thought it would be difficult for her to beat the 5th place in the ranking. "We have a lot of people now," Qingling said coldly. The implication, everyone can attack together. One delusion beast is definitely not a match. X looked at Qingling and smiled helplessly. "Beauty, it's not that you can enter the Fu Cave if you beat Sui Yi. If Sui Yi doesn't want us to enter, killing him is useless. We rely on our numbers to bully him. Do you think he will let us in?" Sui Yi didn't say anything, just smiled, which should be tacitly agreeing with X's statement. "Master Zhua. Bai2 pretended to be a harmless little girl. What game do you want to play with us?" "I can't tell you. I can't tell you." Master Zhua's eyes must be really blind. He didn't look up at Bai2, but lowered his head slightly and looked straight ahead. "If you agree, then play. If you don't agree, please go back." Gao Yang wanted to ask if this game was life-threatening, but he thought it was nonsense. X smiled indifferently. "This is the situation you decide?" "Haha, 1 minute." Master Zhua was still smiling, and his feet on the sea suddenly rippled, and then his feet began to slowly sink into the sea. Gao Yang immediately understood. They only had 1 minute to decide. After 1 minute, Master Zhua would completely sink into the sea and disappear, and the opportunity tonight would be missed. No wonder X only gave a 1-minute time limit when he asked everyone to decide before. It turned out that he wanted everyone to adapt to the strange personality of Master Zhua in advance. For a moment, everyone looked at Zhu Kei, who was the highest person in charge of this operation. Zhu Qiu's face was a little solemn. In just 10 seconds, Zui Yi's calf had already sunk into the sea. Zhu Kei almost subconsciously glanced at Gao Yang, but there was no answer on Gao Yang's face. At that moment, Gao Yang was even a little glad that he was not the decision-maker of the entire team, so that he would not have to bear the huge pressure of making wrong decisions. Zhu Kei looked at Bai2 and Chenning again. Chenning didn't say anything. She never liked taking risks, and didn't want to see her companions sacrifice again. But now that things have come to this, she couldn't say that she would quit. "Elder Zhu Kei, we have no way out." Bai2 reminded coldly, and glanced at X. Zhu Kei immediately reacted. They had already promised X. If they went back on their word at this time, they would inevitably have a fierce fight with X, because X had said before that if they knew X's secret and didn't agree, X would kill all of them. Zhu Kei made up his mind. "Master Zhua, let's play a game." At this time, Master Zhua's entire chest had sunk into the water. Hearing Zhu Qiu's answer, he stopped sinking. Master Zhua's body quickly floated up from the sea again. Surprisingly, he was very dry, without a drop of seawater. "Okay." Master Zhua's turbid gray eyes looked at the empty front, and his voice was penetrating with a heavy and solemn power, as if it came from all directions. "The game begins, the contract takes effect, and the winner will never end." Gao Yang's heart sank. Sure enough, from the tone of voice, there was another battle waiting for them. And fighting means possible sacrifice. However, even if they avoided sacrifice at this moment, they still had to face the Scarlet Tide when it came. In the whole thing, everyone seemed to have a choice, but in fact, they had no choice at all. Sui Yi stopped speaking, and the sea water under his feet rippled again. The ripple spread to everyone's motorboat with circles of strange white light waves, and for a time, a large area of the sea was illuminated. Then, 1 or 2 round white light balls appeared in front of everyone's motorboat, and shot out a strong beam of light. They looked like space transmission devices in science fiction movies. "Go up, the game begins, hee hee." Sui Yi still laughed, and this laughter was leisurely, but no kindness or malice could be heard. At this last moment, the 13 people were obviously a little hesitant. Everyone subconsciously looked for the most trusted companions, and exchanged glances with each other. Qingling looked at Gao Yang, and Gao Yang nodded slightly. "Go ahead, there is no way back." X was the first to jump off the motorboat, and stepped on the white light ball that rushed out of the beam of light. A magical thing happened. X was clearly stepping on the sea, but it seemed like he was stepping on flat ground. He stood in the beam and shouted to the others, What are you waiting for? Toxin rune, don't you want it? Zhuge took a deep breath, left the motorboat second, and jumped onto the light ball. Others also stepped onto the light ball one after another, surrounded by white light. Gao Yang and Cantu were the last to step on it. The thin Cantu stood in the beam, looking at Gao Yang with some fear. Gao Yang gave her an encouraging look, and Cantu felt relieved. At this point, all 13 people were in place. In the 10 seconds of collective silence, there was only the moonlight above the head, the night wind on the sea, and the unknown in the heart. Suddenly, Zuiye's turbid white eyes burst into dazzling light. Gao Yang was in a trance, his feet were empty, and the whole person fell into the sea. Then, the cold sea water and the thick darkness enveloped him. He wanted to struggle, but in less than 3 seconds, he lost consciousness. Chapter 306. Gao Yang suddenly woke up. Before his memory could connect, he instinctively turned over and sat up, entering a fighting state, and subconsciously gathered energy in his hands. 2 seconds later, he relaxed after confirming that there was no danger. He found himself in a small space of less than 10 square meters, with dim light and solid gray stone walls on all sides. Under his buttocks was a cold and hard single iron bed, covered with thin wooden boards, covered with simple sheets, and a patched and worn-out quilt. In the opposite corner was a simple and dirty wash basin and toilet, which looked like no one had used it for a long time. A beam of faint blue skylight fell from above his head. Gao Yang looked up and saw a very small skylight. The scene outside the skylight was unclear, as if it was shrouded in a cloud of white fog. Gao Yang looked to the left and was slightly startled. The left was not a wall, but an iron door with iron bars. At this time, Gao Yang realized that he was in a single cell. Gao Yang looked down and found that he was wearing a black and white striped prison uniform. He was barefoot and had thick black shackles on his feet. Gao Yang stood up, and the shackles made a crisp sound. Gao Yang immediately entered the system. There was no special prompt, and the luck value did not double, which meant that there was no danger for the time being. Clang! Suddenly, a short and heavy sound came from outside the prison. Gao Yang immediately walked to the iron door of the cell and looked out. Outside was a hall of more than 100 square meters. In the center of the hall was a large round stone table, and there were 13 ancient high-backed stone chairs. In front of each stone chair was an old-fashioned copper candlestick. 13 clusters of weak and dim candlelight illuminated the general outline of the entire space. Outside the cell is a circular hall, and on the walls around the hall, there are many independent single cells connected, and Gao Yang's cell is one of them. The sound just now came from a single cell opposite Gao Yang's cell, and there was also a person imprisoned inside. Green tea. Gao Yang's slightly hoarse voice echoed in the empty prison hall. Green tea in the cell opposite heard Gao Yang's voice, stood up excitedly, walked to the iron railing, and held the iron railing with both hands. Elder Qiang. You are here too. Great. I thought I was the only one. Green tea said, clenched her right fist, raised her foot, and punched the shackles on her left ankle again. Clang. Another loud sound came slowly in the prison hall. Green tea was very confused. How could this happen? My inch force failed? This is not an ordinary shackle. Don't waste your energy. The voice of Suzaku came. Gao Yang looked to the left in front of the iron railings. Sure enough, Zhuge was wearing a black and white striped prison uniform and standing at the door of his own cell. So everyone is here. Wu Dehai's voice came over. Great, I thought I was the only one locked up. Ding ding ding. At this time, another sound came from a single cell, accompanied by some sparks. It was Qing Ling. She was holding a knife with both hands and slashing at the shackles on her ankles, but to no avail. Is this the restraint of the Fudong? Qin Ying's voice came over. She had never been to the Fudong, but she had heard a lot of rumors about it. The rules of each Fudong are different. Gao Yang shouted across the air. Some Fudongs can use talents, and some Fudongs cannot. Shu Ke concluded. It seems that in this Fu cave, even if we can use our talents, we can't change its rules. Yeah, it's like being useless. Wu Dehai was very frustrated. Why is this happening? Jianghu's shrill voice was full of confusion. Why else? The rules of the game. X's voice came out. He sat cross-legged at the door of his single cell, tilting his head. Friends, don't forget, we have entered a game. You are not in a hurry at all. Baita leaned against the iron gate railing. Aren't you afraid that Zui will harm us? I don't know if he will harm you. X smiled indifferently. Anyway, if Zui wanted to harm me, he would have done it long ago. What should I do now? Just wait here. Green tea was a little anxious. Zui, are you there? Cantu grabbed the iron gate railing with both hands and shouted to the hall outside. For a moment, everyone looked at her. Kim was a little embarrassed, and his voice became smaller again. I just think that since we are playing a game, we have to explain the rules of the game. Hee hee. Zuiye's laughter suddenly came from all directions, presenting a surround sound effect. This game is werewolf. Werewolf. Gao Yan was shocked. He had imagined that this game might face various enemies and challenges, but he never expected that this game would actually make everyone kill each other. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Is Zuiye really an observer? No matter how you look at it, he looks more like the Dark One. Zuiye, if we die in the game, will we die in reality? Zhu Ke asked first, which was also the question that everyone was most concerned about. The game begins, the contract takes effect, and the winter will never end. Zuiye repeated his previous words calmly. For a moment, everyone's heart tightened. Not answering directly means acquiescence. It seems that this can never be just a simple werewolf game. This is a life and death game that costs one's life. I don't want to play. Wu Dehai was obviously someone who had played werewolf before. He was anxious and shook the iron gate railings frantically. I regret it. I don't want to play. Let me out. I want to go back. Zuiye didn't answer anymore. For the next half-minute, Wu Dehai kept cursing. X couldn't stand it anymore. Stop arguing. Isn't it just a game? A game? Wu Dehai asked angrily. At this time, all his cleverness came out. Do you think that stinky old man would be bored and just want to watch us play a game? X shrugged and stopped talking. Ah, I know. Wu Dehai was already talking without thinking, pointing at X and shouting, You must be in cahoots with that old man. You deliberately tricked us into the talisman cave, just to kill us. You volunteered. I didn't force you. X laughed a little. Isn't it too late to blame me now? I don't care. Electric Mouse. White Rabbit interrupted him. Stop talking, be rational. Rational? How can you make me rational? Wu Dehai's face was distorted with excitement, and he looked like he was about to cry. Werewolf, haven't you played it before? There are 13 of us. One person is the referee. 12 people play. For wolves. Ask yourself, the 4 people who touch the wolf, will they voluntarily give up their knives and commit suicide? Who is willing to be so selfless and great? If the wolf wants to win, it must at least slaughter the people, either kill 4 civilians or 4 gods. Let me ask you again, are 4 civilians or 4 gods willing to jump out and sacrifice themselves? Everyone, do you understand? At least 4 of our 13 people must die before the game ends. And this is just an ideal situation. Who wants to die? Do you want to die? Do you want to? I don't want to die. I will never commit suicide. At that time, the wolf camp and the good camp will definitely kill each other. In the end, no matter which side wins, more than half of the people present will definitely die, or even only 3 or 4 will be left. Wu Dehai has never spoken so many words in one breath. At the end, his eyes were red and his expression was desperate. Fuck. Wu Dehai kicked the iron door of the prison fiercely. No one answered. Wu Dehai's words, like a sharp dagger, pierced into everyone's heart. Dead silence. Anxiety and fear spread silently in this weird prison. Even X, who had the most open-minded attitude before, stopped talking. He had a stern face, and seemed to be thinking about something. Chapter 307. Gao Yang's heart had already sunk to the bottom. He had played werewolf with his classmates before. He knew very well what this meant. Among the 13 people, except for the referee, everyone else could die in the game. Dianchu is right. Zhu Ke broke the silence with a cold voice. We are likely to face this situation. Maybe it's just an ordinary game. Chinning emphasized with a fluke. This is Fudong. Not a board game. Wu Dehai shouted, Don't fool yourself. Zhu Ke slowly glanced at everyone through the prison iron bars. Most people looked pessimistic. Zhu Ke took a deep breath and shouted into the air, Masters Wa, what if we don't play the game? Everyone. Masters Wa's voice was old and slow, but it could not be challenged. Out. Life and death game. Out means death. What a big tone. Can you do it? Come on, kill me if you dare. I want to see. Wu Dehai shouted a few words, and suddenly his whole body shook, his face turned pale. He covered his heart with both hands, and knelt on the ground in great pain. His heart was grasped by an invisible force, and was on the verge of being crushed. Electric Mouse? Electric Mouse, are you okay? Baitu grabbed the iron railing with both hands and shouted to the air, Master Zua. Don't kill him. Let's play games. Let's play. Master Zua did not respond. Wu Dehai had fallen to the ground, curled up, His eyes were wide open in despair, veins on his face and neck were bulging, and he could no longer breathe. Electric Mouse. Take back what you said before. Gao Yang also shouted. I play. Electric Mouse tried very hard to squeeze out a few syllables from his mouth. Game. Instantly, the mysterious force that was holding Wu Dahai's heart disappeared. Wu Dahai immediately collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. If it was 7 or 8 seconds later, he might have suffocated to death. Everyone is out. Sui Ye's voice sounded again, calm and cold, or participate in the game and decide the winner. Give you 5 minutes. Sui Ye stopped talking. The whole prison fell into silence. Everyone, don't be impulsive anymore, calm down first. Juchua's voice was a little weak. She regretted it now. If she knew it would be like this, she would never have agreed to X. But it's meaningless to regret it now. Gao Yang no longer stood stupidly at the door of the cell. He dragged the heavy shackles that jingled and returned to the single bed in the corner. After a while, the crisp sound of the shackles gradually stopped, and the whole prison returned to the silent darkness. Gao Yang closed his eyes and tried to calm down. He couldn't calm down at all. He thought that Fudong was like a game. As long as he thought carefully and tried his best, he could always find the best solution to minimize casualties, and it was even possible for everyone to pass safely. But it turned out that Fudong was not a game. It was like an absurd and ruthless reality, and there was no reason to explain it. Sometimes it was an easy game, sometimes it was a dead end, and sometimes it was a disgusting mutual slaughter game. Who can make it to the end depends on luck. Luck. Gao Yang took out his mobile phone, but there was no signal. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. Once again, he resisted the urge to write a suicide note on the mobile phone memo and put the phone back in his pocket. Enter the system. You have accumulated 111 lucky points at all luck. Now there is nothing to count on except luck. Physical strength, 500 endurance, 500. Strength, 800 agility, 1100. Spirit, 500 charm, 500. Luck, 565. Lucky points exceed 500 points, and enter the quasi-upgrade state. What is the quasi-upgrade state? Have you ever come into contact with the miracle rune circuit? Yes. At that time it seemed that there was an electric current injected into my body. I thought it was just a simple energy resonance. Does it mean that this energy can make me upgrade? Too little energy, can't upgrade. Please continue to get more energy. It's easy to say, the rune is not in my hand, how can I continue to get energy? 1. Rune circuit. 2. Potential explosion. Wait, I understand the first one. What does the second one mean? Expanded. A fragile seed will die in a greenhouse, but a strong seed will sprout in a desert. Okay, you can even use a metaphor. You mean, the energy that the miracle rune circuit gave me is equivalent to planting a seed in my body. As long as I am strong enough, I can still upgrade. But what does it mean to be strong? Is it strong to hold back tears when my little toe hits the foot of the bed? Is it strong to not collapse after falling into a rune hole full of killing each other? Humor is not strong. Then you can translate for me what is strong. Desperate situations often inspire great potential. I understand now. Just like upgrading talents to level 5, the more extreme the situation, the more likely it is to upgrade. Okay, let's do this for now, and I talk about it after I get through this hurdle. Exit system. 5 minutes passed quickly. During these 5 minutes, Gao Yang thought about the best and worst possibilities, and his mood was extremely heavy. Time is up. Sui Ye's voice sounded. Everyone returned to the iron door of their cell. No one spoke, and everyone was in a very depressed mood. Click. Suddenly, the railing iron door in front of Gao Yang opened to the side. The same was true for other rooms. 13 prison doors open one after another. Those who participate in the game come out, and those who don't participate stay. Wu Dahai, who had been shouting the loudest before, was the first to walk out of the prison. He found that everyone was looking at him, with a righteous face. Why are you looking at me? If you play, you still have a chance of survival, but if you don't play, you will die. There is no choice at all, right? X walked out of the prison in a sloppy manner. You are a man of insight. In the next half minute, everyone also dragged heavy shackles, and walked out of the prison one after another. The can was very close to Gao Yang. She walked towards Gao Yang nervously and fearfully. Captain. She didn't say anything else, but lowered her head silently, and stood beside Gao Yang, trying to get closer. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Gao Yang comforted him weakly. The game starts, everyone please sit down. Sui Ye's voice sounded again. X strode to the nearest stone chair and sat down. The others did not sit down immediately, but looked up and looked around. Gao Yang did not miss this opportunity, and immediately observed the environment and looked for Zuiye's hiding place. If he could find Zuiye and defeat him, he should be able to escape from here. This is the most correct option. According to Gao Yang's observation, the entire prison is a closed circular structure, somewhat similar to the lower structure of the ancient Colosseum, with a dome. In the middle is a circular hall, surrounded by 13 independent single-person cells. Looking around, there is no hiding place at all. It seems that Zuiye does not exist in this space at all, at least, Zuiye's entity is not in this space. Gao Yang was very unwilling, but he had to give up. Since this Zuiye could bring them into the Fu Cave and easily decide everyone's life and death, he must be very powerful and well prepared. In addition to Gao Yang, Zhu Ke, Baihu, Baitu, Qingling and Lucha did not sit down obediently. Some people tried to break through the dome, some tried to find a secret room, and some tried to break the wall, but all ended in failure. Everyone's talent could not destroy anything here. Zuiye seemed to have expected everyone's dying struggle. He did not stop it, nor did he express any opinions. His silence just showed his authority and arrogance in control of the overall situation. Finally, Gao Yang sat down on the nearest stone chair, and Cantu quickly sat down next to Gao Yang, fearing that the seat next to him would be taken away by someone else. Cantu knew that her behavior of following others was embarrassing, but she didn't care. Before entering the Fu Cave, she thought it would be a game of a group of people fighting beasts, so that she could help as much as possible under the premise of self-protection. Now, when she accepted that this was a werewolf killing where they were forced to kill each other, she was very self-aware and felt that she would be the first to die. In those 5 minutes, she was very scared and cried secretly. Now, she only hoped that when she died, she could be closer to the person she loved. In this way, she would not be so scared. At this moment, Gao Yang did not have as many psychological activities as Cantu. He forced himself to suppress the fear and despair in his heart, sat quietly, put his hands on the stone table, and felt the hard and cold texture of the stone. Soon, others also gave up their futile struggles, and sat on the chairs one after another. Because it is a round table, there is no beginning and end. Starting from Gao Yang's right, they are Kan, Ronnie, Jianghu, Zhu Ke, Baihu, Chen Ying, Green Tea, Clown, Qingling, Wuda Hai, White Rabbit, X. This werewolf game is for 12 people, for gods, for people, and for wolves. Zuiye's voice sounded, 1 prophet, 1 witch, 1 hunter, 1 guard, for villagers, 3 wolves, and 1 white wolf king. Gao Yang has played this game before, and silently recalled the rules of the game. The rules will be explained later, and the cards will be dealt first. Zuiye said. Swoosh. A cold wind blew, and all the candles on the table went out, and a strange and thick darkness descended. Chapter 308. Within a few seconds of darkness, 13 faint fluorescent lights appeared on the stone table, corresponding to the seats where everyone was sitting. Gao Yang looked down, and saw that it was a fluorescent card. When Gao Yang picked up the card, others also picked up the cards one after another. In the darkness, the faint fluorescence illuminated everyone's faces. Everyone looked like a ghost in the dark. Remember your ID card. Zuiye's omnipresent voice spread like a tide in the darkness. Gao Yang took a deep breath and looked at his card carefully. There was a picture of an ordinary person in cloth clothes on it, and 2 words were written, villager. Gao Yang was disappointed. I added more than 500 points of luck, but I got a villager card without any information? Can this luck be better? Gao Yang was distracted for a moment, and the ID card in his hand turned into a puff of fluorescent dust and disappeared into the darkness. Then, the candles on the stone table were lit at the same time, and the prison hall returned to a relatively dim, but bright enough for everyone to see each other clearly. Gao Yang looked around, and everyone's expression changed subtly. If they had to say something, they would unconsciously show vigilance and precaution. The 13 people were not united to begin with, and they belonged to different organizations. They only came together temporarily for a common mission. Now, everyone is forced to get involved in a game of mutual suspicion and killing. The moment they got the identity card, everyone's position was forced to change. Even the people they trusted before might be their enemies who would kill them. As long as you want to live, you must doubt and be vigilant about everyone. A wrong choice will cost you your life. This is the real others or hell. It turns out that what the observer's Zuiye really wants to observe is the extreme human nature. Everyone was silent for a while, and Zuiye's voice sounded again. Referee start. Qining slowly stood up, her eyes dodging. I got the referee card. Damn! Why not me? Wuda Hai did not hide his jealousy at all. In fact, many other people also cast meaningful glances at Qining. You know, the referee card is a golden ticket to avoid death. No matter how the game is played, the referee can stay out of it without any danger. Qining was in a complicated mood. On the one hand, she was glad that she had escaped a disaster, and on the other hand, she felt guilty. Moreover, she had to witness her companion's intrigues and killings throughout the whole process, which was also a kind of torture. What should I do? Qining asked the air. Just shout dark and close your eyes? Explain the rules of the game. Zuiye's voice came from all directions. Qining nodded. She calmed down, tried to be a real referee, and said impartially, "Some of us must have never played werewolf. Let me tell you the rules. This is very important. Please listen carefully. Werewolf is divided into two camps. The 4 wolves are the negative side, and the 4 gods and 4 villagers are the positive side. Let me talk about the werewolves first. Every night, the werewolves can choose to kill anyone, including suicide. Among the 4 wolves, there is a white wolf king. It can not only kill people at night, but also choose to self-destruct during the day, that is, when everyone is speaking, and take away any player at the cost of suicide." After Qining finished speaking, she waited for a while to give the novice player some time to digest. Let me talk about the god cards. First, there is the prophet. Every night, the prophet can verify the identity of any player and find out whether the other party is a good guy card or a werewolf card, but cannot know the specific identity. Let's talk about the witch. The witch has a bottle of antidote and a bottle of poison. The antidote can be used to save anyone who died at night, and the poison can be used to poison anyone at night. Then, there is the hunter. Before the hunter dies, he can shoot and take away anyone he wants. However, if the hunter is poisoned by the witch, he cannot shoot. Finally, there are guards. Every night, the guard can choose to protect anyone, including himself. The guarded person will not die when he is chosen by the werewolf. Note that if the guarded person is poisoned by the witch, he will still die. In addition, it should be noted that if the witch's antidote and the guard's protection are used on a player at the same time, the player will get a negative result and die directly. Qining stopped and looked at everyone. Do you have any questions? Seeing that no one raised any doubts, she paused for a moment and then said, finally, it's the villagers. The villagers can't do anything. They can only close their eyes at night and open them at dawn, and then vote out the player they think is a wolf and eliminate him. Oh, and there are last words. On the first night, players who died for any reason can leave last words. On the nights after that, dead players cannot leave last words, but can reveal their identity cards. People who are eliminated during the day can leave last words, but cannot reveal their identity cards. Wait a minute. Zhu Ke was suspicious. Why do I remember that in the version I played, the dead could not reveal their identity cards regardless of day or night? Yes, you can play it this way. Qining actually had a selfish motive. Since killing each other was inevitable, she weighed the pros and cons again, and still hoped that the good camp would win. In this case, the ideal situation would only require sacrificing 4 werewolf companions. But if the 4 werewolves want to win, it is impossible to accurately kill the side without killing any of the wolves, and the total number of deaths at the end of the game will definitely be high. The rule that people who died at night can turn over the cards can greatly reduce the difficulty of the good camp to find wolves, making it easier to win. Master Zua. Qining said to the air, which way to play do you want to choose? The referee decides. Master Zua replied. Okay, keep the rules unchanged. Qining made up his mind. I'm sorry to the 4 companions who got the wolf cards. If you want to hate, then hate me. Qining continued. After the first night, everyone can go to the police. I will explain this rule after the game starts, so that friends who have not played it can understand it better. Qining thought about it. That should be all. She looked at everyone again. Does everyone have any questions? No one raised any questions. 10 seconds later, Zuiye's voice came. Everyone, please go back to the cell, the referee stays. No one acted immediately, and looked at each other. In fact, until this moment, everyone still had a fluke. Maybe they didn't have to play this game. Maybe there was a chance, such as someone suddenly found Zuiye's hiding place, and everyone worked together to kill him, take the rune and leave. Or a companion found that his talent could just restrain Zuiye's weird ability, and took everyone away. But the fact is, after a long minute, none of the above situations happened. Everyone didn't dare to drag it on. Zuiye's tolerance was limited. If you don't cooperate, you will be eliminated. Finally, Qing Ling stood up first and strode into her cell. Pound. The prison iron door closed automatically, imprisoning Qing Ling inside. Qing Ling sat back on the single bed, put the tang sword on the bedside, and closed her eyes to rest. Teacher Dou who taught her that in any situation, even in hopeless despair, she should try to stay calm and strong. This is the only way to do it. Fight! Wu Dahai stood up second. He looked at everyone. Everyone, we have no grudges, and no one wants to go to this point. But I can't die here, I won't show mercy. Wu Dahai walked into the single cell next to Qing Ling. Pound. After a few seconds, the iron door of Wu Dahai's room closed automatically. X stood up third. He stretched and smiled indifferently. I know you must hate me now, and want to kill me. If killing you can get out, I would have done it long ago. Zhuge said coldly. Ha. X turned and walked towards his cell, waving his hand. Everyone, accept the reality. There is a saying on the internet, life is like being raped. Since you can't resist, just enjoy it. The silent white tiger had secretly tried to activate his talent many times, but all failed. He stood up and sighed. I can only leave it to fate. If you don't die here, you will probably die in the Scarlet Tide. White Rabbit also stood up. If you think about it this way, can everyone accept it a little more? The corner of Suzaku's mouth squeezed out a very light swear word. She stood up and walked towards her cell. Others no longer hesitated, accepted the cruel reality, and got up and returned to the cell one after another. Pound, pound, pound. The iron doors closed one after another, and the game officially began. Gao Yang just sat down on the cold and hard bed, and Qin Ying's fair but slightly heavy voice came. It's dark. Please close your eyes. As soon as the voice fell, suddenly, a gray fog filled the entire center. The gray fog was very thick and had a fuzzy texture. They changed and flowed irregularly, as if countless big fish were swimming slowly in the gray fog, which played a very good confusing effect. Guards, please show up. Click. The iron door of the single cell opened again. Gao Yang wanted to use the sound to distinguish the direction of the iron door opening and determine the approximate position of the guard. But it was useless. The sound was like Zuiya's voice, coming from all directions. Guards, please choose the person you want to protect, Qin said. About 30 seconds passed. Okay, I understand. Guards, please return to your position. 30 seconds passed. Werewolf, please show yourself. Click, click. The continuous sound of doors opening sounded at the same time, still coming from all directions, leaving no clues. Qin Ying's voice came again, revealing a trace of overly deliberate calmness. Wolves, please confirm your wolf companions with each other. Gao Yang's thoughts flashed. This means that there may be someone in the wolf camp that Qin least wants to see, that is naturally her companion Green Tea or Clown, so she will have a greater emotional fluctuation and have to pretend to be calm. Gao Yang walked to the prison gate while guessing, trying to see the 4 werewolves in the fog clearly. He did recognize 4 vague figures near the round table. However, these 4 figures kept changing, like flames, sometimes fat, sometimes thin, sometimes tall, sometimes short, without any stable characteristics at all. The 4 people seemed to be communicating, but Gao Yang could only hear the buzzing sound. Obviously, in this mysterious gray fog, everyone's identity has been encrypted, and it is impossible to try to find the werewolves by off-site information. This was also within Gao Yang's expectations. He stopped trying and returned to the bed. About a minute later, the 4 wolves finished communicating. Werewolf. After a slightly long pause, Qin announced with some difficulty, please kill. Chapter 309. As soon as Qin finished speaking, the 4 vague werewolf figures in the gray fog disappeared immediately. Needless to say, they must have been encrypted by the mysterious power of the Fudong again. Gao Yang's heart was hanging. The 4 werewolves must have discussed carefully and decided who to kill on the first night. Gao Yang thought from another perspective, if I were a werewolf, who would I kill? In the case of not knowing the identities of the others at all, it must be a random kill, but this randomness also has a tendency. First of all, the werewolves should not want to kill people who have a good relationship with them. However, the 4 werewolves are likely to come from different organizations. If so, there is no such consideration. Everyone wants to favor their own people, so no one should want to favor their own people. The werewolves should have reached a consensus on this. In this case, in order to survive, the werewolves must try to reduce the threat as much as possible. In a game like Werewolf, the biggest threat is the person with a quick mind. Gao Yang dare not say that he has the highest IQ among the 13 people, but his mind is still flexible. This basic impression is likely to be known by others. As expected, his priority for being killed belongs to the first echelon. In addition, Suzaku, White Rabbit, and green tea are all priority candidates because they are all smarter or more cunning. Gao Yang's thoughts were interrupted, and he was shocked. In the gray fog outside his cell door, 4 black shadows in the state of flames appeared at some point. These 4 black shadows kept swaying and changing their shapes, but there was no texture, just like a two-dimensional vector. Gao Yang was terrified. No! The werewolves decided to kill me. Sure enough, a flame figure in the middle stretched out his hand towards the prison. This hand was still in the state of shadow. It slowly turned into a black smoke and floated towards Gao Yang. Fire! Gao Yang instinctively launched a fire, trying to destroy the black smoke. It was useless. The fire went straight through the black smoke and could not stop it from approaching. Gao Yang then launched a teleportation, but in vain. He could not leave the cell. Gao Yang's face turned pale, and he kept retreating. Soon his back was against the wall, and he could not retreat. The black smoke slowly circled in front of Gao Yang, as if examining Gao Yang. After a few seconds, it turned into a sharp wolf claw with 5 toes. Gao Yang held his breath, and his heartbeat accelerated. I'm going to be stabbed. I'm going to die. No, don't be pessimistic. Even if I'm killed, there is still hope. The witch can save people. Gao Yang's heart was pounding, and he tried his best to overcome his inner fear by comforting himself. 2 seconds later, the wolf claw locked the target and attacked Gao Yang's chest with a whoosh. Gao Yang instinctively stretched out his hands to block it, and the black smoke in the shape of wolf claws dissipated and drilled into Gao Yang's chest. Ah! Gao Yang couldn't help but scream. He hurriedly opened his shirt. Sure enough, there were 5 narrow and dark black marks on his heart. No, I can't die here. Gao Yang took a deep breath and tried to mobilize the energy of his whole body to resist possible damage. It was useless. A mysterious force drilled into Gao Yang's chest. Gao Yang trembled all over and dared not move again. The force was like an invisible cold hand, grabbing his heart, but just grabbing, without exerting force, as if quietly waiting for the next order. Swoosh! The 4 flames at the door all disappeared. A few seconds later, Chen Ying's voice appeared. Werewolf, please return to your position. About 20 seconds of silence. Bang! The prison door slammed shut, and the 4 wolves had returned to their cells. Gao Yang in the cell was already covered in cold sweat, but he still stuck to the wall, not daring to move, always paying attention to the power in his heart, because it controlled his life and death. Witch, please show up. Chen Ying continued to host. This person was killed, should we save him? The witch is here. Gao Yang prayed in his heart. Save me. You must save me. After more than 10 seconds of agony, a flame figure appeared in the gray fog outside Gao Yang's cell. Gao Yang almost cried with joy. Great! The witch came to save me. I escaped. After confirming that he was out of danger, Gao Yang quickly calmed down, and after a little analysis, he felt that this was reasonable. Putting himself in the shoes of the witch, if I were the witch, I would also choose to save people. Although in the high-end game of werewolf, some wolf players will choose to kill themselves to trick the witch into giving them the antidote. But this werewolf game is a life and death game. Which werewolf would be willing to commit suicide to trick the witch into giving him the antidote? This is too crazy. The only ruthless person who can do such a thing is Gui Ma. So, the person who stabbed the werewolf tonight must be a good person, and the witch must be saved. Among the people present, even the novices who got the witch card can think of this layer, so it is impossible to judge who the witch card may be for the time being. Gao Yang analyzed silently. The constantly changing flat black shadow outside the cell door stretched out his hand towards the prison, and this hand transformed into a black mist in the form of a small medicine bottle, floating beside Gao Yang. A few seconds later, the small medicine bottle whooshed into Gao Yang's chest. The mysterious force that was gripping Gao Yang's heart suddenly disappeared. Gao Yang was delighted and immediately opened the collar of his shirt. Sure enough, the 5 wolf claw marks on his chest disappeared. Thank God. I don't have to die for the time being. When Gao Yang looked up again, the shadow outside the cell door disappeared. Okay, I understand. Chen Ying's voice echoed in the gray fog, and there was obviously a faint sense of fatigue of relief. Of course, Gao Yang was an eyewitness, so he could hear the subtle changes in Chen Ying's tone, and others might not think so much. Which, you still have a bottle of poison, do you want to use it? Who do you use it on? Chen Ying continued to host. A minute later, Chen Ying said to herself, Okay, I understand. Which, please return to your position. Soon, Gao Yang heard the sound of the prison door closing. Prophet, please show up. Chen Ying's words echoed in the gray fog. Click. The iron door of the prophet's prison opened. Prophet, please check the person. Qining was able to control her tone, and she was becoming more and more like a referee. 10 seconds later. Are you sure you want to check this person's identity? Qining asked. The prophet should have answered, but Gao Yang couldn't hear it. 10 seconds later, a flame figure with a constantly changing shape appeared at the gate of Gao Yang's prison. Gao Yang was surprised. No way, the prophet also checked me? Did he think I was too threatening and had to confirm my identity first? His identity, Qining paused, has appeared. 10 seconds passed. The flame figure in front of Gao Yang's prison disappeared. Click. Soon, the prophet also returned to the prison. For a moment, Gao Yang was overwhelmed with emotions. System, I'm sorry, I wronged you. It turns out that I am really lucky. On the first night, I was stabbed by a werewolf, saved by a witch, and tested by a prophet. I suddenly had a silver water and a gold water. Although I was a villager, I immediately became the most eye-catching good guy card in the whole venue. The werewolf camp will not stab me again in the short term, but will consider winning the over. The good guy camp will naturally also win the over. I can still survive for a long time. Hunter, please show up and let me know your identity. Qining continued to follow the process. 30 seconds passed. Okay, hunters, please return to your seats. 30 seconds later. Everyone, it's dawn, Qining announced. The thick gray fog in the prison hall quickly dissipated. Qining was still sitting on the stone chair next to the round table, with his head slightly lowered, his face a little depressed, but his overall mood was stable. The iron doors of the 12 single cells opened automatically. After a whole night of torture, everyone couldn't wait to come out. Everyone, please sit down. Zuye's voice sounded again. Everyone found their seats and sat down. Captain. Cantu on Gao Yang's right looked at Gao Yang and whispered, Are you okay? No private discussion. Zuye's voice came immediately. No prosecution for the first offense, but if you commit the same offense again, the game is over and everyone is out. For a moment, several pairs of reproachful eyes stared at Cantu. Cantu knew that he almost made a big mistake. His face turned pale and red, and he lowered his head in guilt. Gao Yang was in a complicated mood. Although Cantu got into trouble, he also contributed some information by accident. Cantu's performance is most likely not a wolf. If she was a wolf, she would not have such a reaction with her psychological quality. Referee, please continue, Zuyi said. Qining calmed down, took a deep breath, and got back into the state. She stood up and announced loudly, Everyone, last night was Christmas Eve, and no one died. There was a slight commotion at the scene. Judging from the micro-movements of everyone adjusting their sitting positions, everyone was relieved. Gao Yang suddenly realized that the companions who got 4 wolf cards were really in trouble. In order to survive, they not only had to kill their companions, but also had to keep acting and deceiving the other 8 people. If I got the wolf card, how much torment would I have to endure in my heart? If you want to go to the police, please raise your hands. Qining spoke again. Chapter 310. Bai Hu, Joker, and Qingling probably haven't played werewolf before, so they cast doubtful glances at Qining, but they didn't dare to speak because of the previous experience of Cantu. Qining understood and immediately explained, Let me explain what it means to be a police officer. Being a police officer means that everyone runs for the chief of police together, which can be understood as an opinion leader among the players. The chief of police can decide the order of everyone's speeches, and his vote counts as 1.5 votes, which means he has great power. If the chief of police is a good guy card, the winning rate will increase, but if the chief of police is a werewolf card, it will be very dangerous. Please choose your team carefully, and it's best not to play randomly. Gao Yang complained in his heart, Life is at stake, who dares to play randomly? Okay, if you want to be the chief of police, please raise your hand. Gao Yang didn't raise his hand. He observed silently, and 4 people raised their hands. Suzaku, Wu Dahai, Green Tea, and Fork. Qining nodded slightly. There are 4 people running for sheriff. Let's start from the right. Zhuke, you go first. Zhuke often plays werewolf on his mobile phone, and his speech is more professional. Everyone, if you want to withdraw, it's not too late. I am an identity card, and I have information. I want to run for sheriff and lead the good people to victory. As soon as Zhuke finished speaking, Green Tea put down her hand and withdrew from the election for sheriff. Okay, next, Electric Mouse will speak. Qining said. Everyone, I am a prophet. I tested Qing Snake last night. She is a good person. I sent the gold water. Qining hesitated, but still interrupted. Old players present, in order to take care of new players, please try not to use professional terms. Okay. Wu Dahai shrugged. I am a prophet. I tested Qing Ling's identity last night. She is a good person card. Everyone listen to me. Let me be the sheriff. It will definitely not be wrong. I'm done. Qing Ling, who was mentioned, had no expression on her face, and she didn't even bother to look at Wu Dahai, and couldn't read any clues at all. Wu Dahai was lying. Gao Yang knew very well that he was the one who was tested by the prophet yesterday. Then again, according to the rules of the game, whether the player was killed, tested, or rescued, he was not aware of it. So he deliberately changed this rule, probably hoping that the game would be more exciting. Regardless of these, back to Wu Dahai, although he lied, is he definitely a tough guy? Not necessarily. Too little information, let's see. Jining nodded slightly. As a referee, she tried not to show any favoritism. Okay, next, please Mr. Cha. Call me X. Cha interrupted with a smile. Jining frowned slightly. What is this man doing? Didn't he insist on being called Cha? I now think X sounds cooler, and has a higher survival rate. X looked up and shouted into the air. Masters what? This doesn't count as discussing the game in private. I just want to change my name. Masterswood didn't answer. It seems not a foul. Mr. X, please speak. Jining changed his words. Everyone looked over quietly. Cha looked nonchalant, crossed his legs, tapped his fingers rhythmically on the hard and cold stone table, and looked at Wu Dahai with a frivolous expression. Your name is Electric Mouse, right? It's still time to retreat now. Don't mess around here. I give you 3 seconds. If you don't retreat, I mark you as Iron Wolf. Retreat? I'm withdrawing from the election for sheriff. Wu Dahai shouted, with a strong desire to survive. What I said before was just nonsense, pure bluffing. Humph. X was quite satisfied, and smiled at Gao Yang who was sitting on his right. Everyone, this is not a high-end game. I'm just showing my cards. I'm the prophet. I checked the person next to me last night. X thought for a long time, but couldn't remember Gao Yang's name. Qiang. Jining reminded. Yes, Qiang, he is a good guy. I gave him Jin Shui. X stopped knocking on the stone table and touched his lips. As for why I have to check him, because he sits next to me, I am worried. And this guy is smart. He played tricks on me when playing volleyball before. I think he is a big threat. I must confirm his identity first. This reason is very reasonable. However, Gao Yang, who was lucky enough to get away with it, secretly launched lie detector on X, but it was useless. It seems that no matter how talented you are, you can't break the rules of the game. Forget it. I just rely on myself. According to the information given so far, Gao Yang has a preliminary guess. X is a prophet, checked my identity, and decided to lead the team. Suzaku is a witch, who saved me, has a lot of information, and also wants to lead the team. Of course, both of them could be shrews, but in that case, where are the good guys? Why didn't anyone stand up to challenge these two? Did the good guy cards all belong to the newbies, and they didn't know how to play? Or did the people who got the good guy cards fear death and dare not jump out? It's possible. As for Green Tea and Wu Dahai, they are just fish frying, and their identities are not clear for the time being. The two of you have finished speaking. Jining raised her voice slightly. Next, everyone votes to choose a sheriff from Zhuke and X. You can also abstain from voting. If everyone abstains from voting, there will be no sheriff. Please raise your hands if you choose Zhuke as the sheriff. Gao Yang abstained from voting, and he silently observed the voting situation. Ronnie, Jianghu, and Wu Dahai voted for Zhuke. Okay, Zhuke has 4 votes. Jining quickly wrote it down. Please raise your hands if you choose X as the sheriff. Gao Yang continued to watch, and found that only Green Tea voted for X. X said huh, and was very dissatisfied with the result, but due to the rules of the game, he could not speak. For fairness, I will give the 2 candidates for sheriff a last chance to speak and canvass for votes. This time, start from X's side. Jining waved to X. I know it's a low-end game, but I didn't expect it to be so low-end. X looked helpless and said, I can't lead you guys. Everyone, this is a game. Please play according to the rules. You can't just choose her because I just met you and Suzaku is your leader? If she had a wolf card, wouldn't she kill you all? I am the only true prophet in this game. If you good people don't follow me, how can I win? Okay, I definitely can't pull back this number of votes. I say 3 points. If you want to survive, think about it yourself. First, in addition to black tea. It's green tea. Jining corrected. It doesn't matter. X shrugged indifferently. First, except for green tea, no one supports me. If I were a wolf, why would it be like this? My wolf companions would definitely help me get votes. Could it be that my wolf companions have decided to sacrifice themselves for the good guys? Do you think anyone here would be so great? This is enough to prove that I am not a wolf. Since I am not a wolf, I am definitely not a rioter. I would jump out to help the prophet block the knife if I think my life is too long. Therefore, I must be a real prophet to stand up and run for sheriff. Second, Suzaku is most likely a magic card, and it is not ruled out that it is a wolf. The wolf also has a lot of information. In short, it is not impossible for her to be sheriff, but the risk is definitely greater than mine. Third, no matter who wants to be the sheriff today, the werewolves will definitely kill me, the prophet, the next night. I don't know if the witch has the antidote. If she does, don't save me. The guards just need to watch over me tonight, so that I can verify the identity of one more person tonight, and increase my chances of winning. Referee, I'm done. X spoke fluently. His logic was not impeccable, but it was basically flawless. His attitude was very sunny, and he didn't seem nervous or guilty about lying. Everyone present was shaken and tangled. On the one hand, everyone felt that X might really be a prophet, but on the other hand, everyone really didn't trust this person emotionally. If X hadn't asked everyone to enter the talisman cave, they wouldn't have fallen into this situation. Suzaku, please speak, Chinning said. Suzaku glanced at X, trying to read some information from his face. Zhu looked at everyone again. His tone was calmer than X's. Everyone, thank you for your trust. I can't find any fault with what X said just now. But I don't think X must be a prophet. There are many novices here, and this is a life and death game. Put yourself in his shoes. If I got a prophet, I might not dare to stand up immediately. After all, the prophet is the first target that the wolf wants to kill. It is in line with human nature to be afraid of death, and not dare to stand up. On the contrary, the werewolf camp has no such concerns. So, X may be a tough wolf. Let me explain. A tough wolf is a wolf who disguises himself as a god card and wants to run for sheriff. Of course, I just said that X has this possibility. Everyone can judge for themselves. Tonight, everyone is responsible for their own life. Juchua's eyes moved. In short, if the sheriff gives a real prophet, our good people's chances of winning will double, but if the sheriff gives a fake prophet, most of the people here will die. So I think everyone should give me the position of sheriff. This is the safest and most compromised way. Let's find the wolf together. Although it's cruel to say this if possible. Juchua's voice became colder. I hope that only 4 people will be sacrificed in Fudong this time. As soon as this was said, everyone's face became ugly, and the air froze. I'm done. Zhu finished speaking. Zhu meant that it would be best to sacrifice only 4 wolves in the game, and minimize the team's losses. But this is almost impossible, and it is not ruled out that Zhu himself is a wolf, pretending to be a good person. Gao Yang was shocked when the thought flashed through his mind. Damn, I also became cold-blooded and began to doubt and suspect everyone present, even if these people were my companions half an hour ago. Human nature is not worth mentioning in the face of survival. Is this the phenomenon that Zui wants to observe? Now starts the last vote, please decide carefully. Chinning looked at everyone. This time, Ronnie, Jianghu, and Wu Dahai continued to vote for Zhu, and Cantu also voted for Zhu. When it was X's turn, no one supported him. Even Green Tea, who was the only one who supported X before, abstained from voting. I declare that the sheriff is Zhu. A police badge suddenly appeared in front of Chen Ying's desk. Chinning picked it up and walked to Zhu. Zhu took the badge and pinned it on his chest. Sheriff, decide the order of the players' speeches, Chinning said. Zhu glanced at everyone. Start speaking from my right. Chapter 311. On Juchua's right sat Baihu. Baihu had never played werewolf before. Although he listened carefully to Chen Ying's explanation of the rules, he still had only a vague understanding, and could only play along with everyone else. In addition, he had the image of a generous and gentle middle-aged man, and he was surrounded by the aura of a novice. He sighed again. As the security director of the Qilin Union, I can't protect everyone's safety. I am really ashamed and sorry for everyone. Baihu, no irrelevant remarks are allowed, Chinning reminded nervously. She was worried that this violated the rules, and Zui would make everyone out directly. Okay, no more. Baihu understood what Chinning meant and returned to the topic. I just listened to Xiaoxia, Zhu and X's speeches. I think they all make sense. I don't know who to believe. I won't make things worse. Let's listen to what everyone has to say. On Baihu's right sat Chinning. Chinning was the referee and skipped the speech. On Chen Ying's right sat Green Tea. Green Tea had played werewolf before, and he had a strong desire to talk. He couldn't wait to say, "Let me make it clear that I have played werewolf before. I don't think I am an expert, nor a rookie. Let me first reveal my identity. I am a villager. I ran for sheriff at first, just to fish for fun. Anyone who has played this knows this." Green Tea said, looking at Wudahai, who nodded and gave him an "I understand you" look. When Elder Suzaku said she had information, I backed off. After that, Electric Mouse continued to fish for fun, making random remarks, and as a result, X directly jumped to the prophet, and Electric Mouse also backed off. At that time, I thought it was more likely that X was a prophet, so I voted for X, hoping that X would become sheriff. But after listening to Suzaku's speech when he was canvassing for votes, I felt that Suzaku made more sense. What we are playing now is not a game, but everyone's life. If I were a prophet, I might not dare to stand up. This may not be in line with the maximum winning rate of the game rules, but it is in line with human nature. After listening to Green Tea's speech, many people nodded subconsciously. So I think X may also be a fake prophet. I abstained from voting in the second vote. Green Tea paused and said sincerely, "Here, I still want to say something. If X is really not a prophet, but a wolf, then the real prophet, I hope you will not be afraid of death and stand up bravely. As long as you stand up and let everyone believe in you, the guards will definitely protect you next night, and you will never die. But if you don't stand up, if X is a wolf who becomes a prophet, the situation will be very unfavorable to us good people. The good people lose, and the prophet will still die. Of course, if there is no second prophet jumping out, then X is the real prophet. I will see the situation later and choose whether to believe X. That's all I want to say." Green Tea's speech was logically clear, and there was nothing wrong with it. "Clown, please speak," Chinning reminded. The clown looked at everyone slowly with a sharp but indifferent look, and uttered a word, "Pass." Gao Yang was shocked. He dared to speak so briefly. Isn't he afraid that he would be regarded as a lazy wolf and voted out? Being out means death. Isn't he afraid of death? Wait, this may just mean that he got a good guy card or a god card, so he is not panicking. Qing Ling sat on the right side of the clown. Qing Ling was observing everyone's expressions and reactions throughout the whole process, trying to find some clues, but it seemed that he didn't succeed. "I am a good person, you better not kill me, pass." Qing Ling's speech was also very brief, but his demands were clear. Gao Yang's heart, which had been in a gloom throughout the whole process, finally had a ray of light. Qing Ling was not a good liar, and it was highly unlikely that she would react like this after getting the wolf. "It's better not to kill me." This best is also quite interesting. The implication is, it's not a wise choice for you to kill me. Qing Ling may have got a magic card, so she spoke so tough. Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief when he thought that Qing Ling and he should be in the same camp, and he didn't have to kill each other with her. Wudahai was sitting on the right side of Qing Ling. Wudahai was a little irritated. "I'm just a civilian, I don't have any information, it's so unlucky. The four wolves present, I warn you. Don't kill me, if you dare to kill me, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Over." Chinning looked at the white rabbit on the right side of Wudahai. The white rabbit thought quietly for a moment, she glanced at Gao Yang, then at X, and finally at Suzaku. Obviously, the white rabbit was most interested in these three people. I can't see much information yet, but I tend to believe in Suzaku, purely out of intuition. White Rabbit thought for a moment and said, "I didn't vote for Suzaku before, but later, I will be soft on Suzaku and listen to what Suzaku has to say." X sat on the left of White Rabbit. "Everyone." X was a little disappointed and pointed at his head. "Think about it with your brains, isn't the current situation obvious enough? I'm a true prophet, but up to now, no one supports me. Is this reasonable? As for Suzaku, I feel that he should be a good guy, but now there are four wolves mixed in, acting as hook wolves, trying to set our good guys against each other. Their hearts are damned. I still say the same thing, guards protect me tonight, otherwise I will be stabbed. If I don't die, I will directly test Shukei tonight, and help you confirm the identity of the sheriff. In this way, we good people can rest assured to join forces, and the four wolves will soon show their tails and end the game as soon as possible. I am going to die, the good camp will be in an avalanche, and you will not survive when the lips and teeth are cold, understand? As for Sheriff Shukei, he should not be stabbed tonight. Even if he is, the witch can save him if she is medicine. I suggest that the guards protect me, and the witch saves Shukei. If you are a novice player, remember that the guards and the witch should not save the same person at the same time, otherwise it will kill the person, understand? The witch has already saved me, there is no antidote. Gao Yang sighed in his heart. However, the werewolves don't know whether I was protected by the guards or saved by the witch's antidote. Of course, the good camp doesn't know, except for the witch and me. The brain is a good thing. Use it well for me. X folded his hands. I'm done. Gao Yang sat on the right side of X. Gao Yang saw Qining nodding at him, and he said, I abstained from the police chief's vote just now because I couldn't judge. Now I will tell you my thoughts, for reference only. First, X said he was a prophet, and he verified my identity and found that I was a good person, so he gave me gold water. Gao Yang looked at X calmly for 2 seconds. I accepted this gold water. I know I am a good person, but I only believe half of X is a prophet. The wolf camp also knows that I must be a good person. If X is a tough wolf, it is completely reasonable to give me gold water to win me over first. There should be a magic card in Juchua's hand. Since she is not a prophet, I think the possibility of a witch or a guard is greater. She must have saved someone or guarded the right person last night, so she has information. In a moment, I hope Sheriff Shuke can tell who she saved, although this may expose her identity card. But if she tells the truth, I believe that the player who was saved, that is, Yin Shui, will definitely support her, and the wolf camp can continue to shrink, which is beneficial to us. Gao Yang wanted to verify Juchua's identity. If Zhuke said that the person he saved was Gao Yang, he could confirm Juchua's identity as a witch. If Zhuke said that he saved other people, he could conclude that Zhuke was lying. I'm done. Gao Yang finished his speech. On Gao Yang's right was Kan too. She listened to everyone's speeches very seriously, and the more she listened, the more dizzy she felt. I feel that what everyone said makes sense. I am just a villager and I don't know anything. However, I feel that Elder Zhuke and Captain Chiang must be good people. I don't know about the others. I'm done. Cantu lowered his head again. Ronnie sat on the right of Cantu. I am just a civilian. I don't have much information. I currently trust Elder Zhuke the most. Ronnie finished speaking and glanced at Jianghu on his right. Ahem. Jianghu cleared his throat, his voice soft and sharp. I am also a civilian. I am not good at reasoning. There are no flaws in everyone's current speeches, but I believe that Elder Zhuke is a good person out of intuition, so I support her. After speaking, Jianghu looked at Zhuke. Zhuke met his gaze, and the two looked at each other, trying to see something from each other's face. It was the chief of police's turn to speak. Zhuke lowered his head and thought for a long time, trying to review and analyze what everyone said in his mind. After a long while, she slowly raised her head, a trace of guilt flashed across her eyes, and she announced solemnly, Let me tell you the conclusion first. Today, I plan to choose one between canned food and green tea. Chapter 312. Can and Green Tea looked at Suzaku in surprise, very puzzled. The two forgot the rules for a moment and subconsciously asked why. But as soon as they opened their mouths, an invisible force choked their throats, making them unable to speak. The expressions of the others also became subtle, and they all looked at Suzaku. Let me review my logic from the beginning. Suzaku tried to keep his tone emotionless. First of all, there are 3 people who have always supported me, Ronnie, Jianghu, and Electric Mouse. White Rabbit chose to stand softly with me. These 4 people may be good people, and it is not ruled out that they are hook wolves, but since they are willing to follow the good camp, I will not talk about them for the time being. Suzaku looked at X. You are the most controversial person in the audience. You are a prophet, and your speech is okay, but everyone is still reluctant to believe you. I know that in terms of off-site factors, everyone doesn't like you, but I always believe in intuition. So your credibility is not high in my place. If the second night passes, can you still give a good answer? If you can prove that you are a prophet with the information you have, I will consider you again. In addition, I suggest that you don't test me tonight, it will waste a precious opportunity. Then it's Jiang. Suzaku looked at Gao Yang. X gave you Jin Shui. Whether X is a real prophet or a fake prophet, from the perspective of attracting more good people, you should be a good guy card. But I want to remind you that your speech just now is very dangerous. You want me to show my cards and speed up the pace. You have a strong murderous intention. Maybe you want to win the game as soon as possible and reduce casualties. But if you didn't have Jin Shui, I would be the first to suspect that you are a wolf. Gao Yang was shocked. He didn't agree with what Suzaku said, but it also reminded him. It is true that you cannot be too aggressive. This is not a low-end game, nor a high-end game, but a human game involving life and death. Game thinking is not applicable to chaotic human nature. If you are too anxious, you will easily get into trouble. There is too little information about Qinling, Joker, and White Tiger. I can only put a question mark for the time being. Canned, green tea. Shukei met the gaze of green tea and canned. I'm sorry, among the people who are going to be eliminated today, I personally tend to choose one of you. Green tea and canned still looked shocked, puzzled and aggrieved. As for whether this was their real reaction or acting, Gao Yang couldn't tell. Why you? Suzaku paused for 2 seconds. First, it's because you two changed your votes midway. At first, green tea supported X, but abstained the second time. Ken, you abstained at first, but chose to support me the second time. Swinging, the wolf side is bigger, because the wolf will adjust its play according to the formation. Green tea, although you explained your wavering, as a villager, you are too active. You even said that if X is not a prophet, you hope that the real prophet present can stand up. This kind of words is very much like helping your wolf companions find a prophet. You are not a novice player, so you know very well how important the prophet is to the good camp, so you are more suspicious in my eyes. Let's talk about Suzaku's side slightly. Kan, you didn't give any logical deduction, you just thought that Chiang and I are good people. Your remarks are very irresponsible. I can only understand that you may be a wolf who is not good at lying, so you use this kind of play to get away with it. So, you are also suspected of being a wolf in my place. After Zhuke finished his analysis, he looked at green tea and Kantu again and repeated, I'm sorry. Kantu's face turned pale, his eyes turned red, and his lips were tightly pursed. Of course, she knew how cruel this life and death game was, but she never expected that Elder Zhuke would be the first to point the finger at her. Everyone. Zhuke looked around at everyone. I just said all my thoughts, without any bias from outside factors. Your life is your own, please judge for yourself. After a moment of silence, Chinning stood up and took the cover. It will be convenient for everyone to vote later. I will number them. Gao Yang is number 1, from left to right. Ken number 2, Ronnie number 3, Red Fox number 4, Zhuke number 5, White Tiger number 6, Green Tea number 7, Clown number 8, Green Snake number 9, Electric Mouse number 10, White Rabbit number 11, X number 12. Everyone, the sheriff's speech is just for reference. You can freely choose who you want to vote out. You can vote for anyone, including yourself. Please raise your hands at the same time and make gestures representing numbers. Chinning took a deep breath. 3, 2, 1, please vote. Gao Yang abstained from voting. Others who abstained from voting like Gao Yang include X, Zhuke, and White Tiger. Gao Yang was a little surprised. Zhuke raised the suspect, but he gave up voting. He probably didn't want his choice to interfere with everyone's judgment or let the wolf follow suit. Those who voted for number 7 green tea were Wudahai, Ronnie, White Rabbit, and Kan. Those who voted for number 2 Kan were Jianghu, Clown, Qingling, and Green Tea. Other players were not voted. Gao Yang silently wrote down the votes. Tie votes. Chun Ying's voice was a little heavy. Next, please ask the 2 people who were voted to make the final defense for themselves. The sheriff decides the order of speaking. Green Tea speaks first. Zhuke said. Green Tea seemed to have been patient for a long time. He stood up with an extremely excited emotion. First of all, I don't want to die. If I have to die, I want to die on the battlefield. What's the big deal about dying in such a place? Damn. Green Tea, please calm down. Chin-Ing was a little reluctant. I'm sorry. I calmed down. Green Tea supported the table with both hands, trembling all over. He took a deep breath and looked at Suzaku. Elder Suzaku. No, Sheriff Suzaku, my life is in your hands now, and you can sentence me to death with just one word. I beg you to think about it carefully. When X said he was a prophet, no one supported him. Do you think this is reasonable? If X is really a wolf, and I am his wolf companion, where are the other wolf companions? Why don't everyone help him get votes, and let him become the sheriff? I am the only one who stupidly supports him, and then regrets it. Am I not digging my own grave? The wolf companions must have discussed it on the first night. They must have. The way of playing has been decided. Now the wolves are obviously going to be the hook wolves and fight in hiding, because everyone is afraid of death. Whoever dares to jump out may be poisoned or shot. Green Tea tried to control her emotions and licked her lips. Everyone here, on the first day, based on the existing information, everyone believes that Suzaku is a good sheriff. This is fine, but on the second day, more information will come out, and there will be a lot of variables. I am one of the few people who can play werewolf. When you voted me out, have you ever thought about what if Elder Suzaku is not a good person? The good camp will be in chaos. Even to prevent this possibility from happening, You shouldn't vote me out in the first round. As for Cantu, I don't know if she is a wolf or a civilian, but from beginning to end, she didn't give any valuable information. Let me say this coldly, I will die with her, but if she dies, we will lose less and face less risk. If she is a wolf, we will make a lot of money, and if she is a civilian, we can still have fun. After saying this, Green Tea looked at Cantu with guilt. Cantu, I'm sorry, I don't want to die, and I don't want more people to die. I can only choose you. I'm done. Green Tea suddenly lost his temper, and he sat down with a look of resignation. X looked like he was watching a good show, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, as if to say, see, this is the end of you not choosing the prophet as the sheriff. Cantu, it's your turn. Chining said. Ken's face was pale, her voice trembled, panicked and helpless. I am not as good at speaking as Green Tea. I don't like to use my brain, I don't play werewolf much, and I really can't say it, but I'm really not a wolf, I don't want to die. Ken subconsciously looked at Gao Yang, his eyes asking for help. I just trust that Chief Suzaku and Elder Chiang are good people. Chief Suzaku himself said that intuition is also very important. Green Tea, I don't want to die either. I can only vote for you. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm done. Ken bowed his head deeply. The atmosphere became more and more solemn, and Chining forgot to host for a while. The game continues. Zui reminded at the right time. Chining came back to her senses. She took a deep breath, and her voice was a little difficult. Everyone, please vote again. This time, you can only choose between Green Tea and Can, which will determine who will be eliminated. Please think twice before acting. Chapter 313. 3, 2, 1, please vote. Chining shouted. At the same time, everyone raised their hands. Those who voted for number 7 Green Tea were Wu Dahai, Ronnie, White Rabbit, Can, and Gao Yang. Those who voted for number 2 Kim were Jianghu, Clown, Qingling, and Green Tea. Gao Yang was also shocked. He never expected that Suzaku, White Tiger, and X still did not vote. These 3 people just wanted to see the votes of others. It seems that their identities are definitely not simple, and must be very important. In the case of the previous vote pattern unchanged, Gao Yang's vote became the key vote to determine Green Tea's life and death. After reading the vote pattern, Green Tea looked at Gao Yang in disbelief, not understanding why he voted for him. Gao Yang looked at Green Tea, and even saw a flash of hatred in his eyes. Gao Yang was also very uncomfortable and guilty, but he did not regret it. Green Tea, I'm sorry, I don't know if you are a wolf, but I have a hunch that Ken is not a wolf. The second reason is, you are a player who can play werewolf. If you are a wolf, the threat is much greater than that of Cantu. Even if Cantu is really a wolf, she will be on my side in the early stage without thinking. I am a good person. Cantu supports good people. The benefits outweigh the disadvantages. There is no need to be eliminated first. Of course, there is a third reason. I don't want Cantu to die. She is from Group 5 and mine. Number 7 Green Tea. Chining tried to announce the result calmly, but she couldn't do it. Her eyes were wet. She took a lot of effort to say the next words. Exiled. No! I don't want to die. Green Tea slammed the table and stood up. Everyone. Resist? Let's not play this game anymore. Let's fight back. Green Tea suddenly covered her heart with one hand and knelt on the ground. Green Tea. Chining wanted to go up to help him, but she froze as soon as she took a step, her face pale. Others also wanted to take action, but they were all restrained by an invisible and powerful force at the same time. Except for breathing, they couldn't even blink. Gao Yang tried to mobilize his own energy, but it was useless, as if someone had pressed his acupoints. Exiled people, please return to your cell and accept your fate. Zuiya's voice appeared again, cold and majestic, no questioning or resistance. Green Tea, who was curled up on the ground, suddenly recovered his breath. He took a deep breath, sweated all over, and stood up tremblingly. In the 10 seconds when his heart was tightly grasped, he had already realized that resistance was futile. He had only 2 choices, to die like a man, or to be killed like a coward. Once a person accepts the fate of death, he suddenly calms down. Green Tea slowly stood up, and tidied the collar and hair of his prison uniform. He looked up and smiled bitterly at everyone. Everyone go first. Those who can get out alive, avenge me. No one spoke, even those who wanted to speak, could not speak at all. Green Tea finally looked at Chining. Sister Ing, my brother is still young, please take care of him. The referee Chining was also unable to speak, and a tear fell from her red eyes. Fuck. Green tea cursed a dirty word and turned to walk towards the solitary confinement behind him. Bang! As soon as he stepped in, the iron door was closed heavily. Green tea stood behind the door, looking at everyone with a tragic face. In 2 seconds, his face was stunned, his hands covered his chest, and his legs knelt on the ground. At that moment, everyone's heart stopped beating. I don't know whether it was luck or cruelty, but no one could see the next death scene. A cloud of gray fog emerged, covering Green Tea's entire cell. Then, the figure kneeling in the gray fog began to change unpredictably, swaying like a flame. The gray fog became thicker and thicker, and in an instant, Green Tea's shadow disappeared, just like a weak candlelight was extinguished by the cold wind. Green Tea died. Silence, silence for a long time. The game continues. Zuiye's voice came, and everyone, in his calm tone, noticed a hint of joy. Qinying shed tears silently, and she suddenly found that she could move. She reached out and wiped the tears from her face, turned around and looked at everyone. Green Tea, you are out during the day, and your identity card cannot be made public. Now it's dark. Everyone suddenly regained their mobility, but still couldn't speak. Everyone looked at each other for a few seconds, turned around, and returned to their own cells. Gao Yang returned to the room, sat down on the single bed, and clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Everyone killed Green Tea in this way, and he was one of them, and even gave a crucial vote. Guilt, pain, anger, and frustration and humiliation of having no choice. From the moment he stepped into the Fu cave, no one could turn back. Green Tea, I'm sorry, if you want to hate, hate me. Soon, Qinying in the gray fog continued to host, and the steps were the same as the first night. Please close your eyes when it's dark, guards, please show up. Please choose the person you want to protect. Werewolf, please show up. Werewolf, please kill. Prophet, please show up. Are you sure you want to test him? Witch, please show yourself. Will you save people? Will you poison people? That night, no one appeared outside Gao Yang's prison door. It seemed that the wolf camp would not touch him for a while, which was also within Gao Yang's expectations. It's dawn. Qinying's voice appeared, and the gray fog in the prison hall quickly dissipated. The iron doors of everyone's cells also opened at the same time. Everyone couldn't stand this depressing atmosphere, and they couldn't wait to walk out of the prison and return to their stone chairs. Gao Yang quickly looked around, and his chest sank. Wu Dehai's position was empty. Everyone also found that they all looked at Wu Dehai's single cell. There was a layer of mysterious gray fog outside the cell, and Wu Dehai's figure could no longer be found in the gray fog. Like Green Tea, he had been ruthlessly killed and wiped out, as if he had never existed. Last night, Electric Mouse number 10 was killed. According to the rules, he did not leave a last word, but his identity can be announced. In addition to grief, Qinying's face was also filled with anger. It was anger towards Zuiyi and anger towards her own incompetence. She could not change anything except watching all this happen. Everyone looked at Qinying. He is a villager, Qinying announced. Gao Yang's head was ringing faintly. Electric Mouse is dead, the lustful and cowardly Wu Dehai. The Wu Dehai who survived Hong Feng's sneak attack. The Wu Dehai who warned himself that if he was with Qing Ling, he must treat her well. He died just like that. No last words, no farewell. Gao Yang clenched his fists again, trying his best to suppress the emotions that were about to collapse. This is not the time to be sad, the cruel game has just begun. Calm down. Calm down. Find the werewolf quickly, or more people will die. Gao Yang quickly observed everyone present. Bai Tu's face was pale, his shoulders were shaking, his lips were tightly pursed, and one of his hands on the table was clenched into a fist, with his nails digging into the skin of his palm. Qing Ling's face was expressionless, but his eyes were full of anger. X rested his hands on the pillow, crossed his legs, and looked like he was watching a show that had nothing to do with him. The faces of the others were very heavy, and there was nothing suspicious about them. Sheriff, decide the order of speaking, Qinying said. Speak from the right. Zhuge lowered his head. Baihu spoke first. Baihu was silent for a few seconds, feeling confused and sad. To be honest, this is my first time playing this game. I am still confused, but 2 people have left. I can't keep going. Baihu made up his mind and slammed the table. Let's go all out. Everyone, I'm going to show my cards. I am a guard. I guarded myself on the first night. I don't know who is a friend and who is an enemy, so I can only guard myself. On the second night, I guarded X because I thought X might be a prophet and should be protected. Wolf should have guessed that I would guard X, so he stabbed the others. I'm telling the truth. I won't make inferences about things I don't know. Baihu looked at everyone. I'm done, that's all. For some reason, Gao Yang felt that Elder Baihu was not lying. The green tea on Baihu's right had been exiled on the first day, and it was the clown's turn to speak. The clown still said a simple word, pass. Everyone frowned. Gao Yang was also quite puzzled. It's okay to slack off on the first day, but now it's the second day, 2 people have died, and they are still slacking off. What on earth is this clown thinking? Is he not afraid of death at all? After the clown, it was Qing Ling's turn to speak. Qing Ling looked at the can with cold eyes. If there are no other suspects, I will continue to cast the can. The reason Zhu Ke has already said it, pass. Wu Dahai on Qing Ling's right has been eliminated, and it is White Rabbit's turn to speak next. The departure of Electric Mouse has dealt a heavy blow to White Rabbit. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Last round, Electric Mouse and I voted for green tea and never changed our votes. Last night, Electric Mouse was killed by a wolf, so it is very likely that green tea is a wolf. If green tea is a wolf, then in the last round, there is a high possibility that there is a wolf hidden among those who voted for cans because they wanted to save their wolf companions. In case you forget, I will repeat it. In the last round, those who voted for cans were Jianghu, Clown, Qingling and Green Tea who has been eliminated. However, I don't think Qingling is very much like a wolf. It's not because she is my companion that I say this, but because Qingling's tone is very confident, and I feel that she is likely to have won the God card. That's all I can analyze for now, I'm done. White Rabbit ended his speech. Gao Yang was stunned. White Rabbit did find a good entry point, and it was similar to his own idea. With Qingling's personality, it was in line with her values to eliminate a useless player like Cans first, not because she wanted to save any wolf companions. Therefore, Clown and Red Fox would be more suspicious. As soon as Gao Yang was distracted, X started talking non-stop. Everyone, I tested Zhu Ke last night, and she is indeed a good person. You can follow the sheriff with peace of mind. Although Zhu Ke didn't let me test her, thinking that I was wasting the opportunity to test people, the sheriff must not make mistakes, I must test. Then, thank Baihu for guarding me last night. This is how we should play. Now our good camp has a great chance of winning. We should try to end the game within 3 rounds, otherwise many people will die. Now, let me play the good camp. Except for myself, Jiang is my first Jin Shui, Zhu Ke is my second Jin Shui, and Baihu is probably a guard card. My suggestion is that we push the clown, who has been paddling all the time today. In the evening, I will test the canned food, or whoever the sheriff wants me to test later, I will test. I'm done, pass. Jining nodded slightly and looked at Gao Yang. Jiang, please speak. Chapter 314. Gao Yang was not in a hurry to speak, thinking calmly. If Baihu did not lie, and he protected himself on the first night, then the witch who saved himself with the antidote on the first night was most likely Zhu Ke. When running for sheriff before, Zhu Ke said that he was an identity card with information. Since Zhu Ke is not a prophet or a guard, the hunter can't get any information at all, then Zhu Ke can only be a witch. She saved me and got the information, but she didn't want to expose herself. Now, the werewolf camp should have guessed that Zhu Ke was a witch and used the antidote. It's a very simple logic. The werewolf stabbed me on the first night, but Baihu protected himself. It must be that the witch saved me with the antidote, so I didn't die. Gao Yang thought about it and decided to say something repetitive. I am a villager, and I have too little information. I will continue to follow Chi Suzaku. I also agree with X's statement. If no other prophet stands up today, X will be the prophet. The good camp has a great chance of winning. I'm done. It was Kan's turn to speak. She raised her head. I will still follow Chi Suzaku and Elder Qing. Although Elder Suzaku doubts me, I still think that they are both good people. Ken looked at Qingling. Shi, you have always wanted me out because of what Elder Suzaku said. I can't refute it. But I am really a villager. I hope X can test me tonight, so that I can prove my innocence. Ken no longer retreat, and his eyes became serious. Maybe you think I am useless, and can't give any reasoning. But I also have the right to survive. As a good person, my survival is the greatest help to the good camp. I will not give up easily, and let the werewolf succeed. I'm done. Qingling had a blank expression on her face, and was not moved by the Can's words. It was Ronnie's turn to speak, but he didn't speak immediately. He was silent for a few seconds, then slowly looked up at Gao Yang, and said in a very confident tone, Everyone, Captain Chiang is definitely a good guy and worthy of trust. Wait, Ronnie didn't stutter. Gao Yang was shocked. He is definitely an ID card with information. As for X, don't believe a word he says. He is a wolf, and I am the prophet. I have tested him. Self-destruct. X shouted, interrupting Ronnie's speech. In an instant, the invisible force descended again, binding everyone. Everyone could still make expressions, observe the surroundings, breathe and blink, but could no longer move or speak. Gao Yang felt that his head was about to explode. What's going on? Is X really a tough wolf, or the White Wolf King? Self-destruction is equivalent to suicide. Is X not afraid of death? However, when no one competes with X for the prophet, it is difficult for X to gain everyone's trust. Now that Ronnie, the real prophet, has come out, everyone will definitely believe him. X will definitely die today, and will definitely be exiled by everyone. The moment Ronnie came out, X knew that he was doomed, so before he died, he had to drag someone down with him, this terrible lunatic. The game continues. Zui spoke, his voice becoming more and more cheerful. It seems that he has seen the good show he wanted to see. This bastard. If we had known this, we should have come together and killed this Zui. Chinning did not expect this scene either. It took her a long time to calm down, and her voice trembled slightly. White Wolf King, who do you want to take away? X, who was about to die, had no fear at all. His eyes were cold and his mouth was joking. The person I want to take away is Ronnie. No, Gao Yang wanted to shout, but he couldn't speak. Gao Yang opened his eyes wide and looked at Ronnie, and Ronnie also looked at Gao Yang. His eyes were red, and he wanted to say something, but he couldn't move, so he just blinked. As soon as X finished speaking, a gray mist appeared in the sky above the center of the stone table. It turned into a wolf claw, rushed to Ronnie's chest with a whoosh, and disappeared. Wolf teammates, I tried my best. You can play the rest by yourselves. Don't give up easily. X stood up with a smile and walked into the single cell. After entering the cell, he turned around. What a pity, such an interesting game. I can't see the end. Ha ha ha, ha ha. X covered his face and laughed like a madman. Gray fog descended, engulfing the cell where he was, and then, with an evil energy fluctuation, the shadow of X in the gray fog suddenly fell down, and then disappeared in an instant. At the same time, Ronnie found that he could move, but he still couldn't speak. Ronnie knew that the rules could not be violated. In fact, since he jumped into the prophet, he had prepared for death. He stood up, looked at Gao Yang and the Ken with deep reluctance, and smiled slightly. I am so unwilling. What is behind the door of the end? I will never know it again. Damn it! Gao Yang struggled desperately against the power that bound him, but it was in vain. He was nailed to the spot, and could only watch Ronnie walk towards the single cell, watch Ronnie fall down with his hands on his chest, watch the gray fog engulf him, and wipe out his body in an instant. Ah! Chinning suddenly found that she could speak and move. She supported herself on the stone table with both hands, took a deep breath, and her chest rose and fell violently. Her emotions still collapsed. She looked at the air fiercely and shouted, I will not be a referee anymore. You can just kill me. Chinning did not finish her words, and she covered her chest with force. Her heart was tightly grasped by the mysterious force. Without a referee, the game is over, and everyone is out. Zui warned coldly, I will give you one last chance. Think clearly and answer again. Chinning fell to the ground, her face against the ground. Her hair was messy, and she clenched her fists. Even if you can't see her face, everyone can feel her anger, humiliation and sadness. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Ying's fist slowly loosened. Zui spared her life. She slowly got up, wiped the tears from her face, and put her hair behind her ears. Her eyes became hard and sharp again, like broken glass shards. Everyone. Chinning took a deep breath and announced coldly, It's dark, please close your eyes. In an instant, everyone's actions resumed, but they were still banned from speaking. Cantu looked at Gao Yang with tears in his eyes, trying to seek comfort from Gao Yang's eyes. But Gao Yang didn't look at her. He turned around with a gloomy face and walked into his cell. The others did the same, returning to the cell in silence. Gao Yang didn't know what others thought, but he knew very well. There was no turning back. Sadness and anger were meaningless, and dignity and backbone were even more meaningless. Everyone was just a pawn. The only thing they could do was to win at all costs, and then leave here to avenge their companions who died in this ridiculous game. Gao Yang sat on the cold single bed, quietly waiting for the third night. Please close your eyes when it's dark. Guards, please show up. Please choose the person you want to protect. Werewolf, please show up. Werewolf, please kill. Prophet, please show up. Are you sure you want to test him? Witch, please show up. Please ask if you can save people. if you can poison people. Tonight, no wolf came to Gaoyang. Qining was very rigorous. Although everyone knew that Ronnie, the real prophet, was dead, he died in the daytime and could not confirm his ID card, and it could not completely rule out the possibility that Ronnie was not a prophet. Therefore, Qining presided at night and still followed the procedure. It's dawn. After Qining finished speaking, Gaoyang's cell door opened automatically. 1 minute later, the remaining players returned to their seats one after another. Gaoyang quickly glanced and saw that another seat was empty, which was the clown seat. Gaoyang ironically found that he did not feel sad at all, and even felt relieved, because the dead person was not familiar with him. In this kind of extreme game, human nature will indeed become distorted. Master Zhua, this is what you want to see, right? Are you satisfied now? Don't let me leave here, I won't forgive you. Everyone, last night, clown number 8 died. He was a villager. Qining announced expressionlessly. All her companions were dead. So far, she has completely closed her heart and turned into a ruthless and cold referee. Gaoyang focused slightly. 2 villagers have died. If Green Tea is also a villager, then there are 3 villagers, and he is the only one left. This also shows that Qin is not a villager, she is lying. But if Green Tea is not a villager but a wolf, then the possibility that Qin is a villager is much greater than the possibility that it is a wolf. The identities that can be confirmed now. Ronnie is the real prophet, X is the White Wolf King, Suzaku should be the witch, White Tiger should be the guard, Electric Mouse and Clown are villagers, and Green Tea should be the wolf. The current god camp, witch Suzaku, and a bottle of poison, guard White Tiger, hunter unknown, and a bullet. Villager camp, myself, maybe there is another villager, if there is, it should be Can. Werewolf camp, up to 3 wolves, at least 2 wolves. The situation is not optimistic, and many people may die. Sheriff, please decide the order of speaking. Qining said. Let's start from the right. Suzaku's face also became calm, as if this was really just a game. Like Qining, she was on the verge of collapse, and could no longer think rationally, but she knew that if she continued like this, the ending would only be worse. The same was true for Baihu. He could only enter the state and play the game seriously. I thought the werewolf would not stab me, so I did not protect myself. I planned to protect Suzaku, but I thought that the wolf could also guess that I would protect Suzaku and would not stab her. So, I protected the can. Why did I protect the can? Because I feel that the can is opposite to the green tea. I have always felt that the green tea is a wolf. X's self-explosion made me more certain that the green tea is a wolf, so I think the can is not a wolf, but a good person. That's all my information. Baihu thought for a while and added, I didn't lie. I really was a guard. Everyone, you must believe me. It was Qing Ling's turn to speak. She had no expression on her face. I still insist on voting for Can. My attitude has not changed. Both green tea and Can are suspicious and cannot be kept. Qing Ling paused and continued. X said something before. He said that he would vote out the Joker first, and can wait for him to verify his identity at night. This statement obviously wanted to push the Joker away, and then kill another one at night to let Ken live, because Ken is X's wolf companion, a hook wolf, and must be kept alive, so that it will be convenient to vote and kill good people during the day. But X didn't expect that Ronnie didn't jump to the prophet in the first round, but jumped to the prophet in the second round with the determination to die. X could only self-destruct and take him away. Qing Ling rarely said so many words in one breath. It seems that he has thought it over carefully. To be honest, Qing Ling's analysis makes sense. Gaoyang, who has always believed that Ken is a villager, has actually been shaken a little. Gaoyang couldn't help but look at the Ken beside him. Could it be that the Ken is really a wolf? Did the wolf camp plan from the beginning to let the Ken with a strong novice aura be the hook wolf? Ken noticed Gaoyang's gaze. She looked up to meet his gaze, and quickly lowered her head. The next was the White Rabbit's speech. The White Rabbit had also closed her emotions. Like a real player, with a cold and capable expression. Everyone, play with open cards. The situation is very clear. I just want to end the game as soon as possible. The White Rabbit quickly looked around everyone. I will help you review the whole game. Chapter 315. In the empty prison hall, the voice of the White Rabbit echoed faintly. First, Shuke is a witch. She used the antidote to save Qiang on the first night. On the first night, the wolf camp killed Qiang. If I were a wolf, I would also kill him. He is quick-witted and threatening. Baihu is a guard. He guarded himself. No one died on Christmas Eve on the first night. Zhu Ke knew who he saved and had information in his hand, so he ran for sheriff. X got the card of the White Wolf King, and would definitely pretend to be a prophet. But he didn't expect that he was not trusted by everyone because of off-field factors, and even his wolf companions didn't dare to vote for him for some reasons. Only the only green tea who knew how to play games voted for X, which exposed the green tea. The green tea immediately changed to abstention in the second vote, but unfortunately, she had already exposed herself. Electric Mouse and Xiao. Cho and Ken are both villagers. They both died at night. We have confirmed it by flipping the cards. There is no need to talk about it anymore. Then among the people present, Ken is most likely to be a wolf. White Rabbit looked at Ken. Why do I doubt you? Back to my logic. When X pretended to be a prophet and ran for sheriff, no one voted for him except the old player Green Tea. This shows that among X's wolf companions, 2 wolves dare not vote for X. They dare not vote because they are guilty. Novice players are most likely to feel guilty. Among the people who are still alive here, only White Tiger and Ken are novice players. I feel that Green Snake and Red Fox are only half novice players. White Tiger is a guard. He has established this identity. According to the elimination method, Ken is the most suspicious. So, during the day, we vote out the most suspicious Ken, and then, there should be only 1 wolf left. For the remaining wolves, I choose between Green Snake and Red Fox. White Rabbit looked at Green Spirit and Red Fox one after another. One of you should be a hunter card and the other a wolf card. I don't know who it is, but I still think Green Snake is more likely to be a hunter card because she is very tough and confident. Finally, let me tell you about my identity. I am a villager like Chiang, and we are the last 2 villagers. White Tiger, you will guard one of us tonight. From the perspective of the wolf, killing all the villagers is the fastest way to win. There are still 3 gods, and killing gods is no longer realistic. I'm done. If there is anything wrong, please correct me. Gao Yang secretly marveled that Rabbit's reasoning was almost exactly the same as his. But in Gao Yang's opinion, Rabbit could also be a deep-water wolf. But Gao Yang had to admit that from the current logic, Ken is indeed the most likely to be a wolf. Because from the beginning, Ken was too controversial. According to the experience of playing werewolf, controversial cards are mostly wolves or gods. Ken is definitely not a god, and the wolf is more likely to be a wolf. Number 1, speak. Chinning stopped calling names, and called them numbers instead. Gao Yang nodded and analyzed as unemotionally as possible. I basically agree with White Rabbit's review. Now we are almost playing with open cards. Except for the fact that the Ken is a wolf, I reserve my opinion. She is suspected of being a wolf, but I don't think she is more suspected than White Rabbit, Red Fox and Green Snake. Also, Elder White Tiger, please protect me tonight. I know my request is very selfish, but I am the only villager who was given gold water by the prophet and the White Wolf King at the same time. I am definitely a good person. Don't doubt it. To prevent the wolves from slaughtering the villagers, you must protect the villagers. If Green Tea is not a wolf, although this possibility is very small, then I am the last villager. But I think Green Tea is a wolf, so we should have 2 villagers left. Among the 4 people, Cantu, White Rabbit, Red Fox, and Green Snake, there is also a hunter, a villager, and 2 wolves. But I don't know who they are. I'm done. Gao Yang leaned back and finished his speech. Number 2, please speak. Chinning said. Cantu stopped crying. After experiencing ups and downs, she calmed down a lot. She pulled the corners of her mouth and tried to defend herself sincerely. I have said everything I should say. I am a villager. I have never lied from beginning to end. I am stupid, I can't reason, and I dare not suspect people. You can say that I am slacking off, but I just don't want to die. At this point, Cantu was silent for a long time. Just when Chinning thought she was going to finish her speech, Ken suddenly raised his head and looked at everyone. But if you really don't know who to vote for this round, then vote for me. I hope I won't die in vain, and I hope my death can help you find the wolf. Ken looked up at Gao Yang. Elder Chiang, you must win, and avenge me and Ronnie. Gao Yang's heart hurt. Damn it! Calm down. Don't let your emotions run wild, don't have an emotional breakdown, and close your heart. I'm done. Ken finished his speech. Number 4, it's your turn. Chinning said. Number 4 is Jianghu, and his eyes became sharp. I'm also showing my cards. I'm a hunter. Whoever votes for me, I shoot and take him away. Gao Yang was slightly startled, and the faces of others also showed varying degrees of surprise. If no one votes for me, I vote for Ken. Although she and I are from the same union, I think she is indeed very suspicious. Everyone has analyzed the reasons. Besides the Ken, the second person I suspect is the Green Snake. Because the green snake didn't say she was a civilian, nor did she say she was a god. I think she might be a wolf, and wanted to adapt to the situation. I also suspect the white rabbit. There is nothing wrong with the white rabbit's speech, but as a civilian, she knows too much information and her reasoning is too perfect, which always makes me feel wrong. I'm done. Jianghu looked at Zhu Kei. The chief of police spoke. Qining also looked at Zhu Kei. Zhu Kei was silent for a moment, and looked at Cantu with an apologetic look. White Rabbit and I have basically the same analysis. Cantu, I'm sorry, if I have to choose one person today, I will also choose you. You are the most suspicious and controversial. It is incredible that you can survive until now. As for Jianghu, Qixi and Baitu, there should be a wolf, a hunter, and a villager among you. I can't make a conclusion for the time being, and I dare not vote randomly, so I can only stop talking about it for now. However, if you must choose, I also have a tendency. I think the wolf should be between Qixi and Jianghu. The reason for my judgment is that Qingling and Jianghu always voted for Cantu, and there was suspicion of protecting green tea. Under the premise of almost no information at the time, it was a little suspicious that they could stand so firmly on the side. I'm done. Zhu Kei lowered his head, not looking at anyone, and dared not look at anyone. As the sheriff, Zhu Chua's hands were already stained with the blood of his companions, but this damn game had to continue. Please vote, and decide who will be eliminated today. Qining began to count down, 3, 2, 1. Everyone raised their hands at the same time. Gao Yang counted silently and found that there were 3 people who voted for Can number 2, Suzaku, White Rabbit, and Red Fox. Qingling voted for number 4 Jianghu. Gao Yang, Can, and Baihu abstained. Number 2. Qining looked at Can and announced coldly, you are exiled. We cannot check your ID card, but you can leave a last word. For a moment, everyone was locked in action and silenced. Can seemed to have guessed this ending. She was not particularly sad or afraid. She stood up slowly, looked around everyone, and finally her eyes fell gently back on Gao Yang. Captain, until the end, you didn't vote for me, thank you. Gao Yang gritted his teeth and tried hard to break free from the invisible shackles, but he couldn't do it anyway. He obviously closed his heart, but he still felt a dull pain in his chest. He wanted to shout, wanted to scream, wanted to curse Sui Yi the most viciously. But he could only open his eyes wide, like an incompetent idiot, watching Can turn around and walk towards his own cell. Her back was thin and small, so lonely. When she reached the door of the cell, she suddenly stopped, turned around reluctantly, and took a last look at Gao Yang. Her eyes were red, and she showed a sad and shy smile. Captain, it's great to meet you. Cantu didn't look back and walked into the cell. Pound. The iron door closed, and the gray fog followed. Cantu's thin figure swayed in the gray fog for 2 seconds, fell down, and then disappeared. Cantu is dead. The drag on the team, the flatterer, the happy fruit, the one who has great skills, but not a lot of small cleverness, the one who loves to play games, the one with avoidant attachment personality, the one with poor motor nerves, the one who is inferior because of her skinny body, the one who is very happy just to serve successfully in volleyball, the annoying follower who calls Captain Captain all day, the one who regains confidence and smiles because of her encouragement, the girl who cares about everyone in Group 5 from beginning to end. Dead. Everyone, please go back to the cell. This time, Sui Yi spoke first without waiting for Qining to speak. Instantly, Gao Yang regained control of his body, but he did nothing, just silently returned to the cell. He sat back on the bed and covered his face with his hands. He was motionless, silent, very quiet, but his fingers were a little wet. Please close your eyes when it's dark, guards please show up. That night, Gao Yang didn't know whether Baihu was guarding him, but the werewolf didn't kill him. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Ying's voice appeared. It's dawn. Click. The iron door opened, Gao Yang walked out, and sat down on the high-backed stone chair in front of the round table. The seat that belonged to Ken was already empty. Gao Yang looked up and looked around, slightly startled. No one died last night. Chapter 316. No one died last night on Christmas Eve. Qining announced, Sheriff, please decide the order of speaking. Right. Zhu Kei put his hands together, rested his chin, lowered his eyes, and stopped looking at anyone. Baihu stretched out his hand to smooth the hair that fell on his forehead, and sighed. Qiang, I'm sorry, I took a gamble last night, and didn't guard you. I think the wolf must have guessed that I would guard you, so it's impossible to kill you. Gao Yang nodded slightly. Baihu did the right thing. Gao Yang's high-profile speech yesterday, asking Baihu to guard himself, was actually for the wolf to hear, so that the wolf would not dare to easily kill him. The fighting spirit in Baihu's eyes was almost wiped out. He forced himself to say, I think about it. There are still 3 gods and only 1 wolf. It's too late to kill the gods. So Zhu and I should not be in danger. I can't tell who is the good guy and who is the wolf between Qinshi and Jianghu. But I think the white rabbit is most likely a villager, so I took a gamble and guarded the white rabbit. Now it seems that I was right. The wolf must have stabbed the white rabbit last night, but failed, so Christmas Eve. I'm done. Baihu finished his speech. Number 9, please speak. Qining said. Number 9 is Qingling. Qingling stared at Jianghu coldly. You are lying, I am the hunter card, don't try to pretend to be me. Everyone, let Jianghu out today, the good guys will win. Qingling glanced at everyone, and finally his eyes fell on Gao Yang. You must believe me. Qingling finished his speech. Gao Yang was anxious. He intuitively felt that Qingling was not lying, and he believed Qingling. However, Qingling was at a disadvantage for speaking like this. Her speech lacked emotion, and was not inspiring, so it was difficult to convince others. Number 11, please speak. Qining said. Baitu no longer had the previous excitement. Everything was settled. She said in a tired voice, it's obvious. Gao Yang and I are villagers. Suzaku Witch, White Tiger Guard, Green Snake and Red Fox have a hunter and a wolf. Today we voted for the wolf correctly, and the good guys won. If we voted for the hunter incorrectly, the hunter could shoot and take the other party away, and the good guys still won. However, one more good person will be sacrificed. I hope not to make the wrong choice. I'm done. It was Gao Yang's turn to speak. Gao Yang's hands trembled slightly. He tried to keep himself calm and objective, without any bias in his emotions. I basically agree with Bai Tuesday. Now it's a choice between the two. There must be a wolf and a hunter between Green Snake and Red Fox. I think Green Snake is the hunter, because she said from the first speech that it's better not to kill me. I think only people who get the hunter card will have such a tone. Red Fox is like the wolf, who adapts to the situation, puts on Qingling's hunter clothes, and bites her back. In this round, I suggest to play Red Fox, the game should be over. I'm done. Sorry, Red Fox. Purely rationally, Gao Yang thinks that Qingling and Jianghu both dislike her, but Gao Yang is willing to believe Qingling intuitively. Her eyes can't deceive Gao Yang. This is the tacit understanding between them. Even if Qingling and Jianghu are equally suspected, Gao Yang will not hesitate to protect Qingling. If Jianghu is a wolf, exile him, the game is over, and Qingling will not die in vain. If Jianghu is a hunter, Jianghu can also shoot Qingling away before being exiled, and the good guys will still win. Of course, Jianghu will die in vain. Gao Yang knew that this idea was very selfish, but he couldn't help being selfish. Anyone can, Qingling must not die. Sheriff, please speak. Qining said. It was Sheriff Xuchua's turn to speak. Zhu raised his head, tears in his eyes. Jianghu, Qixi, in my eyes, both of you are suspicious, I can't make a judgment. After a 5-second pause, Zhu continued, but out of selfishness, I hope Jianghu survives. Jianghu looked at Zhu, his eyes slightly red, but he couldn't speak. Qingxi. Zhu apologized, I'm sorry, I will vote for you. If you are a wolf, the game is over. If you are a hunter, take Jianghu away. Baihu couldn't speak, he sighed, and looked at Qingling with guilt in his eyes. Baihu would also vote for Qingling. No, absolutely not. Gao Yang couldn't speak anymore. He knew the relationship between Zhu and Jianghu, and he didn't count on her anymore. He looked at Baitu hard. Don't vote for Qingling. You must not vote for Qingling. Qingling is not a wolf. I believe she is definitely not. 3, 2, 1, please vote. Qining did not give Gao Yang more time. She initiated the vote. 6 people, voting at the same time. Number 9 Qingling received 3 votes. Suzaku, Baihu, Jianghu. Number 4 Jianghu also received 3 votes. Gao Yang, Baitu, Qingling. Gao Yang's hand was still raised in the air, forgetting to put it down. His blood solidified in an instant, and his mind was blank. Qingling, out. Qingling is going to die. The victory or defeat of the game has nothing to do with Gao Yang, and even this world has nothing to do with him. No, this is not true. This must be a dream. Qingling will not die. Such a strong person, such a hard-working person, she should be the protagonist of the hot-blooded comic. She should be the winner who survives to the end. How can she die here casually? This is ridiculous. Something must have gone wrong. Chen-Ing was as calm as a robot. She announced calmly, Suzaku is the sheriff with 1.5 votes, Ching Snake with 3.5 votes, and was exiled. Suzaku and Baihu looked at Chen-Ing, waiting for Chen-Ing to announce the result. Both hoped that the game would end. This meant that they had chosen the right person, and Ching Snake's death would not be in vain. Although their hands were still stained with the blood of their companions, at least their guilt would be lighter. Game. Facing the burning and urgent gazes of the two, even Chen-Ing, who was already heartbroken, was moved again. She opened her mouth, and a trace of pity flashed across her eyes. Continue. Ching Snake is a hunter. Gao Yang's hand finally fell slowly. He was right. Qing Ling was a hunter, and Qing Ling could have saved her life. Gao Yang knew that the reason why Suzaku and Baihu saved Jianghu was the same as the reason why he wanted to save Qing Ling. There was no right or wrong, it was just a choice. But at this moment, Gao Yang still couldn't control himself and took out his anger on the two of them. Hunter, should we shoot? Chen-Ing looked at Qing Ling. Shoot. Qing Ling stood up and said calmly, kill Jianghu. Jianghu's eyes were red, he no longer pretended, his face showed pain and guilt, but more of a sense of relief. In an instant, a cloud of gray mist appeared above the round table, and everyone couldn't move, even the tiny movement of blinking. Because we wanted everyone to witness Jianghu being executed. A few seconds later, the cloud of gray mist turned into a shotgun. Bang. The shot was fired, and there was no sound, it was just everyone's imagination. The bullet transformed from the gray fog hit Jianghu's chest and disappeared. You two, please return to your cells. Zuiye's voice appeared. Elder Zhuke, I'm sorry, I failed your trust. Jianghu's eyes were red. I wanted to expose all my wolf companions, but Zuiyi stopped me. He warned me that if I did that, everyone would die. Zhuke couldn't move or speak, her lips were pale and her eyes were red. Jianghu wanted to say something, but was silenced again. Jianghu was stunned, with only reluctance on his face. He bowed deeply to Elder Zhuke. Thank you for your care over the years. Jianghu turned and walked into the prison. As soon as the door closed, he fell down, and the gray fog emerged and took him away. After Jianghu died, Qing Ling was immediately allowed to move. Qing Ling didn't even look at Zhuke and Baihu, who sentenced her to death. She lowered her head, took off a twin bracelet on her wrist, gently placed it on the stone table, and pushed it in the direction of Gao Yang. Hiss, 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 the bracelet came to Gao Yang's table. Qing Ling looked up, took a deep look at Gao Yang, turned around and left without leaving any words. No! Don't go! Qing Ling, don't go! Damn it! Move! Move! You incompetent waste! 3 seconds later, blood flowed from the corners of Gao Yang's mouth, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was struggling, risking his life to resist the power that bound him. He wanted to catch up and keep the girl who was far away from him. No one could take her away. Odd Gao Yang shouted, covered his heart, and fell to the ground. Zuiyi noticed Gao Yang's fierce resistance and punished him directly. That inexplicable power appeared, grabbed Gao Yang's heart fiercely, and could crush it at any time. No, don't go! Gao Yang stretched out one hand towards Qing Ling. He wanted to crawl over, but his body was like being crushed by a mountain, and he couldn't move an inch. Ah! A few seconds later, Gao Yang succumbed to the pain and wailed, curled up into a ball, and the severe pain from his heart almost made him faint. Fool, don't be stubborn, live. Qing Ling didn't look back. In Gao Yang's blurred vision, he could only see a cold and resolute back, striding into the cell. Bang, the prison door closed. Qing Ling's figure was about to fall. Gray fog descended and quickly wiped out Qing Ling's figure, faster than any previous time. Zuiyi did it on purpose. This was a punishment for Gao Yang's disrespect. The more you want to keep someone, the faster they will disappear from your side. Gao Yang fell to the ground, and the invisible hand holding his heart disappeared. Zuiyi didn't kill him. For Zuiyi, this good show had reached its climax, and he couldn't bear to kill him. After an unknown amount of time, Gao Yang stood up again, his eyes were ashen, between indifference and woodenness. He sat back in his seat without saying a word. The game continues. Zuiye's voice was very satisfied. Zhuke, Baihu, Baitu, Gao Yang waited for the referee Chen-Ing to announce the end of the game. However, everyone noticed that Chen-Ying's face was not right. Once again, tears appeared on her face, and she was crying silently. At that moment, she wished she was the one who died in the first round. Game. Her voice trembled slightly. Continue. At this moment, except for Gao Yang, the hearts of the other three fell into the abyss. There is a wolf. Among Gaoyang, Suzaku, Baihu and Baitu, there is a wolf. Others are hell. It's dark. Please close your eyes. This time, Zui presided personally. On the last night, Gaoyang returned to his cell. Gaoyang sat on the bed, motionless, like a dead man. Gaoyang kept telling himself, "This is just a dream, just a dream. There is no awakener, no beast. I am just an ordinary high school student. The college entrance examination is over. I will go to college. I have a warm family, and a great life worth looking forward to and striving for. I will graduate, find a job, get married, have children, and then grow old, retire, and die on a sunny and warm winter afternoon. Now it's all nightmares. As long as you wake up, all this absurdity will not exist. But why does my heart hurt so much in the dream?" Gaoyang lowered his head, and found that he was still holding the Gemini bracelet left to him by Qin Ling in his hand. It was cold and hard, and it would no longer have the warmth of a girl. "Do you like men or women? Who cares about you? I don't need souls, they only affect my speed of drawing my sword. Worry about yourself. Don't die. It's dawn." Qin Ying's voice came. Gaoyang raised his head suddenly. "Strange, it's dawn. Why can't I wake up from the dream?" Click. The iron door opened, and Gaoyang returned to his seat like a zombie. On the round table, only Baitu and Zhu Ke were left. Baihu's cell was filled with gray fog, and there was no one inside. Baihu was dead. But Gaoyang didn't feel anything. Last night, Baihu died on the 6th, without a last word. Qin Ying was numb again. She didn't care what the ending would be. "Sheriff, decide the order of speaking." Zhu Ke looked at Baitu with hatred, and said heavily, "Speak on the right." Gaoyang. "Vote for Zhu Ke." Baitu, who was allowed to speak, shouted. Chapter 317. White Rabbit stood up excitedly. "I am the witch. I saved you on the first night, and I poisoned the clown on the third night. The reason why I didn't expose Zhu Ke was because I always thought Zhu Ke was a civilian, and was covering me. So I pretended to be a civilian and exchanged identities with Zhu Ke to cover each other. You should know that this is a common way to play in high-end games. But I really didn't expect that the game was not over after Jianghu died." White Rabbit looked at Gaoyang. "Gaoyang, think about it. If Zhu Ke is a witch, she should still have a bottle of poison in her hand. Why didn't she kill me last night? Because she is not a witch at all, she is a wolf. I am the witch. She knew that you were the only villager and Baihu would guard you, so she stabbed Baihu last night. If she drags you to throw me out during the day, she can win. Gaoyang, I was guarded by the White Tiger. I am a good person certified by the White Tiger. But this Suzaku, when did he ever have the golden water? Only X, the fake prophet, said he had verified her identity. Did Ronnie verify her identity? Ronnie didn't. On the first night, Ronnie verified you, and on the second night, he verified X. No one verified Suzaku's identity from beginning to end. At first, I thought X wanted to win over the good people, so she lied to everyone that Suzaku was a good person. Now I know that X gave his wolf companion Suzaku the fake golden water just to confuse us. I really thought Suzaku was a civilian from beginning to end, covering up for me, the witch, so I never exposed her. Gaoyang, Suzaku is a wolf. Don't be fooled by her." Baitu's chest rose and fell violently. She said everything she had to say, with fierce words, rich emotions, and complete logic. "Number 1, please speak," Qin Ying said. Gaoyang was lifeless, his head lowered, and he squeezed out a hoarse syllable from his mouth. "Pass." "The chief of police speaks," Qin Ying said. "Xiang." Zhu Ke also stood up excitedly. "I made a big mistake. I still have a bottle of poison in my hand, but I haven't used it until last night. I should have poisoned Baitu to death, and the game would be over. The reason why I didn't use it is because I didn't think it through. There is a big contradiction here. Baihu gave Baitu silver water. Baihu must be a guard. He has no reason to lie to us. Could it be that Baitu would choose to kill himself and bet that Baihu would protect him? This possibility is too small, because there were too many people that Baihu could choose to protect at that time. If Baitu was a wolf, he would not commit suicide to gamble on this probability. I actually missed the time because of my hesitation. I didn't even know there was a time limit rule. I should have poisoned Baitu to death. Now White Tiger has been stabbed. You were saved by me on the first night, and have been verified by the real prophet. You must be a good person. When I know that I am a witch card, White Rabbit is definitely a wolf. Xiang. Think about it carefully. I saved you on the first night, and I always believed in you. Along the way, I may have made some wrong decisions, but most of them were correct. If I were really a wolf, I could have won more easily after getting the sheriff. It would be impossible to play like this. I'm sorry about the green snake, but the red fox is like my own brother. When I can only choose blindly, no matter how many times I have to do it again, I will still protect the red fox, just like I know that no matter how many times I have to do it again, you will definitely protect the green snake. You can hate me, but you can definitely understand me. Chiang, the white rabbit is a wolf. This time, you must believe me no matter what. If you choose me, you will be killed by the white rabbit tonight. Gao Yang still lowered his head. Chiang, the only referee who knew the truth, turned her head away, unable to bear to listen any more. After a moment of silence, she said, "The three of you vote. 3, 2, 1, please vote." Gao Yang raised his hand, clenched his fist, and did not gesture any numbers. The white rabbit and Suzaku voted for each other's numbers. The two looked at Gao Yang, waiting for his crucial vote. At this most critical moment, Gao Yang found that he was given the right to speak. Gao Yang looked at Suzaku coldly, his voice hoarse. "Suzaku, I don't hate you, but I will never forgive you. Qingling, you didn't have to die." Suzaku couldn't speak, his eyes were wet and red, and his expression was guilty. White rabbit. Gao Yang looked sideways and smiled bitterly. "I don't hate you. I know you don't want to either. Goodbye forever, I will avenge you." Gao Yang raised his other hand, crossed the index and middle fingers of his right hand, and extended the index finger of his left hand, making a number, 11. "I voted for number 11. White Rabbit opened his eyes wide and looked at Gao Yang in disbelief, as if asking, "Why?" Gao Yang explained lightly, "White Rabbit, you almost fooled me, but I suddenly remembered a rule that the referee Chining missed, that the werewolf can kill without a knife." Masterswood didn't come out to add, maybe he thought the referee is also a member of the game, and the referee also makes mistakes, the game will be more exciting. White Rabbit, on the second to last night, you didn't kill yourself, but without a knife. No matter who the white tiger guarded, no one would die. The white tiger thought he was guarding the right person, so he gave you silver water, and it was this silver water that confused Suzaku. Suzaku must have forgotten the rule that werewolves can use their weapons unarmed, because few people usually use their weapons unarmed, which led to a contradiction in her logic. Once she hesitated, she missed the opportunity to poison you. By 2, you first acted as a deep-water wolf, and then turned into a hook wolf. Your logic was perfect and your luck was good, but it was not flawless. By 2 looked at Gao Yang and her face returned to calm. On the second to last day, when you spoke between Jianghu and Qingling, you symbolically favored Qingling, but you did not say that you would definitely protect Qingling. You only stood with Qingling with me after you confirmed that Zhu Ke and Bai Hu would definitely stand with Jianghu, because you know that Zhu Ke is the sheriff and has 1.5 votes. Even if we have 2 votes, we can't protect Qingling, but your act of protecting Qingling can gain my trust and help you deal with Zhu Ke in the end. Suddenly, Bai Tu was able to move and speak. Bai Tu stood up and smiled at Gao Yang. "Elder Chiang, you are great." Bai Tu looked at Zhu Ke again. "You Qilin Guild was able to dig up Chiang. You really picked up a treasure." Zhu Ke still couldn't speak. When she looked at Bai Tu, there was no hatred in her eyes, only a complicated sadness. In fact, Bai Tu did nothing wrong. She just got the wolf card unfortunately, and wanted to do her best to survive. Bai Tu turned and walked towards her own cell. Before entering the door, Bai Tu stopped and looked back at Gao Yang. "Gao Yang, for the sake of our colleagues, please help me tell the captain a message." Gao Yang couldn't speak and looked at her quietly. "Captain, come on, Bai Tu, I will always be your fangirl." Bai Tu smiled, but her eyes were full of reluctance. "That's all." Bai Tu walked into the prison without looking back. Pound. The iron door closed, the gray fog gradually rose, Bai Tu fell down, and her figure disappeared. The last 3 people were untied at the same time. Chining sat back on the stone chair as if relieved. The game is over, the good guys. Win. The light word win is as heavy as a mountain. The game is over now, I will review the game. Zuiya's voice came. Chining, Zhu Ke and Gao Yang didn't want to listen to this damn review at all. This was going to stab them in the chest 10,000 times, but they had no choice but to remain silent in humiliation. Perhaps, Zuiya's fun lies in this. For God cards, Prophet Ronnie, Witch Zhu Ke, Hunter Green Snake, Guardian White Tiger. For villagers, 7 Shadows, Can, Electric Mouse, Clown. For wolves, White Rabbit, Red Fox, Green Tea, White Wolf King X. Gao Yang's almost numb heart ached again. Can, that girl, is really a villager. Like Qingling, she didn't have to die. Chapter 318. Zui's voice came from all directions. On the first night, the werewolf knife villager Chiang was rescued by the witch Zhu Kei using the antidote. The prophet Ronnie verified Chiang's identity, and the guard by who guarded himself. On the first day, the werewolf green tea was exiled. On the second night, the werewolf knife villager electric mouse, the prophet Ronnie verified X's identity, and the guard by who guarded the white wolf King X. On the second day, the prophet Ronnie stood up, and the white wolf King X blew himself up and took the prophet Ronnie away. On the third night, the werewolf knife villager clown, the guard by who guarded the villager canned. On the third day, the villager canned was exiled. On the fourth night, the werewolf was empty-handed, and the guarding white tiger guarded the werewolf white rabbit. On the fourth day, the hunter Qingxi was exiled, and the hunter shot and took away the werewolf Jianghu. On the fifth night, the guarding white tiger guarded the villager Qing, and the werewolf white rabbit stabbed the white tiger. On the fifth day, the white rabbit was exiled, leaving the witch Zhu Kei and the villager Qing. The game is over, and the good guys win. Haha, I really watched a good show. Zui smiled. You can leave. Cough, cough, cough. Zui coughed violently, and Gao Yang was slightly startled. All night, Zui in the Fu Cave was the embodiment of absolute authority, playing everyone in the palm of his hand like God, but now, he actually showed such a weak side. Gao Yang secretly clenched his fist. It couldn't be better. When I leave the Fu Cave, it will be your death. Gotcha. Suddenly, the sound of the prison iron door opening came from behind. Gao Yang, Zhu Kei, and Chen were startled, and stood up at the same time, looking behind them. Crack, crack, crack. More cell doors opened one after another. At the same time, the gray fog that enveloped the prison quickly dissipated, and the companions in the cell stood by the iron door, leaned against the wall, or sat cross-legged on the bed. Everyone was safe and sound. Gao Yang opened his mouth wide, unable to say anything, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. He could hardly stand steadily, supporting himself on the stone table with both hands, breathing heavily, but smiling. Gao Yang covered his mouth tightly, and a hysterical roar broke out in his chest. It turns out that the happiest thing in life is to recover something after a false alarm. Zui, you are really the most perverted, the worst, the most shameless, the most despicable, and the craziest observer I have ever seen, but I still want to thank you sincerely, for returning them all safe and sound. Mom. Oh my God. Wu Dahai was the first to howl. He rushed out of the cell with a crying voice, grabbed Gao Yang excitedly, and cried and laughed. Gao Yang. I'm not dead. I'm really not dead. Ha ha ha, can you believe it? I'm still alive. It's so good to be alive. It's so good. Gao Yang wiped the tears from her face with both hands in panic, and was a little at a loss for a while. Yes, yes, it's great you are all fine. It's really great. Look at your achievements. Bai Tu also walked out of the prison. She looked at Wu Dahai with disgust, but the joy in her eyes could not deceive people. Shut up. Bad woman. Wu Dahai turned around angrily. Although I was locked up, I can hear everything you say. Bai Tu, who owes you 10,000 little golden men. You are so good at acting. Until the end, you still wanted to deceive my Yang Yang. Gao Yang complained in his heart. Don't call me Yang Yang. I'm not that familiar with you. Do you think I want to get the wolf card? Bai Tu said without any guilt. If you get the wolf card, what would you do? Admit that you are a wolf and wait for death? Even if you want to, will masters will agree? Wu Dahai was speechless for a moment. I tried to do that, but was stopped. The one who spoke was Jianghu. He walked towards Zhu Kei and Gao Yang with Baihu, Ronnie, and Qian. Little fox. Zhu Kei rushed over almost crying with joy. Elder Zhu Kei, I'm sorry. Jianghu looked guilty, and didn't dare to look Zhu Kei in the eye. It's okay, it's okay. Zhu Kei held Jianghu's hands with both hands, and then reached out to touch Jianghu's face, like an elder loving a younger generation. I'm glad you're okay. It's just a game, not real. It's all over, it's over. Captain. Cantu and Ronnie came to Gao Yang. Kanta's voice was very soft, and her eyes were red again. She tried her best to hold back her tears. I thought. You will never see me again, right? Gao Yang had already put away his tears of joy and put on the airs of a team leader. Cantu, how many times have you said this? Don't say it again in the future. It's unlucky. Yeah. Cantu nodded heavily and smiled happily. Ronnie, good job. Gao Yang looked at Ronnie. You were very brave just now. You didn't play well. Ronnie was still a little annoyed and blamed himself. I shouldn't have tested X in the second round. He must be a wolf. I wasted an opportunity. Gao Yang smiled and encouraged. As a novice you played well. Gao Yang stretched out his hand. Come on. Ken and Ronnie reached out their hands and put them on Gao Yang's. In front of so many people, the three of them were a little embarrassed and whispered together, everything goes well. Everything goes well, good luck. Gao Yang turned around and found Qing Ling looking at him quietly. Gao Yang was stunned, and he was a little homesick. He was obviously very happy to see her safe and sound, but he didn't know what to say for a while, just smiled foolishly. Gao Yang threw the twin bracelet that belonged to Qing Ling back to her lightly. Qing Ling caught it and put it back on her wrist. Her eyes were aggressive. I ask you, why did you vote for Jianghu instead of me? How do you know I'm not a wolf? Intuition. Gao Yang told the truth. Of course, there is also trust. A glimmer flashed across Qing Ling's eyes. If you vote for me, I will shoot you. Ah? Gao Yang laughed and cried. I am a good person card verified by the prophet, absolutely gold and water. Even if I voted wrong, you can't kill me, aren't you playing around? Others can vote for me. Qing Ling turned coldly, tossing her long hair. You can't. Because, we will never betray each other. Gao Yang smiled, and added silently in his heart. Ahem. Zhu Ke came over pretentiously, and patted Gao Yang's back hard, scaring Gao Yang. Qiang, you and Qing Shi are really having a secret. Tell me, have you two secretly reunited? This sour smell of love, I can smell it from a long distance. Zhu Ke said with a sly smile. We have never been together, how can we reunite? Gao Yang was helpless. That's it, Elder Zhu Ke, don't talk nonsense. Ken was a little anxious. Elder Zhu Ke, I don't hate you, but I will never forgive you. Zhu Ke began to imitate in a sarcastic tone. Qing Ling, you didn't have to die. Sister Xia, please stop talking. Please. Gao Yang put her hands together and begged for mercy. I will work like a cow and a horse for you in the future. Just let this matter go with the wind. Ha! Zhu Ke raised her eyebrows. Sister will not bother with you. If I choose again, I will still choose the little fox. Of course, I know you will still choose the green snake. Zhu Ke sighed slightly. Fate is sometimes cruel, and likes to make us make a dilemma. I hope we will never meet. Gao Yang prayed sincerely. I hope. Zhu Ke also nodded. Qining was also very excited. She held green tea in one hand and Clown in the other, like an old mother and two older sons. Great, you two are safe and sound. It's great, otherwise, I really don't know how to explain to everyone. Green tea, when I saw you were a wolf, I was really disappointed. I thought that one of you and Clown would definitely go, but I didn't expect that both of you. Green tea smiled after surviving a disaster. Yes, fortunately it's just a game. I have lied a lot in my life, but it's the first time I lied to my companions like tonight. To be honest, I feel bad. But I really don't want to die, my brother, he is still so young. Green tea, you are right, don't blame yourself. Qining comforted. The Clown's face was numb. He was not used to Qin Ying's enthusiasm, and he didn't like unnecessary physical contact with people. He coldly pulled his hand back from Qin Ying's hand. Ah, sorry. Qining realized her loss of composure. Chapter 319. The Clown shook his head and covered his face with his hands. 3 seconds later, the Clown turned into a cheerful and talkative young man. A friendly smile immediately appeared on the man's face. Sister Ying, thank you for your concern. Qining smiled. This Clown seemed to never be able to show his true feelings with his true face. Perhaps the mask can't be taken off after wearing it for a long time. Bai Hu sat back on the stone chair with a look of relief. Hey, it's finally over. I was almost dying of heat sitting in that prison. Elder Bai Hu, is this really your first time playing werewolf? I feel you are much better than me. Can flattered. Haha, look more and think more. Don't panic about everything, you can do it too. Bai Hu smiled happily, like an elder. Yeah. In the prison hall, 12 people gathered in groups of 3 or 5, caring for each other, and feeling the joy of surviving the disaster. Only X stood alone outside the lively crowd. He put his hands in his pockets, and a complex luster flashed in his eyes, which seemed to be envy, but under the envy, there was a cold alienation. Masters, what? Can we leave this damn place now? X shouted to the air a little impatiently. This voice also reminded everyone. Yes. Let us out quickly. Wu Dahai was the first to shout. By the way, there are runes, and you are not allowed to default. You stinky old man. Hee hee. Masters' laughter came. Everyone, please sit down. Everyone exchanged glances, and sat down around the round table one after another. Soon, Masters' voice came again. The game is over, The contract is completed, the victory and defeat have been decided, all of which is fate. As soon as the voice fell, the entire prison space began to tremble violently, the mountains shook, and then the surrounding scenery began to fall apart and was decomposed into countless particles, and behind these particles was boundless darkness. Splash. The dark and cold sea water mixed with gray fog attacked from all directions in a strange form. Gao Yang had an illusion that the prison they were in was just a fragile crystal ball. Now, this crystal ball was getting closer and closer to the bottom of the sea, and finally broke because it could not withstand the water pressure outside. So, the sea water in the darkness poured in and swallowed everyone. Gao Yang felt sleepy again and soon lost consciousness. The moment he regained consciousness, Gao Yang heard the gentle sound of the waves. His cheek was pressed against the soft and cold particles, and he could smell a faint smell of the sea in front of his nose. Gao Yang opened his eyes and found that he was lying on the beach, his face pillowed on the milky white fine sand. He propped up his hands and looked around, and found that he had come to an uninhabited island with a beach volleyball court. I feel dizzy. Green Tea was lying next to Gao Yang. He touched his head and slowly got up. Seeing Gao Yang, he grinned. Great, it seems everyone is fine. Gao Yang nodded and walked towards Cantu and Ronnie, who were a few meters away. They were still not awake, so he squatted down and patted their faces. Cantu and Ronnie slowly opened their eyes. Their consciousness was still a little scattered. Especially Cantu, his consciousness was still very confused. I'm so sleepy. I won't go to class today. Help me take the role. Gao Yang was angry and amused, and said, Cantu, come and play pesticide. Cantu opened his eyes, and reached out to touch the beach. Where's my phone? Come on, help me up. Not far away, Shukei and Baihu had already woken up. As expected of the big guys, they woke up faster than others. They were waking up the others. Within a minute, all 12 people woke up one after another. Everyone looked at the end of the beach, where two figures were sitting quietly, bathing in the bright moonlight. Let's go! Shukei waved to everyone as he walked. A group of people followed. Gao Yang quickly saw that the two figures were X and Zui Yi. Zui Yi sat on the ground, his face was pale and weak, and his cloudy whites of his eyes were almost a kind of gray without any life, and he could not feel the breath of life flowing at all. Hey! Old man! Where is the rune? Wu Dahai said angrily. X sat cross-legged in front of Zui Yi, with his back to everyone. He raised his hand, and waved the poison rune circuit in his hand. Here, according to the agreement, I will give it to you when I reach level 4. Or do you want to come and grab it now? If you want to grab it, try it. X's voice was still casual, but it was full of murderous intent. Don't worry, we abide by the agreement. Shukei said, I hope you will too. I know. X retracted the rune circuit. After a moment of silence, X's voice was a little sad, and there was still reluctance. Masters, why are you doing this? Hee, I'm going to die anyway, and it's worth my identity as an observer to be able to watch a good show in the end. Cough, 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 cough. Masters coughed violently. This time, everyone felt that this Masters was afraid that he would not live long. Masters, you lied to us. It wasn't the rune cave just now. Gao Yang said this abruptly. Suzaku was startled and looked at Gao Yang. Are you sure? I'm sure. I always felt something was wrong before. Now I remember, the system didn't remind me. In the past, every time I entered the Fu cave, the ordinary idle income would double. But when I was in the prison, the system didn't remind me. Well, it shouldn't be the Fu cave. Gao Yang didn't dare to say it with certainty, because he couldn't explain to everyone that he had a system. Haha, young man, you are good. You found it. Zui Ye's voice was weak and intermittent. Prison, it's just a barrier I made. Barrier? Baihu was very interested in this talent. Zui Yi, I say it for you, you take a break. X stood up and turned to look at everyone. Gao Yang was shocked. This X is indeed in the same group as Zui Yi. Delusion beasts also have talents. Zui Ye's talent is called Delusion Realm, which can create barriers. One is an ordinary barrier, which can be broken by people with strong mental power, and the other is a contract barrier, which is the barrier we just entered. This barrier is based on voluntary participation. Once entered, it cannot be broken unless the task is completed according to the rules. In other words, Zui Yi is the god in the barrier, and he can do whatever he wants. However, using the contract barrier, and signing a contract with 13 people at once, consumes a huge amount of energy. X's voice became heavy. This time, Zui Yi gambled his life. Everyone was shocked for a while. Isn't it good to be alive? Wu Dahai didn't understand. Just to watch a werewolf, go watch it online, there are not many such programs. Haha, it's not easy to see a werewolf game with life at stake. Sui smiled. Besides, I've lived long enough, it's time to hand in the paper. Hand in the paper? Zhuge frowned. We are the delusion beasts, cough, cough, cough. Sui spit out a mouthful of blood before he finished speaking. Sui? X immediately stepped forward, squatted down, and supported Sui. It doesn't matter, let me finish. Sui waved his hand, paused for a few seconds, and said calmly, We are the delusion beasts, the answerers. And you humans are the problem. Chapter 320. What do you mean? Baitu frowned slightly. She didn't like Zuiya's metaphor. Others were also surprised and puzzled. The delusion beasts were born with a mission, which is to answer questions. Zui rested for a while and said slowly, You call us the visitor, the darkest one, and the observer. Haha, this is just based on our answers. In other words, we delusion beasts are not hostile to each other, but just give answers that we think are correct. Even if these answers are arrogant, false, and foolish. Zuiya's voice was weak and weak. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, and put it on X's shoulder. Boy, I have handed in the paper. You have to walk the rest of the way alone. Zui, do you really have to go this far? X's voice revealed confusion, and even a certain fragility. At this moment, he seemed to be just a child. I don't know either. There was still a trace of smile on the corner of Zuiya's old mouth, and his old hand with veins crawling like earthworms gently fell down. I'm just a delusional beast. Zui fell into X's arms. X stretched out his arms, and hugged Zui tightly. For a long time, no one spoke for a long time. Between heaven and earth, there was only the sea breeze caressing and the waves lapping. 2 minutes later, X gently put down Zuiya's body. He stood up, turned around, and his eyes were a little red. You go back, I will bury Zui and go to Liqing to find you. No problem, but I still have something to ask you now. Zhuge heard some hidden meanings in the conversation between X and Zui just now. You asked? X said calmly, but I may not answer. What is your relationship with Zui? White Rabbit interrupted. He is my family's old housekeeper. X smiled awkwardly. I awakened on my 14th birthday. I told my parents about my awakening and wanted to give them a surprise. X paused. That day, I was forced to kill my mother, but my father didn't die. He was a mad beast and forgot everything when he woke up. Zui helped me that day, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to beat my mother. She is a killer. X shrugged and finished. Can the mad beast recognize all humans, including those who are awakened and those who are not awakened? Gao Yang stepped forward and wanted to verify this information again. Yes, the delusion beasts know all human activities. X smiled. Master Zhuo always said that we humans are the problem, and the delusion beasts are the answerers. According to my own understanding, Song Dao is the questioner. Anyway, the delusion beasts answer the questions according to Song Dao's rules, and give the answers they think are correct. Protecting humans, killing humans, observing humans, playing with humans, etc., are all the delusion beasts answering their own questions. Moreover, the delusion beasts' ideas will also change. They may think that protecting humans is the correct answer today, and they may think that killing humans is the correct answer tomorrow. X gave a lot of information, which was very explosive, and the authenticity must be confirmed. Activate lie detector. No lie. Gao Yang thought for a while and wanted to ask something else, but Suzaku spoke first. What is the answer given by Master Zhuo? This is a matter between us. X refused to answer. Suzaku frowned slightly, weighing whether to ask further, and finally gave up. Jining, who had been listening in, asked a more practical question. How many delusion beasts are there in total, and how many of them are the dark ones? The implication is, how many enemies the Awakener will have to deal with this time? X looked at Jining, hesitated for a moment, and finally confessed. There were 14 delusion beasts at the beginning, and now Master Zhuo is dead. There are only 9 left. That means 4 more delusion beasts died before this. How did they die? Xingling spoke. In the last century, there was a war between awakened people and delusional beasts. 3 dark ones wanted to kill all awakened people. One visitor helped the awakened people defeat the dark ones, and died with them. The awakened people also suffered heavy casualties. X shrugged lightly. That's all I know. I don't know the details. Who would believe it? You must be hiding something. Wu Dahai was very excited. Brother, the Scarlet Tide is coming. Don't hide it now. Friend. X smiled indifferently. Master Zhuo is an observer, not a visitor. Do you think he will tell me everything? Just for this piece of poison rune circuit, I asked him for 8 years, and he refused to give it to me. Wu Dahai stopped talking. X turned around and picked up Zuiye's thin body. If you have any questions, we can talk later. I'm leaving. Suzaka looked at everyone inside. Okay, let's go back to the hotel first. After she finished speaking, she looked at X again. I hope you can fulfill your promise. X didn't look back, and walked towards the motorboat on the shore with Zuiye in his arms. Don't worry. Gao Yang was a little surprised. It's really strange that everyone's motorboats have all returned to the shore. Is this also brought by Zuiye's barrier? Delusion is indeed very powerful, but the price paid is also very heavy. Zuiye, who is in his twilight years, directly overdrew the rest of his life for this werewolf killing. At midnight, Zhu Ke and his group returned to the hotel on Meteor Island. Gao Yang also hurried back. Before going home, he decided to go to Wang Zikai first. He was a little worried about Chushue. F Island was not big. Gao Yang rode a motorboat around the island for half a circle, and came to Wang Zikai's fairy tale house. What surprised Gao Yang was that the fairy tale house, that should have been brightly lit on the sea covered by moonlight, was gone. Yes, the whole villa was gone, leaving only a piece of island flat land. On the sea surface around the flat land, broken wooden boards, doors and windows, and various furniture floated. Gao Yang's motorboat slowly slowed down, passed through the ruins on the sea surface, and drove towards the island flat land. What happened? Did a tsunami just happen? Impossible. If a tsunami happened, not to mention F Island, the entire Nil Erdive would be swallowed up. Moreover, this is just a small island in the foggy world. Will Songdao really simulate a large-scale disaster like a tsunami? Gao Yang's thoughts were flying, guessing various possibilities. Suddenly, he felt the motorboat swaying gently. He looked down and saw that the sea surface was violently undulating, and the sea water was flowing rapidly and chaotically. At the same time, Gao Yang had already felt a huge energy fluctuation under his feet. The system alarm also sounded in his mind. Luck value gained 5,000. Gao Yang was shocked and immediately used the motorboat as a pedal, kicked his feet hard, and jumped to the island in front of him. Boom! A giant water column comparable to a building rushed out from Gao Yang's original position, and the motorboat disappeared directly. Huala huala hula huala. After 7 or 8 seconds, the water column subsided and turned into a downpour, smashing down. Gao Yang raised his hand to cover his face, but it was of no use at all, and his whole body was immediately soaked like a drowned chicken. His eyes tightened, and he found the target. Under the moonlight, a figure floated above Gao Yang's head. To be precise, it was stepping on a small fountain on the sea surface. It was a beautiful woman with silver hair and red eyes. She wore a retro palace red dress that tightly wrapped her plump figure. She was sexy but not vulgar, only dignified and noble. Her smooth silver hair grew to her waist, and was slightly curled. Under the surging air flow, it fluttered everywhere. She gently raised her left arm, and held a sleeping white cat in her arms. The silver-haired woman had just rushed out from the bottom of the sea, but there was no water stain on her body. Of course, the white cat was also not stained. Gao Yang did not ask who she was, because just one look at the woman's face, you know that it is Chushua's sister. Gao Yang can even imagine that Chushua should look like this woman when she grows up 10 years older. They are indeed twins.